てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭で全て手に こへ迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に
Hello and welcome back to Ascent Santa Clara. Today we're doing the top 32, which I'm very excited about. We are here to welcome all of our competitors back from yesterday, and the top 32 is just going to be absolutely wild. I am here. I am Jim the Eternal. I am here with Mark from Solar Games. How you feeling about today, Mark?
Amazing, +1. I am definitely, very excited right now and very energetic about what's going to happen today. I'm actually really excited about the percentage of conversions from day one. So, as an example, I believe 60+-ish slime players did enter the event of 313 players. So it's like about 20-something%. And then we did convert about 7 slimes into top. So that's, again, top 32. Again, that's about the same rate you're expecting, across the board.
Definitely a decent number.
Definitely a decent number. On our Asana side, they're basically converted higher than expected. So there's less Arasana, of course, entering this event. However, they did convert pretty high as well. I think there were 8 Arasana, if I didn't miscount here. So that is very impressive, and that's, I think, definitely the thing to watch and the upset that a lot of people did not expect for this event.
Yeah, I'm just excited about the amount of Arasana in this tournament in general, right? A lot of people, I think, weren't expecting as much Arasana representation as there was even to begin with.
Yep.
So to see Arasana overrepresented in the top 32, I think this is a lot of players' dream come true. Finally, Arasana getting her day in
Where's
the sun.
Cam? Get him over here. He's so excited. He's still jumping over in the back.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, definitely. The other kind of interesting thing too, right? Not one. There he is. Not one, but 2 Merlins.
All right.
Or maybe it could even be more than that, but definitely more than 1 Merlin have also converted into top 32. So for those that think, Merlin's dead or Merlin's not part of the meta, still along, limping along, and maybe not even limping along, doing very well, very well. Yes.
Mark, I am happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. For all the Merlin players out there, I see you out there. Okay.
I haven't done an extensive look at the top 32 yet, but definitely a lot of very recognizable names in there. Our world champion is up there. Local boy Duck Hats is up there. So definitely some very cool players. Very excited to see what the first round of the top 32 is going to look like.
Yeah, so as far as the top 32 goes so far, right, the diversity of what we're going to be seeing in the field is very vast. I'm also just still looking through the list here. I see a Water Deanna as well.
Wow.
There's a Fire Xander there as well.
All right.
I mean, if you want to see a deck, it probably is actually represented too. So this is really, really cool.
Excellent.
Yeah, Deanna is going to be, I think, one of the decks that was under the other section in day one when we showed you the meta breakdown. That was consisting about 4% of the player base, which is spread across everything that was not mentioned for the like the 96%. However, Deanna converted.
Wow, that's very impressive. I think this is the first time we've seen a Diana conversion in Mortal Ambition. Even.
Yeah, for a long, long time, I think. Yeah. And then just kind of going through here too, like it's a plethora of players. Obviously, the really, really good players, the people who we expect to be in the top 32 have made it. However, given how many players are attending this event, the top cut is actually pretty rough, right? So I mean, I think earlier you were mentioning to me, Jim, like what the actual cut was for top cut.
Yeah, so the contention was really tight, right?
Yeah.
With so many players here trying to get into the top 32, we had 309 players competing at this event. So top cut, the usual wisdom is 6-3 is not good enough. Once you get your three losses, you're out. We actually had one of the 6-2-1s bubble out. So it even 6-2-1 wasn't necessarily guaranteed to make it in.
Yeah, it's like sitting around, of course, 90-something%. But unfortunately, one of them had to be bubbled out, partially due to just the amount of ties, we have, right? It's, I think, probably higher than a lot of bracket calculators out there are expecting. So, and this is not, again, IDs or intentional, ties. It's actually just going to time for a lot of these decks who are they're all trying to do their thing, but it's taking longer to get there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Grand Archive, honestly, a difficult game. A lot of the strategy for Grand Archive is very front-loaded. A lot of the depth is in the first couple of turns. And we had a lot of water mirrors today. There was a lot of water representation, which also is, I think, something not a lot of players who are familiar with the meta might have expected.
Yeah.
And water mirrors, of course, the grindiest possible matchup. So a lot of those also went out to draws.
Yeah.
Resulting in maybe more draws than usual.
Yeah, for sure. Again, that water matchup is very grindy. It's it's basically kind of like a grudge match type of thing, right? Like you're just going down to the end, you're exhausting all your resources, countering each other's plays, and really thinking through ahead of time what's going to happen. I mean, for example, one of the funniest things that we see on stream is when both water players pull out like Viridian trinkets against each other, and it's like, hey, everything you're going to cast on my turn is going to cost you, 5, and it's really, really, really interesting whenever that happens. Dynamics of how many cards you save to account for this factor. What kind of cards do you actually use, and what card do you save?
Yeah, we actually saw an incredible water mirror
Yeah.
on the feature match stage. And it showcased exactly what you're talking about. Influence up in the 12s, 13s
Yeah.
for both players,
Yeah.
just sort of sitting back and trying to react to what their opponents are doing. But when that reaction takes 5 cards instead of 3 cards, that's a huge tax on your influence.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, it's just, as expected, I think, what deck are you kind of looking forward to making top 8 for this event?
Well, I mean, I'm going to say that I'm expecting some slimes in the top 8.
Okay. Or maybe what decks are you feeling pretty good about or would like to see? How about that?
I honestly I've already made my admission. I am a slimes enjoyer.
Yeah.
I like seeing slimes do well, so this is a pretty good meta for me.
Yeah.
But I also like seeing Arasana do well, so I'm very, very excited about the potential here for this top 8. I think if there's an appropriate amount of representation, we should see 2 or 3 Arasanas in the top 8.
Yeah.
We should see probably 2-ish slimes in the top 8. And the rest is kind of wild card, right?
Yeah.
The top 32 is pretty wide open. There's
Yeah.
a lot of different people here.
Yeah.
A lot of people playing a lot of different decks. If that Diana player converts to the top 8, that would be amazing.
Yeah, just given how many decks in this current meta requires cantripping and drawing very, very, quickly, I kind of actually think Diana is kind of interesting now, right? I mean, it basically slows down the draw and it forces you to basically not play how your deck is supposed to play. Now, I think it punishes maybe the slime decks less because, again,
Sure.
once you get to the end game, you don't really need the baby grays. The force capes are not as useful. But some of the other decks, like Merlin's, right, it's an auto punish on every even counter. Even some of the water decks too, and cauldron decks, a lot of them are looking to draw some cards, right? And so it could be very interesting and challenging.
Yeah,
kind of
I think
going through that
unfortunately
matchup.
slimes are pretty well positioned against Diana. The baby green is just incredibly powerful against anybody trying to use a gun in their
Yeah,
attacks.
yeah.
So Diana probably not going to do super well against the slimes.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that the Diana player made top 32 to begin with is very impressive.
Yeah, another kind of like a dark horse factor here is the fact that sometimes when you take a deck that a lot of people are not expecting the meta and you bring it out to a big event like this. I mean, part of this is some people haven't seen the cards, some people haven't seen the cards in a while, and they haven't really accounted for it. So their sideboard, their main board, even just the way that they're playing for game 1, especially before realizing what they're up against, they haven't adjusted for it. And so some of the cards, you're not going to be able to account for the play that you're probably seeing, which helps to convert better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to get into the situation, especially if you're up against a deck that you're unfamiliar with, like you said, just making plays that you think are optimal, but don't end up putting you in the right position to really pursue your strategy against the options that deck has available.
Yeah. So as far as I'm understanding now, too, the deck checks for top 32 has been completed, or they're in the final rounds of completion, and then players are kind of sitting down and starting to kind of figure out exactly where they're going to be. So we're going to be starting probably in like 10-ish minutes or so, right? Yeah. But yeah. What do you think is going to be on feature match today? What would you like to see on feature match for round 1?
What would I like?
Round one,
I'd
day
like
2?
to see some more variety.
Okay.
We had a lot of variety in day 1.
Yeah.
We had a lot of different decks showing up at the feature match stage. I think we should probably start with some of the maybe overrepresented decks if we can get like a Slimes versus Arasana.
Yeah.
I think just to kind of set the tone for the day.
Thin out the field.
But also, I'd love to see some of the more unique decks. I'd love to see, the Diana on stage. I'd love to see like another Wind Allies on stage. I'm okay with seeing a Merlin on stage. I'll give you that one.
I'll tell you this, right? Just speaking of the Merlins, right? I'm looking through the list again, and as I'm kind of going through here, we have at least one. All elements of Merlin are represented here.
Wow.
Water, wind, and fire.
Very
right?
cool.
So we have way on the wind Merlin here too. So, I mean, it's going to be a really interesting field, right? With everybody kind of like discovering what their flavor is and how they're. I'm just surprised. Like Merlin in every element is viable.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
doing well. I mean, top 32 is not a joke, especially in a big event like this. Think about it. You have 313 players, right? Top 32, that's 10% conversion. It's really hard, really challenging in this. Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
And I think we have some stats, if I'm hearing right. So yeah, here we have the day 2 champion meta breakdown. More Arasana than anything else. 10 Arasanas in the top 32.
Yeah.
8 Sylvies, all slime players presumably,
Yeah.
and 4 Merlins, like you were mentioning, with
Yeah.
that element breakdown for them just across the board. That's
Yeah.
great. 3 Xanders. I haven't looked at the list. But my suspicion is probably they're mostly aggressive. I suspect we have some water allies with Xander.
Yeah.
But maybe there's a Luxem player.
Yeah.
And then 3 Nico players. I think everybody knows what Nico's doing here.
Yeah.
Tristan likely to be water allies, but a Shadow Strike Tristan isn't off the table.
Yes.
We have that 1 Diana player, 1 Lorraine Wind allies, and a Kongming Razorgale deck.
Yeah. So pretty good spread, honestly. Actually, looking at this list now, I would say, of course, Arsana converted higher than expected. Slime converted pretty much evenly. And by conversion, I just mean the amount of players who joined for day 1. The percentage, about the same, made top 32. Merlin actually probably converted better than expected, right? Because Merlin, I think
so, yeah,
entrance
with
was
that
4%
representation.
or so, and now they're in top 32. Their representation is 13%.
Yep.
It's quite
4
a bit,
Merlins
yeah.
in the top 32 rather is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think one point I do want to make here is we saw multiple different kinds of Arasana decks
Yeah.
over day 1.
Yeah.
There was the sort of water-based Fractal of Polar Depths
Yes.
Arasana. I've been affectionately calling the Penguin Arasana.
Okay, nice.
And we also saw the Wind Astra Arasana. So this is split between those 2 decks in some ratio. Again, I haven't looked at the lists myself, so I
Yeah.
don't know exactly what the ratio is. But expect both of those in the top 32.
Yeah. Very, very, very cool to see that I mean, I think the Wind Arasana, a lot of people have seen it before, right? It's the standard Arasana. You kind of go to 3. You use your Astra card, start calling type of thing.
Right.
But the water one is very, very different.
Yeah.
It's not something that people probably were expecting, and it's doing very well. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I love to see it, honestly. And it feels a little bit split, kind of Nico doing the same kind of water things that Arasana is doing. Arasana maybe has a few more avenues of attack. Nico has a little bit more focused with that Ravishing Finale.
Yeah.
But both very, very cool decks approaching things slightly differently.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of looking through what we have here as well. Yeah, three Xander players. That's cool, right? We definitely have one of those Xanders, definitely like the Fire Xander, right? Very aggressive. Blazing Throws, your standard package there. But yeah, like Luxem yesterday, as we saw on stream too. Very cool, very interesting as a setup as well, right, for this matchup.
I am a fan.
Yeah. Do you think, given that a lot of decks in this meta are going to time, in their drawing, that going a little bit more aggressive is actually kind of beneficial in this current field?
So that's tough to say, right? Because in order to be able to play well aggressively, you have to. There's sort of the age-old dichotomy between an aggressive strategy and a more controlling strategy. And the usual wisdom is that aggressive strategies work early on in a format when decks aren't quite as figured out.
Yeah.
But once people figure out how to play against these aggressive decks, they kind of lose their luster. They're not quite as powerful. You sort of figure out the tricks and the edges against them. In a field where a lot of players are going to time, you might find players wanting to play that more aggressive strategy just to remove that possibility, just to not force those draws. But at the same time, there's a reason the aggressive decks maybe aren't doing quite as well. There's a reason that people have chosen these more controlling decks. So if you're playing a more aggressive deck and then losing to a controlling deck, that's maybe worse than drawing. So kind of difficult to say one way or the other.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely interesting for sure. I'm looking at some of the more controlling decks, right? Basically, what's leveled up in the field is different decks, different flavors. For example, of Arasana, who really doesn't have that early game type of power, does have really strong ways to potentially heal themselves or defend against damage or something like that to kind of get them into the late game and then try to do their thing at the late game stage. Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
in fact, on the feature match stage, we saw the power of some of that mitigation
Yeah.
in the Arasana deck. We saw
Yeah.
the Nascent Barrier.
Yep.
We saw the healing herbs.
Yep.
We saw that
Potion of
Spell
Healing.
Shield Astra,
Spell
the
Shield
Potion of
Astra.
Healing,
Yep.
all of it
Yeah.
combined into a real major package.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I've seen these decks in playtesting
Yeah.
heal, upwards of 20 life.
Yeah.
Just a huge amount of recovery.
Yeah, and Potion of Healing is really interesting there too because I kind of forgot that you can just brew it, right?
That's true.
With
That's true.
any 2 herbs, and then that gets your cauldron going as well. It's kind of like the deck itself feeds into itself, right? You have a defensive option that feeds into the cauldron, then it makes the cauldron easier to activate at a later time, and you don't have to pay for the Potion of Healing, and it just sits there as +5 life anytime you need it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great defensive trick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually kind of thinking about also, against some of these like water elements, especially, icebound slams and such, right? Or fractal polar depth. How many players are running Nullifying Lantern in their main board to be able to kind of like deal with that in game one? Now,
That's a real question.
Or-
I would
or-
love to see the stats on that.
or even sideboard, right? Because this is a pretty pivotal, a very important card for those decks that's running against the water decks now. Normally we think about Nullifying Lantern to be used against fire, but in this case, water are doing those kind of things. Yeah. So it's very important for them to have the Nullifying Lantern ready and have them, deployed at the right time.
Yeah, exactly.
Which then the counterplay is even more interesting, right? So Crystalline Mirror has been the card that you're using to counter the Nullifying Lantern to be able to destroy that Regalia when that Regalia is out there controlling the field, controlling the graveyard, right?
Yeah, I really think this is a great piece of tech that the Arasana decks have come up with.
Yeah.
This is only available to Arasana, right?
Yeah.
So this is potentially a reason if you're expecting a lot of Nullifying Lanterns in the field,
Yeah.
instead of playing Nico, instead of playing that sort of more focused strategy, bringing out Arasana, bringing out a strategy that is more variable, has different avenues of attack, and also has this extra tech to be able to defeat the Nullifying Lantern. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah. So just a real quick confirmation, I think. The Tristan player is the water ally player.
Okay.
Yeah, so it goes to Tristan 1, and it's just a bunch of allies. Yep.
Yep. I've seen Tristan Water allies try to take advantage of that Scepter of Lumina, so maybe even going to Tristan 2 or 3
Yeah.
via the dungeon guide in order to get a little bit of extra damage. Not sure if this particular deck list includes the higher levels of Tristan.
Just the lower levels. And taking out the Tristans and vowing for more baubles, which allows, again, just the ability to keep the gas going as your allies are deployed and potentially removed, that you don't, actually go down in influence as you are making your full frontal assaults with your allies. Yeah.
So one interesting thing is the top 32 players. For top 32, the deck lists are open. So all of the players know the deck lists of the people they're facing here. All of the mystery and secrecy of day one is gone out the window. Everybody knows exactly what they're playing into, fully prepared for any tricks that they might have, decided to try and play on people who are unsuspecting.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more open, right?
Yep.
There's none of the mystery
Yep.
of playing into an unfamiliar deck.
Yep.
You may still not be familiar with the deck, but at least you know what you're playing into.
Yeah. And I think most players also kind of have an idea, depending on their kind of like ordering, who they're going to be facing, I guess, for round 10, 11, 12, 13, to be able to kind of go through the top 32s. Yeah.
So top 32 is an additional sort of Swiss bracket progression from day one.
Yeah.
So people with a similar win record will be facing against each other, assuming they haven't faced against each other in day one.
Yeah. So again, Swiss bracket style, and then that's going to help determine the top 8
Right.
For the single elimination later on today.
Well, good luck to all of our competitors. This is going to be a heck of a day. If day one was anything to go by, I'm sure we're going to get some amazing matches on the feature stage.
Yeah, for sure.
Is there anything in particular that you're hoping to see?
Oh man. I think honestly, I want to see some of the decks that we haven't seen again on stream, and it's really great that we have such a good variety. So honestly, anybody that we bring onto the stage, very likely will bring something new to the table, even if it's not newer decks, the matchup is going to be different depending on again who they're facing. So it's just going to be interesting regardless, and just seeing what everyone's going to be on. I'm very excited to see what our competitors are bringing to the table today. for day two.
Absolutely. Me too. I think if there was any one deck that I could ask for, it would be one of the Water Allies lists. This is a list that personally I have struggled with a bit,
Okay.
trying to figure out sort of the lines and how to play with it. So watching some of our better competitors
Yeah.
kind of pilot that deck, I think would be really enlightening.
Yeah, some of these like brilliant moves that we've already seen even yesterday, right? Like kind of holding back things like certain removals, like fracturized holdbacks type of things. It's
Right.
very very interesting, right?
Talking about specifically Limbo's play with a stifling trap,
Yeah.
just wild.
Yeah, or
Just shows a depth of knowledge in the matchup that's really incredible.
yeah, yeah. Both what's shown and what's not shown.
Yeah. Just really, really great play all day yesterday. I'm looking forward to some really, really great play today. And looks like our players are shuffling up. I think we are close to getting started. One of our players at the feature match stage, returning from yesterday, we've got Jofacha,
Yep.
piloting a Water Allies deck, I believe.
Chofacha would be on. Yes, I think this is.
Or is he on the Ars? He's on the Arasana. He's
Yeah,
on
this is the Arsana.
Okay.
Water Arsana.
Yep.
Cauldron. Yep. Yep.
That's going to be really cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. And
Not
okay,
not
players are
exactly sure
shuffling
who
up.
are.
Yeah, players are shuffling up. We're gonna get everything settled. But yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be a great matchup regardless of what happens here. And
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
guys already seen Joe Facha yesterday. If you have been tuning into the stream from yesterday, you already know what that Arsana deck can do and the amount of power and the amount of just damage that it can deal with, again, the 3 different lines of how you finish the game. Yeah, looking forward to it a lot.
Right? What an incredible deck. So just a heads up, like you want to watch out for that stratagem, you want to watch out for that fractal of polar depths, you want to watch out for that icebound slam, just a lot of different ways for the deck to deal damage, like we were mentioning.
Yeah, or just end the game in a non-damage way. I love seeing a deck being milled out.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's nice that there's that other way to interact,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Decks are always ready to deal with damage. There's a lot of damage mitigation out in the field, and to have some way to kind of sidestep that, especially if it's a little bit more intricate, a little bit more involved, a little bit more work to get done, it feels like a good addition to the meta. It feels like it's healthy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, looks like our players are just now doing their high rolls and determining who's going to be playing first. So I think we will be going to the table very, very soon.
Yep.
Yep.
So we have Jofacha on the right and Amphi on the left. Jofacha, as mentioned, on that Spirit of Water Arasana deck. We are checking up on Amphi's deck list now to give you all of the hot new information. But in the meantime, we are seeing that Fractal of Rain from Jofacha imbued in order to start feeding the graveyard.
And what a
Which
great
is-
start.
Yeah,
Loving-
this is exactly what Jofacha wants to see. You know,
Yeah.
Fractal of Rain is great. The Tidestone Bovine is great. The Icebound Slam obviously is great. All of these are great because they start to feed those extra cards into the graveyard. More shots at getting more floating memory. More shots at getting the fuel that the deck needs in order to function.
Yeah. And Amphi is materializing the Spirit of Water as well. 8 cards. And I see... Yeah, so Mystic Purifier is coming in, destroying targeting the Fractal Rain. It's very important here. Fractal Rain being that it's definitely a very, very powerful and strong card in Jofacha's lineup here.
The Mystic Purifier in the main, that is an incredible inclusion. So this is very targeted. This is somebody who knows that he's up against fractals,
Yeah.
or is expecting to see other Fantasias here. So this is pretty impressive as a piece of tech to be added to the main instead of the sideboard. Usually you see Mystic Purifiers in the sideboard.
Yeah.
So this is very smart on Amphi's side.
Yep. Yeah, and actually, Amphi is the Water Diana player.
All right.
Yeah, so it should be really, really interesting to see how this matchup goes. Yeah. Fractal Rain, again, very, very powerful card. Getting that removed early on, definitely going to slow down the graveyard filling on Jofacha's side, for sure. Yeah.
And in the meantime, bringing out a backup charger, using that to keep his influence high, getting the power cell out on the board. The power cell probably not going to be too impactful, but also is a decent fracturized target. So if Jofach is looking to get his Fantasia count up, looking to increase the count of his fractals, that's a thing that he might do.
Yeah.
Of course, the most important fracturized target in this matchup is definitely going to be the Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah.
In the Water Mirror, Scepter of Lumina is something that can just be activated out of the deck whenever, and is definitely one of the lightning rods here for any kind of removal that that either player is going to have available.
Yeah. So another fractal rain here, and probably just show similarly here.
The
Okay.
same two cards as last time.
Yeah. Okay. Imbued.
And once again, trying to work up that critical mass of blue cards, water cards in the graveyard,
Yeah.
and floating memory
Yeah.
to feed the very powerful effects that Jofacha has available.
Yeah, I think especially early game, he's really looking for more floating memory into the graveyard to kind of just accelerate some of the stuff he's trying to do. Especially because, if you think about what he wants to be doing now is, again, like the floating memory in the graveyard early game accelerates some of the materializations that Jofacha probably wants to be able to do here.
Absolutely, yeah. Those materializations very floating memory hungry.
Yeah. And like we said, I mean, even though they're not the same decks, the materialization is pretty much straight up a mirror, right? So backup charger also on Empty side here. Yeah, so he's kind of looking at his hand. Very good. I mean, he has the dungeon guide ready to go. So this is a line he can take where potentially go all the way into level 3 pretty quickly here.
Seeing what looks like an Escape the Wreckage in his hand.
Yeah.
Something to potentially use to gain value off of this Mystic Purifier.
Yeah.
Could very well escape the Mystic Purifier in order to replay him on a later turn and continue blowing up Jofacha's fractals.
Yeah.
Is that a Sea Sprite Diver, I
Sea
think?
Sprite Diver is in hand as well. Yeah, unfortunately, nothing amazing in the graveyard to target with this card just right now.
Yeah, Sea Sprite Diver, another great tool against the Water Mirror, right? Useful for getting rid of the floating memory to make sure that the other water deck doesn't have all of the things that it needs in order to function.
Yeah.
Lost in Thought, also very traditional water card here. Looks like Amphi is thinking about getting that Lost in Thought in the graveyard just for 0 in order to have some floating memory available before he starts his turn.
Yeah. So he's going to factorize the power cell, looks like here.
Chooses the Fracturize instead of the Lost in Thought. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he has another Fracturize in hand. I don't see one. So this could be potentially using up his offensive tool in this way in order to get the floating memory to bring out this Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah. Again, the Scepter Lumina, available for activation in the case of a water mirror, right? So Scepter only in the case of if your opponent controls a water champion, then you can actually activate this directly from your deck without, through activation phase, not materialization phase.
Right, and keeping those precious materialized phases available for. I think Amphi's going to want to bring up his Diana lineage, right?
Yeah.
He's going all the way up to Umbra.
Yeah. And here's the cool thing too, right? Like with Scepter Lumina out now, that next level up is going to be, putting some damage directly into Jofacha when it comes back to Amphi. Yep.
And I think Jofacha on his side is capable of doing the very same thing. So we're likely to see a Scepter of Lumina once we get enough floating memory into Jofacha's graveyard. In the meantime, playing this refracting missile defensively, or offensively as it turns out, doing 2 damage directly to Amphi. And is that just for the floating memory, or does Jofacha smell blood?
I think Jofacha in this specific case right now is just looking for the floating memory. Probably, like you said, looking for the exact same or similar play as what Amphi just did last turn as well.
Bringing out the Grand Crusader's Ring for his materialized phase, keeping his influence high, drawing that extra card.
There goes the Scepter.
And immediately bringing out the Scepter of Lumina just like Amphi did.
It is a mirror.
It turns out.
Yes.
I think the refracting missile there, maybe not the thing that Jofacha necessarily wanted to do, but necessary in order to get the floating memory, right? The Fractal of Rain hasn't quite paid off yet. So far, what we're seeing in his graveyard is just another Fractal of Rain.
Yeah. I'm really liking Jofacha's hand here. So there's quite a few Fractal Polar Depths here available as well for, again, that alternate win condition. And I'm checking Amphi side.
I'm seeing another Fracturize, which is going to be very nice for him.
Yeah.
He's going to want to be able to deal with that Scepter of Lumina, preferably in a situation where Jofacha doesn't have the cards available in order to crack it to draw the 2 cards, right? Costs 5 reserve in order to banish the Scepter of Lumina, draw 2 cards, sort of that buyout once you're not getting value from leveling up anymore.
Yeah.
But neither of them want to take that 4 damage from letting the opponent level up with an active Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah, this is the hardest fractal of Polar Depth to play here. Really thinking on it, yeah. I think, again, so Rhymesoul Bishop is going to be the choice here, going for the card draw here instead of going for the Fractal of Polar Depths. Yeah.
Unfortunately, no floating memory to eat with the Rhymesoul Bishop, so just coming out as a 2/2 and potentially being something that will draw a little bit of removal. Hopefully, it dies to some value for Jofacha. Jofacha wants to trade this off favorably with Amphi's units, and then once it's in the yard, it'll produce that floating memory.
Yeah.
After Jofacha hits level 1, it does have the class bonus floating memory.
Yeah. Now I wonder if given the situation, was the Rhymesoul Bishop meant for something else? Well, I mean, either way, Escape the Wreckage is going to be relevant here, bringing Mystic Purifier into the memory, but also that's very important because it also allows Amphi the choice to come back and destroy the other Fractal Rain as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rhymesoul Bishop, very interesting here, kind of a tempo play, right?
Yeah.
Keeping the board clear, giving Jofacha a little bit of the board presence, a little bit of the advantage on the field to maybe lead into a life advantage later on in the game. And the one thing Jofacha's deck is good at, one thing that this Water Arasana deck is good at, is closing that gap. You know, once you have a couple of points of damage on your opponent, then that's a few less floating memory cards you need for your Stratagem of Myriad Ice. That's a few less damage points that you need after you get your Icebound Slam. There's a lot of different ways to deal damage here. And the deck has shown just a surprising number of ways to get that damage through.
Yeah. And basically, you know, Deanna has been materialized and 4 damage has been dealt to Jofacha. Yep.
That Scepter of Lumina really showing its value. And now our Diana player with a full grip deciding what to do on his turn.
Yeah, and Diana just drew a Freezing Hail into hand as well.
What do you think our Diana player is going for? What is the plan for this Diana deck?
Yeah, in general, right, Diana wants to go pretty fast to level 3 to be able to kind of like bring out the Shadow Twin and then just basically put your opponents into a very, very awkward situation. Now, against kind of a more, water matchup here, you can kind of go a little bit slower because you have to be kind of careful. You don't want to burn your entire hand to, burst to level 3 and not have any responses to be able to deal with what your opponent is going to be dishing out against you. Yeah. So again, that's why Amphi is taking a little bit more time. Has some of the cards in hand that he needs to be able to get there. But like he's, for example, is this where we want to go faster, or is this something that we want to potentially, slow it down, destroy the Fractal Rain, and then kind of continue from there? Yeah.
And Jofacha holding some cards back here, so ready to interact if Amphi presents something a little bit too threatening.
Yeah.
That Mystic Purifier in hand, ready to go. Looks like he's decided to play that Mystic Purifier, knock out yet another. No, taking it back here. Okay.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me to see that Mystic Purifier come down again.
Yeah.
But a lot of decisions to be made at this early stage in the game, with a lot of options available to both of our water players.
Yeah, and Jofacha is expecting this play for sure. So yeah, and funny thing too, Amphi does run a 1 of Heavenly Guide, but in this matchup, that card is basically not useful because of the fact that Jofacha is never really going to use a Dungeon Guide. So yeah.
A lot of tech you usually see in the sideboard in the main for Amphi here, right? You've got that Mystic Purifier in the main, you've got that Heavenly Guide in the main. A lot of sort of silver bullets that tend to be very effective against very specific decks. Maybe he feels like he wants that advantage early on.
Yeah. It's a lot of this too is just like making sure that the Water Arsana doesn't kind of run away with the board, doesn't get all the value into graveyard for free, controlling and slowing down this game a little bit here, right? Because one of the really scary things that could happen here is once you get to a certain stage of the game, Arsana is going to have all the options already available, and then what do you do?
Right?
Yeah.
So we have Jofacha manually leveling up, not getting the floating memory he needs into his graveyard. Both of his Fractal of Rains getting blown up by the main board Mystic. I'm going to keep harping on this. The main board Mystic Purifier.
Yeah.
But bringing out Arasana and triggering that extra damage from the Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah.
Hasn't happened yet. We've maybe... Nope, there it goes. Was wondering if Amphi was going to have a response, if Amphi was planning on fracturizing it with the Materialize on the stack, as we've seen in previous Water Mirrors. But the Materialize goes through, and Jofacha immediately cracks the Scepter of Lumina afterwards. So a bunch of extra cards for him.
Yep. Picks up
Going into
everything.
his main phase.
And now has an Icebound Slam in hand as well. This card is, if you want another option to be able to put more cards into the graveyard, this is definitely the answer that he's looking for here. Now, Amphi is holding 5 cards. It's a scary situation. Usually in this situation, not knowing what you don't know, you don't want to be, just deploying Icebound Slam through there.
Yeah, Jofacha looking at the board here, looking at his materials, he has to feel threatened here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's been sort of cut off from his usual stream of resources. Both of his Fractal of Rains being destroyed. He's got to start feeling, oh, maybe I need to Icebound Slam here in order to start getting my graveyard full.
Yeah, so Amphi is responding to the activation. He's probably thinking about potentially doing some sort of play here. But it's actually kind of interesting because if there is actually a response here, we could be getting to a situation where the response will... Oh, sorry, no response to the activation. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, again, holding the cards in hand.
Polaris goes through, the attack from the Rhyme Soul Bishop goes through, another 2 damage onto Diana.
Yeah.
Very slowly inching towards that maximum health. We're going to see another level up here. This is going to be an expensive one if so. Again, no floating memory, but decides that it's worth it. So we have Diana level 2 coming out here, triggering another 4 damage from that Scepter of Lumina. And pulling another couple of cards out of Amphi's memory.
Yeah.
We see
Those are
Lost in Thought and...
pretty good banishments. Yeah, Lost in Thought and Heavenly Guide.
Ah, that was the Heavenly Guide.
That's the card that's not going to be useful. Materialize to 2, be able to materialize a bullet, and Jofacha is going to take the 4 damage. But now, this Diana has a bullet, is able to get a gun, and I think Amphi's thinking, is this the turn that potentially you go to 3 and then really do some serious damage?
Yeah, once you get to 3, that unlocks that Umbra element, and that also unlocks the usual gun that we see from Diana decks, the Shadow's Twin.
The unfortunate part is Jofacha is holding a whole hand, and I believe that hand has 9 cards. Yeah.
A lot of interaction available for Jofacha. Jofacha, I think, understanding who he's playing against, probably carefully holding up something like a Fracturize here in order to deal with Diana's gun. Could be holding up a Frostbind, could be holding up some Cerulean Decrees or a Tidal Lock, something to interact with whatever card play Amphi's got going on here. A Dungeon Guide, definitely a powerful move if it goes through, but playing a Dungeon Guide with the low influence that Amphi has right now, probably not going to resolve.
And
probably
that's what,
not going to successfully come through.
Yeah, and I think that's what Amphi is exactly considering here, right? So instead of, for example, holding Dungeon Guide and keeping the Scepter, potentially paying the 5, right? Banish the Scepter, draw 2 cards, get more influence. Yeah.
And that is exactly what he decides to do. That extra influence definitely going to make a big deal if he's going to try and force through a Dungeon Guide on his hand.
And it helps him to basically get to the spot where he can pay for the Cerulean Decrees, pay for any potential title locks. And that's exactly what Jofacha is looking through now. It's like, how many of these options do I have to be able to go cancel potentially a Dungeon Guide coming out here?
Yeah, now with, 9 influence?
Yeah.
Going to be much harder to get a negate effect that will actually protect Jofacha from this upcoming Dungeon Guide.
There we go. Dungeon Guide's coming out. This is the turbo.
And this, I
there's
think,
5
is
cards in hand. Yeah.
5 cards. It's a lot of protection.
Work through two negations. Yeah.
Is Jofacha willing to spend 3 cards? Does Jofacha even have the 3 negate effects in his hand?
I
in
know
order to
Jofacha
deal
has
with this?
definitely Cerulean Decree, in which he's brought to the top.
Mhm.
Is there a title lock towards the end?
I think he does have enough cards in his graveyard at this point to enable the cheaper cost on a title lock.
Yeah. However, unfortunately, because of the influence that Amphi has, Jofacha actually needs 3 negates to fully negate this thing through.
Yeah, that is a lot of resources to spend just to keep him off of level 3.
In fact, he actually needs 4 because there's also a fractal on the board from
Ooh, yeah.
the battery.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This activation seems like it's probably going to be good.
Jofacha thinking about it. Looks
Yeah.
like we're making a play here.
Sometimes, you do also just want to potentially, utilize a negate to put more cards down. The Cerulean,
Yeah, we've seen Jofacha do this in other situations as well. Trying to negate, firing off this negate effect on a dungeon guide, not to actually negate the dungeon guide,
Yeah.
but to force more cards from the hand into memory,
Yeah.
potentially to get banished.
Yeah.
Which is one of the dangers that you run into when you're playing a dungeon guide in this kind of scenario, right? You usually choose the cards that you're putting in your memory to pay for the dungeon guide based on what is the least useful to you.
Yeah.
But the more cards you have to put down, the more danger, the more important cards are in.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing here too, Jofacha basically did a Cerulean Decree imbued for negation and -3 to Diana. And the reason this is important here too is because of the way that Shadow Twin works. It's Shadow Twin doubles the on-hit triggers. Now, if you don't do damage, you don't trigger on hit.
That is so smart.
Yeah.
So the usual way that Cerulean Decree is played is you get the negate effect and then you also draw a card
Yeah.
into memory. But that -3 as an option here is specifically against Diana because Diana wants to bring out a gun, wants to make that big attack, loading these bullets into Shadow's Twin. That's so smart from Jofacha.
Yeah.
And here comes that banish for the dungeon guide.
Okay.
Seeing a Sea Sprite Diver and a Skirting Step. One of the distant effects.
I believe that's evasive maneuver.
Evasive maneuvers.
I think so. Yeah.
So I'm going to lineage release for Shadow's Twin.
Yep.
And here comes the lineage release to bring out Shadow's Twin.
4 and reroll 5 and 6s. Okay.
Again, paying out of the memory.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and load the Shadow's Twin.
Okay.
And
This
you for 7 minus 6 is 1.
1 damage. Yeah. So
1 damage, just enough to get through, just enough
Yes.
to get those on-hit effects.
yeah. So Shadow Twin is going to be 3 on it because of the bullet, plus 2 from the actual bullet itself, and then so on the little trigger for Shadow Twin adds 2 to 1, and then the 2 from the bullet is 5, and then of course 2 from distance of Diana is 7. So yeah.
Then let's see.
2 Torment and Curse. Again, it's 1 damage, but the really key are these 2 curses. That's going to be on Jofacha's lineage. Yeah. It's very, very important.
And each of these curses deals extra damage to Jofacha when he draws the second card of the turn.
Yeah.
So this is going to restrict his ability to increase his influence. We saw already, Cerulean Decree capable of drawing those extra cards into memory. We've seen Scepter of Lumina drawing him extra cards.
Yeah.
So a lot of these extra options kind of turned off.
Yeah. And the other fun stuff, right? Because again, Diana is not a champion that we have seen recently, but Diana decks do run Bauble of Abundance in their material deck to force the draw from your opponent. Even when they don't want to draw the second card, you can make them draw it. Also, of course, Umbral Tithe are ways to force your opponent to draw more cards as well. So there's many, many ways that Amphi can now potentially leverage this to his favor and make your opponent draw more cards. Yeah.
So that cascading round, using the renewable effect of it, it goes back to the material, something that he'll be able to bring out in a future turn.
Yeah.
In order to load into Shadow's Twin and get another attack. The on hit from the cascading round as well, putting a couple of cards into Amphi's memory, or Amphi's graveyard rather. Didn't look like he got any floating memory. I can't quite tell what the card underneath that is. But that one Shadow's Twin hit, setting up those 2 curses on Jofacha's champion, and
Yeah.
it looks like he's passing the turn.
Yeah, and this is very, very, very dangerous because it really limits a lot of the options for on the Arsana side, right?
Absolutely.
Because it's like you have to be very, very careful about on your turn what you actually draw or potentially draw into memory even. Yeah, yeah,
It definitely makes Arasana's level 2 ability significantly less valuable. That extra card at the end of the turn, if that costs you 4 health, that's very dangerous.
yeah,
Instead, we see a Tariff Ring coming out for Jofacha, trying to defend himself from those gun attacks.
yeah.
Also, a couple of allies on the board, so it doesn't hurt to prevent some of that damage. Arasana getting dangerously low on health. We've got 12 damage on this 19 health champion, so only 7 damage left. Definitely does not want to leave himself open to another massive attack. Holding a full grip of cards and taking a look at the board, taking
Yeah.
it in.
Yeah, he's thinking about different options here, right? I mean, obviously, Icebound Slam is an option here with, the hand spent here. But that also does mean that after he slams, he's gonna be basically, 0 response in hand other than the Tariff Ring to be able to do something here.
Right, Icebound Slam, a very expensive card. If you put all your cards down in order to pay for that Icebound Slam, you're essentially shields down for whatever your opponent has in store for you. Jofacha taking a look at his opponent's graveyard briefly. We'll see if he decides to Icebound Slam here. That would tack on another 7 damage to the 8 that Diana has on her already. 25 max health for Diana level 3. So looking to push through another 17 damage in order to close the game out, that seems pretty far away for the board state that Jofacha has right now.
Yeah. But the Icebound Slam does have the benefit of adding some extra cards into Graveyard to be able to help maybe potentially propel this game forward a little bit for Jofacha. Like, what are some optional materializations here? Yeah. So.
And he goes for it.
Looks like maybe the best option and maybe the best time to do this. Yeah. So.
I think the later the game goes, the less likely he is to have a chance to use it. So if he's going to use it, now is probably the time.
Okay, looks like 2 double Frost Paladin, but also double floating memory here. So
getting a little bit more float here, definitely nice. Using that float to be able to bring out his champion level 2 next turn, just to increase his health buffer, seems like the plan that's currently on the table. But in order to get there, Jofacha has to survive this turn, and he does not have a lot of options to do so. He's hoping the Tariff Ring will keep him alive.
I'll proceed to recollection.
Popping Tariff Ring, as
There
expected.
goes the Tariff Ring. And the Cascading Round coming out of Diana's material deck as expected.
Yeah.
Amphi in his recollection now. Looks like he's debating. Might have some action here before he moves on.
Yeah, I mean, basically, at this point, he's thinking, right? If you load the bullet into the Shadow Twin, that's at least representing 5 damage on the board. Now, Diana doesn't have Distant anymore, so that's another option available if you can somehow provide it. But again, you have to pay 2 for the Tariff Ring. Now, 5 damage does not kill, but it does also add more curses to the lineage. So it's still going to be very, very dangerous here.
Absolutely true. Another 2 curses means any second card drawn is just death for Jofacha.
Yeah. I mean, in the current stage, right, Jofacha basically, effectively, after taking another hit from the Shadow Twin, there's no more cards. He can't take any more. He can't draw any more cards because the curses will just instantly kill him. They're unpreventable. So yeah.
The curse is very painful, kind of a stifling effect on your gameplay. Not being able to draw a second card in any given turn is really, really restrictive, especially for a water deck that wants to try to keep its influence up, wants to try and play reactively, wants to try and prevent what their opponent is doing.
Yeah. Now the reason why kind of Amphi's thinking through this, right? Because if you look at the board, you actually see 1 damage here, 1 damage here, and then 5 over here. That should be able to do the kill. But unfortunately, that's going to be negated by the heal and the heal here. So effectively, he's still too short, and he has to navigate the 2 damage. somehow.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, the other part of also the
With the
tariff ring
tariff ring
has
active,
been
right.
cracked. So yeah, your attacks aren't really going to be able to go in there. So yeah,
So starting off with
Thing two.
this bullet attack,
2 to shoot face for 5.
using the tariff,
Shooting
paying
face
the
for 5.
tariff, and sending in with Shadow's Twin with that cascading round.
he says sure take 5. This is definitely for any water player having the full hand down, and then it's definitely not a fun moment or place position to be. Taking 2 more curses. 4 curses is actually probably the highest number I've seen on stream in general.
In a while, for
Yeah,
sure, yeah.
yeah.
Diana just not that popular of an archetype. So
Dude.
great to see it on the feature stage here.
Philosopher and Paladin.
'Kay.
You are good.
Cascading rounds on hit ability, also doubled by the Shadow's Twin, so 2 cards going into the graveyard from the top of Amphi's deck.
Yeah.
Maybe I should just hang on to this.
Yeah, at this point, again, can't navigate the kill, so there's really no
How you recover.
point to, yeah, he's checking the recovery as well. But there's really no point to kind of push the damage here because, you know, if you can't do the kill, you know, you're better off holding up some options in case, you know, in case, you know, something else comes through your way as well.
So what kind of options does Amphi have available? I'm seeing an Escape the Wreckage in hand, so something that he could use to save one of his allies.
He also has a Fracturize as well.
We've already, or rather, Jofacha has already popped his Scepter of Lumina for the cards earlier.
Yeah.
So there's no fear of damage from the level up.
Yeah, Amphi has a tactical retreat now, which will give its champion distant, but I don't really think that's gonna matter all that much here. But Arson in level 2 is coming in here.
As expected,
Yep.
going for that extra life buffer, an extra 3 max health, going to Arasana level 2.
Yep.
Getting 2 more herbs.
And these are
looks
going to
like
be level
2,
up herbs.
Yep, 2 mana roots.
Yeah. Not quite the healing herbs that maybe Jofacha actually wants.
No, and unfortunately, normally having a duplicate of an herb would be great for Arasana level 2, but he definitely cannot afford to draw a second card on his turn.
Yep. Yeah. So recollection here. What are some of the options that maybe even Jofacha has here?
That's an interesting question. Looking through his hand, he definitely has some floating memory that he could get into the yard. I think I see a refracting missile there, so that's a little bit of extra damage. He's counting his graveyard, so we might be setting up for a Fractal of Polar Depths.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think enough cards have been played for this one Fractal of Polar Depths to do the needed mill.
I thought I saw a second Fractal of Polar Depths in his hand. But even then, I think he counted 9 cards in his graveyard.
Correct.
So milling 18 from Amphi, probably not going to do the trick.
Yep.
He might be on the lookout for milling himself in order to set up for a stratagem hit. Does he have a stratagem in hand? Difficult to tell.
Yeah, I think I see some refracting missiles. I didn't see if there's stratagem in hand, unfortunately. Yeah.
He's got the cards angled enough that we can see them, but unfortunately it's a little bit difficult to
Those
see
are
the
cards.
pictures here. Yeah, those are definitely cards.
Those are some Grand Archive cards. In fact.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I'm qualified to say those are definitely Grand Archive cards. Yeah, I see a Lost in Thought, so room for some floating memory if he needs it. And he might even opt. No, Lost in Thought goes down into his memory. I was thinking maybe he wants to save the Lost in Thought as a 0-cost card, something he can just put in his graveyard, immediately feed his Fractal.
Yeah.
But looks like he is not going that direction this turn. So 3 down for that Fractal of Polar Depths. What is the next move?
Of course, Escape the Wreckage on the Mystic Purifier, bringing it back, offering options to potentially remove the Fractal of Polar Depths. And Jeff Foster is going to be thinking about what options he has on his side.
This definitely is a tempting target to try and negate here.
Yeah.
We're seeing a Cerulean Decree pulled to the front of Jofacha's hand.
Title lock.
Is it Title Lock?
Title lock. Yeah. Now, this title lock will go through. There are not enough cards to be able to pull for it. Yeah. There you go. Negated.
Using that reservable ability from the Fractal of Polar Depths in order to pay for the Title Lock.
Yep.
Title Lock's cost, of course, reduced due to having at least 3 water cards in Jofacha's graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. After that Icebound Slam, usually you're in a pretty good position to have the right amount of cards in the graveyard to be able to do this.
Absolutely. So protecting his Fractal gets to live to play another day. The Escape the Wreckage getting banished as a result of that negate effect. We're seeing a Flash Grenade come down for our Diana player.
Yeah, Flash Grenade, really interesting card here. Of course, getting a little bit of acceleration with the draw, but also importantly, providing some protection against distant allies.
Right.
Or
well,
distant
unit, right? This
yes.
can even protect his champion if he needs
That's-
to save himself 3 damage.
That's actually that's the key. The other cool thing I love about what's happening, or what Amphi has in his hand, he's also he has the gun shield, so it's great for in case something goes against his gun. Yeah.
And the usual threat would be something like a Fracture Eye, so the gun shield would be perfect there.
Okay. 2 damage going to the face.
Joe Facha at a very scary health total here. Only 3 life left. 1 hit with that Shadow's Twin would definitely do the trick.
Yeah. Fortunately, he does need a bullet. So.
Yeah, the materialize this phase was the Flash Grenade in order to get that extra card draw. And here comes another Mystic Purifier out of the hand. Didn't even need the Escape the Wreckage.
Yeah.
Joe Facha giving the nod of resignation. That is a good play. 2 to pay for the cost of the Mystic Purifier, and then 2 more in order to pay for the on-enter trigger, destroying target Fantasia. And there goes the Fracture of Polar Depths. Mystic Purifier heading in for the attack. 1 more damage against Joe Facha. Only 2 health left. It's a very dangerous situation for our Water Arasana player here. Carefully reading the text on that Flash Grenade.
Yes.
Probably not a card Joe Facha has run into very much recently.
Yeah, if damage would be dealt, prevent 3 of that damage. So a stratagem of mirrored stratagem would basically do no damage in this case, as long as you can give distance to the Deanna.
Is Flash Grenade each instance, or would this just prevent the first hit of the stratagem?
It's if the card reads, if damage would be dealt to the distant unit you control, prevent 3 of that damage. It's basically a Resolute Stand.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's impressively powerful. My first read of that was just the first instance of damage, but you're right. It's every damage that's going to be dealt in that turn.
Yeah.
Completely mitigating any damage that would be dealt by a stratagem, which leaves not a lot of options for Joe Facha here.
Yeah.
He's got to somehow get 9 damage through in order to close this game out.
He does draw. Okay.
Is that an Orb of Glitter?
Orb of Glitter, yes. Again, just more cards to help Joe Facha dig for different options here. Looking at the situation that he's facing, just go ahead and passing the turn.
Right. So Orb of Glitter, as we've talked already about the difficulties for Joe Facha in drawing cards with these curses on his champion.
Yeah.
Orb of Glitter fortunately has the draw card as a banish effect for the orb. So not when it comes onto the battlefield, not when it comes into play, but whenever he wants to do it. So he can do it on his opponent's turn, allowing him to draw that card in a way that sidesteps these curses, because it'll be the first card that he draws on his opponent's turn.
Yeah. So Mystic Purifier coming in for 1 damage, and then 1 damage is being attempted to be healed.
Just trying to offset the damage that's coming in, and if you look on the board, 3 damage coming in and a potential 2 heals would leave Joe Facha at exactly 1 health. So these heals need to happen. We're seeing, is this a Fracturize on the Cauldron in response to the herb getting popped, I think? So it looks like he's planning to use this Cauldron in order to clear the board, prevent all the damage from these allies. That would be nice for him. Of course, that Bauble of Abundance on the field means Joe Facha has a certain date at this point.
Yeah, so 2 levels are added to Arasana, 3 counters on the Cauldron. Polaris gets popped. And then this is the wipe for the allies. Yeah. Because he's going to go to draw, and he's going to be able to just make him draw 2 cards. So
Yep.
yeah.
And Jofacha scooping it up. Yeah, seeing the writing on the wall with that Bauble of Abundance on the field.
Yeah.
A very grindy matchup, this Water Mirror. So Jofacha has some interesting sideboard options here. We could see a Blinding Orb coming in order to make those negates a little bit more powerful. Viridian Protective Trinket definitely coming in, right? The perfect sideboard for a Water Mirror. He might decide to bring in some Song of Frosts. He's got 3 Song of Frost on the board, and those could be used against those powerful gun attacks. If he feels like the influence of his opponent is a big deal, he's got some Fractal of Intrusions in the board. I suspect that is more for a traditional Water Mirror than against this sort of attacking Diana deck. Revitalizing Cleanse could come in. I mean, he ran out of health, so Revitalizing Cleanse does fix that problem.
Yeah.
And then 2 Desperate Dives. I'm not sure if those necessarily are going to be very good in this matchup.
Yeah. And on Amphi's side, it's really just, I think, mostly looking for that 1 extra Mystic Purifier. Really, really powerful in here to kind of capitalize on the early game Fractal Rain, and then maybe even things like the Fractal Polar Depths and other cards there as well. So those are the cards probably coming in. Aside from that, I mean, I could see potentially maybe adding another bullet, but honestly, probably not even necessary in this situation where you may not actually ever get to the point where you would use the gun. So, yeah. The other fun stuff too, though, there's more tactile retreat as well in the sideboard, which allows Amphi to potentially be able to get distance, which helps with the being able to protect himself, also getting more damage from the actual gun itself. So getting that distance is pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, getting an extra couple of damage on that gun attack. We already saw double Cerulean Decree hitting his champion. So getting that slight jump from 5 to 7 can definitely make a difference.
Yeah.
Getting some of these cool player cam shots while our players are sideboarding.
Yeah, high quality camera shots are amazing.
Very neat.
Very neat. Yes, agreed. Yeah. So how did you like that game?
Wow, I starting off with a rough one for sure. These Water Mirrors, they definitely go long. A lot of decisions to be made.
Yep.
A lot of time spent in the tank for our players. A lot of time spent thinking. A lot of time spent figuring out the lines. And you can kind of see the stress on the players, right? Trying to figure out which direction they're going to go, what their opponent has in hand, how they're going to be able to work around it. I'm personally a big fan of Jofacha, the Nico Godfather, as he's been called. Seeing him with a Arasana deck today has been very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit of a caster bias here.
Yeah.
Kind of want to see my boy do well.
Yeah.
But the Diana deck is just coming out of left field. So I'm thrilled to see it. Not only see it, but see it doing well, right?
Yeah.
A Diana deck getting to top 32 is a big feat.
I think it's also kind of interesting because I think Amphi might be thinking also, this matchup is actually a little bit slower, and if you can control the early game, potentially getting into late game, and some of these other cards that he has for late game may actually be kind of useful, Yeah, so like for example, putting in even 3 false steps into the main deck here, and again, of course, I think it's so valuable to have the extra ways to get distant, both through the false step, both through tactical retreat. Is very, very helpful for that in game. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean from the material deck side, really just splash out pump, but that's really meant for like a heavy allies board, so not very useful in this specific situation. So yeah, I think mostly just main deck substitutions here from Amphi.
So Jofacha does have those Frostborn Paladins and the Awakened Deacons, right?
Yeah.
He does several sources of intercept. We didn't see any of them this game.
Yeah.
But being able to block that gun attack, that would be pretty strong.
Yeah, and actually, I think that's a lot of what Jofacha was looking for. Is had he been able to deploy the Frostborn Paladins or the Deacons to be able to just kind of hold it up and block for damage and take the Shadow's Twin hit rather than to face, it would be much more it's much better for him as well. Also, of course, being able to just have those cards out, clearing the ally board, and then be able to have a situation where, really it adds the extra step on Amphi's side to be able to do the things he needed to be doing to actually get his Shadow Twin hits in.
Absolutely. Hearing a little bit of cross chatter from the players, Jofacha asking about that main deck purifier. I think we're all asking about that main deck purifier. Amphi speaking about adding it in for Razor Gale.
Yeah.
So Jofacha just kind of collateral damage here.
Yeah, collateral damage indeed. Yes. So who thought it? That hey, Mystic Purifier. I'm here to get rid of the Razor Gale, but hey, there's actually other really great Fantasias to remove. So
Yeah. For all that Arasan is doing really well here,
Yeah.
we have people teched against Fantasias already.
Yeah.
So, some of that extra damage just coming through.
Absolutely, yeah. So players are kind of shuffling up now, and
Should be moving into game 2 fairly soon.
yeah.
So, what do you want to see from this game 2? Do you think Jofacha can turn it around? Do you think Amphi's going to drive it home?
I think honestly, Joe Fetcher had a slower start than probably what he was expecting. Partially, of course, due to the disassembling that Amphi dealt to the fractal rains. And there were
Yeah.
2 of them, right? And usually, if you're a water player and you have 2 fractal rains, you are feeling pretty good.
Right.
But in that specific case, I mean, having Mr. Purifier escape the wreckage, Mr. Purifier again. As you can see, even though that didn't really advance Amphi's board, it did slow down Jofacha by quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Without those floating in the graveyard, it really does not help.
Absolutely. So, Jofacha opting to go second here. Means Amphi's going first on that Spirit of Water. Jofacha may be set up to be able to slam on turn 1. I think
Yes.
this is the water high roll.
Yeah. And Amphi, once again, does have a Mystic Purifier as
Wow.
well.
Yeah, he's ready.
Yeah.
So Jofacha hoping to draw the nuts,
Yeah.
really.
Train Sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Putting down.
Amphi bringing out just a vanilla ally, the Train Sharpshooter here.
Yeah.
One of those very common 3 reserve cost 2 3s.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, the hand is not that great. He does have to put something down, obviously,
Right.
to be able to, but yeah, it wasn't that great. Now, 3 cards in hand does allow him to backup charger on the turn back. So
Or potentially have interaction if Jofacha does find that Icebound Slam.
yeah,
And we're seeing it. I see a penguin. I see some refracting missiles. That's a Fractal of Rain. All right. Well, at least he has a Fractal of Rain, so that's a decent start.
yeah.
But unfortunately, that's going to run straight into Amphi's
I think
Mystic Purifier.
Amphi is very excited to see that. But
Oh, just immediately running out. Is that a Frostbind?
Oh, Jesus.
I think he thought this is Icebound Slam.
Sorry. Yeah, no, good.
Yeah, so he immediately went for the Frostbite. I think this is the interaction he was waiting for, but unfortunately, it was not what was expected.
Yeah, the image on Fractal of Rain actually
very close.
The color scheme especially kind of matches Icebound Slam. When I first saw that in his hand, I was kind of excited. Turns out it was a Fractal of Rain. Amphi made the same mistake.
Do you want to go back or do you want to? It's up to you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, at this point, activation has been declared. Again, this is a Ascent level event, so
Yeah,
ruling is pretty
no
strict.
no takesy backsies here. This is not a locals.
Yeah.
Put on the field. Yep, entirely.
So the Frostbind will go through. Jofacha, of course, paying
Yeah.
the 2 here.
And this is really important, right? I mean, you got to just slow down the plays a little bit here, and look at how your opponent's potentially paying for something. Make sure they pay for the full cost before you run your interactions.
Absolutely, yeah. Just take that second, take a look at the state of the board, make sure you're not missing anything.
Yeah, and of course, like Grand Crusader Rings forced out here because the backup charger option was no longer available. Yeah.
Yeah, going lower on influence because of playing that Frostbind.
Okay. Yep. Mystery Purifier comes in still. Does help to get rid of the fractal rain here.
Yeah, even with the unfortunate loss of the Frostbind, Amphi still has the answer here.
Yeah.
Right? So he still has allies on the board. He's got some pressure for Jofacha. He's slowing Jofacha down. So he's still kind of in control. In a very good position is our Diana player here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's thumbing that Scepter of Lumina, probably going to bring that out sooner rather than later. I know that he wants to get up to Diana 3. So leveling up is a huge part of his plan.
Yeah.
And bringing out that Scepter of Lumina sooner rather than later is going to be a lot of damage if you can get it to stick.
Exactly. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Of course, this is why he originally, when Amphi opened his hand, he was really looking for more floating memory because, again, having to pay those things out of influence for a Deanna player, especially one that wants to go dungeon guide against another water player, is very, very, very scary.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And backup charger here on Jofacha's side, very efficient here.
Bringing out that power cell. As usual, power cell probably not going to see many automatons to buff, but useful as a fracturized target in order to get another Fantasia.
Yeah.
And Jofacha's plan does revolve around having enough Fantasias to kind of power up his gameplay.
Yeah.
You want to get some extra damage off of the refracting missile. You want to enable crystalline mirror. You want to enable the awakened deacon. So
Yeah.
being able to fracturize your own power cell, potentially a very important part of the strategy if you can't get any other Fantasias to stick.
Yeah, pretty good hand too here. You have a refracting missile directly, potentially into a Frostborn Paladin here. Not bad. Let's see if that's what potentially he'll go for here. Again, with everything down from Amphi's side, this is a fairly safe play.
Yeah, Amphi not in a position to interact directly, but Jofacha still faced with a difficult decision of do I play cards or do I hold something back?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This refracting missile, not a bad play. The Frostborn Paladin, always useful if you can get the card draw off of it. Honestly, the Frostborn Paladin useful even if you can't get the draw off of it. Being able to knock out that Mystic Purifier, making sure it doesn't come back, that seems pretty good here too.
Yeah.
But doing 1 damage with that refracting missile to Amphi, and then burning the floating memory in order to draw a card and buff his Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah.
Very solid play from Jofacha.
Now, there are a couple of options for the targets here, right?
Absolutely.
You like you said, this will be a good time to get rid of the Mystic Purifier. But at the same time, Jofacha's not holding another Fractal Rain, so does he really care to get rid of something? And he does have a Fractal Polar Depths, but that's going to be a little bit later anyways.
Yeah, and Frostborn Paladin also an intercept ally, so he has the choice of just sitting back and keeping his defenses up.
Yeah, that's true.
And that looks like where he's summoning the Scepter of Lumina. Yep.
Scepter is going to come out for Jofacha as well.
Just like Amphi, bringing out that Scepter of Lumina early and often.
And like you said, it's just going to be sitting back because Frostborn Paladin can defend against both those allies anyways, so there's really no need to go remove one of the allies ahead of schedule.
Right,
Yeah.
If he's concerned about board presence, easy to clear, the trained sharpshooter. But if he's concerned about his life total, definitely better to hold that back.
Yeah, so it looks like Amphi's going to go for a Seeker's Rifle here.
This has class bonus True Sight and class bonus Spell Shroud, so those aren't active quite yet.
Yes. But the key is the on-kill. Yeah.
Absolutely. And is he playing a bullet out of his hand?
It's the freezing round, yes. So freezing round is going to go directly into the Seeker's Rifle. It's going to go hit the Paladin. He's going to get the retaliation, of course. But yeah, Paladin's going to die, and then
on the rematerialization trigger.
yeah.
And then he gets the on-kill effect here if he wants to pay an extra 2.
This is very important because a lot of times the one of the weakness of the Deanna deck is there's a tempo loss of having to use a materialization for a gun and having to use a materialization for a bullet. But yeah, he's thinking about it, but apparently no need to
Looks
do
like
that.
he doesn't have the influence to spare. Kind of low on cards right
Yeah.
now, 2 down in his memory, 3 in his hand, a total influence of only 5.
Yeah.
And if he wants to be able to interact with anything that Jofacha is playing, he's got to keep those 3 in his hand. So this is an understandable move for him.
Yeah.
Loses out on a little bit of value, but leaves the ability to defend himself if Jofacha does something scary.
Yeah, and the crazy part is, honestly, without the Seeker's Rifle, there was no way that he could actually even remove the Frostborn Paladin. So that was a necessary step to get there. Yeah, and Frostborn Paladin on the board is way too oppressive to leave around.
So we're seeing a level up from Jofacha, 4 damage from that Scepter of Lumina trigger. And pretty good rolls here. He's rolled a Freysia and a Silvershine, so both of the healing herbs.
Yeah, exactly. In this matchup too, those healing herbs, as we saw in last game, really helped Jofacha kind of stay alive towards the end of it. Even a couple extra turns than expected because of the ability to just kind of be there, be present.
Yeah, absolutely. And against the deck that really wants to go for your life total, like Amphi's Diana deck here, having that extra couple of points can definitely make a difference.
Yeah, and especially in small pieces. biteable chunks.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Polaris, of course, coming out immediately.
Yeah.
Ready to load up with those herbs. We're probably not going to see them popped until it's a little bit more relevant. I suspect that Joe Facha is going to want to get that Polaris up to enough to kill off the trained sharpshooter. So we might not see anything happen here until he goes to Arasana level 2, gets those extra 2 herbs then.
Yeah. Yeah. Now it looks like Amphi's probably going to be going to the materialization of Deanna here, leveling up.
Mm-hmm. Spent a while on Spirit of Water for a deck that is focused on guns.
Okay.
And taking that extra 4 damage from the Scepter of Lumina. And then Amphi moves on into his main phase.
Yeah, key point here is Jofacha kept the entire hand from the last turn. So 2 to face is coming in.
Yeah, Jofacha entirely shields up here. All his defenses are available. No influence spent on trying to make anything happen during his turn, waiting to react to what Amphi is doing.
Yeah, honestly, in this specific case, there are just small micro poke damages that he can, Jofacha can actually heal through with the herbs. So he's just probably going to take those damage and then see what happens next. Yeah, Crystal Archer is activated from the Amphi side. Basically, this Archer is a 1/2, but can get range on attack. So on attack, it actually is very interesting. You can banish a card with floating memory, which gives Crystal Archer distance, making it a 4/2, and also you draw a card.
Very powerful. And this is something that you could, this is a repeatable effect. This is something you could do on every attack, every turn. You could potentially banish a floating memory, get the card, gets the extra 3 damage.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Yeah.
You compare that to something like Frostborn Paladin, which just once burns a floating memory in order to get the buff and get the draw.
That's right. And the freezing round in the graveyard is already ready to go. But I think we're going to see maybe a Song of Frost here to be able to negate... Popping Scepter to draw 2. Yeah. This Archer is going to be hitting for a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Song of Frost.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
Then
Negating the entire combat phase here, which includes the on attack trigger from the Crystalline Archer as well.
Mm-hmm. Not only a good move by Jofacha, but good timing as well.
Yeah.
Knowing that ending the attack also removes that trigger, denying Amphi the extra card draw. And Amphi, I think Amphi is past the turn now. We're in Jofacha's materialization.
Yeah. Looks like maybe Terrafring is the choice here.
Terrafring pulled to the front, thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a brief pause on the GCR. Maybe he's just looking to get some more influence here.
absolute nuts in it. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I can kind of see that. 'Cause I'm
Maybe looking to get Arasana 2. This might be the time where he wants to be able to use that.
Cauldron.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. So there's a couple of options. Yeah, two orbs is not enough to clear this board. 3 would feel much, much better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's still in a situation right now where he could get the draw value as well.
Yeah.
Right? So if he manages to roll a duplicate herb off of Arasana's level 2, then he could get a draw during his end step, and then use the remaining herbs to pop the cauldron, and clear the board.
Yeah. Looks like GCR is going to be the choice here.
Mm-hmm. Getting that extra influence, not a bad choice.
Yeah. Okay. Lost in thought.
Not a lot of floating memory right now to work with. Sort of the same situation that he was in the first game, right?
Yeah.
Getting his Fractal of Rain destroyed means that he doesn't have much extra fuel. We haven't seen an Icebound Slam yet.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a Tidestone Bovine, unfortunately.
So I think we're probably going to spill the Cauldron now, even though it doesn't destroy the Sharpshooter.
have 2 damage on it, and then these are gonna
It will still destroy 2 other key allies as well.
Oh, my mistake. Jofacha's not even running Tidestone Bovine.
it's mandatory.
It was a fascinating choice. It's a very good card.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Time is also not on Jofacha's side. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes and a half. 3.5 minutes left for Jofacha. So, yeah.
I'll make it back in game 3.
And yeah, Amphi
Yeah.
does have that advantage right now, right? Up a game. So
Yes.
if this game ends in a draw,
Yep.
that is 1-0-1 in Amphi's favor.
Yep. Awakened Deacon. Okay, so this guy is.
Fractal of Polar Death, seeing the Awakened Deacon come in.
Yep. Destroying the sharpshooter. This is going to be able to clear the board and then pass turn. Okay.
Oh, the 2 herbs off of the cauldron, right. So the 2 herbs on the cauldron dealt 2 damage to all of the allies.
Yes.
Awakened Deacon coming in, dealing the last point of damage on that trained sharpshooter.
3, 4, 5, 6. Good.
Yeah. So banishing 1 floating memory and 1 from memory.
4 from the scepter.
On enter, 4 damage. There's a lot of damage here. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of damage suddenly going through. Jofacha at 14 damage out of that 19 health
Ooh.
Arasana. Only
Dungeon
5 more
Guide.
damage to go.
This is gonna get.
Dungeon Guide is such a big player. That's lethal. That's potentially lethal.
Yeah. But
Jofacha better have a response.
Joe Facha is ready for this. I mean, the problem with the Deanna side is, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Title Lock was ready to go. The problem with Amphi side, like I said before, problem with Deanna, trying to turbo to 3, oftentimes is this situation. Very low influence. If you can get to 3, it's very powerful. Unfortunately, if you can't, you're left with very little options. In this game, the difference between here and the previous game is whether or not the Scepter has been banished.
Right.
Scepter being banished earlier on could allow you to have 2 extra cards. Yeah. So Terra
Jofacha
Frame.
bringing out that Terra Frame.
Yeah, materialize. Draw a card. Okay. Desperate Dive is the answer here. Very, very interesting as well. So there's some options here. Yeah, can prevent some damage equal to the amount of water element cards in your graveyard. Okay, so 1 from the Deacon. Yeah, so the Deacon, honestly, at this point, without a second Fantasia, won't actually be useful for the intercept here.
An unfortunate position for Jofacha. Really hoping to keep his defenses up.
Yeah.
Because his life total is very threatened right now.
Yeah. Now, Desperate Dive is not too bad. I think he has a decent amount of cards in the graveyard to
I
prevent.
think he just looked over his graveyard. Looks like 4 cards in his graveyard, so
Yeah.
it'll be 4 damage prevention the next time he needs it.
3, 4. Banishing Sinister Mind. On enter, draw from the flash grenade.
That flash grenade coming in, potentially an extra card draw immediately, and potentially some damage prevention for later on.
Then proceed through recollection.
Yep.
Jofacha thinking about responding to the flash grenade, lets it go through,
Yeah.
and we're moving into Amphi's main phase.
And Flash Grenade is so powerful here because one of the outs for Joe Facha is utilizing the Fractal Polar Depth on himself, getting enough floating memory into the yard to then end the game with a stratagem of Mirror Dice. But, of course, if you have the Flash Grenade out and the ability to give your champion distant, then you can actually just prevent all that damage.
Yeah, flash grenade works wonders against the stratagem.
Yeah.
We are seeing a refracting missile come down from Jofacha. That's 2 damage going directly to the champion, I think.
Yes.
Sorry, okay. No response. So I take 1, was it?
And we are in time now. So Jofacha, I believe, is our turn 0. We'll have 3 additional turns from here or 5 minutes. I believe it's Jofacha.
Yeah. Wander Frost is going to be materialized. Yeah.
Sounds pretty good.
My mistake. Amphi is the turn 0. So now Jofacha here on turn 1. So after this, we'll get another turn for Amphi and another turn for Jofacha.
Yeah.
Otherwise, or 5 minutes, whichever happens first.
Yeah, unfortunately, Joe Facha does not have a stratagem of Mirror Dice in hand, which is, of course, the thing that he's actually, really looking to have here to set up this this.
Yeah, at this point,
situation.
that would be the
Yeah.
the best offensive tool that he has available.
Yeah. It's actually kind of interesting too, right? So like, there are many cases where Amphi brings out the flash grenade without potentially option to actually go distant in hand. So
Yeah,
it's-
just to scare Jofacha off, absolutely.
It's a little bit of a bluff, yeah.
But of course, in time, at this point, Jofacha has nothing to lose by going for it.
Yeah. Okay. So Fractal's been popped.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so I'll mill myself for 5.
Looks like 5 cards in his graveyard after the Fractal was sacrificed, so another
Intrusion,
5
Spell
cards coming
Slam.
in.
1, 2 floating memories.
2 floating memory, not a whole lot to work with here.
Banish and draw 2.
Nice trick.
Uh,
It's very cool.
yeah, torrential blast there. And also you.
And Jofacha scoops it up. He knows the writing's on the wall. Oh no, this was in his memory, his recollection.
Recollection, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this in response to or during prereq
Right.
phase, yeah.
It looked like he activated an aspirational Lost in Thought for 3. Only ended up flipping 2 floating memory,
Yeah.
but Lost in Thought is up to X, so
1 to face.
another one to face.
Okay, turn's been passed.
That was turn 1. Okay.
Yeah. So Jofacha will have another turn on the.
I believe this is our turn.
This is turn 2.
This is turn 2. Yes.
Turn
so
2 on
Jofacha will have
Amphi,
one
and
more
then
turn.
Jofacha will have turn 3. Yes.
6 cards in hand.
Man, I'm on the edge of my seat. What's going to come out here?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is an insane play.
It's
Absolutely out of my mind.
Seeing the Bauble of
Bauble
Abundance
of
come
Abundance.
I'll pop the bobble. We each draw a card.
okay. You draw a card. Let's see what you get.
Step, I'll pay
up. Kind of a desperate maneuver from Amphi here, right? Both players drawing a card off of the Bauble of Abundance. Not what you usually want to see.
You know, Amphi's just really digging for answer here because this is the last turn.
Yeah, this is his last chance to seal the deal.
Realistically, what he's really looking for is a way to get distance because if he can have distance, then he's kind of okay, right? Otherwise, it's kind of a weird situation where potentially on the pass back, Jofacha actually has a, you know, another chance to be able to close out this game for a tie.
Amphi thinking through his available options.
Yeah. Frostborn Paladin is pretty powerful here as well because it's going to be the intercept that can be leveraged here to block a couple points of damage directly to the face. Yeah, that brings Amphi into range.
Jofacha fanning out his hand briefly,
Yeah.
showing off the number of cards he has available. Honestly, a water player with that many cards in hand, threatening no matter what they have.
Yeah. Fracturize his own bullet because he wants a bigger Frostborn Paladin here and drawing more cards again for that answer that he's been representing.
Yep, fracturize, just getting into the graveyard for the floating memory, and hesitant to fracturize anything on Jofacha's board because he doesn't want to give Jofacha any additional fractals, any additional Fantasias.
Yeah.
Tidal Lock on the fracturize. Tidal Lock, if this negate goes through, will banish the card, so he won't get the floating memory off of the fracturize. But if he pays it, he won't have enough to play the Frostborn Paladin. And I think Jofacha realizes that's what he's going for. Not quite enough influence. He would need a 6th card in hand to be able to pay and leave 4 up.
So then I'll title lock. I just need to make. Oh yeah. No, sorry. This goes to.
Yeah, it's very important too because if Tidal Lock, Tidal Lock actually puts it into banish, so it takes out that Frostborn Paladin play here.
And
So-
Amphi passes the turn.
Yeah, so Amphi does have a way to get distance. He has reposition in hand.
I'll reposition in recollection step.
And
Yeah.
just preemptively
Yep, this
popping
does
off that
give distance,
reposition,
and of
just
course-
to show.
Pays for the tide. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So there you go. Unfortunately, if there is a way to get distance and be able to pop the grenade, there is no way for Jofacha to land a kill here. So it goes through time, and then
Could have had a nice,
Yeah.
proper, good match on screen instead of just.
yeah, it's basically going to go draw for game 2, which means that the round is actually going to go to Amphi because he did lock in game 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those matches that had we played it in the top 8, this could have gone to an hour and a half. This could have gone to 2 hours.
Exactly.
These very grindy water
Yeah.
matchups. And honestly, I would love to see it play out.
Yeah.
Right? I would love to see these players able to use all of their efforts and spend an appropriate amount of time on all of the decisions
Yeah.
and be able to come to the conclusions, draw the right lines in order to get to the end.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it has to be cut short here because we need to get through to the next round.
Yeah, I'm loving the Deanna. It's really cool.
Absolutely.
And as you can see, like a lot of decks aren't really running the answers to kind of deal with this. And it's really funny, like when you think about Deanna, you think like again, going to 3 is very risky, going low influence against a water deck. But as you can see, there are many different ways that Amphi can navigate this this win here as well, or
Absolutely.
in a lot of ways just staying alive, right? Long
Right.
enough to basically clutch in the win as well. So
That's
yeah.
true. 1-0 is still a win.
Yeah, that first game, what a brilliant way to get enough influence to be able to pay for any potential cerulean decrees or frostbinds. I love what Joe Facho was attempting to do as well, right? 2 cerulean decrees to reduce the attack damage, potentially setting up a situation with that where the on-hit trigger won't actually work. But
Yeah, very smart.
yeah, so we're going to be setting up the interview for Amphi soon. So that's going to be pretty exciting. But man, yeah, what Deanna, the only one.
Yeah, right? And
do
we
very
saw
well.
it. Diana on the feature stage. Incredible.
Yeah, and again,
What a performance.
against a water player.
Against a water player.
With things like Sonofrost, Frostborn Paladin, Awakened Deacon, right? Fracturize. You have other ways to kind of get rid of the bullet, the gun, all sorts of different interactions, and getting not 2, but 4 tormented
Absolutely.
curses
Yeah,
on.
Diana fanboys eating good.
It's very interesting, yeah, for sure, on stream to see that. Very exciting. And of course, just different ways to get distance. I mean, even actually, game 2, we didn't really see this, but, Amphi actually decided in a lot of Umbra cards, thinking that the game might go longer, thinking
Right.
that, he's going to need the ways to get distant to be able to activate different, ways to do a little bit more damage. So really, really interesting to see some of this interaction that, the players have brought up. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, a great performance by
Yeah.
both players.
Yeah.
A little bit rushed at the end. They kind of needed to move through their paces a little bit quicker, but just very, very great line. Just seeing the strategy that the players had in mind,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Just great moves on both sides.
Yeah, definitely. And, where game 2, Amphi, going for the more defensive line, knowing that he's already locked in one game, that time is on his side, be able to just play a lot of defensive options, fracturizing his own bullet rather than going for damage, because really there's no need, right? Why risk the damage and not potentially the kill when you could just, keep pushing it back and see what happens? Even after a
Absolutely.
really, really, pivotal mistake of a frostbind on a fractal rain really early on, thinking it was the Icebound Slam coming out.
Yeah. That was, unfortunate,
Yeah.
but can happen to the best of us, and
Yeah.
clearly has.
Yeah, but again, pulled it out through anyways. Despite losing a card very, very early on, that's pretty pivotal. Those main deck Mystic Purifiers, like you said,
Just incredible
incredible.
work here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful in this matchup.
it's almost like he's thought through what could potentially happen. So definitely very exciting. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Cool. I mean, in general, of course, lots and lots of water in the top 32, right? So we're going to see more
Yes.
of these interactions, more of these different title locks and cerulean decrees and frostbinds against each other. It's very interesting, very interesting thing about what options they go for.
Absolutely.
And then forcing your opponent to put more cards down into memory is non-trivial. So a lot of times when people think, if I can pay for the frostbind, right, I've essentially negated your frostbind. But sometimes that doesn't quite work. A good example of this is for example, even in Deanna, where potentially you're trying to go to 3, right? And maybe you don't want to put certain cards down into memory, but now you're risking those cards when you activate your dungeon guide, rather than maybe just the ones that you really want to control to be banished with the dungeon guide.
Yeah, absolutely. Managing your influence in these control matchups, one of the hardest things to do, you know? Knowing when you have the ability to go on offense, knowing when you have the ability to put your cards down and really kind of increase your board presence or put something out onto the table, it's very dangerous. You have to be able to interact with what your opponent is doing.
Yeah.
And this is something that Water excels at. Water excels at holding back and being able to react to what your opponent is doing.
Yeah.
So finding that balance between, holding up your defenses and putting out something like the Frostborn Paladin or going for that big hit with Diana, it's very cool to see. I love watching the different takes that people have on what's good and when it's good, especially.
Yeah.
Right? So being able to kind of analyze, oh, I can't play this now, I need to leave my cards back, or, oh, this is the turn that I can play cards, not because my opponent is giving me a window, but because it lures my opponent into reacting what I'm doing so that I can react to what they're doing on a future turn. The lines are just, they just keep going deeper.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of cards in Amphi's deck that we didn't even get to see, right? There's 2 copies of Lena, there's Lunette in there, along with Snow Fairy. Some of these cards are actually very important in this matchup too. But I don't think we ever saw him draw those cards.
No, we did see kind of a lot of cards get drawn, but also just
I feel like I
Games
saw
go
a
on.
lot of Mystic Purifiers.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
That was in every single opening hand. Yeah, Escape the Wreckage on top of it. It's very, it's almost like a windmill reclaim
Yeah, right?
situation. Especially in this case, it's very, very good. Removing that Fractal Rain. Yeah, just really,
Absolutely.
really good.
I mean, anything that you can use that has a repeatable effect like
Yeah.
that, right? Kind of destroying your opponent's material and then getting the escape of the wreckage in order to destroy it again, that's wildly powerful. Any
Yeah.
kind of interaction like that is very good.
And not losing influence while you do it too.
Yep.
So it's very, very important here in a water matchup where really your influence is how you're able to control the game, and losing that early on is really a big problem. So
Yep.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, cool.
So yeah, really a masterpiece in how to take apart that
Yeah.
controlling water deck.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Those Mystic Purifiers destroying all of those Fantasias,
Yeah.
preventing Jofacha from getting the flow of cards into his graveyard.
Yeah.
Really shows off how the strategy should work.
Yeah, and I've been saying this for a while now, ever since I think around MRC. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear now. Water is definitely the top tier base element, in this current meta. It has just a lot more options now, and the card draw from Water is very consistent. There's a lot of different ways to utilize your floating memory to be able to draw, and there's a lot more cards I think that activates or is able to bring floating memory into your graveyard. And this is the thing that Water has been missing for a long time, right? There are always cards that can utilize the floating memory, but not enough cards like Icebound Slam that's able to get all the floating memory into the graveyard and leverage it. And now we have cards, in Water that care about how many water you have, right? Desperate Dive, preventing damage, Fractal Polar Depth, milling, self-mill, for example, in this case, to really set up that stratagem of Mirrored Ice finisher.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of spoken to by the proliferation of these Water Arasana decks at this
Yeah.
tournament. I think
Yeah.
a lot of other people recognizing, these tools that didn't previously exist, now they're here. Now these payoffs are good.
Yeah, yeah,
Very cool.
cool.
So now that you've seen this Diana deck in action, how do you feel about it in the rest of the top 32?
I think. You mean like for going into this this event here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the even like for example when Amphi materialized the flash grenade, right? Jofacha had to take a second read. Like, what does it do? Is it more like Resolute Stand? Is it one-time prevention? Or like, what's the requirement here? You have to get distance. So putting into their head a little bit of like what cards are required there to be able to make sure that they're present, or maybe for example counteracting with the ability to give your champion distance is really, really important for Jofacha to kind of hold those interactions. Yeah, so I think it's a surprise for a lot of our players, which is actually kind of a buff to the Deanna deck.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're not prepared for it.
Right. Yeah. What are you
Yeah.
gonna do? I don't know that anybody was prepared for Diana here in the top 32.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, and even some of the Water Diana players are telling me like they know there's going to be some Water allies, right? But they didn't really actually expect so many Water allies, and some of that matchup might be the less practiced ones, versus like the Slime one is probably the one that everyone's got practice through.
Yeah.
And probably your Nikos, the things that Razor Go Combing are the cards that probably a lot of players were expecting, but maybe not a deck like this.
Right. Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah, and that's
there's-
very, very important.
Yeah. Something to be said for being the dark horse.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Looks like we're going to be going to a 5-minute break and then setting up for the next round.
Looking forward to it.
All right.
「果てしなく広がる空に」「失ったものを嘆く声」「迫られる選択の日々」「正しい
Welcome back, everybody, to Ascent, Santa Clara. Cam here with Mark, back in the booth. Hey, Mark, how's it going today?
Amazing. Amazing.
There he is.
I'm so excited. I muted myself because I just can't contain that excitement. I love Tiana, right?
Yeah.
And I love Shadow Twins. It may be my favorite weapon in the entire game.
Yeah, it's super cool, and it's really awesome to see. We talked so much yesterday about how diverse the field is, but like, maybe that's a little bit disingenuous, but then we see the top 32, and it is actually just so many different champions. I think I would love to look at the actual numbers, because the representation of Diana was so small that we didn't have a pie chart, so we don't actually. I don't know off the top of my head how many players there are. But he might be the only one.
It is not a popular champion to bring into events like this, but really. Amphy showing that confidence in Diana, showing that he understands the board, and playing water, so giving him a lot of options to kind of do the things that water does.
Right.
Playing a little bit slower than the fire variations of Diana that we've seen in the past. However, still having that explosive end game as well.
Right.
Yeah. Really funny story that I heard while I was at break about Amphy's matchup in rounds. He did play against Jimmy Lee's Exia.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing about this is, for example, there was a turn where Amphy did hit Jimmy Lee for two Tormented Curses, and then Jimmy Lee materialized a Chalice of Blood.
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Yeah.
I guess he wants to take the damage on Amphy's turn.
Right.
It's maybe the only champion, only element out there that just saying, oh, I get to take damage? Cool.
Right.
Let's go.
Yeah, we did get a chance to interview Amphy. You guys will probably see that a little bit later on. But super down to earth guy, very encouraging for the Diana faithful out there. He says Diana is good. You can play Diana as well. He's had a hell of a run too. He played Jimmy Lee. He played Duck Hats in Swiss. He played Burner in Swiss.
Wow.
It's been a hell of a run for him. So good luck the rest of the way.
I mean, again, it's showing that it's Diana is still in. It's still good. It's still very powerful. So, nothing to scoff at, for sure. Yeah. Okay, looking at our upcoming match here, it's going to be between Sebastian and Devin. Sebastian on the Spirit of Slime here. Pretty standard Slime, situation here. Does have the one Slime King as well.
Yeah. We see... Spirit of Slime, Sylvie versus the Razorgale Kongming deck. I think this is the only one. There was one Kongming that made it?
Kongming, yeah. And our guess was this is probably the Razorgale.
Right, for sure.
Yeah.
And so we see that definitely. A few interesting choices. I think this deck has sort of evolved a little bit as time has gone on. Of course, we had that Vanitas deck that took over Toronto. And then Kongming sort of found this place where it has a bit more of a mage flavor, doing Tempest Downfall and Cyclical Breeze gives you a little bit more burst. Without that 3 visits that we had in Toronto. Now that it's been errated. But it looks like it has evolved a little bit. We're seeing those copies of Ardent Cloud Striker in the list that can really put in some work against people that are unprepared for allies. Yeah, we see 2 copies of Unbroken Mustang in the main deck as well. A little bit of item hate.
I heard horses are good.
Yeah. This is the horse set. We're seeing a couple of horses.
We're finally showing horses,
to maybe deal with stuff like Safeguard Amulet or things that turn off these Razorgale callings. So I think it'll be a pretty fast match. Sylvie, of course, the Jack of all trades, right, has something for everything, but she's not known as being hyper defensive. So I think both of these players are sort of going to be looking to enact their game plan as soon as possible and finish off their opponent rather than sort of the slower water decks that we've seen take over the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like also the players are being set up right now, and they're just getting ready. Making sure that everything is all set on the featured table here.
Yeah, of course.
I'm kind of looking at Sebastian's list here. Sebastian does have both Nullifying Lantern and Nullifying Mirror in the sideboard.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's kind of fun. I haven't seen a Nullifying Mirror leveraged here on stream. Have you guys seen one on stream?
No, I don't think any mirrors yet, but this is sort of the matchup for it, Mark. I mean, this is typically going to be against this Razorgale Veiling Breeze deck. And so Veiling Breeze is definitely prime suspect number 1 for Nullifying Mirror taken care of.
Yeah, or even early game, windmills. So you
can
try to just prevent them from getting the cantrip, right? Yeah, with a mirror out there on the board, it's quite a bit of threats.
Yeah, so we'll see how that shakes out. It looks like our players are ready, so we can go down to the feature match and get started. It's gonna be definitely interesting.
I think it's gonna be a great match.
Lots of tech pieces for both players, and when they want to leverage those, I think is going to be really important.
Yeah, exactly. All right, looks like Devin will be going first with Spirit of Slime.
Let's see if we get that start. It looks like I see a baby gray. Nope. Gather Slime's pulled to the front, so maybe not the stereotypical slime start. Yeah, it's going to be a Gather Slime, so not going to get the recover here, but going to get a little bit of extra value, see if they can pick up one of those slimes that they want in the early game. Not great choices. Going to grab that Ethereal Slime for a little bit later.
Theo's so pretty good. Definitely you need one of them in your hand, right, for when you get to level 3. One of the most powerful slimes to materialize when you get to level 3.
Yeah, it feels sort of like a puzzle. Sylvie needs these specific pieces at these specific times to come together, and that is one of them that they'll need. As this game goes into the later turns, we'll see if Sebastian finds a good start of his own. Going to start off with a Windmill Engineer, as you said, very powerful, able to sort of replenish that hand and also deploy an ally that will do a little bit of chip damage in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, Windmill revealing a secondary Windmill and a Zephyr, so... it's more coming is basically the and again, Reclaim in hand, ready to go. Windmill Reclaim, one of the best combos really for a turn 1.
The Shanzang special.
That's right.
Sure.
A lot of people are looking for that. Yeah. Okay. Banish goes through, and then the baby green is banished here.
Something to note, no Razor Gill yet from Sebastian, and that's really what I'm sure Girthos is hoping to see here as Slimes. He doesn't want a quick start from this Razor Gill deck.
Yeah. Okay. Kind Beast Caller is here. It's just more ways to dig for Animal or Beast. I mean, this is what the Slime deck is really good for, right? Does not have Scry, but basically this is a... very similar version of it and be able to get the cards that the Slime deck is looking for.
Right.
And usually you won't miss because there's quite a bit of animals and beasts within this deck.
Of course. A couple of good options as well. He was deciding between a baby red and a baby gray. He's going to opt for that extra card advantage in the form of baby gray. We'll see if he wants to activate that this turn to get that buff counter from Sylvie level 1.
Yeah.
Looks like it might be a red slime instead, just making a bit more of a suitable threat to pick up that buff counter and start dealing some damage to this Kongming deck before those Veiling Breezes are online.
Yeah, and then Baby Red here, discarding that Limitless Slime, getting the floating, but also drawing a card. Just really powerful. Yeah, really huge here. Definitely the things that the Slime deck is looking to do.
Of course.
To continue that pressure, continue the resources in the graveyard.
Yeah, an excellent start from our Sylvie deck. And as we said, no Razor Gale Calling is a little bit scary when you're playing this Kongming deck. So Sebastian's going to do his best to find it as quickly as possible. He is doing great on the influence front. As you said, Windmill Reclaim is just a huge burst of influence, and he'll be able to use that floating memory to go up to Kongming level 1 if he wants to. But he does really need to find that Razor Gale Calling sooner rather than later.
Exactly. All right, so backup charger here. Drawing a card, getting a battery, a power cell into the field here. Draw. Gets another reclaim. And there is another, so there's another reclaim, but unfortunately does not have the Razor Gale.
Yeah, I think I see 2 windmills, 2 reclaims, a baby gray slime,
gray, so
lots of cantrips, but he needs to find that Razor Gale for them to have the value that he wants. So we'll see that windmill activated once again.
Oh, there is Razor Gale, just one here in the back here.
Oh, okay.
He might be actually showing it instead here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So opting to not deploy it quite yet, maybe realizing that he needs to worry a little bit more about these allies on the board on the side of Sylvie before he starts enacting a way to win the game.
I think really just kind of... I think he's going to turbocharge the cell. That's one option here. The other option may be just getting the gray out instead. Oh. Yeah.
Looks like you're right. Gray it is.
Gray it is. And then... Okay, Reclaim, get the baby gray.
Yeah, so such a powerful tool here. Baby Gray has an on enter. You may reveal 2 slime cards from your hand or a memory to draw a card. So he's going to respond to that on enter trigger, activate a reclaim, and then the trigger is going to resolve, show the Baby Gray itself to its own on enter trigger.
What an interesting way to leverage the baby gray. Yeah, it's very, very fun whenever this interaction happens this way. Yeah.
Yeah, it just shows that the players in Grand Archive have found the little intricacies where you can sort of manipulate how a card was intended to be used.
And it's necessary, right? Because if you think about it, Sebastian's side, he's not running a traditional slime deck, so he doesn't have a lot of slime cards to reveal. So really figuring out ways to juggle the slimes back from field back to hand to be able to actually activate it. Let's see the more traditional reveal for a Baby Gray. Ethereal revealed here, draws a card.
Dueling Baby Gray slime decks.
That's right. Much easier on Devin's side here for the reveal.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty strong board here. I mean, Windmill is going to have to go, and then more damage coming to face.
Yeah, definitely 2 damage from this Kind B Scholar, at least 3 damage from this Baby Red Slime, and that does start to add up. Razor Gale Kongming is a deck that only plays level 1, and so that means the maximum life that's going to be available to Sebastian is 19. We'll see a Baby Green discarded to the Baby Red. Not quite the floating memory he wants, but he is fueling up those future Gaia's Blessings as we get later into the game.
Yeah.
And he's just going to pass the turn, maybe holding up something like a Slime Shield. We did see another copy of Baby Gray in hand, and he chose not to cast it. So must be holding up some interaction.
Yeah, and Combing has been materialized here. And yeah, there is an Unbroken Mustang, like you were saying before. I mean, there is a pretty good target already on the board here for the Unbroken Mustang. So there are, things that potentially we can look at. Now, he doesn't have to do it now. Of course, but one of the things that he could be looking to do is utilizing the Mustang to get rid of the boots, and then deploying the Razor Gales, etc., to kind of like force some more damage on the next turn.
Yeah, Razor Gale Calling is a Fantasia, but also a spell, and it does target champions. So that Spell Shroud from the Beastpawn boots is going to be kind of a thorn in Sebastian's side if he doesn't deal with it at some point. But I think you're right that he has some time before he needs to fire that off.
Yeah.
Looks like we're putting down quite a few cards here. Might be deploying that Razor Gale. Get the ball rolling.
Yep, Razor Gale is going to come out now. Cool. So now, all wind activations will trigger damage onto target champion.
And that's the name of the game for this Kongming deck. So many cheap actions and other win cards like Windmill Engineer that they can activate to start pecking away at their opponent with this Razor Gale Calling.
Yeah, so Sylvia on the stack draws a card, escape the Redridge, and really at this point, Devin's looking to dig for a dungeon guide, I believe.
Yeah, such a battle of influence. Both players just really trying to maximize the amount of card advantage that they can extract out of each and every one of their cards. And I think Dungeon Guide is exactly what the Doctor ordered, but it doesn't look like he has one.
Yeah. Okay, so Bagua.
Spagua facing west is going to be doing a Fairy Whispers impression, Glimpse 3, draw a card. Hopefully looking for maybe 3 visits, maybe additional copies of Razor Gale Calling, Veiling Breeze, all really big spells here. We can also look for Tempest Downfall, Cyclical Breezes for that sort of burst that we were talking about before the match.
I mean, honestly, at this point, with Razor Gale on the floor, there is just so many different options that the Kongming can have now. I think actually, personally, 3 visits is a great option here to start to get some of the damage back that he's been taking from these allies, and kind of starting that recovery and starting to ping down the Sylvie side of things.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mark, and that looks like that is what he grabbed, and we'll see him use that, I'm sure, to great effect. Speaking of great effect, we see a Baby Gray Slime coming down, drawing yet another card.
Yeah. I wonder what that card that he drew from the Baby Red is. Wow, it's continuing the cantrip here.
Somebody get a count at home. You're going to run out of fingers pretty soon if you count how many Baby Gray Slimes have been cast this match.
Yeah, they're everywhere, and they're going to be drawing all the cards.
Draw a card, and he's keeping up an Escape the Wreckage as well to protect whichever he wants, probably one of these Baby Grays, maybe even the Kind Beast Caller if he wants to do a little bit more digging for those powerful Advanced Element Slimes, Ethereal Slime, Storm Slime.
Yeah, and just, turning all these Baby Grays sideways, Intercept really not a thing that needs to be kept up for this Combing deck. There's not major damage here. Yeah, and 3 Viz comes out, it's starting to get a little bit distance on the life total here because, Combing could be looking pretty dangerous, right? But this is going to be a pretty big turn for Sebastian here with a lot of cards available. It could either be that he's going to deploy some things on his turn or potentially pass and then, hold up all the options to play them at fast speed at a certain point next turn. It really just depends on what Devin's going to be using. I could be wrong, but I think Devin actually did draw a Dungeon Guide into memory as the first attack from the Fire Slime. It was pretty fast, but the color scheme looked close enough. So there might be a Dungeon Guide right there in memory. Unfortunately, he can't activate it because it is not in hand.
Right.
Yeah.
But next turn, that's going to be exactly what he needs. It allows him to maybe get something like a quick Silver Grail and then set up a Dungeon Guide up to Sylvie Slime Sovereign. And yeah, I'm curious to see what Sebastian's play is. I think you were right that the crazy thing about this Combing deck is nearly every card in their deck is fast speed. So he can just pick up his hand, draw his card for turn, and say, go ahead, I'll do whatever I need to on your turn.
Yeah, and exactly. Wait for that, the moment of weakness to actually activate all the different, disruption interactions. Yeah. So for example, even setting up the Ventus, which allows the suppression to come down easily for the
Tempest Downfall.
Tempest Downfall, yes.
Yeah.
I almost call it Tempest Calling because that is the call.
Yeah,
one
and the same, right? Yeah, Tempest Calling is going to deal you 4 damage, and those do really add up.
Yeah.
And it looks like Tempest Downfall was the draw for the turn as well.
Oh, man.
So getting this Ventus set up is going to be super important. A card that maybe looks a little bit anemic without any sort of other Enlightenment counter strategy in the deck, but being able to have that on-demand suppression to turn on Tempest Downfall is so powerful for this Kongming deck.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see that be, I think, pretty integral to how this game closes out. Looks like 4 going down. Is it Mustang time, Mark?
I think it could be. You essentially do have to force Devin's hand here. Yeah, I was actually wondering why the boots were tapped down on the side. But yeah, you do have to force it down at some point. So he's going to activate it now. Get that spell shot for the turn.
There goes the Mustang. Unmatched power and spirit to this 1/2 for 4. Going to take care of that Beast Spawn Boots and also take care of this Baby Gray Slime.
Yep. Yeah, again, just kind of like pushing down the board a little bit because it is pretty scary, right? There's quite a bit of damage represented on the board. Yeah. However, I mean, honestly, Sebastian's not in a bad spot either. Holding up a ton of cards and be able to potentially dish out quite a bit of damage on the return.
Yeah, I believe 2 copies of Tempest Downfall and 1, maybe 3 copies of Tempest Downfall. And so once he can get that suppression set up on the Ventus, just needs to activate a few wind element spells to get the counters on that Ventus. Then that suppression will turn on all of those Tempest Downfalls, allowing him to activate them for free.
Yeah. Okay. Let's recollect. I think that was a Limitless Slime drawn.
That's not bad. Not exactly what he wants, but not bad. We'll see a red come in here, and maybe that Limitless Slime discarded.
Discard the
Looks
red.
like just discarding a red, getting that extra power. It can be relevant, coming in for 4 points. And we'll see a Bagua cast in return. 1 counter for the Ventus. 1 damage from the Razor Gale.
Yeah. And he's getting ready, and this is the setup here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bagua's going to come in for 1. But again, pulling more cards into hand to kind of fuel the potential Tempest Downfalls that are going to be, eventual for potentially even this turn.
Right. Yeah, they are fast speed, which is what's so impressive about this deck.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can see that Tempest Calling combo finish out the game.
That's right. Okay, it's going to be a Reclaim, which, again, it's nice because it is fast speed. However, it's the cost is going to be a little bit tricky here.
Sure.
That's mostly what is the challenge here. And, of course, Sebastian really doesn't want to see any sort of, dungeon guide or materialize level up to 3 because that could cause some problems.
Yeah, especially with this Quicksilver
so
Grail.
It was dungeon
Yeah.
guide. Yeah.
Good eyes on you,
Thank
Mark.
you. Yeah. Hey, it would have looked really bad had I, called the wrong card. But I think it was, drawn. So then the guy's going to come out. This is going to put some distance between Devin and Devin and Death here. The other thing that's interesting to note too is underneath the Quicksilver Grail is a stone scale band. So Devin spent a lot of his last turn getting influence into his hand.
Yeah.
Part of this is really just getting the ability to start fueling for a really mega turn. There's also, of course, along with the Ethereal Slimes, there is a Storm Slime in hand as well.
And we see that Guy's Blessing adding 4 additional slimes to the banish. Our slime count is at 8. So those Storm Slimes are going to do a staggering amount of damage. Kongming, only at 19 life, has taken 15 damage counters already.
Yeah. This is not a good spot for Kongming for sure.
And I see 1 copy of Slime Shield in the hand of Sebastian, but it looks like no copies of Veiling Breeze, Mark.
Yeah. And that's potentially just going to be pretty rough here.
We're going to see a Zephyr target the Dungeon Guide. That is going to trigger the suppression clause on Tempest Downfall. And so maybe we can use these Tempest Downfalls as sort of intended to remove some of these allies off the board.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is, Sylvie's going to allow Devin to cast a slime for free. In addition, he already has the Storm Slime also in hand.
Right.
So, and in addition to that, he can banish some slimes directly from his memory to draw more cards to fuel against influence using the Stone Scale band that's underneath the Grail.
So it looks like Tempest Downfall is the choice.
Yeah.
As long as an ally has been suppressed this turn, it is going to deal 6 points of damage, which would be lethal for this Ethereal Slime. We're going to see a Quicksilver Grail cracked in response. Stone Scale band paid for.
Kindly Beast Caller goes into banishment.
And then it looks like in response to the on-enter, we're going to activate Stone Scale Band, then discard those 2 cards to draw 2 new cards.
Yep.
So many cute tricks that you can do with this Stone Scale Band. And then we're going to see that giant Storm Slime.
Exactly.
And Sebastian says that's enough. Storm Slime for 8 will probably get it done.
Yeah, and Sebastian really in that game, at a decent position, is ready for a lot of damage, but unfortunately, it's that Dungeon Guide, right? That Dungeon Guide really just put Devin out of distance and at a position where he can dish out this amazing turn of many slimes. A lot of times when we see slimes go to 3, their influence is actually quite low.
Right.
But you notice in Devin's situation there, I think he had over 7 cards when he hit 3.
Yeah.
So that's very, very powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Sebastian was maybe 1 turn away from closing out the game, but Devin so smartly decided that, this is how many turns I think it can survive, and this is where I have to go for it, and had that huge explosive slime turn that we just saw there.
Yeah. Personally, I'm really looking forward to, Devin pulling in the nullifying mirror here. I think it's going to play pretty well, actually, into this matchup for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, is there anything else in Devin's sideboard you think is going to come in?
Specifically, maybe like Scavenging Raccoon could be utilized, but again, it's not that effective against this deck.
Sure.
The rest of it, I think, is just not really cards that can be useful for this matchup specifically. Yeah.
Sure. On the side of Sebastian, we have some Scavenging Raccoons here as well. I think this is sort of the opposite side, where those are cards that you want to bring in against that Sylvie deck. Help disrupt their minimal floating memory a little bit, and also, though you would be adding to their Storm Slime count, Scavenging Raccoon turning off their ability to materialize that Gaia's Blessing out of sequence is quite powerful.
Yeah.
We see 3 copies of Dream Fairy that I assume will be coming in as well. 3 copies of Stifling Trap, which are also pretty good in this matchup.
The Stifling Trap, I think, is going to make a huge difference here, right? Because against the Slime, there's so many good targets, right? Aside from just the Dungeon Guide to 3, once the opponent does get to 3, you can Stifle Trap the Storm Slime, Ethereal Slime, so many good targets for that trap.
Yeah, so it looks like some good sideboard options for Sebastian, and we'll see if that helps him take a better purchase in this second game.
Yeah. Again, it's really fast start on Sebastian's side here too, with the grays and the ability to just get a bunch of cards into hand. Even though it did take a little bit of time to get that dungeon guide, he eventually was able to do that, and from the baby red, and capitalize on that turn where he saw the dungeon guide go into memory, and then just went super fast into making sure that he ends the game.
Right.
Yeah.
I see the cool sunglasses coming on here for Sebastian.
Yeah.
Block out all the haters.
That's right. That's right. And this block out shades is gonna have to go lower and lower and lower as as Sebastian gets more and more locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these players do have to lock in. It's getting so close to the end of our Swiss rounds of the tournament. And both of these players very much still live for those coveted top 8 slots, but not if they take a loss, Mark.
Yeah, a 7-2-1 record is very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, if you take a loss, unfortunately, with that kind of record, it is going to be very, very difficult to try to get into top 32. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Sorry,
see
top 8.
Top 8.
Top
yeah.
8, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see who ends up taking it. Looks like we are starting off on the side of Sebastian.
Yep.
The Kongming deck gonna do their best Slimes impression. I see a Baby Gray, and it looks like we did find a Veiling Breeze here as well, which is going to be super integral in this matchup. Looks like we're going to start off with the Wind flavor of Baby Gray in Windmill Engineer, revealing a Baby Green Slime and a Zephyr, drawing a card into memory.
Yeah, pretty good reveals. Definitely making sure not to reveal the Veiling Breeze, because it is a very important card to hold in hand here. For sure. Yeah. But things like, Zephyr, Baby Green are almost like things that you're expecting. And then here we're going to be able to reveal the Baby Green and another Baby Gray from memory directly and draw another card.
A terrific start from Sebastian. Just two of these allies that can provide a little bit of pressure, but also do replace themselves with that card advantage engine in this Kongming deck.
Yeah. Hey, both leveraging what you have in Wind, but also in Slimes.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. The other side of the slime side, Forest Cake, being able to also cantrip and draw more cards.
Yeah, it's also a pretty good start. We see the Dungeon Guide in hand already.
That's very important, yeah. Now, Limitless is going to come in.
Limitless, a lowly 1/1. Does have quite a lot of text, but that gets turned on as the game progresses. So right now, going to be a little bit sad, but the cool thing about Limitless Slime is as you level up, it will retroactively get that floating memory. So a theoretical floating memory has been added to the graveyard of Devon.
Yeah, it's like the card reads, it's a Limitless Slime. It only gets better, right?
Right.
Yeah. Either on the field, in the graveyard, or even in banishment.
Going to pass back over to Sebastian. He's going to start off early with that Ventus, just showing how important it is in a matchup like this. Going to fire off a Fairy Whispers in the Recollection. Of course, looking for that namesake card. Also maybe looking for some more defensive options. We do see an Ardent Cloud Striker placed in the top 3 there. So maybe he's going to try to leverage that pretty large ally to start pushing some slimes around.
Yeah, and also a Dream Fairy, I believe, is also one of the cards drawn here as well. So maybe the Ardent Cloud Striker is the next card to be drawn here.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
And I think he would like to draw that, Mark. He's going to play this Baby Gray Slime and pick that one up.
Revealing the green and, Slime Shield. Okay. There you go. Cloud Striker is now in hand.
And this is kind of a monster against this slime stack.
Yeah.
It's fairly difficult for them in the early turns to deal with a 3/4. 4 life is a lot. There is a Forest Cake here, so the combination of Sylvie level 1 and a Baby Red could make it a little bit easier, but still kind of a tall order. So we'll see when Sebastian wants to deploy it. But it's not yet. We're going to see a Sylvie level up on the side of Devon, banishing a Gather Slimes, and we'll see what the plan is.
Yeah. Oh, pulling another Forest Cake here. This could actually, with 2 Forest Cakes on the field, you can actually make quite a big slime. So there's some options here too. But it looks like Limitless is probably going to be the slime of choice here. Do you go for the... Okay, there you go. Limitless comes in. 1 counter.
And just like that, we've turned that 1/1 we saw last turn into a 2/2 with now floating memory. And it'll just get better as time goes on. Looks like Limitless Slime was not hungry. We're going to leave that Forest Cake on the board.
Yeah. Probably for a Baby Red, right? And having the Baby Red, getting just a little bit more health takes it out of range for a lot of these 1/1s that the Coming deck represents.
Right, yeah, that one life is so dangerous.
Yeah.
And Baby Red Slime is the only one sort of that's relevant that has that one life threshold. You're okay if they want to spend resources to kill your Baby Gray Slimes, but Reds are a little bit better to protect. We'll see a Grand Crusader's Ring grabbed by Sebastian.
Yep.
Did he draw another Veiling Breeze?
Correct, yeah. So now 2 Veiling Breeze are in hand,
Yeah.
which is pretty good because Veiling Breeze in this situation is both a wind activation as well as a defensive option.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, we are definitely looking for some Razor Gales. This deck does require a couple pieces to combo. So without the Razor Gales, what Sebastian really wants to be doing here is to, as much as possible, start, digging deeper into the deck and trying to see and find that if there are any cards to be had here that are the Razor Gale. Dig for those Razor Gale, yeah.
Yeah, and in a fast matchup like this, it is kind of a risk to be on that Spirit of Wind. We saw a lot of those Razor Gale decks running Serene Spirit just for that glimpse to hopefully find their Razor Gales earlier, but maybe Sebastian won't need it. We see this Ardent Cloud Striker deployed, and if the shifting currents come down, Kongming hits the board, this Ardent Cloud Striker is going to be representing a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure. But now putting the 2 Limitless into the graveyard, so there are now 2 floating memory ready for a Sylvia level up whenever that's ready. Again, remember the dungeon guide is in hand.
Right.
I think at this point, most of what Devin's looking for is some advanced element slimes, which unfortunately he does not have in his hand. But he does have Baby Reds, and so this could be the time to go start cantripping and then getting some cards.
Yeah, really patient approach from Devin, both in this game and the last, choosing not to rush to level 3, as we've seen Sylvie do so many times. Just really picking a spot, realizing that against this Razor Gale deck, especially with no Razor Gale in play, he does get a little bit of time to work with.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to pass back over to Sebastian. Going to get a backup charger of his own, matching regional backup chargers.
Yes, the dueling backup chargers. Yeah, and it's it's really interesting with the Arden Cloud Rider as well, right? Because Bagua of Cardinal Fate wants to be in West as well, so putting the shifting currents in the same direction really helps once you get to that situation with Combing and the current, basically staying on West and getting extra damage as well as the cantrip effect of Bagua.
Yeah, really smart deck building choice to just sort of only include cards that care about Kongming going West.
Yeah.
It does trigger.
All right, looks like Ardent's just going to come in for 3. No shifting currents yet.
Yep.
We'll see what the play is, and what better play is there than another copy of Baby Gray Slime. Pick up 1 more card from the top of the deck, hold that Slime Shield in hand. Drew a Windmill Engineer, should we want to do a little bit more cantripping this turn.
Yeah, again, it's all about digging for that Razor Gale at this point. Not having the Razor Gale really slows this, side of things down. So we're going to keep going until we get to that Razor Gale.
Yeah, looks like cards going face up for this Windmill Engineer, going to draw a card into memory. Off of that, a Bew.
Yeah. Not seeing any slimes that, Sebastian needs to deal with, putting that Dream Fairy actually into memory for the reveal. Yeah. Looks like maybe a 3rd Veiling Breeze was pulled on that. The Windmill. I actually didn't see what Windmill drew into memory. So, yeah.
But even still, those 2 Veiling Breezes are going to be a real problem for Devin. Hopefully we get to see that Nullifying Mirror, like you mentioned, hopefully put a dent in that Veiling Breeze game plan.
Yeah. Oh. So adding another gray into hand here on the Gather Slimes from Devin. Again, it's, while it is very, very good to get more grays, at this point in the game, he's really looking to get his level 3 set up here. So pulls another Gather Slimes, but unfortunately that is not advanced element slimes that he's looking for.
I would love somebody in the audience to give us a final count of how many Baby Grays were cast this match, because it is a staggering amount at this point.
From both sides, right?
Yeah, from both sides, yeah. Dozens. Easy.
Dozens. Yeah.
They multiply. You just can't stop them. Look how many there are in that art. And that smile, what are you going to do?
Yeah. It's a true slime, right? You cut it in half and it becomes
right.
2.
True.
Yeah. Okay, Baby Gray is coming out
Speaking
again.
of which,
Yeah. Shows the Luxurious and the Limitless. Okay. Draw a card. Now,
Yeah.
again, like thinking about probabilities, right? With so many basic element slimes in hand, that does mean that the deck is going to be, more and more likely to draw into any of the advanced element slimes. Ethereal and Storm, both what Devin's definitely looking for here. Yeah.
Yeah, both these decks so good at cycling through the cards that they don't really need that it does make it all that more likely that they will find the cards that they need.
Yeah.
And it looks like Devin, as you said, is looking for some of those powerful advanced element slimes. Did pick up a copy of Nascent Blast, which has come in from the sideboard.
Yeah.
No way to empower it, just a way to remove some threats. Maybe a combination of an attack and a Nascent Blast to deal with this Ardent Cloud Striker.
Yeah. And that's really interesting here, too. It's really important that the Nascent Blast exists in this deck. Yeah. Well, Limitless Slime now at this point is going to be able to do a bunch of pretty decent amount of damage, right? Being that it's now a 3/2 represented on the board. So,
Yeah.
and nobody eating the cake. The cake is being left on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
Saving that for later.
That's right.
Save your dessert for last. And we'll see if one of those advanced element slimes wants to indulge a little bit.
Yeah. Leaving the Baby Gray here, intercept up. So looks like Sebastian has waited long enough, is going to go into combing 1 now.
Yeah.
6. Okay. 5. Yeah, okay. That one. Baby Green is the banishment here. And then we're going to get the shifting current direction placed in. Very important here, again, because of the ability to put that shifting current into west and then enabling a lot of really important attacks. Yeah, and unfortunately for Limitless here, being that it's just a 2/3 is definitely in range for an easy strike from the Cloud Striker, Ardent Cloud Striker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to give a little bit of value to Devin in that it has floating memory, but you would probably prefer to keep your allies on the board.
Yeah, especially in this situation here too. It's one of those cases where because Sebastian has not been able to find the Razor Gale, a lot of the threats is coming directly from the allies on the field instead of spell damage, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna be cantripping from hand. Yeah, so here we go. Razor Gale is now out.
We found one. Turn 4, Razor Gale Calling. It's not exactly what Sebastian's hoping for, but he does have quite a lot of influence, and surprisingly, against a more ally-centric deck, has sort of a commanding board presence here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, now that Nascent Blast is looking really nice from Devin's side because he does have to look for different options. Oh, Diablerie coming in in response to the Quicksilver Grail. He was very quick on it too. Yeah. Oh, the theft. The theft has happened.
Devin says, it's happening. It's happening. The one copy of Diablerie come in from the sideboard.
And to add add more pain to this, you're gonna have to take 1 damage from from the Razor Gale as well. Yeah.
My God, such a blowout. Sebastian's going to get 2 Divine Relics this game. His opponent's Quicksilver Grail in addition to his Grand Crusader's Ring.
Yeah.
Whew, that is definitely not what Devin wants to see. Of course, we saw a bit of a smile as this is such an uncommon thing to happen on the feature match, but still definitely pretty backbreaking for Devin.
Yeah, and the crazy part too is that for Sebastian, it's not really about the Quicksilver Grail. It's more just denying that Quicksilver Grail from the Sylvie player here.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's very nice to have something, but it's again not super necessary here.
Yeah.
Okay, cracking the Quicksilver Grail, showing the Tariff Ring.
Looks like we're going to have a Gather Slimes here in the Recollection. We did finally find a Storm Slime.
Storm Slime is definitely going to be the choice, and this is what Devin's been waiting for.
Yeah.
And, another good sign is that he was able to put down another set of 4 cards that are not Advanced Element Slimes into the bottom of the deck. Yeah.
Oh, wow, another one.
See, I'm telling you that probability works in your favor.
Yeah.
Right? You can only not draw these cards for so long.
Right.
Yeah.
They've got to be somewhere. You're playing them in your deck, and the more cards you see, the more likely it is that you draw exactly what you need. And these 2 Storm Slimes are really going to do a lot of damage. We do have the Veiling Breeze now available to Sebastian, so he's not quite dead to this pair of very powerful Storm Slimes, but he is going to have to deploy some defensive options once this Dungeon Guide resolves, bringing Sylvie Slime Sovereign into the equation.
Yeah, let's get a quick slime counter on this. This is very important too.
Put a stone scale band on his champion
Yes.
instead.
Petrified. Yeah, still petrified from getting the Divine Relic stolen there.
Looks like
Yeah.
5 is the number on slimes. So the first storm slime representing 10, the second one representing 8. Definitely think we're going to see a Veiling Breeze here.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. We see storm slime
Arden.
on enter, target Arden Cloud Striker.
Oh, Zephyring the Arden. What a good situation here. That Zephyr is going to come in, help to save the Arden, but also add another counter to the Ventus. And
A little risky, though, Mark. It does put all of the cards down for Sebastian. So if the combination of this Storm Slime from Devin and maybe a little bit of extra pressure, he might be able to find 19 points of life.
so think about this, right? So there's going to be 5 from this.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. Terrafring has been popped, so there was really no attacks that could
no
go
attacks.
in. Yeah.
True.
Because
Okay.
again, it's an influence game here.
A little bit safer. He can maybe deploy that second Storm Slime if he wants to guarantee that 5 spell damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Terrafring is going to keep things under wraps.
That Diablerie, man, really
Yeah.
key in the last round there. Stealing the Quicksilver Grail, getting basically a free materialization for
Right.
Sebastian, be able to pop a Terrafring on the recollection phase of Devin. Literally, it means it's your turn. You get your own Quicksilver Grail, but you get Terrafring instead.
Right. Yeah, and we see all the defensive options
Yeah.
coming out here from Sebastian. We see a Safeguard Amulet grabbed as well, which is really going to be a difficult problem for this second Storm Slime to deal with.
Yep.
And Sebastian seems to be firmly in control as we go into the mid game of game 2.
I think right now, the Dream Fairy target into the Storm Slime is a very, very good option.
Sure.
Not only does it get rid of the Storm Slime without activating it on death, but also it allows no more future Storm Slime from being played.
Yeah, and he's pulled it to the front of his hand, and that might be the option that he opts for.
Yeah. Still triggering the Raise to Go, of course. Can't be forgetting that damage.
Yeah,
and targeting
wind
the Storm Slime.
activations. No, not actions, not spells, wind
Wind
activations.
If it's green, you're going to take some damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very similar to what my daughter says to me in the car. Green means go.
Green means go, indeed.
Yeah. Oh, man. And honestly, Sebastian has some really cool cards in his hand. I mean, the Veiling Breeze for protection, the Safeguard Amulets, but also a Tempest Downfall.
Yeah.
You know, he's got the Fairy Whispers to go cantripping, 3 visits. I mean, yeah, this is a pretty good situation here.
Yeah, these are all the tools that he needs. He just needs a little bit more time to deploy them. That's what we saw in game 1 as well. But this game looks far more likely that Sebastian gets that time that he needs.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Slime Eruption immediately played on Devin's side to remove the Dream Fairy because, you know, otherwise, without Ethereal Slime, there is no other way to get rid of True Sight.
Right.
Yeah. So thinking on materialization, I think Horn of Beast Calling could be really interesting because Devin does have 2 Storm Slimes now, and the Horn of Beast Calling could be a good offensive play, right?
Yeah, he might be trying to go over the top
Yeah.
of this Safeguard Amulet.
I was actually thinking, right, maybe the better play would have been to go for the defensive play with the Nullifying Mirror.
Interesting, yeah.
You kind of wait out another turn, potentially figure out a way to, basically nullify the actual Veiling Breezes that's
Right.
in Sebastian's hand. Now, Sebastian's been very masterful, not showing any Veiling Breeze throughout all the Windmill Engineer reveals. So, yeah. We're going to get a free Storm Slime to test the field and see what Sebastian has.
And it's for 8. I don't think that Sebastian's allowed to just say, this is okay, I'll take 8. He does sort of have to have some sort of reaction. We're going to see a Safeguard Amulet cracked. Turn that 8 damage into 4 instead.
Yeah. And this is very important, right? Because you don't want to show what options you have in hand. Show all the ones that you have on the field.
Right.
Yeah. Now the cake's going to be eaten, and then it's going to be another 4 damage coming into the Cost Rider. Okay.
Fairy Whispers. Deal you 1 damage. Get a suppression available on Ventus.
Yeah, this is very, very key here, too. Because we're getting to the point where, the suppression could make a huge difference, either in a defensive position or in an offensive position. Yeah.
Yeah, not necessarily a tall order for Tempest Downfall to do 15 damage as is required to kill Sylvie Slime Sovereign.
Yeah.
Every Tempest Downfall does 3, Razor Gale does 1. Anytime you pick it back up, it does another 1, and so those numbers really do add up quite quickly.
Yeah. Now, I think at this point, Devin has a couple choices, right? Usually the staff is the scepter is the choice, but yeah, Stone Seal Ban being the one that's going to be banished to the Ethereal Slime to draw, also optioned here too. Okay, so Ethereal Slime's going to come in.
Some real patience from Sebastian, not firing off this Veiling Breeze, accepting that he does have a little bit of life to work with.
Now, Tempest Downfall is going to be activated for free to remove the Ethereal Slime. It's very important here because it doesn't really want to take all that damage. And then, of course, Ardent Cloud Striker comes back in. And this is why having the Ventus on board, having the options for both defensive and offensive is very, very important. And now that Sebastian finally has taken some damage, utilizing the 3 visits here to actually heal and using it for the full potential is very, very powerful here too. Yeah. Okay, so one card is going to go to the bottom and one card is going to go to the top. And actually both cards are going to go to the bottom. Doesn't like either one, I guess. Let's see what the materialization could be here.
I think Sebastian mostly just looking for additional copies of Tempest Downfall. He's in such a safe position. His damage counters are at very low. He has a little bit of pressure on the board, some interceptors in the form of Baby Gray Slime should he want it. So I think he's just looking to find those cards that allow him to close out this game.
Yeah, the Fan of 7 Debts is actually the activation here, which allows basically taking a card out of memory and then drawing a card instead into hand. And this is really key, right? Because again, in the Razor Gale, deck, you're just always looking for ways to kind of see, get more cards into hand because it allows you to activate more and more spells, cantrip more things. It's very key.
Yeah, and we can also see this Fan of 7 Debts if he finds a line for lethal, turn on this Ardent Cloud Striker at fast speed.
Yeah.
Doing a little bit of thinking and recollection before Sebastian picks up and draws for turn. Not sure what that card was that he grabbed off the top.
Yeah, so Cloud Striker's coming in for 3. I'm a little bit surprised that the Shifting Current has been staying north for most of this game. Is there a reason for why that's done that way?
Yeah, definitely interesting. The only other north card in the deck is Bagua that does have an effect for each direction. North giving a buff counter to one of your allies, which I don't think is necessarily what you want in this situation. Of course, the north to south ability on Kongming is inherited at level 2, and so maybe it's a consolation to thinking about that, but I believe there's no level 2 in the list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, normally
Just
when I
level
see
one,
the Razor Go Combing list on in-phase, they just turn the they shift the Shifting Current to west and then end the game or in the turn.
Right.
Yeah. So
looks like we are back to west.
Yep.
But yeah, not sure why it was sitting on north.
Okay, so it looks like Devin's going to be recollecting and drawing a card into hand here. Okay, lots and lots of options here. The boots, once again, out for that one-shot Spell Shroud.
Right.
Yeah. No Unbroken Mustang in Sebastian's hand to be able to do something about the boots this time around.
Yeah, something interesting about the boots that maybe Sebastian is able to leverage is that they can only be activated if you control an animal or beast. So currently, Devin only controlling one ally means if that ally is removed, it also turns off the beastbound boots.
Yeah. Once again, I mean, this Storm Slime really wants to get the Ardent Cloud Striker, but again and again and again, the prevention, the suppression, ways to basically keep the Ardent Cloud Striker in play here.
Yeah, just really controlling the game is Sebastian, and that's exactly what this Razor Gale deck wants to do.
Yeah.
Play as many pieces of interaction as it can, because all of those pieces of interaction also double as a win condition, dealing 1 damage with Razor Gale Calling.
Gaia Songbird is a very, very good card here as well. So you can essentially Gaius, yeah. So Blissful Calling into Gaia Songbird to see another Storm Slime. I mean,
if there's a way to get out of this game, that is it.
With one down the field and 2 in hand, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, so we're going to be activating another Storm Slime here. Yeah, so the attempt is 8 damage at Sebastian. I think Sebastian is just going to take the 8. Yep.
Yeah, looks like that is the plan. Another 3 as well.
Finally going into Arden, finally able to remove that Arden Cloud Striker from the field. Yeah, so there you go. Okay. Ooh, the nullifying mirror is out.
The first time.
Yes.
Not
yes.
not exactly who we thought we would see it from.
Yeah.
But we'll see if he can leverage it. I'm not sure exactly what this is intended for.
Yeah.
Maybe Lustrous Slimes?
Yes, could be Lustrous Slime, could be different options. Again, we're getting kind of into many turns, so players are looking for specific, maybe we're just running out of options for materialization as well. Yeah. Fairy Whispers, this is where Sebastian is going to be looking for that cantripy win. I see Windmill Engineer, I think Reclaim and Razor Gale Calling.
Yeah, he could.
Cards he's looking for. He does have a Bagua, though, so the Bagua is going to be able to draw some more cards. And then kind of see what other options may be represented after that.
I'm curious if he picks up this Razor Gale Calling. Looks like he shipped it to the bottom. Just going to opt for that Windmill Engineer, really valuing those affordable reserve costs right now.
Yeah.
We have him at 22. Did you mark the one from Fairy Whispers?
Yeah, so part of the challenge here is that not only does Sebastian have to get through the I think just not enough influence to go and lay down the second Razor Gale Calling, especially because really Devin is in range for the kill.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is even these defensive options that Sebastian may have may end up actually killing Devin as well. So remember, there are still 2 Veiling Breeze still in hand from Sebastian.
So we'll see if we can deploy any sort of threats here that can get through this grip full of Veiling Breezes on the side of Sebastian. 8 is a lot for these potential Storm Slimes, but we're going to see as we pass back over to Devin what the choice is. We're getting a quick count of a Graveyard and of Banish.
You have 13 minutes left in round.
And we're getting a quick update on the clock as well. So we'll see if Devin can navigate this one. Being up a game, he's got to feel like he's in a fairly comfortable position in the match, but this game is not going, I think, necessarily how Devin would like.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, so just laying down the yeah.
Yeah, looks like Devin ended up conceding that game. Is that correct?
Yeah, so laying down the Windmill Engineer and then just turning it sideways for 1 extra damage was actually sufficient.
Oh, I see.
To end the game, yeah.
Right, the Razor Gale damage adds up so much, so
Yeah.
you don't quite see those life totals creeping up, and then Windmill alone dealing 1 damage off Razor Gale, and also being an ally that attacks for 1 will be enough to close out the game. So, yeah, we saw the Kongming deck do what it wants. Just slow down the game to a crawl, use these very potent, fast defensive options in Tempest Downfall, Veiling Breeze, Zephyr, all leveraged to slow down that slime stack in order to come in for the win.
Yeah. Was the boots ever utilized in that situation?
No, it looks like it wasn't.
Yeah. So I wonder if maybe there was something that could have been done earlier,
right,
or something like that. Yeah, but especially when Windmill was laid down, revealing 2 cards. Essentially, at that point, Sebastian only had 1 card in hand.
Right.
So, yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how Game 3 goes. Leaves our Slimes player being the choice for who goes first in this 3rd game, and I would be shocked if Slimes didn't choose to have that first materialization. So important in a deck that wants to get to level 3 as soon as possible to be on the upswing as far as materializes go.
Yeah. On the offensive.
Yeah.
For sure. It's very, very important here.
And it looks like that is the plan. Spirit of Slime. Draw 7 cards. Doesn't look like a perfect start. We do see a Gather Slimes. And we'll see if we can find a Baby Gray or perhaps something else. So we're going to grab a Storm Slime. Okay. Not what you need in the first couple turns of the game, but it will pay dividends if we can get to Sylvie Slime Sovereign safely. Looks like 2 Storm Slimes in the grip is not the worst start. Definitely none of those card advantage pieces that he wanted to see in the first turn of the game, but some good advanced element slimes, which, last game he was really searching for. It took him quite a long time to get there.
Yeah.
We'll see what the plan is from Sebastian. Going to draw his 7. We'll see if he can find, for the first time this match, that integral Razor Gale calling on the first couple turns of the game.
Yeah. Honestly, a pretty good hand here as well to start.
Yeah.
Even though no Razor Gale calling represented, still many, many different ways to kind of get there.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we'll see what the next couple turns gets Sebastian.
See the most threatening card in Sebastian's deck in the form of Windmill Engineer.
Yeah.
Coming for 1 point of damage, and those will add up.
And on the flip side here, Devin does have 2 Storm Slime already in hand, but
right.
Unfortunately, it's like these kind of cards are great, but you don't really want to see them so early.
Right.
Not as useful as later on in the game. He wants to get a little bit more acceleration early on instead.
He does find a copy of Dungeon Guide, which does unlock these Storm Slimes being a little bit better in the hand, but still at Spirit of Slime, he's going to need to do some real work to climb his way up to Sylvie Slime Sovereign.
Exactly. Yeah, and Ventus coming in again. So, Sebastian definitely seen the value that, he was able to get with Ventus last game, valuing to go for early Ventus again this game to be able to, basically have the suppressions that he needed.
Yeah, I think a really smart course correction. We saw the Ventus come in very late in game 1, and that was the game that he did ultimately lose to Slimes, and he really values that Ventus and saw the value that it got him last game, so he's opting to get it pretty early on.
Yep. And is that an Ardent Cloud Striker as well in hand? So I'm loving that card now.
Yeah.
Or is that an Unbroken Mustang? Unbroken Mustang. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, it might be a Mustang. Equally as good, though. That Mustang did do some work in taking care of those Beastmon boots. Oh, my God. We see the Diablerie in Sebastian's hand.
Again?
Yet again? The one Diablerie? He can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah. It's not possible.
So we'll see if Devin chooses to go for that Quicksilver Grail. But, man, Sylvie is known for getting that Quicksilver Grail almost every game. And so, provided Sebastian keeps that in mind, we might see...
he does draw the Cloud Striker with that Grand Crusader ring as well. Yeah. So, looking pretty good.
That is looking pretty good. He can do something like deploy that Cloud Striker, keep up some interaction. We're going to see a Slime Shield in response to the Windmill. It's an interesting choice. Maybe just opting to put cards down to level up to Sylvie 2 next turn. Seeing 3, 4... 5
Cloud Striker
for Ardent Cloud Striker.
Yeah, I'm really liking Sebastian's build here. Having such a potent ally threatening the early game in this way has really thrown some of the Sylvies into disarray, right? Like, know, vowing to kind of level up earlier rather than later. But of course, on Devin's side, he has, like you said, the early Dungeon Guide. He has the 2 Storm Slimes. So this is also a very, very powerful and dangerous looking in-game here.
Yeah, you can see him just rocketing towards level 3, using that Slime Shield pretty ineffectively just to put cards down to level up. Yeah. Just realizing that with a draw like this, with the 2 Storm Slimes, with his opponent still at Spirit of Wind, he can try to put on as much pressure as possible with this pair of very powerful arcane cards.
Yeah, looks like, of course, the Dungeon Guide is going to come down here. And, of course, we're going to go for that level up here. And... wow. Nascent Blast.
Nascent Blast.
The reaction. But yes.
Looks like slime count is 3.
3 count it is, yes.
First one's free. Looks like we're going to start off with a Gaia Songbird, see if maybe we can find an ethereal slime.
Yeah, or go for a little bit more slime as well. So, last card. Oh, keep going. Oh, Storm Slime.
Man.
Well, I mean,
Triplicate.
it's not quite what he's looking for. Like you said, I think the Ethereal Slime would be much better here, but unfortunately, if there's no other options, still a pretty good option.
I guess I'll take this Storm Slime for 3.
You know, it's okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
darn.
Oh, darn. I mean, remember, the Storm Slime is coming in with 2 counters as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 3 damage from spells and 5 damage as an attack.
So it looks like that damage was attempted to be used to take out that Ardent Cloud Striker, but we'll see a Zephyr keep that Cloud Striker safe yet again, really valuing keeping that Cloud Striker on board. Then the additional damage will be sent upstairs to Sebastian. And looking pretty low on influence, but good cards to have 2 Storm Slimes in the influence of 3 for Devin. We had to have Mark run off for Path of Silver, so I have Jim joining me in the booth. Hey, Jim. Welcome in.
Hey, happy to be here.
I heard you like slime, so we wanted to make sure that we got you on for the slimes game.
I do like slimes. I'm always thrilled to see a storm slime on the table.
How do you feel about 2 in Devin's hand of 3 influence?
You know, I think I'm on board. That sounds like it'll be pretty good for Devin.
Yeah. Sebastian, no slouch here as well, though. Has quite a few cards, very many options available to him. As Ardent Cloud Striker being a real thorn in the side of Devin, just punching in for damage, controlling the board, being very pesky to deal with.
Yeah, Ardent Cloud Striker, kind of a big player in the previous game, right? A lot of protection coming down from Sebastian, keeping that Ardent Cloud Striker alive.
Right. And yeah, we saw that last turn as well with the Zephyr coming down to protect that Cloud Striker, just really showing how much Sebastian values it. And we'll finally see that shift to West, both turning on those Bogwells of Cardinal Fate and making this Ardent Cloud Striker a beast coming in for 6. Not literally a beast. He's a human, but lots of damage.
No pride on the Ardent Cloud Striker.
Yeah.
Definitely a much bigger threat, though, coming in for 6 damage. That's a lot to work with.
Of course. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this Storm Slime. Looks like it's going upstairs. In fact, not even going to try to deal with this Ardent Cloud Striker. Just says, I think I can deal you lethal damage if you don't have a response.
Yeah, does Devin have the read here? Maybe he thinks the Storm Slime will take it out just on its own? He might be trying to aim the Storm Slime's direct damage at the Ardent Cloud Striker, or he might just go for the dome.
We'll see. Looks like a pass of the turn.
Bold.
Very interesting, keeping up those cards in his influence, maybe looking for some potential fast speed interaction or potentially some shenanigans.
Also,
on his
maybe just
turn.
willing to take the 6, you know? He's in a pretty good position here. There's not a lot of life to work through on the Kong Ming side. Decent health buffer for Devin right now. He can take some of this damage and potentially still come back.
Yeah, but we'll see how it shapes out. Going to go back over to Sebastian Stern. Something that we do have to note, and we always want to make note of here in the feature match area, is these 2 players do have a common enemy, and that is the clock. Just 3 minutes left in the round. So this Kongming deck, known for delaying games, as these win cards are very good at keeping you safe. We'll see if Sebastian can close out this game in time.
Yeah, and no Razor Gale for Sebastian either. I think this has probably been noted by you and Mark, but I'm also going to note it. No Razor Gale on Sebastian's side, so that means that extra pressure isn't there, right? 6 damage on its own is only 6 damage.
Right.
It's not really indicative of, another 5 damage from just chaining Bagwas and Fairy Whispers together.
And something interesting here is on this Bogwa of Cardinal Fate that was cast on Sebastian's turn, he did find a Razor Gale, but left it on top. So I believe it's the 2nd card now on top of his library.
Razor Gale always a bit of a contentious play. It is 4 influence to get that down onto the board, and it does cost you a card to get it down onto the board. You need to make sure that your hand is big enough, you have enough influence to support it once it comes down in order to be able to deal that damage.
Right, of course. And there is a lot of damage facing him down here, so he does need to keep up his defensive options. Does have the Suppress online for this Ventus, so he can either fire off these Tempest Downfalls if he finds a hole in the defenses of Sylvie, or use them to deal with these pesky allies on the board.
And speaking of holes in defenses, we have a Nullifying Mirror coming out for Devin, hot on the heels of an Escape the Wreckage on the Songbird.
Yeah.
So could very well be digging for another massive slime hit soon.
Yeah, this is going to protect him from Veiling Breeze, and so he might be able to start deploying these Storm Slimes pretty safely to close out the rest of this life total that Kongming has, but we are going to see both that Suppression deployed and this Tempest Downfall cast to sort of stem the bleeding. See a Gather Slimes in response to the Tempest Downfall, get a little recovery for Devin himself, maybe pick up one of those ethereal slimes that he seems to be looking for.
Do we know where that Tempest Downfall is headed? Was it targeting the slime or his head?
I believe this is targeting Storm Slime. Yeah.
Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, so we saw the response with Gather to trigger that on death from Storm Slime, but a brutal Gather Slimes from Devin, missing completely. No recovery, not adding a card to hand.
That is awful. You never want to see that as a slime player. That is the worst possible thing that can happen. You're always banking on getting at least that one card back from Gather Slimes to keep your influence up.
It's just so likely, right?
Yeah.
So it's so unfortunate to miss in your top 5. But we'll see if this one does any better. Gather Slimes number 2, and immediately finds not only some slimes for that recovery, but also an ethereal slime to pick up, we assume.
Yeah, recovery 4 is pretty massive here. Not sure which slime he'll take. Ethereal does seem like a good pick, though.
Looks like that is the pick, and we'll see if he wants to deploy one of these 2 reserve cost slimes, either a storm slime or an ethereal. He has advanced element slimes in abundance. He's going to start off with that ethereal slime that he picked up. Get a little bit more cards in his hand.
His slime count now is at 4, so
Yeah.
Storm Slime would be just barely lethal if he thinks it's not going to be defended.
Right.
But what are the odds that something's not going to be defended by this Razor Gale deck?
Yeah, of course. Looks like we're going to see another Tempest Downfall, still costing 0 to activate after that suppression from Ventus, just immediately taking care of that ethereal slime. We're going to see Sebastian just leveraging this Ardent Cloud Striker and trying to use that to finish the game while using his Tempest Downfall more as removal than damage directly.
And that Cloud Striker coming back from the suppression, that's going to be huge damage.
Yes,
We also have
damage.
time being called, unfortunately, so that is turn 0 on Sebastian's side. We'll see Devin getting 1, Sebastian getting 2, and then Devin getting the final turn, assuming that time doesn't run out in overtime.
Right. And I think it's going to be pretty difficult for frankly, either player to finish up this game. Both players had a pretty healthy amount of damage counters having been taken, and defensive options in spades from Sebastian.
Absolutely, yeah. Sebastian definitely has the tools to keep Devin at bay here. Devin staring down that Ardent Cloud Striker, not the best position to be in. He's tried so many times to get it off the field.
A second time in the feature match area, we see Diablerie cast in response to Quicksilver Grail. This does put Sebastian with all of his cards down, but we can see a play like we saw last game where he grabs his Tariff Ring to stop the relentless attacks from Sylvie on the turn that this Quicksilver Grail comes down.
The Tariff Ring already in play right now, so that's
Oh,
not
yeah,
going to be the choice.
right.
Honestly, this is so backbreaking, not only just because he's taking his Divine Relic, but he's taking his material phase.
Right.
And that would have been such a huge materialization. No matter what he put under that Quicksilver Grail, it was going to be massive.
Yeah, I mean, she's so reliant on cards like Horn of Beast Calling to sort of rocket that influence back up to find the last points of damage that they need, and Devin basically skipping a materialized step here is going to be really punishing.
So we're seeing that Tariff Ring get popped, so attacks are going to be extra expensive for Devin to get through.
Yeah. But Storm Slimes are free. We'll see if this 4 damage does end up landing. Kongming, yet again, only 19 life. So a pair of Storm Slimes would be enough to deal lethal damage, but we do have a Safeguard Amulet available should Sebastian want to use it.
In this case, he's pointing that Storm Slime at the Storm Slime in order to make sure that he gets the removal. This is a very, very sort of edge case play.
Yeah.
Banishing 2 slimes to make his next Storm Slime more powerful, and replacing the 2 cards that he used to activate that Storm Slime,
Right.
keeping his velocity going.
Yeah, definitely shows some familiarity with this Sylvie deck, showing the importance of drawing these extra cards, pumping up these big Storm Slimes.
Doing it one more time. Does he have the 4th Storm Slime in hand?
1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna get that Gaia's Blessing, making just a massive pile of slimes if he is able to find that last and final Storm Slime. Currently looking at 11.
And that's exactly
Storm
lethal. That's
Slime
just enough to get
for
through the safeguard.
11? No way. We see Sebastian sort of shocked that this is the number that can be reached here. Storm Slime into the 4th copy, but we're going to see a 3 visits cast recover 2. Will that take him out of range?
That is just barely enough to keep him alive. It was lethal through the safeguard, but not lethal through the recovery.
Wow.
Wow, just an incredible interchange here. Such a smart line by Devin.
Right.
Targeting the Storm Slimes in order to build up his slime count. And then the final blast, just barely over the top of that safeguard ring, blocked at the very tail end by that 3 visits.
but we still have to worry about these allies able to come in. He does have that suppression online to deal with Storm Slime, but that's not the way that you want to deal with him next turn. So
Absolutely not. But the Tariff Ring is also going to
Right.
be enough here. Not enough resources in hand for Devin to really slam that home.
yeah.
And one attack would have done it. Oh my God, it's so close.
And Jim, if anything had gone right, if we had a Horn of Beast Calling, he would have been able to pay for that Tariff Ring by popping it to
Absolutely.
draw a card. Just so many things went Sebastian's way that turn, and he was able to just barely survive. We're going to see an Unbroken Mustang cast targeting that Beastmon Boots. It will be likely cracked in response, but
And there comes the downfall,
wow,
just enough to get.
yeah. Downfall in response to the crack of the Beastmon Boots. We see just a sigh of relief from Sebastian, able to take that game down. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. 1 turn remaining. Wow.
Devin
was so tight.
lamenting, just 1 card short.
Right.
Ah, so close. What a match. What a match.
Man, just like really Diablerie putting in work that match. The 1 copy in this deck. 1 copy of Diablerie we saw cast twice and to outrageous effect.
Absolutely. Hitting this Quicksilver Grail is just so huge. It's not even about the benefit to
Right.
Sebastian for getting that Quicksilver Grail. It's denying that Quicksilver
Of
Grail to
course.
his opponent. Quicksilver Grail so important to the Slime strategy.
Yeah, without that Diablerie, anything that increases his influence would have got him through that Tariff Ring, being able to take that masterful line with these 3 Storm Slimes killing themselves to keep pumping up that slime count. Just so impressive,
Wow.
just
yeah,
shy of
two,
getting there.
2 absolute experts
Yeah.
showing off the power of their deck. What an incredible showcase.
Yeah. I really love when the Sylvie deck gets to have skill expressive lines like that, where Sylvie is, I would say, usually on the easier side to play at like a competent level, but to play at this sort of expert level that you need to play in this sort of tournament, this day 2 of Ascent Santa Clara. It's really cool to see those very unique lines come into play.
Yeah. I completely agree. It's so it feels so rewarding
Yeah.
to see that kind of skill on display
Right.
and that kind of skill rewarded as well,
course.
right? Sylvie, very much a deck that can carry you.
Right.
But when you can take that burden onto yourself as well and carry Sylvie over the finish line, just looks really good.
Yeah, it's all the difference between the floor and the ceiling, right? Like
Absolutely.
you can reach the floor, but it's the players that can reach that ceiling that are here playing on day 2.
And what a close match. Wow,
Yeah.
I am still reeling by that final sequence of events.
Yeah, so congratulations to Sebastian. He is still fighting for his tournament life. Our only Razor Gale Kongming player, still now going to be at 8-2-1. I think, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of the tournament for Devin. But
It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to necessarily make top 8 from here.
Right.
But quite a good run to make it
yeah,
this far.
an amazing run and amazingly played as well. So, yeah, we are going to see what the rest of the tournament holds for us. We're coming to our last 2 rounds now, Swiss, right? Our penultimate round coming up, and we're really going to start looking at who is fighting for those top 8 slots. We're going to be narrowing down who is in contention, who has this sort of winning in. And I think something that you talked about yesterday, Jim, is that the size of this tournament and the amount of rounds that we're playing is going to make it really, really tight to see who can jump into
Absolutely.
not those top 4 slots, but those bottom 4 slots are going to be so contentious.
Yeah, 100% agree. The math involved in making sure that your tiebreakers work out is going to be just it's going to be difficult to manage, right? All of these players are working as hard as they can to make that cut. And, coming in from a field of 309, 313 players, the contention for those tiebreakers, like every single tiebreaker point matters, If you came into a match 2-1 versus 2-0, that's going to make a difference.
Right.
If your opponent didn't win their game, that's going to make a difference.
Of course.
All of these players, it's just so close. It's on a knife edge.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see who can get there. There's a lot of big players in the room and a lot of very talented people. And we want to bring it to that interview that we recorded for last match, where we had Amphi down in the feature match area talking about that only Diana deck in the tournament. And then we're going to jump down live to the feature match area to do an interview with Sebastian, now our only Kongming player left in the tournament. Hey everybody, I'm down here in the feature match with Amphi, who just won his first game of day 2. Amphi, how do you feel getting your first win on day 2 of Ascent Santa Clara?
Honestly, I'm terrified. This is my first time making top 32, and I'm totally out of my element, but I feel like I'm pretty good into the field, so yeah, feeling confident.
Yeah, I think people are going to be really interested to hear about your deck choice. Not only Diana, which I think was so small a representation that she didn't even have a slice on the pie chart. I'm not sure if you're the only one, but you're very close to the only one. But not only that, we saw some really interesting deck choices. Is there anything you want to talk about in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the primary thesis of my deck is like you can be coiled for dealing like 18 damage, 20 damage, you know, in a single turn, and people have to respect that. And then you kind of force them to not respect it by like putting pressure on them with high value cards like Crystalline Archer and like Sea Sprite Diver, right? Which are almost always like going to be 2-for-1s in some way, right? And then yeah, hopefully they kind of overextend, and then you just go boom, 18 damage because you have the Dungeon Guide and the Mind Reaver or something in hand, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mystic Purifier in the main deck did a lot of work in those matchups. Sinister Mind Reaver as well is a card I think I've never seen played on this sort of stage before. Were you sort of prepared for this meta? I assume Purifiers are sort of for Razor Gale, but did you expect this Arisana deck to have the showing that it did?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I played at a store champ, and Chessie was there, and so we were in the top, and I played against him, and I was like, this deck is really, really strong. And I think that I was kind of the only one there who was really like good into him, right? Or at least my deck was the only one there who was really good into his deck. So yeah. Also, you just hearing rumblings, through like True Champion and those guys, right? It definitely seemed like it was going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it looks like you made the right choice. I mean, you seemed pretty confident in that matchup there, and I'm sure you'll see more of those later on in the day. Some Sylvies in the bracket as well. I know we're not quite there yet. We still have 3 more rounds for you to do, but what would it mean if you got a top 8 slot at this Ascent?
Well, it's a water spirit, and I play almost all water, so yeah, I mean, I'd love to do that, but like honestly, I'm just really happy with top 32. It's my first time making top cut, and yeah, but fingers crossed I can make it.
Yeah, we're crossing our fingers for you too, man. Good luck. A few more rounds to go, but yeah, thank you for standing in and having an interview with us.
I want to see a lot more Dianas in play now that you know that it can top. So please, Diana, faithful out there, I want Creeping Torment on everybody so that we all stop drawing so many cards.
That is perfect advice, and I hope that the people at home take it. So thank you, and good luck the rest of the way. Hey, everybody. Hey, we are down in the feature match with Sebastian, the winner of our last match. Congratulations, man. That puts you now at 8-2-1. We got the sunglass haters. That was a really close game, man.
Yeah, it was really close. I think the judge said we had 30 seconds left on the time. I was like, oh my god. And I barely Ardent swing for game is good.
Yeah, did you think that you were going to get there, or were you kind of worried somewhere that you were going to lose to maybe those several Storm Slimes that came right down to the wire on that game 3?
Relatively, I'm just overall confident against the slime matchup in general, just because I know how it works. It actually helps a lot more that I know exactly what his deck list was, because Nullifying Mirrors in his side deck, so I knew I could just go all for it game 1. It didn't matter because I didn't find a Veiling, but still.
Yeah, and I believe you are our only Kongming player left playing in top 32, and so you've got her on your back. Have you been playing this deck for a while, since the sort of 3 visits, Arata?
I played it at Toronto, actually, because my friend Peter, he made the deck, and then most of the people from SoCal actually played the deck. Jet actually played the deck, and then one of us also, Ryan Sano, he actually played the deck as well, too. We just abused the crap out of 3 visits because it was broken. But the decks, I think, has been still pretty good right now, too. I've been doing pretty well, and honestly, I have a final on Monday, so it's the only deck I know how to play well right now either anyways.
Well, I mean, you're making it worth it, not at home studying. You're doing quite well. There's just 2 more rounds left, and you're in pretty good shape. If you win those next 2, what would it mean for you to top 8 Ascent Santa Clara?
If I win the next means I'm stuck here and I can't go home and study. So I don't know which one's better.
So you take that as sort of a win-win, right? If it doesn't go well, you get to come and study, and if it does go well,
It's definitely a win-win. Top 8 would actually be really nice, because I saw the spirit and I actually really wanted it. Yeah. And it'd be my first spirit if I do top 8, but knock on wood. Is there any wood?
Yeah, we don't want to curse you. We hope to get those next two. Just 2 more rounds to go, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And so we're going to throw it to a quick break, and then we will have our penultimate round of Swiss for Ascent Santa Clara coming up in just a few minutes.
高く ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと
Welcome back, everybody, to Ascent Santa Clara. I am Cam in the booth here with Jim. I'm a little out of breath. Just ran from the feature match, did an interview, and we are back with our penultimate round of Ascent Santa Clara. Really coming down to it, Jim.
Yeah, I'm excited. Also, this promises to be a pretty good match coming up.
Yeah.
We've got two aggressive decks fighting into each other. Going to be a nice change from all these water mirrors.
Right? Yeah, we said that we've been waiting. You know, we love water decks. We're glad to see water
absolutely.
doing well. But man, I just want to see some Fire Sander do some damage, and that is what we're gonna get. I think our players are ready for us to go down to the feature match. So we have Joquel versus Josh G. Joquel's playing Water Allies. Tristan looks like, and then we have the only Fire Xander in Josh G. Two Fire Xanders.
Yep.
Two Fire Xanders.
This is one of two Fire Xanders. 3 Xanders left in the top 32.
Wow.
There's actually
Very
Wind
impressive.
Luxem representing for Xander.
Wow.
Which,
Wind Luxem. Yeah,
my
yeah,
boy.
representing for sure.
But yeah, we've got Fire Aggro Xander here battling into Water Allies Tristan. Promises to be a slugfest.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, both of these decks, like you said, very aggressive. But I think what we're really going to see dictate the pace of this game is if the water player can find their important pieces of interaction on the turns that it matters. These Fire Sander decks are so explosive, and you really need to have those Freezing Hails, Frostbinds, Fracturizes for when it matters. And if you don't, you could just get run over.
Absolutely. From experience, these Fire Aggro decks can put out, 25, 30, 35 damage, and you need to be able to mitigate that before you can enact your game plan.
Yeah.
Almost every other deck is going to be slower than Fire Aggro Xander here. So
Right.
really going to be on the back foot, really needs to keep the board clear,
Of course.
and really needs to watch out for that extra spell damage. There's going to be some just big spells coming in from Josh G.
And we see a great way to keep the board clear on the first turn from Joquel is going to be this Gildus, which can't quite attack, but she can be used on following turns to clear the board, as most of these allies are going to be going upstairs in the hands of Josh G. We're going to see a Woodland Squirrels, followed by a Gildus. So super important with these aggressive fire decks. Being on the draw means that you have an extra card, but if you activate this Woodland Squirrels, it brings you down to that 7 influence, allowing you to activate this Gildus and have her balanced for that 4 damage.
And 4 damage is the sweet spot. There are a
Yeah.
lot of cards that deal 4 damage from these Fire Aggro Xander decks. You're looking to maximize the damage per card with these aggro decks. You really want to get as much damage in as quickly as possible, and you're burning your resources to make it happen.
Yeah, and we definitely see that will be the way this game goes. Looks like a couple of Vermilion Decrees in the hand of Josh G, and 1 copy of Reduced to Ash, which could come in here, but not a whole lot of interaction to be held up as we pass back over to Joquel.
Joquel looking through his material deck, trying to decide what's going to be best served here. Safeguard Amulet going to actually be a very important tool in this
Yeah.
matchup. Opting to go for the Influence gain right now, bringing out that Fire Resonance Bauble. Wanting to draw some more cards, wanting to keep his influence up. And a lot of his tools, Water Allies Tristan, definitely still a water deck, for all
Yeah.
of that it is an Allies deck. He's got a lot of tools to protect himself here.
And the draw step was tremendous. It's this Gildus and Lunette paired together, both with this balance mechanic, but Lunette keeping all of the allies that Josh G controls coming into play rested.
And Joquel passing the turn, keeping in balance, so that Lunette's not going to be very easy to kill. The extra 3 health is going to be a real stumbling block for Josh G to get through.
Yeah, we see him even holding a Song of Nurturing as well as a Frostbind, both key pieces of interaction should Josh decide to try to deal with some of these allies, or should he use too many resources and get got by this Frostbind pay to or negate target card activation.
Yep, Frostbind definitely going to be a key player. Maybe not as key as against some of the decks that
Right.
are relying on specific cards. Of course, Fire Aggro, happy to throw as many cards as possible at
Right.
you. Any individual card, probably not super important, but altogether, kind of the gestalt, if you will, just a lot of damage.
We see Grand Crusader's Ring is to grab a little bit of hesitation before he grabbed it, but that is ultimately what he decides. And then we're going to see a Vermilion Decree cast in the Recollection step of Josh G, imbuing with a Rococo, Reduced Ash, and yet another Vermilion Decree. And we'll try to see what the modes are. Usually 3 damage to target champion, and we'll see if either he wants a little bit more influence for him and his opponent, or if he wants to mark some damage on these allies.
Yeah, I didn't quite make out from the player chat to hear exactly where this is going.
Yeah, we'll
But
see. We'll
all
see
of
some
these options
indication.
are honestly good. You know, he's not in a position where he's going to be worried about giving his opponent a card. In fact, giving his opponent a card might set Lunette off balance.
But either way, we're going to see a Frostbind be cast by Jokel,
Mm-hmm.
and that is going to button that up. But this being in Josh G's Recollection means that he is free to do as he pleases, a full hand, and whatever he wants to do can be done this turn with no interaction from Jokel.
Mm-hmm. And this is probably set up for a really big turn for Josh.
Yeah. Yeah, we see a couple of copies of Rococo, that Vermilion Decree that we saw imbued as well. We'll see if he wants to deploy maybe this Lurking Assailant. So many options of threats for him to deploy here.
Rococo, of course, a card that's going to be better slightly later in the game after he's spent some more cards.
Right.
That on enter, pretty powerful effect.
So we see an immediate Vermilion Decree cast. Looks like it was 2 damage to the Lunette as she is no longer balanced. 3 damage to Jokal, adding up to that 8 damage counters already, and just leaving up a little bit of interaction, looks like. Or at least feigning so. Looks like it's just a reduce in hand that could be cast at fast speed, but not quite enough influence to get there.
Mm-hmm. And this does kind of unlock the board for Josh in future turns.
Yeah.
Not having that Lunette on board. Lunette is a real stumbling block for any deck that wants to go fast.
Of course.
Any deck that wants to interact with the board is going to have to really set up their turns, sequence very carefully what they're doing, and that's the last thing Josh wants to have to do.
Of course. And we'll see what Joe wants to grab
Pulling
here.
that Safeguard Amulet to the front.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Jim. Very important in this matchup. Guards against things like Vermilion Decree, Blazing Throw, that on-enter from Rococo counts. Anything that is not attack damage, and there is a lot of it in this Fire Xander deck, can be blocked by that Safeguard Amulet.
Absolutely. Also a lot of attacks, so, you know, not all of it is going to come through the air like that.
Right.
He's definitely going to send his champion in when given the opportunity.
Yeah, we've seen Heated Vengeance make a huge rise in popularity in these Fire Xander decks as the attack of choice, but we also see a Korhazi Trapper deployed here from Jokal to sort of give him this 2 layers of protection. He has this Safeguard Amulet to protect against non-attack damage, and this Korhazi Trapper to make any potential attacks, allies or otherwise, just a little bit smaller.
And this is a really good position for Joquel. You know, he's really shields up, he's got a lot of block, and the more Josh tries to spend his resources to get through this, the less Josh is going to have available for future turns. Every single block is another inch of fighting ground for Joquel
Right.
to come back after Josh has spent his influence.
Yeah, a great position to be in for sure. Just getting to leverage this one powerful threat in the form of Gildas and play this very tempo-oriented game plan, holding up your 2-cost cards here in the form of another Frostbind and another Freezing Hail while you go to town with this Gildas doing 4 damage every turn that she can.
And he really does have everything covered. He has the Frostbind, the Freezing Hail, so he can interact with the board even if it's the first thing Josh does, and he can interact with any big spells that Josh tries to play out with the lower amounts of influence that he's sitting on right now. In fact, going up to Xander level 1 here in order to turn on his Assassin class bonuses,
Right.
but that does cost him influence.
Yeah, Fire Xander specifically, not known for its influence replenishing effects. A lot of their cards, like you said, they throw them directly at you, and I think that is the only thing that Jokal really has to be worried about is sort of Fire Xander going over the top of this protection and just throwing the kitchen sink at him.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that is the Fire Aggro plan. Assuming everything goes according to plan, he will run out of cards completely the moment that Joquel runs out of HP.
Right, yeah. And we'll see if he can do that. We're thinking a little bit about our glimpse. I believe we did see maybe 2 copies of Planted Explosives. I know it was at least 1, and so Josh is debating whether he wants to keep that on top or maybe fish for something a little bit better. Yeah, didn't quite catch that second card, but either way, they're going to the bottom. So we're going to get a fresh one from the draw step. No shenanigans in Recollection. We do see a Blazing Throw pulled to the front of the hand. So 2 Rokokos, 1 Blazing Throw, and you've got to be just so angry as Josh to see this Safeguard on the other side of the board. It's going to be really difficult for you to push through that with the amount of non-attack damage that is available to him.
Yeah, and he's not in a position to wait it out either. There's not a
Right.
whole lot of trickery coming from Josh's side. He mostly has to trigger it and then hope that he still has the resources afterwards to get through on the next turn.
Yeah, we can see it looks like he's pulled this Reduce out of his hand. If he wants to take care of this Safeguard now, it will unlock both his Rokokos and his Blazing Throw next turn. Or potentially, if he wants to take a couple of turns to set up, he's not under a tremendous amount of pressure, and he can look to set up that Poison Dagger first. But it looks like he is going to opt for that Reduce. We're going to see Safeguard cracked in response. And then Josh says, that's a good trade with me.
Yep. Probably happy to call it there, pass the turn, let the Safeguard effect fade, and set up for the next one.
Yeah. And we'll see what Jokel decides to get. Looks like a backup charger pulled to the front, just really valuing that influence and currently not under a tremendous amount of pressure, which is not usually the norm from this sort of Fire Xander deck, but he does have a lot of the options covered, so maybe he's going to opt for just a little bit more influence.
Yeah, Jokel's sitting with some good shields here. Again, not a lot of pressure back either, right?
Right.
Not a lot of crackback potential. Keeping Gildas balanced after activating this this backup charger is going to be difficult, being
Right.
at 8 influence.
True. Yeah, maybe he'll opt for a Grand Crusader's Ring if he is worried about that Gildas balance math that you said. I do think is very important.
And, you know, giving Josh the time to refill, the time to get a few more cards, the time to maybe set up one of these combos of his is potentially dangerous.
It's really dangerous, Jim.
But in the meantime, we'll see what his plan is. Yep, bringing out that Grand Crusader ring. Much easier to keep the balance here.
Right.
So he can set up a position where he draws his 7th card, plays a 3-cost card, attacks with Gildas, and then cracks the Crusader ring in order to draw another card. And we'll see what his plan is here.
Getting a quick count of the fire cards. Something notable about the Fire Xander deck is there is a lot of cards, Rending Flames, Soul Knife, Verruckin Soul Knife, that leverage those fire cards in their graveyard. So want to keep a close eye on how many fire cards are available to keep guard of those Soul Knives and Rending Flames.
Yeah, Verruckin Soul Knife, one of 2 cards that can actually come out not during the material phase to enable those blazing throws.
Yeah,
Also, Mercenary Blade to take
Right.
advantage of that prep counter that he's already got.
of course. Yeah, lots of small pieces working together is the name of the game for the Fire Xander deck. But this is no small piece that he's grabbed from his material deck. We have the Impact Hammer that deals just about as much damage to you as it does to your opponent.
Right, and in the way that Fire Aggro plays, you know everything is a resource. Cards are a
Right.
resource, health is a resource. Throw it away in order to get that damage in.
Right. And we see that dealing 3 damage to Xander in order to get an attack in. Just going to be met with the Korhazi Trapper shrinking down Xander's attacks, and then we're going to take that Impact Hammer and throw it directly at our opponent with a Blazing Throw.
And Blazing, such an evocative card, Blazing Throw.
And this might get the job done if we don't see some real interaction from Jokel here. Rokoko says as long as your influence is 4 or less, she deals 2 damage to target champion. That's going to bring Jokel up to 14. An attack for 1 will have to be met with a Freezing Hail, I would assume. Oh, we have that one more prep counter. We're going to shrink down Rokoko. And then we're going to see one more Rokoko, which can be met by a Frostbind to keep Jokel in the game.
Just enough resources to keep himself alive, hanging on by a thread here. 1 health left on this Spirit of Water. Wouldn't surprise me to see a level up here from Jokel in order to take advantage of that extra health pool.
I think you are exactly right, Jim. I think that has to be the plan, or he's in a bit of a dicey situation.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll see what he has in store. There might be room for some more card draw here. He might be setting up for a big attack. Josh has put all of his cards down. There's no interaction available at this point. Maybe Joe Quell thinks he can seal the deal here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the stretch of imagination to get 8 points of damage, especially if this Gildas can be balanced. That's already going to be 7 on board, 4 from Gildas, 2 from these Korhazi Trappers, 1 from this Mercenary's Blade, and this Rain Weaver Mage has enough power to get the job done. Attack for 2, attack for 4, attack for 1, attack for 1, attack for 1. And that will be the game.
Yeah, that closes it out. Wow. Turning the tables on the aggro deck. All of his resources going down. Finally frostbinding the very last threat, what would have been lethal.
Right.
And then turning it around in one huge turn. Just a massive attack from the Water Allies player.
Yeah, like you said, both very aggressive decks, and it's sort of this dance, right? Where if any player overextends, and maybe overextends is the wrong word. If any player sort of goes for lethal, which is how you win the game, and they are sort of thwarted in that plan, they usually have to go resources down to do so. And so that means that the opposite player can sort of crack back and usually finish out the game, and that's what we saw Joe Quell do there.
Yeah, and the Water Allies list is in a good position to do that. Sort of a lot more defensive tricks in the Fire aggro list. So in a position to just sit back and wait and try and wait out the aggro.
I agree. And in regards to defensive tricks in their sideboard, it looks like Water Allies is packing 1 copy of Blinding Orb. That does usually do some pretty significant work in matchups where you really want to leverage these Frostbinds and make it difficult for players to play around your negation spells. We also have 1 copy of Smoke Bombs. Probably not going to come in here, although it could potentially be just an extra sort of pseudo bauble over something like a Wind Resonance bauble. 4 copies of Mystic Purifier, not really for this matchup. 2 copies of Incapacitate we could see come to great effect against cards like Blazing Throne, Vermilion Decree.
So on Josh G's side, there's a Viridian Protective Trinket, which is almost assuredly coming in. This is exactly the kind of matchup it's for. Also a Smoke Bombs. That one's probably not coming in. We didn't see a lot of Taunters, although maybe it's going to come in for the eventual Frostsworn Paladins. I think Josh, even though he didn't see any that game, would be expecting to see them from a deck like this.
Sure.
Also running 3 Incapacitate in the board. Not entirely sure whether or not those are going to come in. Not a lot of big threats that Josh needs to stop.
Right.
But potentially keeping an Incapacitate up in order to counter a Frostbind.
Right.
Seems like a reasonable play.
Sure.
3 Ignited Stabs. This is an interesting one. It is an attack that, if prepared, deals 4 damage, otherwise deals 2 damage. I'm not exactly sure what that's for, but it does look good on some of the bigger allies. So maybe this is also to get through those walls of Frostborn Paladins. And a backup charger in the sideboard. So if he needs a little bit more longevity, if he's trying to play a slightly longer game, he can bring in that backup charger. Very interesting to see what his decisions will be, what these cards are for in his mind. I haven't seen a lot of the sideboarded matches with Fire aggro. So I'm really interested to see what came in, what didn't.
Yeah, I would assume that Josh is going to opt for threat density. He doesn't really want to be the interactive deck here. He just wants to force Joe Quell to have to interact with him at every decision point. And so we might see those stabs come in, maybe that backup charger as well. We see this beautiful CSR Arthur getting played on turn 1, and that is exactly what you don't want to see as Joe Quell. Not a great way to deal with that. As Arthur comes in, you may rest him, and if you do, he becomes immortal until the beginning of your next turn. So no way to deal with him other than potentially a Snow Fairy from Joe Quell. But it looks like, yeah, there's 4 in the list, so that could be a potential, but I don't see one in the hand. So Arthur's going to wreak some havoc on this board.
Absolutely. Korhazi Trapper probably going to be useful here, but there's most likely going to be a lot of attackers next turn to take advantage of those Arthur abilities.
Looks like those Incapacitates were brought in by Joe Quell. We see one hiding in the hand, as well as a Frostbind. A Rain Weaver Mage is going to be the first card deployed here from Joe Quell. Not super impressive class bonus on enter effect right now, but however, it is a 3 reserve cost, 2/3, and that's exactly the body you're looking for these aggressive decks.
And also that Korhazi Trapper staying awake in order to be able to use that defensive trick, removing the preparation counter to give an attacker -3 power until end of turn.
And he sure is going to need it. Arthur does a great job at making any sort of anemic allies that can be deployed by Josh really pack a punch.
Absolutely. Arthur, just a monster on this board.
Right.
Incredible attacker.
And we'll see if he has any allies to follow it up with. We did see a Lurking Assailant drawn, and I believe we see a pair of Cutthroats in the hand as well, which are exactly what Arthur wants to be paired with. 2 damage coming across with Arthur. We're going to see a Lurking Assailant deployed. And we'll see if he wants to try to take care of that Rainweaver Mage, as it does now have 3 power while it's attacking.
Which is probably what the Korhazi Trapper is for, keeping his board alive in this situation, since he doesn't seem to be spending the counter in order to keep himself alive.
Yeah, very interesting choice here, as it can go so poorly for Jokwell. He's going to declare an attack. We're going to see that Korhazi Trapper activated in response, and then we're going to see probably a Captivating Cutthroat deployed to take care of that Rainweaver Mage after all.
There it goes, just like you called it. Captivating Cutthroat coming out with 3 attack thanks to Arthur's bonus.
And a real choice here. Does he want to take care of the Rainweaver or the Korhazi Trapper? Looks like he wants to take care of his opponent instead.
Absolutely. Straight to the face. This is what Fire Aggro is for. The face is the place.
The face is the place, for sure. And we'll see if that ends up biting him. Captivating Cutthroat is usually a one-time deal. She does only have that 1 life, and so something as simple as this Korhazi Trapper can pick her off if it doesn't have any preparation counter duties to perform.
I think overall, Josh is happy to make that trade.
Yeah.
If every card in his hand turned into 3 damage to his opponent,
Sure.
that's 5 cards to win the game. Like, he's happy to make that trade.
That is totally fair, and that's what we saw him try to go for last game, and it was nail-bitingly close. So
very close.
it could definitely swing either way, and I think in these aggressive matchups, Arthur goes a long way. And so Arthur really is going to have some resources committed to taking him off the board here from Jokwell, or it will just take over the game.
And Jokwell immediately responding, sending both of his allies into Arthur. Arthur going down, and that makes the board feel a lot safer in Jokwell's position.
And yeah, it's got to feel safe after this Lunette comes down and takes care of that Captivating Cutthroat, and now we just have to contend with that Lurking Assailant, as any allies coming in this turn will be coming in rested thanks to that Frostbinder Priest.
And Jokwell in a position where he can leave this Lunette balanced. So you'll notice he hasn't cracked that Fire Resonance bauble.
Right.
Hasn't drawn that card because that would throw Lunette out of balance. So if Lunette dies, nothing's stopping him from drawing a card here.
Right.
But in the meantime, having a 1/4 Lunette, very threatening.
And what a handful of interaction. He has not only Frostbind, not only Fracturize, but Song of Nurturing, all 2 reserve cost fast actions that he can play on his opponent's turn depending on the situation. We're going to see a Heated Vengeance come down. The sweet combo between Heated Vengeance and Impact Hammer. Heated Vengeance gets a pretty sizable buff if you've dealt yourself damage this turn. And Impact Hammer says on declaration of an attack, you deal yourself 3 damage. So this Heated Vengeance is going to come in for a staggering 7 damage. And you can't have that one come in rested, Jim. That's just
No.
champion attacking champion.
Absolutely. This is a massive hit. What an incredible set of cards here from Fire Aggro Xander.
And he doesn't have a whole lot to say about it. He does have a Fracturize, but that's not really going to be, I think, beneficial for him to Fracturize this hammer.
No, unfortunately, the way that Fracturize works, because the hammer is already in the intent after the attack is made, Fracturizing it keeps the stats on it.
Yeah, a bit of an intricacy here. We're going to see where we are. Jokwell's thinking about his response. If he does respond to the Heated Vengeance before it resolves, he can Fracturize that Impact Hammer before it is added to the attack. But once this Heated Vengeance resolves and enters the intent, that Impact Hammer is already going to be coming in.
Exactly.
So it looks like he's just going to opt to take the 7, go to 12. This
Ooh,
Lurking
boy.
Assailant threatening to do 2 more points of damage. And I think it will.
Recognizing
Going to
that he's in
14.
a dangerous spot here.
Yeah. But this Frostbind might be enough to save him. We do have Mark the target and also Rococo that could get that last point, but they will be met by that Frostbind. And this might be exactly what Jokwell needed, just like last game, to live at 1 life and then swing back for the game.
Yep, with 4 damage on the board already, he only needs to find another 6 damage in order to close this game out, assuming he survives this turn.
All right, we're going to see a Blazing Throw, sacrificing that Impact Hammer as part of cost.
And there's the Frostbind.
And the Frostbind will meet it. And we'll see if Jokel can have an impressive comeback story and deal the 10 damage needed. 4 on the board, as you said. Finding 6 more is a tall order for Water, though.
Looking at his hand, do we see any particularly useful tricks here?
Unfortunately, I'm seeing Incapacitate, Fracturize, not necessarily what you want when you need attack power to kill your opponent.
Absolutely. He is in his material, so definitely a lot of options here.
Right. Does have that Fire Resonance Bauble on board as well. Give him a little bit of extra influence. So we'll see. Jokel is here in the tank, going to be doing some math. You love to see the players when they start tapping the table. They're doing their conceptual math. Does this kill you? What do I need to draw to kill you? Why do I have this second Lunette in my hand? all those things going through his head.
And in a decent position here, Josh is entirely shields down, so no worries about whatever interactions might occur.
So it looks like Jokel's going to opt for the Tristan level up. We'll see if he grabs the prep counter. He does. Maybe opting to feel a little bit safer. Maybe hide behind this Korhazi Trapper, keep up some interaction. He doesn't necessarily have to go for a risky kill this turn. He can just keep up all these many pieces of interaction and slow down the game a bit. Draws a Frostbind off of that Fire Resonance Bauble as well. So Frostbind, Freezing Hail, Incapacitate, all in hand. Has that prep counter for Korhazi Trapper. He's got to feel pretty safe, Jim.
Yeah, these are some very powerful tools, especially with how low influence Josh G has gotten, right? 5 cards in hand right now. I'm going to draw into a 6th next turn, maybe a 7th.
Yeah.
But if he plays anything costing 3 or 4, that's going to be something that Jokel can handle.
Right.
You know, once he gets that first play out, he could be incapacitated. The second play could be frostbinded, and that leaves an empty board for him to have to deal with.
But speaking of an empty board, Jokel is going to use those allies that he has to clear that lurking assailant, and this Lunette is going to be a real monster versus Josh, keeping all of those allies coming in rested. However, we saw last turn a huge attack with Heated Vengeance, being able to get through that protection of Lunette, and we'll see if Josh can find some clever ways to get around the walls of protection that Jokel set up.
Josh G only needs to find 5 damage, and this deck is eminently capable of finding 5 damage.
Yeah.
But as you say, those walls are tall, and he's going to need a big boost to get over them.
Let's see what he opts for. Pull the Smoke Bombs to the front. Should be an interesting choice.
Maybe he's decided that the cards he has aren't the cards he wants to have, willing to trade 1 in memory for 1 new draw.
Grabs a Mercenary's Blade as well. Maybe a little bit of attack damage. Just both of these players surveying their options. The number of turns in a matchup like this are so few. And so it's really important that both players take into consideration all of their options when you're only probably going to play 4 or 5 turns of a game like this.
Absolutely. And there are a lot of options to consider.
Yeah.
You know, Grand Archive, a game with a lot of strategic depth.
Of course.
Grand Archive, a game where a lot of that strategic depth is front-loaded, since all of your options are available right at the beginning.
Yeah, it gets easier as your turn goes on, right? But when you have all of those decisions available to you, especially in something like a Materialize phase, when Josh's material deck is mostly free, he can basically materialize whatever he wants. And so it looks like he's going to opt for a Mercenary Blade in this case. Getting a quick check on fire cards. Mercenary Blade may be signaling something like a Rending Flames, which would be for a staggering 8 damage.
Jokel thinking hard about whether or not he wants to interact with this Mercenary Blade before Josh G recollects.
And it looks like he does. We're going to see a Fracturized cast, target that Mercenary Blade. And this is a risky situation where if that Mercenary Blade was integral to the plan, something like a Blazing Throw, then this is a great option. But if it wasn't, you're basically just adding +1 influence to Josh's hand with that Fractal.
That's true. With the extra resources, Josh may be able to get 1 more card play that he wasn't able to get before.
Right.
And Fractal Influence doesn't count against your influence for the purposes of Rococo.
True. But it does look like we have quite a few allies in the hand, Jim.
Yeah, that's not where Josh wants to be. He's facing down this Lunette. Every ally is going to come into play rested.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the kind of aggression that Josh G was looking for.
And notably, an interaction for you to be aware of at home. We see a gorgeous CSR Arthur in his hand here from Josh. Full foil deck. Looks very nice. But Arthur has an on-enter rest ability. And so if Lunette is on board, Arthur does not get the opportunity to. So even that play looks a little bit weak here, as it can just get picked off by the existing board.
An unfortunate position for Josh, for sure. And he's also deep in the tank, taking his time, thinking about his plays, has a lot of options here, and none of them feeling like very good ones.
All right, we're going to start off with a mark the target, deal 1 damage, put a prep counter on your champion if you have assassin class bonus, but we don't. So it should be 1 damage to target unit. Oh, this may be targeting the Lunette. So smart from Josh G. Has only 1 life and currently not balanced in the hands of Jokwell. So this could very cleanly deal with that Lunette, and that'll unlock all of these allies in Josh's hand. We're going to see an incapacitate. It's so important. Both players realize this Lunette on board is hampering Josh, and so we're going to see an incapacitate cast to save that Lunette.
Josh, thinking about his response here, do we have a counter incapacitate?
It looks like we do, and maybe that's worth it. But the problem is incapacitate costing 4 is going to kill this Lunette, but it's going to stop Josh from deploying any threats this turn, and once again leave Jokwell in the driver's seat.
Lunette did her job, stalled out Josh's aggression completely. No advancement towards Jokwell's life total this turn. And that's honestly, you take that. That's a win.
Yeah, this has got to be exactly what Jokwell wanted to happen. He doesn't care, especially about that Lunette, as we know he has a second copy in his hand.
And every turn that goes by, Jokwell feels a little bit safer.
Right.
Every turn that goes by, Josh G has spent more cards and has less cards with which to attack Jokwell's life total.
Yeah, it's just those layers and layers of protection. We have that Korhazi Trapper up. We have a fresh Lunette waiting in the wings. We have this Weaver Mage to apply some pressure. He can even grab something like a Safeguard Amulet, a Tariff Ring, if he wants to be extremely safe. Or he can grab something like a Grand Crusader's Ring to start building that influence back up.
Right. And with that Tristan class bonus, he's actually in a position to take advantage of some of his more esoteric cards as well.
Yeah.
Bringing out an Assassin's Dagger, that could be all he needs in order to close the game next turn.
Yeah. He also has this Blinding Orb pulled to the front, which
A
could
lot of options.
stop Josh from playing. Looks like Safeguard's going to be the choice.
Good choice.
It's a safe card, I would think. So.
Yes, Safeguard is
Yeah.
a safe. I see what you did
Safeguard to protect him from potential Blazing Throws. For
And
million
Blazing
degrees.
Throw is a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Blazing Throw is one of those things that can come almost out of nowhere, since there are several cards that Josh G has the ability to grab out of the material deck without needing to spend a materialize phase.
Right. A huge Frostborn Paladin, really increasing the clock, putting 11 points of damage on Josh G, only 15 currently. And I would be shocked if we didn't just see a pass of the turn from Jokwell. Has attacks covered with this Korhazi Trapper, has non-attacks covered with the Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah, really all avenues feel like they are closed to Josh G right now.
Right.
I wonder what he can pull out here in order to try and come over the top of this wall. He has to find something that deals either more than 4 spell damage or more than 3 attack damage. Opting to go to level 1 here to unlock his assassin class bonuses, and maybe just to take a look at the top of his deck. The glimpse here, pretty powerful. He probably has a very clear idea as to what he's going for.
Right.
And probably not a lot of his options are going to make it happen here.
He's also unlocking that extra 4 life, which I think is going to be really important, as there's already 6 damage staring him down on Jokwell's board.
True, he has to be feeling that pressure after the amount of damage he took last turn.
Right. All right, so
Here's
looks
the
like
draw.
Planted was left on top, and Planted Explosives is the draw. Would be super powerful if there was not a Safeguard staring him down. 4 damage would definitely go a long way towards closing this game out, but maybe he can play a little bit of footsies and play down something like a Rococo to try to bait out this Safeguard Amulet.
true. He does unfortunately need to get 5 damage through in order to get the kill. So
Right.
even if he does manage to lure out an early safeguard and get that planted explosives through, it's not quite going to be enough.
Can also do the often not used ability of planted explosives to kill allies, as I think it was maybe intended, if he's worried about his own life total on the following turn.
That's true. If he thinks he has a better chance, if the game goes a little bit longer, he might opt to blow up that Frostworn Paladin.
And we'll see. He's going to prepare it, and we'll see what the target is. Target looks like Frostworn Paladin.
Jokel thumbing his safeguard amulet as the card comes down. Oh, you're targeting my Paladin.
Not me? Yeah, that's fine. She's dead. And so we do see that Frostworn Paladin taken care of. A little bit of pressure alleviated from Josh, but he is not got to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, unfortunately this is kind of a holding action. You know, that's 4
Right.
damage that could have gone to the face, and it went
Right.
to the board instead. Now he's got to find yet another card to deal another 4 damage, and that's going to take a while.
He does have the CSR Rococo buff, though, as this one is negatable, and you cannot activate Safeguard Amulet in response. In fact, he will do that. And activate his
fact, will
Safeguard
activate his Safeguard
Amulet in
Amulet in
response.
As it turns out.
Yeah. One
Still
damage.
coming through for 1 damage. Is it worth it to use that prep token in order to prevent the 1? Joquel thinking hard about this, taking a look at his memory, and in fact going to spend that prep counter. Does not want any damage. He knows that 4 is a dangerous life total.
Yeah.
So opting to stay at 5 by preventing that damage from Rococo.
Yeah, I think really smart. Something that you had said when we were setting up the match is that so many cards in this Fire Sander deck do deal exactly 4 damage. And so Jokel really noticing that is the threshold, that as long as he stays below that 15 life threshold, he can maybe take 1 hit on the chin in order to crack back for lethal.
Absolutely. And that's got to be what he's looking for right now. He's got to find a way to close this game out. Because honestly, if he lets Josh G continue to play 1 a turn, that will eventually do it.
Right.
So he needs to beat him before his life total disappears. Thinking hard about his materials now. Every decision is a difficult one when you're this close to the edge.
Right.
Looks like he's thinking about Tariff Ring. The Blinding Orb pulled to the front. Was that the GCR in the back?
Yeah, GCR pulled to the back, Blinding Orb to the front. Definitely just surveying his options, and all pretty good ones. That's the difficult part about these aggro mirrors, is that you can probably effectively use most of your material deck. It's just which one is the most effective for any given situation.
And it's not like you're going to get a lot of turns to choose between them. You know,
Right.
you go 3 turns, you go 4 turns. You're not going to get 8 turns of materializations in an aggro mirror.
Right. And so we'll see. A very important choice, and that's why he's taking his time. Looks like the all-seeing Grand Crusader's Ring is always a good choice. Very high floor to draw an extra card.
What do you think he's hoping to draw for? What do you think he's looking for here?
I think Freezing Hail is pretty big, and we saw him draw it and then immediately put his hand down in contemplation that maybe he can fire off this Freezing Hail in his recollection, pick up his cards, and find that lethal line. Looks like not. Recollection
Definitely
it
a lot
is.
of math happening here. Yep, moving into the Recollection, opting not to toss out that Freezing Hail immediately. Saving it up for maybe a more defensive play or maybe to close the gap on a future turn.
Yeah, Freezing Hail does have a lot of value in this matchup, as Xander does do a lot of attacking himself. So if you're not dealing lethal damage, you do want Freezing Hail to get that extra effect of the target unit not being able to wake up on the following turn.
Taking a look at his deck list, I do see a Halocline Scout. I'm not sure if it doesn't look like he has one in his hand, but that combined with a Freezing Hail would lock down the opposing Xander.
Right.
And prevent any of those attacks. There's a lot of attacks in Josh G's deck. So that would also be a decent avenue for protecting himself.
It's going to start off with that all-powerful Lunette, and she or this Korhazi Trapper can deal with this 1/1 Rococo, and then just leave a pretty safe situation yet again for Jokel. He's holding up 3 2-cost pieces of interaction, Freezing Hail, Fracturized Frostbind, keeping all of those allies locked down by this Lunette, applying the pressure with his 2 other allies just such a commanding position here.
Yeah, once again, just the safest he could possibly be here given the situation, right? Still at 5 health, that could be better. But Lunette on the board, lots of interaction in hand, safe from allies, probably safe from any actions that Josh G is going to perform here. Just a lot of tricks, a lot of defenses. He's got to be feeling good.
Yeah. We'll see if Josh can navigate his way out of this one, but it does look like a bit of a sticky situation. He does have that Viridian Trinket pulled to the front. This is where Viridian Trinket is the most powerful. It says that water cards your opponents activate cost 2 more to activate on your turn. And so we see time and time again Jokel passing with 3 cards in hand, holding up 3 different pieces of 2-cost reactionary cards, and we'll see Viridian Protective Trinket would shut those down completely.
In order to take full advantage of that, though, he has to have a card that he doesn't want interacted with.
That's true, yeah.
And with only 2 cards in his influence right now, both down in his memory, his options on what to play are really limited.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely avenues out of this, though. He does have access to that Fractal, so something like a Rending Flames could be lethal here. And so that's got to be what he's looking for. He knows that the door is slowly closing on this game, and he wants to find a way out of it, so he might just have to play to his outs.
Absolutely.
Looks like he's opting for a Water Resonance Bauble. Influence is king.
Just grabbing that extra card and giving himself a few more options.
Didn't see what the draw step was. Draw step was a Woodland Squirrel.
Squirrels and
Looks
that's
like
a Vermilion Decree?
Oh, man, that's brutal. Vermilion Decree, but Woodland Squirrels was the previous draw, so we cannot imbue that.
Oh,
Vermilion
yeah.
Decree.
Unfortunately, he can only get the one effect from the Decree if he opts to use the Decree at all.
Yeah, looks like ally, 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 thanks, Lunette, and a Vermilion Decree.
And Joquel is balanced.
Yeah.
So Lunette is in as safe a position as she can be in.
She is going nowhere.
I think just like Josh G with this hand,
Yeah.
this hand is not gonna do him any favors.
Right.
So he could send 3 damage upstairs with the Vermilion Decree, and play a rested ally and pass? That's a miserable position to be in.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely tough. We'll see what he opts to do. Does have access to some fire cards in his graveyard. Can opt for something.
Normally get from Brewing Premium Materia.
Yes.
So just this turn, he'll have the extra damage on his Astra spells, but not afterwards.
Yeah.
We have a clarification here.
So the clarification on the board is that when the item comes back, it is of course a new item. However, I think Limbo's question was, for the rest of this turn, do I still have extra damage? And the answer is yes, of course. That ability was activated on the stack prior to Baby Green, suppressing it.
Yep. So now Mucus into his level 2 turn. Do we see a dungeon guide in Mucus's hand? I think if we had a dungeon guide, he might be going for it immediately.
Yeah.
Mostly we see a lot of Storm Slimes. Is that 3 Storm Slimes in the back of his hand?
I think it may be 2 plus a Gather Slimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think you're absolutely right. If there was an available dungeon guide, that would definitely be the first choice here.
We do see this Limitless pulled to the front here, so
Yeah.
maybe that's the plan.
It's going to be probably the best option given, and that's going to also set 3 into memory, which allows Mucus to have a level up next turn.
Right. Yeah, and if anything happens to the Limitless, that's an extra floating memory, so
Yeah.
nice to have. Limbo trying to figure out a way to track the power and toughness, given that the Limitless Slime is very, very malleable, very
Yeah.
changeable.
Yeah.
Right now it's a 2/3, the 1/1 base, and a +1/+2 from the level 2 class bonus, with no buff counters, which are going to have to be indicated on the card separately.
Yeah, I'm always really, curious how other players track things like this. I've personally found Limitless Slime always a little bit difficult to track because, again, it comes with inherent stat that can grow. It has its base stats. It also has buff counters that can be added. So it's sometimes kind of hard to grok exactly how big the Limitless Slime is. And it actually kind of feels a little bit, in lore there for a Limitless Slime to be effectively limitless.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Definitely the ever-growing slime. What a pain to deal with once it gets above that kind of 4-5 range.
Yeah. And Premateria right here, I mean, it's going to be doing a lot of work for Limbo here.
Absolutely.
Even if the 3 damage it no longer applies, just having the ability to continuously add more influence into memory, yeah, very, very good. And there you go. So a glimpse from the Cosmic Astroscope, finding that first Cosmic Bolt, which you'll pay for.
Yep. First of 8, notably. We shuffled
Yes.
4 Cosmic Bolts into the deck with the activation on the Polaris. And making some decisions here about where he wants to send that bolt. Sounds like he's sending it to the face.
'Kay.
Sylvie eating a Cosmic Bolt, coming out the worst for wear.
Yeah. It's just 4 damage right now, but again, Limbo has another Cosmic Bolt in hand. But the other great thing is, like we were saying earlier, right? As the Arsana player, you really want to survive through that early levels. But at this point, you have a lot of options. 3 visits, you have Astral Seals. Really it enables both your defensive and offensive options from your hand. Yeah.
And Limbo already shown he's very confident calculating those numbers, keeping in mind how much damage he could possibly be taking, understanding the damage profile of the slime deck, where it can deal damage, when it can deal damage,
Yeah.
and what he has in response.
Yeah. So checking influence right here.
Looks like 11.
That looks like 9
9?
influence.
Immediately back to shuffling the hand.
Yeah, I think Limbo might be the fastest card flicker I've seen on stream actually.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I wanted to call out before was just the way he moves is very
Yeah.
not only precise but also very quick, right? Very just
Yeah.
like he knows exactly where everything is, moving thing to the right location, moves the way he thinks, I think.
Yeah. Gather Slime is going to be utilized here. Storm, Luxurious.
Wow. The
Another
full
Luxurious.
compliment.
Oh, man.
4 out of 5.
4
All
out of
right.
5, yeah. Heal it, it's cool.
But the entire family of advanced elements, wow, that
Yeah.
took a while.
And he's thinking about like whether, which one to grab here. I think, given that he doesn't have an Ethereal in hand, Ethereal might be a really good option, especially when you are ready to go to level 3. Does also, he is at a position where he's digging down like 5 cards. So we shall see. Yeah. Looks
Yeah,
like.
I think Ethereal is a pretty good choice here. Always helps to have one big slime on the board.
Yeah.
And Ethereal starts off just massive.
Yeah. Now, probably the reservation there was laying down the Storm Slime because the Storm Slime now will be at the bottom of the deck.
So we're seeing an Escape the Wreckage on the Limitless, I think.
No, I think it's on the Baby Green.
Baby Green would make more sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree.
Okay, so this is Wisdom's Reprise. This is Limbo's favorite card. Yeah, of course, Arsana, Free Star Calling here for Comet Fall.
Yep. Finishing the Wisdom's Reprise effect, drawing a card into memory, and firing off that 4 damage
Yeah.
to all non-Astra units.
Yeah. Cool. And then, of course, take 4 more damage also on, Sylvie itself. Yep.
Sylvie, it turns out, also a non-Astra unit.
Yeah. All right, draw Recollection. So looks like we do have the 4 Animal or Beast ready to go as well. This banish is going to be huge because it's going to send 4 more into the banishment. I think now the
Already
storm.
at 6, now at 10.
Correct. The slime counter is going to be at 10. That's pretty powerful. Now the thing is, Limbo does have Astral Seal ready to go as well. Now, while there are no Storm Slime in banishment, that first one is going to be able to just drop one in, and that enables Astral Seal to be cast on future Storm Slimes for free.
Mucus coming into this level 3 turn with 6 cards in hand. I think this is every slime player's happy place.
Yeah.
Very rare to see a slime player come into level 3 with this much influence, with these many options. Starting off with that Ethereal, going to
Yep.
draw another card after the Ethereal's on enter goes off. 3 Storm Slimes in hand.
Yeah, and
And each one of them about set to deal 10 damage to Limbo.
yeah. Ethereal Slime is one of those slimes that is really hard to deal with. Once it comes in with especially 3 counters, it's a 5/5. Puts it out of range for a lot of the Astra cards that
Yep.
Limbo has for board wiping.
Yeah, at this point, it's only Cosmic Bolt.
Yes.
And those Cosmic Bolts, you only have so many of them. I mean, you still have more than your average complement, but
Yeah.
you got to be careful about where you send them if you want to still have enough to kill.
Gaia Sunbird, and yeah, exactly. Going directly into a second Ethereal here.
Very nice.
It's very, very good. Yeah. giving Mucus a lot of options now. So in hand, he has quite a bit of different options for his top end here.
Absolutely. We see that Limitless. We see the Ethereal. We see all of those Storm Slimes.
Yeah. So Guy Somber first come in for one at face. And the second Ethereal is casted here as well.
Yeah, just flooding the board with these these not exactly huge monsters, are they, right? So we have the 5/5, which is massive, but we also have like a 1/2, a 3/3, just a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
Keeping his influence up, notably. Every single card that he's played so far has replaced itself. So
Yeah.
he's still at an influence of 6.
Yeah. And again, if Ethereal's coming in for
7? 7.
yeah, three damage here. It's again, you're saying, like the Storm Slimes are just kind of ready to go, and he's thinking like, which one does he want to be? Does he want to risk it? He's looking at a pretty good position here. It's 10 damage. This is going to threaten lethal, so it will force Limbo to respond.
Absolutely. And every Storm Slime at this point is lethal.
Yeah.
At 16 health out of her maximum of 25, so 9 damage to go.
Okay.
This Spell Shield Astra seems like it's going to do the trick and provide a whole ton of glimpse for Limbo. He can really stack his deck, and if there's more than one Cosmic Bolt in there,
See
he
quite
might
a
have
bit
the
Cosmic
game on
Bolts.
his next couple of glimpses.
Yeah, so he has seen 3 Cosmic Bolts. He has casted 1. He has 1 in hand, so that leaves 3 more in the deck, I believe. Yeah.
So the great thing about this, he actually opts to Star Call. I'm a little surprised. I think most of the time I see large glimpses like this, they use this as an opportunity to stack their deck and kind of stagger the Cosmic Bolts so that they can Star Call them successfully on future turns. But Limbo just going straight for it. This Cosmic Bolt is going to hit for 6. And then the Cosmic Bolt in his hand, potentially hitting for 8.
Yeah, so I think what's happening here is we're checking whether or not the free Star Calling has already been used for the turn. So yeah, 2's been being paid, and 6 of course goes to the head, and then Storm Slime comes in for 3.
And Mucus passes with only 1 card up, so not a lot of interaction here.
Yeah.
If Limbo thinks he has the game in hand, this is a good time for it. Needs 14 more damage to get through to Mucus.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 2 more Cosmic Bolts, or the next Cosmic Bolt will hit for 8, leaving 6 more damage. So yeah, it needs to be 2 more Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah. 2 more Cosmic Bolts will do it. He has a couple options here as well. He does know that there are 3 on the bottom, 1 in graveyard, 1 in banishment. 2 on the bottom, 1 in graveyard, 1 in banishment. That's 4, and then 1 in hand. So
yeah, 1 in a hand is actually, I think, the key here. He knows he only needs 1 more Cosmic Bolt off of the top in order to win it.
okay,
And
he's
in a
gonna
very good position to do so.
do the glimpse 3, and there's
There it is.
It's so much of this is just mathing out exactly what the probability of the Cosmic Bolts are. So this one he's going to pay for, and this is going to come in for 8. Yeah, that will set Mucus at 19.
And we know that he has another Cosmic Bolt in hand, so after Recollection here, I think that's going to close it out.
Yeah, I don't think Mucus has a response here, so unfortunately, once he shows the Cosmic Bolt, I do believe that we will be going to game 2. There you go.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mucus says, show me the Cosmic Bolt, and then you got it.
Yeah, just as you said, picking up the cards, moving on to
Wow.
game 2.
It was so rough. I mean, again, remember, I mean, you can
Limbo
see the
praying.
emotion literally coming out, right? Remember, these players are battling for their life on
Absolutely.
this tournament, right? This match means a lot to both players. So, and again, it's one of those things where, Arsana, you really have to pilot almost perfectly against this slime deck, and I you can see, some of the things that we don't see from sometimes watching the masterful plays here is, calculating things like the probability, thinking about how many cards or how many Cosmic Bolt has been spent, where they may be, what the likelihood of drawing them are, and then kind of navigating that all the way through.
Yeah. And I wonder how much of this is Limbo dictating the pace of the game. We've already seen how fast he thinks, how fast he moves.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's kind of setting Mucus a little bit on the back foot, making him a little bit more hesitant, making him maybe slow down his own play to counteract.
Yeah.
maybe making him think twice about some things that he would otherwise be confident about.
Yeah. And I want to just comment real quick. Shout out to the Final Cut boys sitting right behind Mucus, cheering him on. Of course, Mucus can't hear this, but I see you guys. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for coming and attending, watching your boy on the feature match stage.
So Mucus has a couple of options to bring in from the sideboard in order to kind of turn this match around.
Yeah.
He has his B-spawn boots in the sideboard, I think, to account for having a nullifying mirror in the main.
Yeah.
So that's definitely coming in. That's going to be huge in this match. He's got some Bestial Frenzies, which I think aren't going to make too much of a difference.
Yeah.
Some Mystic Purifiers, not a lot of Fantasias to hit here. He might bring in some extra Slime's Blessing.
Yeah.
Not Slime Shield. He's got one extra Slime Shield in the sideboard. He's also got Slime's Blessing in the sideboard. I think in the case of some Dusklight Communions, but hasn't seen anything like that from Limbo so far.
Yeah.
So it's looking like just the B-spawn boots and that extra Slime Shield would probably be the only cards that would really make a difference in this match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, B-Spawn Boots is just, again, going to give some options there. For one of the Cosmic Bolts, just have that wall to be able to defend. On Limbo's side here, I mean, I think we're going to see something very similar to what we saw yesterday. Potion of Healing to kind of, again, help to go through the early game, making sure he does not die to some sort of early game aggression from the slimes, or maybe an early, Storm Slime when Limbo is not ready to tilt the cauldron. And then other than that, Stifling Trap definitely coming in. Stifling Trap is one of the best cards against this slime deck. Be able to turn off so many of the on-inters, which almost all the slimes have.
Absolutely.
Just giving a lot of options. And you remember the patience that Limbo has showed all of us yesterday for the final match, where that Stifling Trap was actually kept for over 4 turns to be able to enable the crucial Covenant of Thorn disable when it was shown. So
yeah,
very,
honestly,
very key.
there can be no doubt in anybody's mind how talented and smart Limbo is, especially into this match, which he's so familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. And both players, shuffling each other's decks and just giving a quick shuffle, making sure everything is good, and of course, giving thumbs up, and Mucus is going to start us off with Spirit of Slime.
Going into game 2, I have to wonder what Mucus thinks up against this Astra deck.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he's particularly teched against it. Not a whole lot of sideboard options.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's feeling confident, if he's feeling like the strength of his deck will carry him through, or if he's kind of on the back foot here, if he's wondering maybe he bit off more than he can chew. Man,
another Dungeon Guide pulled in directly for the first draw. This is, a great position. As you can see, Limbo really liking that, Wisdom's Reprise and also the Mnemonic Charm. These are all accelerator type of things that he can use in the early game.
Looks like he's potentially keeping 2 Mnemonic Charms, as well as that Reprise that you mentioned.
Yeah, these are cards that he really likes. I mean, he likes seeing them in the opening hands, especially with a Dungeon Guide that kind of secures his level 3. He's feeling pretty good.
Thinking very carefully about this Glimpse. Okay, sending the other 2 cards down.
Yeah. So thinking probably that he has other defensive options here, not necessarily needing to hold on to the barrier. Okay. Draws for turn, gets a Stifling Trap as well. And
that's going to be an important one.
Yeah, we have the Charm coming in, and we also have a Leisure in hand. So these are going to be some good combos once that's ready to go. Yeah, 2 Charms, draw 2.
Great.
Easy way.
All set up. Once he goes to Arsenal level 1, being able to pop those Mnemonic Charms, getting him to that coveted level 3 for all of those spells that activate an additional card draw at level 3.
Yeah. And Mucus over here, I think just looking for some key cards to kind of start with, not having a very smooth start. A lot of times you, as a slime player, you're looking for the Forest Cakes, you're looking for the Baby Grays. He has a couple greens, couple lustrous, but, these are, and 1 limitless, and these are not the slimes he's looking for this early in the game.
Yeah, this is really not an impressive start. Last game, he had Baby Gray after Baby Gray.
Yeah.
He had that red to kind of get Limitless and Slime Eruption into the graveyard. Now only a Limitless. This is going to be a painful level 1 for him.
Yeah, he is holding on to the Escape the Wreckage here. So, I mean, again, utilizing the backup charger to draw some options, and now potentially utilizing the Escape the Wreckage to, get a couple more cards into Influence to be able to see if he has any answers for what, what an explosive start, honestly, Limbo has so far.
I think you're right. I think we're likely to see this escape the wreckage. He doesn't have a whole lot going for him with this hand.
Yeah.
Probably needs to churn through some cards and see some more options.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets some of those extra allies to keep his influence up.
Here comes the leisure. We're going to be able to use the leisure and draw, effectively draw 2 cards, one to memory and one to hand.
Such a very strong play. Mnemonic Charm already coming down and keeping his influence neutral, and then popping to enable that extra card draw off of Indolent Leisure.
Yeah. Going for the Sylvie 1 here, level up. Just picking the middle card here. Yeah, Luxor Slime. Definitely don't need 2 of them. Definitely don't need them this early.
I would argue against Astra Arasana doesn't need them at all.
Yeah, well, it is a pretty nice target to put for your Covenant of Thorns, though.
That's true.
If
It
it's
does have a
beefy
lot of
enough
toughness,
to
yep.
kind of hold a lot of damage in, right? So their Stifling Trap goes in against the Escape the Wreckage because Limbo sees blood because he knows. I mean, if you're playing Limitless Slime and trying to escape it, when there's no threats, you are desperate for some card acceleration. So I'm going to stop that right now.
And that's such a difference from the way he played Stifling Trap in the previous match that we saw on stage,
Exactly.
This is knowing that he can slow down the slime player as opposed to knowing that he needs to save it in order to get through that final Cosmic Bolt.
Okay. Yep. So a Dungeon Guide has been banished.
We've got 4 unique herbs, so maybe set up to whoa.
We are near an airport, so that might just be a plane flying overhead.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. Nothing's broken here. We're all good.
Limbo very concerned.
Yes.
Mucus being like, it's a plane.
That was quite loud, yeah. I think that everybody in the convention center heard that one. Okay, so back to the game here. There's a couple options that Arasana actually has here. You can, for example, look to just go Dungeon Guide now. Or I was thinking also, you can figure out ways to, increase your herbs, draw a card with the Fragmented Spirit, maybe have different options for the banish. But yeah, banishing Cosmic Bolt from hand is not too bad in this situation.
No, he's happy to see that.
Yeah. He wants to, kind of start Cosmic Bolts at already a higher damage value than just 4. Yeah.
So with the 4 unique herbs, we could see another Prima Materia brew.
Yeah.
Not sure if he has one in hand at the moment.
And once again, as you can see, Limbo's holding that Wisdom's Reprise, his favorite card to use when he is in level 3 Arasana, to be able to glimpse and just get a lot of free shenanigans of Star Calling Out. Remember, miracles do happen.
Miracles at the Space Casino.
Yes.
Mucus using his floating memory here to go to Sylvie 2. We're probably going to see a Baby Green come out in order to try and enable that draw off of Sylvie 2's on enter. We'll see if he... Nope, just lets it go.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to run out his Baby Green. Oh, this is actually very smart by Mucus. Wants to save it in order to mess with the Polaris activation. Once he sees herbs start going onto Polaris, he can respond to that using the Baby Green, and that's one more age counter that Limbo's not going to get.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, right? It depends on how the herbs are going to go onto the actual Polaris. If it's, for example, in the instance of a Prima Materia, it's all 4 at the same time, there's not much you can do there. However, yes. Okay, so the Dungeon Guy comes in.
One more damage.
One
over
more
to
damage,
Mucus.
yeah. And finding,
Finding not a whole lot.
Yeah, finding not a whole lot. And Limbo knows this too, so he's kind of holding back on when to activate the Cauldron. Yeah, here we go. Some of the acceleration is finally looking
seeing
for.
that Baby Green.
Yeah, and you
Or
can
Baby
see
Gray.
on Mucus' face, he's pretty happy and shows 2 Luxury Slime, and even Limbo saying, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry."
Not a good position.
Yeah.
But maybe getting a little bit better seeing that Baby Gray. Still has that escape pull to the front of his hand.
Yeah. This is
we'll
the
see
second.
whether or not he tries to go for it immediately or saves it for later.
Yeah, he's probably just going to save it for the back turn here when on the end step of Limbo. Okay, so glimpses 2, and then puts this back into the deck. Okay.
Going through Astrocyte now, glimpsing 1, drawing 1. So just, every chance he gets to roll the dice on the top of his deck.
Yeah, unfortunately, he really wants to be rolling dice with more Cosmic Bolts in the deck. As you can see, without those extra Cosmic Bolts, your chance of glimpsing a bolt is much, much less likely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's
And
finding
this is
him
where
reaching over to the herbs.
he's thinking now, right? Because he can throw some cards down and potentially see if
Mucus will respond with some sort of baby green here.
Still holding back a little bit, bringing out that Cosmic Astroscope one more time, getting Glimpse 3 every turn off
Activating
of this.
immediately, finding that Cosmic Bolt, sending it down.
So that's going to be
for free.
6 damage, given he's already banished 1 Cosmic
Yeah,
Bolt.
6 damage direct to the head face. He's actually at a pretty, yeah. By the way, it's really funny, right? So Limbo signaled in the Asian wave 6. So he realized that maybe that's not very communicative, and instead it directly went for 6 fingers total. Yeah. It's very cool because as a Chinese person, I do actually can read those signals as well. So immediately it made sense to me, but I realized how confusing that can be for a foreign person who doesn't, for someone who's not from Asia to understand what that means. Yeah.
Limbo sending in with that dungeon guide. I think he's looking for every little piece of chip damage he can, given that he hasn't yet shuffled in those Cosmic Bolts.
Harvest herbs. Okay.
This is what he's waiting for. The opportunity to get more Cosmic Bolts in his deck.
Yeah. Haven't seen this card casted from the other matches ever. But yeah, getting again more herbs to be able to be there. So this is great.
And this is his first duplicate herb all match.
Yeah.
So at the
now
end of the
he's
turn,
gonna-
he'll be able to sacrifice them in order to draw a card from Arsana level 2.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to sacrifice those 2 herbs and draw a card on it. A lot of common falls, but not a huge board to go wipe against, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe just sitting back a little bit longer, trying
Yeah.
to get a couple more herbs, trying to get more activations
Yeah.
in order to get more age counters on the Polaris.
yeah. Now 2 is a pretty good number because 2 can already wipe all these little baby slimes that Mucus can be dishing out here in the current state.
Yeah, so 2 is enough to clear the board as it stands.
Yeah.
But the more age counters, the better. The more Cosmic Bolts he can get into his
Yeah.
deck, the happier Limbo's going to be.
Yeah. 4 is always the number that you're trying to look for here as well. I think Mucus is looking to maybe potentially just use Escape here and then get himself into a different position. Now,
Mucus thinking very carefully about his options.
the problem with Escape is that once you show the Escape, it will be clear that you have no response to the Cauldron, which means that might be the time to go. Let's see.
Yeah, I think very likely to see a Cauldron activation in response to this escape, denying
there.
Mucus the extra card advantage.
Yeah, exactly, right here. So as soon as you see, there are not enough influence for, like you were saying earlier, to mess with the Cauldron, he's going to burn every single herb he has and then spill the Cauldron. Yeah. Cool. So 5 damage and then shuffling 5 Cosmic Bolts into the deck.
And this is exactly where Limbo wants to be. This is Limbo's happy place. He actually got 4, the 4 Cosmic Bolts he was looking for, plus 1, an extra bonus.
Yeah.
So that Gather Herbs paying off.
Yeah.
And the next Cosmic Bolt he finds is going to deal 8 damage.
Yep.
So 8 plus 10, that's going to be enough to kill Sylvie no matter what health she's at.
Yeah. Banishing 3 here, Ethereal, along with Lustrous again and a Baby Green. So those are going to be in banishment. 6 slimes in banishment looks like. So that's, again, pretty good.
Coming
now-
to his level 3 turn with a lot less influence this time, though. Mucus
Yeah.
sitting on 5. Last time he hit level 3, he was at 7.
Yes.
So this is, much weaker.
Yeah, for sure. But now the Ethereal Slime is going to be able to help a little bit here. Coming in for free, getting to be a pretty beefy, 4/4, and
Right.
then of course, looking at what to banish. What do you think is going to be on the banishing stack here? Oh, well, we're going to get a Astro Seal here, a hard
I guess
counter,
we're never going to find out.
a hard counter against the Ethereal Slime. Yeah,
I
it's
think
tough beat.
I think he's likely to make the same banish he did last time. He
Yeah.
banished Stone Scale Band last time,
Yeah.
which definitely an interesting choice, and seems like he's happy with that.
Yeah, because there's already an Ethereal Slime in the banishment. That Astral Seal can be
Able to
casted
blitz
for
it
free.
3. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Kindly Beast
Color.
Caller.
Yep. So looking for any kind of action here. Mucus, unfortunately, in a position where he doesn't have a lot of the cards that he wants.
Yeah, I think more Storm Slime's good. Also, honestly, more Ethereal Slime's good too. But unfortunately,
Red
finds
is what he
none of
finds.
those. And red is what he finds. So 1 damage. And then, or 2 damage.
2
Sorry.
damage.
Is it 2/2?
Limbo also needing to read the card
Yeah.
in order to determine how much damage he's taking.
Okay. Oh man, look at this! And the
3 visits
moment,
directly into another Cosmic Bolt.
Yeah, the
so
moment
this one
we
is
have-
8.
the moment we have more Cosmic Bolts in the deck, yeah, it definitely helps a ton. Yeah. 8 damage, I believe. That should be
Taking our Sylvie up to 17 out of her 25 max health. One more Cosmic Bolt is all Limbo's
Yeah.
going to need in order to seal this match. Although he does have to get through that Bloodbond Boots first. Or Beastbond Boots.
Beastbond boost, yeah. Now, he's going to be... Limbo has a couple glimpses available from, for example, the Astroscope. So he's going to do that first.
Yep, definitely firing these off.
Oh, he finds another Cosmic Bolt.
Immediately another Cosmic Bolt.
Yeah, threatens lethal. He's going to pay 2 for it as well.
Paying 2, I think, is interesting here. It shows that he values the cheap.
Yeah, there you go.
Just ending it. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Kind Beast Caller isn't an animal or
That's
beast,
right.
so he actually
He
can't
cannot
activate the
castivate it.
boots right now.
That's right.
Very
Yeah.
rough position from
Yeah.
Mucus. And a towering performance
Yeah.
by Limbo. Well fought. Well fought
Yeah.
indeed.
And it's like, exactly look at the math of how he's, holding back some of those glimpses, right?
Mm-hmm.
The early glimpses, because he hasn't spilled a cauldron, the Cosmic Bolts are not in the deck. It's much harder to go find them. But as soon as he spilled the cauldron, adding 5 to deck, I mean, it's pretty much every other glimpse, getting more and more of that damage stacked in.
Yeah,
So, doing
at
very
that
well.
position, it's pretty much over once you have that.
And
much
even
in
more
place.
excitingly, of course, this means that Limbo is secured for top 8. So, yeah.
Huge congrats to Limbo.
What a Cinderella story. Flying in last minute into Ascent and now securing his position directly into top 8. Yeah, very, very, very interesting and very, very awesome situation here.
He's such a dynamic player too. He's so fun to watch. I'm
Yeah.
very excited to see him in the final 3 rounds.
Yeah, and he's very, he plays fast. He knows exactly what he's trying to do. Very confident player. Really, really awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, and what a match. I mean,
What
at this
a
point,
match.
I am an Arsana believer. Cam apparently is going to send me an Arsana list that I will be running maybe next week, as soon as next week. Yeah, I love it. I see it. I believe it. It's so fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a friend in my local play group who's believed in Arisana the entire time and been disappointed the entire time.
Well, be disappointed no more. As you
Yeah,
can see,
exactly.
in the hands of a master, this deck is very powerful.
No, Arisana is doing great. Arisana, quite the presence at this Ascent.
Yep.
Now Arisana secured for the top 8. You love to see it.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, this deck requires so much thinking, so much piling, and as you can see, even the decision from the moment of materializing the fragmented spirit carries all the way through to the end game. What cards you keep, what cards you put away, what cards you do banish.
Absolutely.
Very important here. Yeah, and
Yeah,
just-
every single decision has a lot of weight.
Yeah.
The cards you keep, like you were saying, the cards you keep, the cards you ship.
Yeah.
But also, like, when you use the cards, just the timing of everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch these plays again because Limbo's performance was just incredible.
yeah. Jim, are you gonna play some Arizona?
Sure.
Cam, we got one more. +1. All the casters have been converted to be Arisanas. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my friend to give me an Arisana list, and then I'm gonna try it out. I cannot wait to go to the Space Casino. I have seen the power of Polaris. I want to be able to play 10 Cosmic Bolts in one game. I can't wait to see the
Yeah.
look on my opponent's face.
How many Cosmic Bolts do you want to insert into your deck?
12, 13? That seems like a reasonable number.
I
of
think it's a little
Cosmic
too
Bolts.
greedy, man. I don't know if you want to do that. You're gonna get your cauldron destroyed. You might get it tipped over. It's not really something you want to do there. A little too risky. If you fill it too much, right, with herbs, it's a little risky. You want to get to a certain good number. It's a good taste. Burn some allies with it, and then you just unleash your Cosmic Bolts, right?
Disagree. It's not about winning. It's about sending a message.
I see. Okay. Yeah. What if you fail to find your Cosmic Bolts though?
Oh, no.
For every one that you generate, you have to get more.
It's all right. I have friends for that too. I think we'll be
Awesome.
okay.
Awesome. Yeah. Again, just really, really exciting to see this, and really, really exciting to have Limbo here at this point. Yeah. We're gonna go to a quick 1-minute break as we set up the interview with Limbo. So yeah, we're gonna see you guys very soon.
く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく隠した見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
All right, Limbo. Oh my God, you have made so many Arasana fans in the field. They're so proud of you, and they're all cheering on for you. I am sure. How do you feel?
I feel is get the water head. Yes, the really picture is really good. I really like the water element. Yeah, so I'm really excited now. Really. I can. But usually not really well. So I don't know how to tell you how excited am I.
I don't think you need to tell me. I can see it in your face. I can see it in your expression. You're very excited. I don't need to ask how excited you're about getting to top 8, but I do want to know about your journey all the way up to the feature match, all the way into locking your top 8. 就是怎么来到8强的 Yeah.
Today we have the 4th Swiss round, and the first Swiss round is I match the Nico, yes, the Tamer Nico, yes. I will 0-2 and lose. I think the match I will never win. Yes, he is very powerful player, and he can skill is very good, so never chance, no chance. Yes, okay, and then the second match is Marine, Marine 2, and Slime. Yes, I thought my deck is easy to match Marine and Slime. Yes, and I have a player is very special. He have a special ring. He's a world champion.
Oh yeah. Yes, you did defeat the Fire Merlin, Glenny Boy. Yes.
Oh really? Okay.
So you heard it first. Limbo is the Merlin Slayer at Ascent Santa Clara here, slaying 2 Merlins from the top 32.
My arrow is a sleeve. Rank is a 银牌. Okay.
Wow, really exciting to see you here. And really, I think you're very excited too. Okay, so for your top 8, what are you looking to face in the first round? 你想打谁? 8强你想打谁? Caben. Limbo.
He's a really famous player. I want to challenge. Even I lose, I will be happy. He's very famous in the world.
I feel like you're defining the card, Slay the King.
What's defining? No way. I just want to play with a powerful, a good player. I enjoy the match. Yeah, even I lose, I enjoy the match.
Awesome. And we, the audience, really enjoy watching your play. Looking forward to seeing you more in the top 8. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Congratulations.
「失ったものを嘆く声」「迫られる選 止めどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみてる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い てく声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に
Welcome back to Ascent Santa Clara. We are getting ready for our top 8 cam here in the booth with Mark from Solar Games. I hope you guys enjoyed our lovely look at the day one recap, all the fun things that we had going on yesterday, side events, cosplay, all that good stuff.
Cam, I need a story on the whole T-shirt thing. What's going on? What happened? What T-shirt was that?
It was a Merlin T-shirt. It looks just like her. I thought she would like it. You know, it's the same person, right? Like,
it's, it's slightly more evil, but about the same.
I tried.
You tried. Okay.
Yeah, we are back here getting ready for our top 8. We are super excited. It's man, that last match I was not on coverage. You guys were up here.
Yeah.
Listen, bias is important. We're unbiased here on coverage. We're absolutely unbiased.
Yeah.
But man, seeing Astra Arisana make top 8, 2 Astra Arisana decks in our top 8.
Yeah, we want to make sure you were well, on off stage, enjoying it, without any pressure to actually say anything, comment. Yeah, it's beautiful playing by Limbo. Honestly, like a really, really fascinating character. Actually, you see it from the post-game interview as well. He's a dynamic character, very ecstatic, excited to be here, excited to really do well in this event as well. And clutching that win at the end. And I believe when I was checking the actual standings, I think he did actually just clutch in for an 8th.
Into 8th, wow.
Yeah, it's it was a tiebreak
Yeah.
between him and the 9th. Wow. Yeah, so they had the same record, but the tiebreak brought him in. Yeah, so pretty major achievement there.
Yeah,
so he's
huge
very excited.
Congratulations. Yeah.
A lot of the Taiwan players are very excited as well because I think he is the only person representing Taiwan in the top 8 there. Yeah.
That's awesome. I think we have a pretty good spread as far as representation goes in top 8 as well. Congratulations to all our top 8 players. We'll be getting our matchups and figure out what that top 8 is going to look like shortly.
Yeah.
But super diverse, super happy to see. It's reactions like that we got from Limbo that makes it all worth it, right? Like I love to see people so excited to clinch this top 8
so excited, and really just getting what they need to do, and then like achieving what they came out to do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, all the different plays, shuffling the bolts. I mean, I was just really excited. And the thing is, I realized after watching a lot of Arisana games, how exciting it is to see Arisana in action, right? Where it's like you kind of just pray, glimpse. Do I get it? Do I not? What do I have? What's the option here? What is the best choice depending on your glimpse?
Yeah.
It's so cool. Yeah.
It's so much fun to play Ari, and so I'm glad to see that she's finally, after kind of a long journey, came out all the way in ALCs, finally seeing some competitive play and some competitive merit in this tournament. She is, I believe, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I think she is our most represented champion in our top 8. We have 3 Arisana players, 2 Astra players, 1 Water player. Is it 2 Slimes players? Do you know off the top of your head, Mark?
I know there's at least 2 Slimes. I believe there's 3 because I think Liftrasil, Duckhaz, and Henki are all running Slimes. Now, Henki is, of course, running the Fire Element Slime.
Right.
But, Liftrasil, Duckhaz, I believe, have mirrored a list there for the Rainbow Slimes.
Right. Yeah. And a really stacked top 8 as well. Is it 3 Worlds players in our top 8?
4, right?
4?
Because Korax is in there as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, from representing, Southeast Asia.
Yeah, of course.
As well. So, a lot of really, really good players in the top 8. So, exactly. And, again, well-deserved, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
They battled through thick and thin to get there. It's really, really amazing.
I mean, it's great to see so many new people coming into Grand Archive, but something that I feel like shouldn't be overstated, or understated rather, in such a competitive environment. And, Santa Clara, we've said so many times, is the biggest Ascent we've ever had. 313 players signed up. We're cutting now just to 8 of those players.
Yeah.
And, so it's no surprise that we see 4 of these world competitors that have, been proven, been on this sort of stage before, get here again because, it really is skill that matters at the end of the day in Grand Archive, which I always want to drive home.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, as these events get bigger, the amount of different diverse events also get bigger, right? So we normally have Path of Steel, Path of Silver sometimes, but Path of Steel is really going to be at almost every Ascent.
Right.
But now we have Path of Puzzle, Path of Silk. That's what I like to call it.
I like
but
that.
It's the cosplay, competition as well. And as you saw in the previous video, lots of cosplayers really giving their all. I honestly think a lot of the cosplayers are getting just better and better every year.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I just can't even imagine the things that they accomplish. It's just like a talent and a skill that I just have no understanding of how they do it. So just super impressive.
Yeah, and so much of their garb is also custom made. A lot of them too. So it's really, really, really impressive. Of course, Path of Puzzle, one of the new additions to the paths, and it's kind of fun. As you can see, a lot of people are just having fun. There's really no like competitive element there, but it's more cooperative.
Sure.
And people working together to complete one giant festive Lorraine, of course, to kind of ring a holiday for us here as well. And of course, one additional thing that happened this weekend is that we also had a girls' night for draft. So that happened yesterday. And it looks like, all the attendees had a lot of fun, had the ability to kind of test draft and see what's going on there, had some great food, enjoyed, like that experience. I think it's really wonderful. Like, again, as we kind of, expand the event, expand the attendance, offering different people different options to play. In fact, right behind us, we have the Scrabba event going on. We have multiple drafts launching every hour, side events. There's a bunch of different things that, anyone who's in the room can really enjoy.
Yeah, I think something that's so important to Grand Archive is that inclusivity.
Yeah.
Like there's something for everyone from every walk of life to enjoy here at the Grand Archive event.
Yeah.
Whether you're a competitive player, you're a casual player, you're a cosplayer, you're a collector, whatever. There's always something for you to do here at this like very community-driven event. And I hope. Of course, Grand Archive's growing, and we're very, very proud of Grand Archive growing.
Yeah.
But I hope we always keep that grassroots feel.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, I really want to test draft,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, because we're working at the event, it's really hard. So what we should be doing right now is we should be drafting.
That's true. I have the
What do
draft
you
pack
have?
in front of me. We just talked to Andy about draft, and that's
Nice.
a video that you guys will see that we did with Andy K a little bit later.
Yeah.
But I was so jealous talking to Andy. I'm like, yeah, draft sounds really fun. I wish we could do that.
Can I try it
Yeah.
too? I did hear a lot of people in drafts were drafting Razor Go Coming. Actually,
Yeah,
it's kind of funny, And I actually thought maybe like favorable wins or not favorable wins. The fervor
Yeah.
would be because I remember playing limited in FTC how strong
Right.
commanding that card was to combo with the Lurking Assailant. Right? So Mark of Fervor.
Marco Ferber.
Yeah, exactly. So
It's your name. How can you forget it?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So so many different ways to play Grand Archive.
Yeah.
I'm just super excited
Yeah.
to kind of see everyone experimenting that too. Yeah.
And we're still
Experiencing.
giving that fun energy here on day 2. And of
Yeah.
course, later on tonight, one of the most exciting things about these Grand Archive events is we have our closing presentation. But this weekend, we are also wrapping our closing presentation into a sort of holiday panel that Grand Archive did last year and was super well received. So
Yeah.
we'll see some holiday-themed questions, a little bit of fun, as well as I'm sure some spoilers for stuff to come.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be very, very exciting. I'm very excited to see what we should be expecting in HVN.
I've been getting some looks from the development team, and I've been told that I'll be very excited about some things. So I've just I'm vibrating with excitement because I don't.
Have you been banned yet?
No, not banned yet. No, no leaks. I'm
No
not
leaks.
telling you
Yeah.
anything, but
Yeah.
it will be exciting
Nice,
stuff.
nice,
I
nice.
think.
Very cool. Yeah. Again, so many competitors coming back a little bit to top 8, right?
Yeah.
So we're about to go in top 8. These are single elimination,
Right.
not timed rounds,
Right.
So players can take their time to kind of make sure they make the right decisions. And it's going to be a battle. 3 rounds. We're going to have 3 rounds for single elimination to crown our champion for Ascent Santa Clara.
Yeah, and they are very, very high stress.
Yeah.
These are some very important rounds. There's a lot of money on the line. There's
Yeah.
a lot of accolades on the line. The
Yeah.
prize cards, the product,
The bragging
cash,
rights.
the bragging rights.
That's
Of course, the
right.
trophy.
Yeah, and don't forget, you're going to get a customized Omnideck number under 100 if you win.
True.
It's
Yeah. There's
pretty
only
big
been
deal.
a few that have been taken. We've had like 8, 9 ascents now. And,
Something like that, yeah.
And so there's still plenty of those sub 100 numbers that have been locked in.
Yeah.
And we'll see, actually quite a few of those ascent winners in our top 8. We have, a couple of them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then, breakdown-wise, as we mentioned, 3 slimes. Don't forget, there is also the 1 Nico.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting, right? Like, we often talk about the rock and paper scissor type of matchups, right? And just talking to a bunch of other people in the field, it sounds like, right, the wind arson that we've been seeing on feature match is actually kind of favored going to
Yeah,
slimes.
I
As
think
you can
so.
see, too, yeah, a lot of different options. As soon as we get to both champions get to the advanced elements, Arsana having the answers directly to what slimes can dish out is very powerful and very stifling, if you will, to that deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the story of the weekend
Yeah.
is Arisana versus Slimes.
Yeah.
We've seen it by far more than anything else this weekend. And
Yep.
really leveraging Polaris, that very powerful Proxy's Vault card, as well as Stifling Trap, like you said, can be really integral to placing some disruption on that Sylvie deck at exactly the right moments.
Yeah.
And it's always on a knife's edge. It's not like Arisana gets to this snowballing portion of the game where she just takes over completely. She's always right there, on the edge of losing the game, and has to sort of flip it into her favor.
Yeah, exactly. And like you were saying too, we have 2 Water Arsana as well in the top 8. So that's piloted by ZTR God and, of course, Caben.
Sure.
And then, going down the list a little bit here, Steven is going to be on the slime list. Actually, I guess that makes 4 slimes. 3 Rainbow Slime, 1 Fire Slime.
Yeah,
in the top 8.
Yeah, Hanky playing Fire Slimes, and then 3 Rainbow Slimes players playing that Spirit of Slime.
Yeah.
And then is it 4 Arisana players? No, it's 3 Arisana players, 1 Nico.
One Nico. Yeah, that's right. So, of course, a little slightly different. 2 Water Arsana, right? Running the level 2. And then, of course, our kind of sweetheart of the event, right? Limbo running that Wind Arsana and showing everyone, hey, this is how it's supposed to be done. Yeah. Going back to a little bit to the rock, paper, scissors, right?
Yeah.
So our Wind Arsana is really, really great into slimes. However, it sounds like Nico, right, is actually favored into Wind Arsana. So what I've heard from talking with Limbo is that he really is afraid of that Nico. He felt like, playing that Nico, that was actually the one match that he dropped in top 32, and it was the first one, right, against Koroks. And right away he goes in there and says, oh, Water Nico. Oh, man, this is going to be very sad. And he loses the game 0-2, but he just came back, slayed 2 Merlins, slayed the slime, and into top 8.
Yeah, just a Cinderella story for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Very very excited for them, and something that we also have that we just got confirmation from our producers, which is very exciting. Looks like we are going to be following number 1 True Champion Caben for our first round of top 8. We're getting that's settled. I'm not sure exactly who his opponent is yet, but we'll get that information for you in a bit. But we are going to have his teammate, True Champion Terry, come jump on stage and do commentary for Caben, which I think will be interesting. So
should be good. Yeah.
I'll jump out of here and let Terry do some talking about all of the mistakes that Caben makes and how he could have done better.
And we'll look into Terry's expertise here.
Right, of course.
I think if the way that the brackets are going to work out, I believe Caben will be facing Steven.
Sure.
So the 3rd seed versus the 6th seed.
And Steven is also playing Arsana?
Rainbow Slimes.
Oh, Rainbow Slimes.
Rainbow
Okay.
Slime. So
All
it's going to be the Water Arsana, tilting the cauldron, burning those slimes,
Spilling the soup.
spilling soup versus the Rainbow Slimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a matchup we've seen, be like sort of the story of the weekend, and this is the time where we will see it matter the most.
Yeah.
So we're going to go on a quick 10-minute break while we get everything set up, get our players down to the feature match area, and then we will be bringing you the first round of the top 8 of Ascent Santa Clara.
Okay. See you guys.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく隠した見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome back, everybody, to Ascent Santa Clara Top 8. I said I was going to be gone, but I can't miss the chance to sit down with the nicest man in the Grand Archive
stop
community, True Champion Terry. Hey, Terry, how you doing, man?
I'm great. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for the opportunity to
Of
be
course.
here. It's been a crazy weekend, and we still have a lot to go. So definitely looking forward to this and for my opportunity to be here with you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're jumping you right off of the floor. I mean, you made day 2. You were
Yeah.
playing like until like last round.
That is
in this tournament.
correct.
You were
Yeah.
right there, but
Yeah, my opponent, I lost in the last round. I believe he finished 12th or 13th. So
Sure, so
just
right
right
on the
there.
bubble,
Yep,
yeah.
right there. Yeah, it was a solid weekend. Definitely not upset with how I played or the deck, which, spoiler alert, we're going to get to see the deck that I played today.
yeah, we're going to be covering, as we said before the break, we're going to be covering Cabin, True Champion Cabin.
Yeah.
Number 1 Omnidex True Champion Cabin is playing Water Arisana, and we're going to have Joquel on the other side playing Water Allies.
Yeah, and it's a really cool Water Allies variant. So Water Allies back, all the way come Fractured Crown. When we got Scepter and everything started happening, you saw these Dungeon Guide base, like level up, do this damage, burst through, right?
Right.
That is not what this deck is.
Yeah.
So this deck is much lower to the ground, way more ally-centric, really plays into that storm the board while also holding up interaction style without losing influence. So which is a really cool, and probably right now with decks like Kong being on the loose that have a million cards in hand and everything else, Wind Ari, that has been doing really, really well. It's kind of a cool opportunity to see a different take on a fan favorite.
Yeah, sort of a like tried and true strategy, and we've seen Joquel playing a couple of times this weekend, and it's very much that hold up interaction, play a single threat, maybe 2 threats, pressure your opponent, and then when you need to, you can sort of flood the board and end the game really quickly.
Definitely, yeah. I actually I played against him. He was the one who killed me for this event. He
Wow,
knocked me
really?
out of contention for top 8. Yeah. So, big congrats to him. He took me out. Let's, who knows if he'll be able to take Caven. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think while we have you and we're setting up our players, of course, we're going to make sure that everything's buttoned up and get them ready for their top 8 matches. Our top 8 matches are going to be untimed, so everybody's going to get to take as much time on their decisions, make sure they make the correct. Hopefully we're not in a Vanitas situation. I don't want to go on about that. But while we have you, of course, you and the whole True Champion team were playing Water Arisana. The same exact list as Caven's playing?
Yeah, so Caven and Isaac wasn't here with us this weekend, and Eli actually ended up playing a different list that he was a little more comfortable on. And I was telling you a little bit before on the break, we locked in this list Friday night. Once we got to California, we had a bunch of decks about 10:30 right before the event. So that was when we finally finalized and said, this is what we're going to play. Granted, we've been playing on it for a while. A lot of our community, our Patreon community knows about this list. We made a video and a really in-depth guide for it like about a month ago.
Right.
So we've been playing it for a while. It is exciting. It is very fun. We definitely did not expect to see so many high-level competitive players bringing it this weekend.
Yeah, it's like sort of been the story of the weekend. We have the Cinderella story of this Wind Ari deck on the other side of the bracket, but the Water Arisana deck has been the deck of the weekend. So many of these, like, dare I say, professional Grand Archive teams have been playing it. We saw you guys playing it. Cactus team was playing it. All over the place.
Yeah, the main deck, all
the
10 of them
main deck
brought
guys
it.
were playing it. Yeah. And Jesus, my wildest dreams, Terry. I never would have expected Arisana to be the deck of the weekend.
45 Arisanas.
It's crazy.
Wow, the number 2 most played champion.
I know,
It's a dream come true, really, Cam.
Yeah,
if we're being honest.
It's a holiday miracle.
Yeah,
really.
honestly. Thank you, Christmas, Father Christmas. But yeah, no, it is an extremely fun deck. We have seen Watermill strategies. Obviously, Nico, very popular. And in top 8 today, I believe, Korax, right?
Yeah.
Aaron made it, and he is probably the strongest Nico player in the world right now.
Yeah, 100%.
It's really fun watching him play. The sequencing is incredible. And Nico is very well positioned right now with everything. And that was kind of the reasoning, I think, why this Water Ari deck came kind of from the fray out of nowhere, because it is just like Nico. It goes with that same style of it attacks at 2 fronts, right? They can kill you with damage, they can mill you if they need to, and that's the same thing that Ari does. Now, the big difference, Nico relies a lot more on attacking with her face, right? Whereas Arisana, our particular list, which we're going to see, actually can attack from 3 fronts. And we have a decent attack with Claymore and, Frostborn Paladins and things like that. You can do a pretty decent beatdown plan, but the most exciting card in the deck, and probably the new card for the weekend for our viewers that maybe haven't seen it, is Stratagem.
Yeah.
And Stratagem really, really is an exciting card where you get rid of floating memory, and for each one, you put a 3 damage lightning bolt, if you will, on the stack targeting. And so you've got that. And then, of course, we can just mill out our opponents as well using a very powerful fractal. So.
Yeah, it's a sort of like you said, a combination of both. We've seen the Water Ari deck, various takes of it, of course, but throughout the weekend, and a lot of people think there's this sort of reliance on that Fractal of Polar Depths, which is, of course, a very powerful card.
Definitely.
To fuel your Stratagem and Myriad Ice, but a lot of times we've seen cast a couple Lost in Thoughts, play a Chilling Touch or 2, and then just Stratagem you for 15.
100%. And that is, a lot of people think that you can just beat the deck, or that the deck maybe couldn't have been that competitive, because I know Windgale, Kongming, has been very, very popular, and a lot of people are playing Fantasia hate.
Right.
So people were like, oh, with all this Fantasia hate, I think this Ari deck might be dead. But that's kind of a farce, because,
Right.
You don't necessarily need it. Sometimes you can do plays that you have no business doing with it, obviously. But you definitely don't need it. You hit a good Primordial Ritual or something along those lines and mill a bunch of cards, and all of a sudden your stratagems are hitting. So.
Yeah, I mean, the games have been so fast this format, and we see so many decks that are staying at that level, like Spirit level or level 1, around that 19 life threshold. And so a stratagem needs 5-6 cards usually to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, there is, I think, one of the biggest reasons that we chose to play plain Water Spirit, because you're going to see a lot of variants when you guys look at the deck list from this event, but we played just Spirit of Water. Granted, maybe we would change that in the future or play both spirits, because there's a lot of pros and cons to both. But the big pro for this is that we always are going to have that opportunity when we go second to Icebound Slam turn 1, right? And I can't tell you how many in testing specifically, not as much in practice, but turn 2 kills you get, where you just go Icebound Slam, mill 3 floating, stratagem the next turn, and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of the Water package is it's so consistent. That's sort of the Water identity. But we have so many power cards in the form of Icebound Slam, Polar Fractal, Stratagem that sort of can steal games out of nowhere. Like any of these Water decks, Nico, Ari, whatever, that can go Icebound Slam turn 2, Icebound Slam turn 3, and just kill you happens like far too often.
No, 100%. It's actually wild, because this whole archetype is as close to control as we really get right now in GA. Obviously, before we had Luxem, they were probably the closest, but now these Water Mill strategies kind of do the control thing for GA, right? Control is obviously a very different term in this game than, I know you're a Magic player, so am I, so we come from there. So, but that all being said, being able to turn the corner in certain situations, like you said, Fractal, sometimes there's no business that you should ever get out of a situation, and then you're like, oh, I just drew double Fractal, I guess I can mill myself and then mill my opponent out of nowhere, right? Or things like that. So it is a very versatile deck. It is scary. It attacks from multiple fronts. And, it being a little less known, kind of get to sneak a lot of that stuff in.
Yeah,
people that aren't as, like, I know I had one kill during the tournament where I did do a turn 2 because he didn't know about Stratagem.
Sure, of course.
And so, like, I icebound him. He thought I was on Nico.
Right.
And I was like, cool.
Stratagem
and you're dead. So it was pretty exciting. He's like, oh, draw a card, play 2. I think he played 2 interceptors or something, and he was like, pass, and I was like, perfect. Let me get you. But no, it's exciting, man.
So looks like we have our players starting to sit down. It's just going to be a few more minutes before we get over to that. But so one of the nice things about having the expert here in the booth has been playing the deck all weekend. I would love to talk a little bit, maybe about your matchups, but maybe about pretend exit your body and pretend that you're Caben walking into this top
Wow, this is a great feeling.
And so we know the other decks that are going to be in the room.
Yes.
How do you think Caben's feeling into, first of all, this Water Allies deck?
So unfortunately, I think that looking at the top 8, we've got 4 Slimes, a Nico, a Wind Ari, obviously, and then Water Ari. I think we have, is it 2 Water Aris?
It's 2 Water Aris, including Caben.
Yep.
1 Wind Ari, 4 Slimes players, Nico.
Got it. Okay. So,
Or sorry, 3 Slimes players, Nico,
and a Water
Allies.
Allies. Yeah. So out of all those things,
Yeah.
he got the matchup that is definitely the hardest.
Yeah.
So going into this top 8, if I was him, this would be the matchup that I would hope to the GA gods I would miss on my first quarterfinal match.
Sure.
Unfortunately for him, that's not the case. So this matchup is definitely very interesting. In theory, when you think about it, you're like, okay, this deck seems like you should be able to get through a lot of this. And honestly, you can. But you have to, it's really a resource game. Sure. And in a lot of times, we can turn a corner, we can go pretty aggressive. But the scariest thing about Water Allies is when they draw the right part of their deck, it doesn't matter who you are, they just have answers. And if you go back to Innistrad, let's talk about Magic for a second. It's basically like Delver, man. Let me tell you.
No.
So anyway, that's how I feel. So it's this incredibly strong tempo control aggro deck, right? It hits all of these different things because it can flex to be what it needs to.
Right.
And in this, where resources are so important, obviously water is a very hard matchup. You're always thinking, do they have the counter spells? You have to play around everything. Luckily, we have a lot of tools for that. And Caben, specifically game 2, we get to bring in 2 very powerful cards, Viridian Protective Trinket and Water Bobble.
Sure.
So that will be a huge help. But this matchup really is about controlling the board and trying to keep your opponent from being able to play on your turn as much as you can.
Right.
So like Cerulean Decree is huge. It's probably the most important card for the Ari player. Even just if you're able to make them tap out, if you will, then you can do your thing for free. You can Icebound Slime them game 1. You can, set up a really big stratagem or something, or force them to, do something along the lines of just letting you counter something so that they can hold up that interaction. And if you do that, then you're winning because your late game is much stronger than theirs.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can get to that point, awesome. But if they tempo you out, and that is the hardest part, right, is that every time you want to get that value engine going, we don't have access to, like, for instance, Kongale has the slime package. You have all these one-drop glimpsers, get cards. It's really easy to plus. It's a little harder to do that, which is why we have all of the draw abilities, backup charger. We played Grand Crusader's Ring instead of, Quicksilver Grill. So I think that if Caben can keep his resources high while also dealing with his opponent's board, then he could definitely take it. But Kyle is a very, very strong player. I played against him, like I said. Yeah. He played against this deck multiple times.
Right.
And he's very confident in his ability to take this deck on. So I think it's going to be a great match. Obviously, Caben has a very big hill to climb. But this would be the one I was scared of, for sure.
Well, like you said, maybe not the matchup that he wants to see in his quarterfinals, but there is maybe a sense of relief if he is able to get past this one. That theoretically, maybe the rest of the matchups are a little bit easier.
Yeah, and we know our Slimes matchup inside and out. Obviously, these Slime players are playing at a very high caliber, so they can play around a lot of the stuff. They have access to so many tools, obviously, in Slimes. That's their big thing, right? The toolboxy deck. But I know for myself, I played against Slimes 6 times this weekend, 7 times this weekend.
That's a lot.
Yeah, a lot of Slimes matchups, and I only lost to Sean, and then one early on that I had a very unlucky play of Watermill, which is one of the things of playing Watermill. Sometimes it happens where you mill all your good stuff and none of your floating. But I honestly feel very, very confident in that. There is the Fire Slimes. I feel like the Fire Slimes matchup is actually a little better than the Norm Slime.
Oh, interesting.
Because they don't have access to Slime Shield. They don't have access to Gather Slimes, which is huge because something that a lot of people are learning here at the event, because Stratagem's such a new card, is when you do banish, you banish all of your floating at the same time when you resolve the card, and then each one individually goes on the stack.
Right.
And so you can respond to each individual trigger.
So yeah, they each give an individual opportunity window
Exactly.
that you can sort of layer the ones that matter for you. You can really punish with cards like Blanche and
Exactly.
other things that interact while those are on the stack.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so things like Slime Shield, things like Gather Slimes, gives them some fast speed interaction that can, when you think you might have the win, you can't, right? So, but that all being said, those matchups, I think Slimes is probably where he wants to see. Windari, I didn't play against Windari. I love Windari. Really cool deck. But in theory, I think that he's fine there. I think that's, I bet you do. You might have played it a couple times.
Yeah, once or twice.
Yeah. Honestly, though, this is the only matchup for me, if I was going into this as the Water Ari players, that I would be afraid of.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see Slimes.
Right.
I would have loved to see Nico. Granted, it's Korak, so you always got to be scared of that.
I mean, one of the tough spots about being in any top 8 for Grand Archive is it doesn't really matter what deck they're playing because they're such a talented player that even if the matchup isn't in their favor, we're going to have Jokal be against Caben here, and he's just such a talented player.
Oh, yeah.
It sort of exasperates that issue.
Oh,
if
yeah.
The matchup's bad.
I mean, and this is a absolutely stacked. I was just looking before I came up here. This top 8 is insane.
There's 4 Worlds competitors, I believe, in our top 8.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Wow. It's going to be such an exciting show for our viewers.
Yeah,
and
of course.
hopefully we get to see some really good Grand Archive.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. And we just have the players doing deck checks right now.
Oh, yep. They got to do their final deck checks. But let's see. So this deck particularly kind of came like... It really does have matchups currently across the board that I feel like are, at least for this weekend, like 50% or better
and that's good.
in the most. And so, like, if you can find that deck, I know, like for us, we travel a lot. We go to most of the Ascents. We're at most big events. Caben doesn't miss a big event. So, obviously, we're always looking for the most consistent decks that we can play. You see us really shift our decks a lot. Yeah. We've got, players like Henke that you've seen him on just absolutely tearing up the scene with Fire Slimes.
Right.
He hasn't moved from it. He hasn't needed to. And obviously, Isaac took down with Slimes a couple weeks ago.
Right.
And Caben a month before that was able to take down Slimes. We were on Slimes for a long time. Slimes was what we had sleeved up before this event. So if you can play an incredibly consistent deck that is well placed into a meta, it gives you the best opportunity to top.
Of course.
And I know that is a big thing, obviously, for Caben specifically. He's a very competitive player. He does this for a living, and he wants to always be doing it. He had the opportunity to draw at the end of yesterday, because he was guaranteed, but to give himself a better opportunity for top 8, which a lot of us players do going into those last rounds. Sure, the draw's nice, get a little early night,
but
if you play it out, if you get that win, then you're in a much better place than the place. So, this Arsana wave that we're seeing is just something that I'm so excited about.
Yeah.
Because I think that's something that I see a lot on, we talk in the Discord communities, that it's a big community and everything. We see a lot of conversations, a lot of people griping about Slimes. And I get that. Slimes is a terrifying deck, and it's been around for a long time. Personally, honestly, I like Slimes. And I think that it is an awesome archetype. Maybe it's a little too powerful sometimes, or maybe it was. But I think that, look at this. We have a deck that came out of nowhere that, honestly, I think our Slimes matchup is great.
Sure.
And so people thought that Slimes couldn't lose. But that's not true.
And, I find it so interesting that we're 8-ish weeks into the Mortal Ambition season, and we just saw a recent ban list at the end of Ascent Christchurch where no changes were made. And largely that was due to Weeb said that they don't want to be the ones that dictate the meta. They want the players to dictate the meta.
Yes.
And with no changes to the meta, a completely different thing has arrived at Ascent Santa Clara than was at Ascent Christchurch. And that's just holistically on the back of people innovating and trying new things and finding this Arisana deck that I think had a couple of decks floating around in Christchurch, but was nowhere near the representation that we see this weekend.
No, and it definitely wasn't. I think that it's come a long way even from there.
Yeah.
People are realizing kind of where the meta is, and that. Obviously, we had Vanitas, which really threw
we don't
off.
Talk about that.
That never happened. But that definitely threw us off. And now we're figuring out. Okay, this meta actually is pretty open. There's a lot out there. It's not just Slimes. Obviously, Kongming was something that people were a lot scared of, but we're starting to see so much more that gives Slimes a run for its money.
Right.
And that is incredible to see. It's so healthy for the game. If there's never been a better time for newer players to get into a competitive game and be able to play any deck they really want.
Yeah, and put that time in, right? Something that you said about the decks that you guys choose at True Champion is it's about the availability of a skill ceiling. I think that's really what it's about.
Definitely.
Right? Find a deck that has a decent floor. You don't want to have a deck that's usually terrible, but have that skill expression be the one thing that matters. And we really see Caben time and time again really exercising that ability.
That's a huge part of, what we do as True Champion Gaming. What we try to do is just put ourselves in the best opportunity to win.
Yeah.
So, but I am so excited. These guys are shuffling up now. Pretty soon we're going to be jumping over there and getting to see this water v water action, which there's like a lot of really cool interactions, that you get to see in this particular matchup that you don't see in any other matchup. Particularly being able to like activate Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah.
And that's something that, even some of our players, newer players, maybe that's something you guys don't even realize that you can do, right? It says it on the card, but it's such a strange interaction that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, it's a really intrinsically powerful card that we see usually show up in water decks, but as of late, water's been sort of on the downtrend, and it's been sort of the weakest of the basic elements, and we see this big upturn here at this event where Scepter of Lumina is really showing how powerful that card is and how it's sort of uplifted water entirely when it came out in FTC.
Yeah, I mean, it was arguably the strongest card in the game when it came out. What's kind of funny now is back then it was due to being able to push 12 damage, like just for playing the game, right? But now we're seeing it a lot more as like a draw stick. Where you're just bringing it out because you can, and then drawing 2 cards.
You use a floating memory. It's a true +1. You draw 2 cards. We see so many times this weekend, and we'll probably see in this matchup as well, the value that these players put on fracturizing their opponent's Scepter of Lumina, and not even really for that damage, like you said, just to stop them from drawing those additional cards.
It really is wild. You really don't think that water can get its influence up, but I played a game, my last match for my top 16 winning in was the Mirror, and there was a moment where we were both sitting there with like 16, 17 cards in hand in water decks, and I've been playing a lot of Kongming, so like I'm used to having that many cards, but it's crazy when you have that many cards in water because your interaction is so powerful.
Right. Yeah, the best in the game by far. Cerulean Decree, Tidal Lock, all of these Fracturize. Even in this Water Allies deck, we're going to see Freezing Hail, which is making a return. Hasn't really seen a lot of play lately.
Yes, and something we didn't talk about a lot. We talked a lot about the Water Ari list, and kind of like it's a very consistent. It's a bunch of 4-ofs, 15 4-ofs.
Right.
Incredibly, we're all about the draws, all about making everything incredibly straight. But this Water Allies list, it does go into Assassin. And it actually has even more counters hidden in there because we've got obviously your water powered ones. You've got your Frostbinds in there. I can't remember if he's on Tidal Locks or not.
I believe so. I think we'll get deck list in just a second.
Sure. And once we get that, we'll be able to talk about that a lot more. So maybe I'll wait till we get that so we can break it in once it hits.
Well, it looks like our players are ready, so we can head down to our feature match. We're going to start off with Joquel going first with that Water Allies deck versus True Champion Caben playing our Arisana water deck.
Oh my gosh, please. I love it. You got to love seeing Ari. And this is actually such a huge advantage of having the higher seed for Kyle, a Joquel, if you will. He gets access to being able to choose if he wants to go first or second.
Right, and it looks like he will choose to go first. That first materialize is really going to matter. Being able to get as many materialized steps over your opponent, especially Joquel, who I think is going to be playing more of the aggressor in this matchup.
Yes. So one of the things that is like huge with this is it's a low percentage chance that your opponent, as the Ari player, has access to multiple answers to what you're trying to do, because 2 of your most important things right now, if he was able to fire off an Icebound Slam right here, that'd be huge. Right. Obviously, it would be face checking because he has 3 cards in hand, which is scary. But if you go for it, which it looks like we are going to be bringing out a Fractal of Rain, which is the other path you want to take, right? This is the control path, if you will. You get to imbue this Fractal Rain, and at first it might seem, sure, maybe it'll replace itself. We'll hit a floating, but as the game goes on, the amount of advantage that card can create is insane.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Fractal of Rains given a whole lot more respect this weekend. Several decks packing that sort of Mystic Purifier interaction for Fantasias. We've seen them fire off on Fractal of Rain because that increased, repeated advantage that you get from Fractal of Rain staying on the board really does add up. So after that, Fractal of Rain, we're going to pass back to Joquel. He's going to grab a backup charger, crack that immediately, get a power cell.
That's GCR at home, baby.
GCR at home, going to draw one additional card. And Influence, I think, is the name of the game for these first couple of turns for Jokwell. He's going to look to put on as much pressure to Caben before Caben can get to that late game spot that we were talking about.
Definitely. It looks like Jokwell's hand is pretty defensive. I'm not seeing a ton of, really big beat stick 2/3s or, Gildis, anything along those lines. He has access to, that card I didn't even realize was in his deck, but what did he just bring out here?
This is a trained sharpshooter. This is the new trained
art.
sharpshooter art.
That's
just
beautiful.
In this deck, does have some ranged class bonus stuff
Sure.
for Ranger, but this is just a 3 reserve cost 2/3, and it is going to be met by that Cerulean
And this
Decree.
is what I was literally about to
Right.
talk about, is holding that up, forcing your opponent to basically tap out if he wants to add to the board, and set yourself up for a really strong next turn. Caben really has played this perfectly.
Yeah, Cerulean Decree is so powerful because it replaces itself. You get to choose that second mode of draw a card into your memory. So you spend this card to effectually make your opponent put resources down. You know that the card's not going to get negated. It's going to end up resolving. But the Cerulean Decree replacing itself means that Caben doesn't lose influence, and he gets to sort of have a free turn on his turn to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, Cerulean Decree is really the card that made me fall in love with water.
Sure.
It's just such a powerful card. Obviously, you have access not just to that counter, but also to the other effects, and they can come up a lot.
Right. Looks like we're going to see a Frostbind.
It looks like he forgot about the Fractal,
Yeah.
which happens, honestly, Fractals. So he's able to counter that and draw. That was a huge tempo swing for Caben.
Right, yeah. Being able to utilize that Fractal for that extra point of reserve cost in order to pay for that Frostbind is going to be a huge break for Caben, getting to not only counter that trained sharpshooter, but steal a Frostbind out of Jokwell's hand as well.
And I want to say also, and this is something that, I hope that everyone watching this understands, is this has been a grueling 2 days of competition.
Of course, yeah.
And everybody always goes, oh man, top 8, the best players, they're in here. But it's funny because I feel like in top 8 is where we start to see some of the funnier things happen, because everybody is so mentally drained at this point, obviously trying to play at their best. But something like that, it happens. It happens to the best of us, it happens to the top players. So even if that does happen, you got to be able to keep your head strong.
Yeah.
And keep moving forward.
I mean, they're going on hour 8 of playing just today, Terry.
wild.
So it has definitely been a grueling tournament. We're going to see Fractal of Polar Depths deployed by Caben. One of those very powerful tools to sort of steal the game. Can be used either to put cards from your opponent's deck into their graveyard, or yours to power up cards like Stratagem of Myriad Ice.
No, definitely. This, right now, Caben is really not feeling very pressured. He's not afraid. I mean, hasn't taken any damage. And we're going into turn 3 for the Water Allies player. Like I said, a very reactive, powerful defensive hand.
Right.
But it looks like Caben is just able to continue that advantage and stay holding up that interaction.
But you have to assume, that's not what Jokwell wants here. You said, that this Water Ice on a deck is going to be favored in those late game situations, and so Jokwell really wants to come out of the gate swinging, and it looks like the only ally he's found so far is this deployed Korhazi Trapper, that trained sharpshooter. I believe he's holding onto a Sea Sprite Diver, maybe
Yes,
two.
that was the card I was almost about to say earlier, but then he played another one, then we jumped to that. That is a really strong card in this matchup, especially if the mill engine that Caben is using is just that Fractal of Rain, where he's only putting one every turn, and it's at slow speed. You're not able to use that as well, obviously, to level up or things like that. So a Sea Sprite, and here it comes, Sea Sprite Diver.
Yeah, looks like we're going to deploy that. It does get a bit of a discount if your opponent has 4 or more cards in their graveyard, which usually will probably be the case, but in this case, going to pay the 4 retail. We're going to see what Caben's response is. It looks like a Refracting Missiles after Sea Sprite resolves. Coming in for 3 is 1 plus the number of Fantasia Fractals you control.
Yes, and it looks like he's responding to the on-enter.
Right. Yeah, the on-enter does target, thankfully, so a card should be targeted in the graveyard here, and so Jokwell won't be able to eat this Refracting Missiles after it resolves.
For sure.
We're just making sure that everything is above board. These players obviously very cordial. Nobody's trying to pull any fast ones, right? Trying to play at the height of their game. And
yeah,
so,
and yeah. So excuse me. So he brought it out. It looks like they're just trying to decide right here exactly. I think that Caben was basically just kind of shortcutting. He's like, "Yep, that's fine. I'm gonna kill it." Moving a little too fast. It resolved. we'll see exactly what is happening here.
So there's an on-enter ability that comes in with the Sea Sprite Diver, and so Caben's idea here is once this card resolves, so it'll be an on-enter ability put on the effect stack, each player will then get opportunity, and with that opportunity window, Caben would like to play a Refracting Missiles. We hear Caben say on the mics here, this is the only time I have opportunities, not trying to pull one over on his opponent.
So what did happen there, though, is because Caben did not allow him to target and he kind of moved a little too fast, it looked like he responded to the activation. And so with that respond to the activation, he had to target the Korhazi instead.
Sure. So it looks like we got that settled, and this Sea Sprite Diver will resolve. Going to deal a little bit of damage, start pecking away at that life total on the side of Caben, and we'll see what Caben's rebuttal is.
I love one thing that a lot of water players do, especially in water mirrors, is they leave those GCRs, those baubles, those free draws out, and it's to kind of like show, hey, I've got 2 in hand.
Right.
And then, so, okay, cool, he can't play Frostbind. But then, oh, wait, I have that hidden draw, I've got the Frostbind in hand, boom. So it's a cool little mind game that water mirrors have to play with each other.
Right, yeah, we see that water bauble in play. Definitely looming maybe to cast a Frostbind, a Fracturize.
Sure. And Caben has quite a hand on him already.
Yeah, like you said, not a whole lot of pressure, right? So Caben's been able to set up his game plan, start getting that Fractal of Rain rolling, deploy this Polar Depths, and then just sort of be reactive to Jokwell, who definitely has to be the aggressor.
Yeah, and Awakened Deacon, such a solid card for obviously, it has that floating memory keyword for later, once you're Arsana, but right now, because he has 2 Fantasia out there, that is going to be a 1/3 Interceptor, which is a perfect body with what we're looking at the board right now.
Yeah, just the Diver in play, not going to be able to get through this Deacon, so another threat will have to be deployed by Jokwell, and I think that's exactly what Caben wants, is to see Jokwell deploy these threats so that he can respond in kind.
Yes, and Caben's really feeling safe right now. He's able to just continuously use draws and pluses instead of leveling up because he's not afraid of dying. So that 15 health point that he has, he's not afraid of.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some aggression working here for Jokwell. Definitely a spot where Caben, unlike Jokwell's deck that doesn't have that same explosiveness, it's about getting repeated advantage over multiple turns. The Water Arisana deck can sort of explode out of nowhere, especially as this graveyard builds up on the side of Caben, making that Fractal of Polar Depths a little frightening as soon as the stratagem is in play.
Yeah, and the one thing, though, that is kind of nice about Awakened Deacon hitting the board here is I saw there in Kyle's hand, he's got, it looks like a Snow Fairy, which is, overall a little tougher because there's not a lot of allies in the Sari deck. It only plays 8, so, but it looks like there was a Lurking Sailor hiding in there. So we've got a 2/3 stealth there. And just like you said, it was going to take more than just 1, 2, 3 to take down this Awakened Deacon.
Right. And so we'll go for the second attack, and maybe Caben decides to protect his Awakened Deacon just a little bit, maybe with a Refracting Missiles taking care of this Sea Sprite Diver coming in for the lethal attack on the Awakened Deacon.
All right. Sorry, just got the lists here. I get to really take in there. So it looks like he brought out, he's going to cast a Refracting Missile.
Yeah, missiles targeting that Diver, trying to save this Awakened Deacon. We will see that Water Resonance Bauble cracked, a card drawn, and we'll see if there's a rebuttal from Jokwell. Yet another card draw from this Grand Crusader's Ring.
He's digging deep.
And it looks like a whole lot of allies in hand.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's more of those tempo-based allies. It's a lot of 1 damage bodies.
Right.
Is he going to kind of go, yeah?
Pretty risky here to deploy another threat, but it looks like it is going to get the job done. It's going to eat that second copy of Refracting Missiles.
And he's got another one. Oh, my
copy
goodness.
of Refracting Missiles.
Oh, my goodness. That was huge.
Man, Terry, you said when we were setting up for the match that it's all about keeping the board clean, and we see Caben really enacting that game plan, using these copies of Refracting Missiles, not only adding to his game plan, floating memory, water cards, going to his graveyard, but also dealing with the threats from Jokwell.
And something to think about, too, right now is that Jokwell, he stays on Spirit for a long time.
Yeah.
So you do not need a lot to take him out. As if right now, the walls are down. He's got 1 card in hand. No draw ability. Let's see what Caben's able to do. He's going to go to Arisana. There she is. We get to see her.
She is going to make a couple of
herbs. This is her first top 8, huh?
Her first top 8. Her first appearance, sort of, in a top 8, other than being Dusklight Communion fodder.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
We're going to see a Mana Root and a Frasia created from this Arisana level 1 Gather ability.
Unfortunately, not hitting a lot of floating with that Fractal of Rain, but and here it is. This is a very, very powerful card in this matchup as well.
Yeah, so very interesting. We're going to see Polaris activated here out of sequence. So during the main phase with that Arisana bonus, a very powerful way to clear the board. And something that Caben's sort of doing here is usually it's quite a risk to play Polaris into a water deck, but he's so far ahead that he's playing this Polaris during his main phase to say, hey, you can deal with this, and it's going to be a problem, but if you deal with this, I'm already ahead, and I'm going to keep pressing that advantage while you try to deal with my new threats.
Yes, and it looks like Caben has 7 cards in hand right now. Obviously has those 2 fractals as well. I saw a... Oh, yes, the one thing people forget about.
Awakened Deacon and Automaton.
Wow, look at this.
We're going to see +2 power given from that power cell, and that's going to allow, yet again, Caben to clear this board, take care of that lurking assailant, and just feel really comfortable.
Oh, yeah, this is a really good spot to be in. If he can continue to move his game plan forward like this, I mean, it's going to take a lot for Kyle to come back.
Right.
And let's see, this is a very hard materialization. You know, we've seen his hand. He doesn't have a ton of like very powerful aggression, and everything has been met this entire time. So he can't really get anything going. So it's kind of, and that's exactly what I thought he might. He kind of has to go defensive because he hasn't been able to be the aggressor.
Yeah, he's drawn such a defensive hand, like you've said, and so he needs to sort of lay back and hope that he draws that aggression once he's run Caben sort of out of resources, grabbing this Safeguard as a very powerful tool versus Stratagem of Myriad Ice. Like we said, those are all individual triggers that happen from Stratagem of Myriad Ice, so they will get eaten up by this Safeguard Amulet.
Yes.
But still not what you want to see. We see an Inspiring Call drawn from Jokwell, which is great if you can hold the board, but not so great when you don't have one.
Yeah, when you don't have one, it's a little rough. And the other thing, too, is Caben really did just face check. He brought out the Polaris, bringing it in hindered, and he's in this situation where he's like, deal with it.
Yeah, deal with this. If you don't, I'm really going to have just full dominion over this game. You won't be able to build a board ever again.
Yep.
And it looks like, unfortunately for Jokwell, he does not have any form of Fracturize to deal with this Polaris.
Yeah, and he's, you know, he just swinging for 1 with a Snow Fairy. Obviously, that's not really what you want to be doing.
Right.
Let's see what Caben has here. Looks like he's paying 3, a Torrential Blast.
Yeah.
Wow, that is actually huge if this gets through.
That's going to allow this Awakened Deacon to come back awake on Caben's turn. Also going to put 2 cards from the top of his deck into his graveyard, just adding to that water count. We do see an Icebound Slam go, but alongside looks like another Awakened Deacon, adding a little bit of floating memory to the pile.
Yeah, he's in a very strong... Okay, and a Nia. Let's see, what does Caben have here? He's going to let the Nia resolve.
Jokwell swinging for the fences, understanding, oh, wow. So we see that Stratagem of Myriad Ice and a Water Barrier. Stratagem being very important here. We're getting to the point where, especially, like you said, Jokwell still being at Spirit, only 5 floating memories it takes to kill somebody with Stratagem at 15 life.
Yeah, luckily he's got that Safeguard Amulet right now.
Right.
You know, keeping him a little safe. But, you know, right here, if end of his turn, you know, Caben had a Fracturize, a way to deal with it. Then that's it.
Right.
So let's see. Oh, yes, this is exactly what I thought he'd bring out. We've got our ingredient pouch, and this is a way that we can just continuously get herbs to get that Polaris bigger to wipe the board for a lot of damage. And let's see what he gets here.
It's a 4. It is a double, so he can leverage that Arisana level 2 ability should he want to ever do that, but I assume that doesn't happen very often.
No, so actually it's funny because it is not in his list.
Oh, wow.
We
Just
had
the
it in the
Arisana
list.
level 1.
Yes. It was actually a card that we decided to cut because we just weren't using it a lot.
Yeah.
And Ingredient Pouch, honestly, has been so strong. Hitting the Chilling Touch off the Fractal Rain.
Huge.
That's great. We haven't seen it. We've seen him mill a lot of non-floating at this point.
Right, yeah. It looks like he picked up another copy of Fractal of Rain as well.
Ooh, and I think I saw a Frostworn Paladin. And if that is a Frostworn Paladin, that is a huge turn here.
Yeah, it looks like a Frostworn Paladin going to eat that Chilling Touch, draw a card, get a buff counter. That will allow him to take out this Nia, and we'll see him do exactly that, sit behind this Awakened Deacon, and really just start pressing that advantage on Jokwell.
You couldn't write it up better than this for the Ari player.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we talked about. This is exactly how you've got to play it. And unfortunately for Kyle, he just did not have the answers to fight back yet.
Right.
So we'll see if he's able to gain a little bit of traction here, but it's been tough. We just saw him play a Snow Fairy as his main attacker last turn, which was dealt with, and then an Ania, and that was dealt with as well. Every turn, everything he has played has just been able to get stopped. And now the scary part, like we talked about, is we have 3 herbs on the field.
Right.
So every 2/3, every 1/3 that you're going to see now can just die to a player's activation.
And that's provided that Cayman just doesn't clear it with this Frostborn Paladin that's already on board.
Exactly. So you don't see the RE player have the board pressure very often. So, and honestly, depending on where it is, he's probably going to use this Frostborn not defensively for long.
Yeah.
Obviously to kill board when he can, but it's probably going to start going face pretty soon with that Awakened Deacon protecting him.
Yeah, I mean, if Stratagem ends up being the main plan in this matchup or in this game, every attack with Frostborn Paladin takes 1 off that clock, right? 1 less floating memory that you need. But with that, like you said, Safeguard Amulet sort of protecting from that, he's going to look to other avenues while he just has control over this game.
It looks like he got another Korhazi out. Look, he's got double Lunette. Yeah, he's going to scoop it up. He just did not have the beaters to really push through. So at that point, with Cayman able to completely control not just the board like he did, but his own graveyard, he had an influence that was bigger. Even though he was playing cards every single turn to kill these things, they were just trading 1 for 1.
Yeah.
And the longer that you do those 1-for-1s, the control deck, if it's continuously gaining advantage, it's going to take over the game.
Yeah, huge respect to Jokwell. Obviously, these are untimed matches, so you can take all the time that you need, but, it really takes a disciplined player that's played this game a lot to know this game just isn't going to go my way, and we can just, move on to the next one.
And honestly, it's really smart for your mental.
Right, of course.
There's no reason to sit there and just let yourself stew and get frustrated because you're like, man, because when you're already down bad like that you might just start every card you draw. If it's bad, it's just going to hit your
it's just going to make it worse.
Exactly. So it very, very experienced play there to just go, let's just go to the next one.
Right.
I get to decide if I want to go first or second again, and it'll go better this time.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, trading card games, Grand Archive are, of course, a test of skill, but they're also a test of that mental fortitude, and we really see that come into play in our top 8. So taking a look at sideboards, Terry.
Yes.
Let's start with Cayman. What do you think you're bringing in this matchup?
So this is a pretty easy one. When we are looking over at Jokel's list, one of the first things you'll see, which is kind of, we talked about it before the match, but you do not see that Scepter of Lumina at all. So things like your Safeguard Amulet, the only thing you're stopping is Freezing Hails, I think, and that's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
So that card's definitely going to be coming out, and you're going to see we're going to be bringing in Water Resonance Bauble, as well as Viridian Protective Trinket.
Yeah.
That's going to give us another draw to continuously allow us to 1-for-1 their allies, draw another card, right? And that's exactly what we want to be doing. The longer we can do that, another one, going second. So this is an important thing with this deck is when we go second, you have the high roll potential to be able to Icebound Slam, right?
Right.
So knowing that Joquel chose to go first, he will probably keep in his slams.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
You're good.
And because he can't hit, but that is a very scary card to play against water allies because they have so many counter spells and things like that. They can just deal you out. The tempo's really bad, but going second and having that potential is kind of hard to give up.
Right.
So he might bring in the Conjure Downpours because I know for a fact that if Caven was going first, he would side out 3 Icebound Slams and bring in those 3 Conjure Downpours.
Interesting. Okay.
And then obviously the Water Resonance, the Viridian. So he's going to be bringing out the second one he'd probably bring out in this situation is going to be Nullifying Mirror.
Sure.
Because that's just not really needed in this matchup. So those 2 will hit the bench, and then we're going to see 2 incredibly powerful cards come in. And then obviously from Joquel, we've got a little bit of a different one. We see, it really depends on that last match. Probably he didn't get a great feel for what you kind of get into this rhythm when you're playing in a match. Sure. The first game sometimes can be, a little shaky one way or the other. Maybe you get rolled, maybe you do the rolling, right? And you don't really. I don't think he showed what his deck does to Caven.
Right.
He played a lot of his more defensive allies. He had a lot of defensive cards, which Caven was just able to deal with. So maybe you're able to bring in things like maybe Blinding Orb is actually a pretty solid card because a lot of those things were right there on the tempo. 1 or 2 cards, if you're able to make those put down, they can't pay for counters. But I know for sure something we're going to see is those 4 Mystic Purifiers coming in. Probably
Yeah.
going to see these two incapacitates. Honestly, he's got a lot. Nullifying Lantern. Wow, this sideboard feels.
It's a lot, yeah.
Wow.
Like really, it seems like maybe the Arisana deck, he was either prepared for it,
Yeah.
or sort of got caught in the,
Sure.
a couple of strays from these Mystic Purifiers being packed for Kongming, but are very impactful against not only that Fractal of Polar Depths, but Fractal of Rain as well. Taking
Yep.
that out early can be a huge tempo swing.
Oh, it's huge because, like you said, we explained it at the beginning. Right out the gates, Fractal Rain, you're like, okay, sure, maybe it got you floating, right, at slow speed. But as the game goes on, he just gets more and more. And man, we're jumping right back in. It looks like he knew exactly what they wanted to bring in for their sideboard.
I'm sure they've played this sort of matchup a
Sure.
couple of times. It's been a long weekend, like
Oh,
you
yes,
said.
it has.
And so Jokwell is going to start us off. And I see it looks like a couple, a Frostworn Paladin, maybe a little bit more of an aggressive start, a trained sharpshooter, a little bit of protection in a Frostbind and a Freezing Hail. So a little bit of a stronger start from Jokwell. We're going to start off again with that Korhazi Trap or get that prep counter.
And it's also nice if he does go, if he does just swing for the Icebound and you don't have the counter, this kind of like telegraphs one way or the other, right? Maybe you'll protect a little damage, maybe it's a little bit of a head game. So,
Right.
Really, really solid first play when you can attack, put up a nice defensive ally.
And we see Caben pulled it to the front of his hand. He's at least thinking about it. It's always an option here. He does have the ability to Icebound Slam, but it would be pretty brutal to walk into this Frostbind.
Yes, and but this is something that we talked about, like, sometimes you just got to face check it because
Right.
do they have both? The percentage I want to say is somewhere between, okay, this is going to sound really nerdy for a second, but I
Sure.
think it's like 12 to 16% that they have both the Frostbind for the Icebound Slam
Yeah.
as well as the Fracturized for your Oh, yeah. Like, these
Yep.
guys laughing. He knew. He walked right into it. He said, I'm going to face check it. If he has it, he has it. But, and sorry, the other card is Polaris.
Right.
So, do they have both the Frostbind and the Fracturized to deal with Polaris? Because those two cards are incredibly strong.
Yeah, and it looks like he had the Frostbind, no Fracturize here
Yep.
to deal with the Polaris, but a huge swing for Jokwell, especially being sort of in that aggressive seat, going first, getting this first materialization, having a bit more of an aggressive hand. He can really apply some pressure to Caben here with all of Caben's resources down
Yeah.
and with that powerful Icebound Slam counter.
His influence is down to 5, which as an ally deck is kind of that magic number when you know you're going to draw a card.
Yeah,
Oh, he went straight for it. Okay, he's going to take a turn a little slower.
yeah.
Interesting choice.
He still has the ability to deploy a threat here, but that would sort of leave him without that interactive piece up. Looks like he's going to go for it, keep just 2 cards in hand, apply a little bit of pressure with this trained sharpshooter, get 2 damage across.
Yeah, interesting choice. I mean, I like it because he knows he'll be able to draw next turn. He's like, I can take 1 turn off when
Right.
I completely stopped Caben's turn 1.
Right.
Caben hasn't done anything at this point. What is Caben going to do? That's a good question. At this point, do you just want to draw a card? Do you want to level up and start getting Polaris online
Right.
so that you can deal with this board quickly? Because I think that's something that's very important.
Yeah, we'll
and
see.
I know that if I was making the decision, I'm a pretty defensive player, so there's a good chance that I would level up.
Sure.
But he might have. I couldn't see his whole hand. He could have some very important things in his hand that he's afraid to level up.
Well, looks like we're going to go for that Grand Crusaders ring, just get a little bit of influence. But I think this seems like sort of the vice versa situation where Caben's drawn a pretty defensive hand. He had that 1 Icebound Slam to sort of get his engines rolling. But a lot of these cards don't seem like they're doing a whole lot here. Lost in Thought, Revitalizing Cleanse, Awakened Deacon without that intercept. Maybe a bit of an awkward draw from Caben.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. I see he's got that Lost in Thought in the front of his hand, which we're going to have to talk about that card at the break or something because that card's absurd. But being able right now to just drop that if he wants without paying anything,
Right.
and then I do see he has a Frostworn Paladin.
Yeah.
So if he wants to be a little defensive, because obviously he's not killing anything with that Korhazi standing there with that prep counter able to protect. So we'll see exactly what he does. He also has the option of just letting himself get hit this next turn and then Revitalizing Cleansing.
Yeah, I think different from Game 1 where Jokwell, I think, typically should be the aggressor in a matchup like this. Caben, that's not necessarily true. So he can take sort of a passive approach and, like you said, just keep up some interaction, play a Revitalizing Cleanse, basically clear any of the damage that's been dealt to him thus far. We're going to see him actually deploy that Awakened Deacon, a 1/3. Body on the board is nice, but it does not have Intercept, and it's not currently giving that class bonus Floating Memory either.
Yeah, it looked like, he's got that Primordial Ritual, which putting a floating in the yard with your Primordial Ritual as well as sacking a Floating Memory and then milling 2 is
Sure.
incredibly
Pretty big,
powerful.
yeah. So yeah, that might be the plan from Caben. The plan from Joquel is to get this Water Resonance Bauble and start building up that influence. Like you said, Terry took one turn off, and now he's going to just start getting those influence tools, those Grand Crusaders rings, those Resonance Baubles, those backup chargers.
And one card I really want to talk about in his hand right now, I'm so glad he has it in his hand, is that Song of Nurturing.
Yeah.
Because that card is huge in this matchup, and having that is so, so important. Because if Caben does decide to go for a Polaris only for 3 to try to kill the board, if he has access to that Song of Nurturing, he can protect the board and get rid of that Polaris, which is backbreaking.
Yeah, he's definitely in the position here to be on the front foot. We do see that Primordial Ritual activated, getting rid of that Awakened Deacon, milling 1 float, milling a Frostborn Paladin as well. We'll see what the rest of the turn from Joquel looks like. It looks like just 2 cards in hand, keeping, again, that Freezing Steel and that Song of Nurturing. But he does have that Water Resonance Bauble to be able to have that deceptive 3-card hand like we talked about in Game 1.
Oh, yeah. See, there was a little confusion there. It looked like Kyle thought that he was using one of the Cleric class bonus floating memories there, but he did have the Primordial Ritual as well. Look, there we go. Ari's back.
Ari's back.
Out here, get a couple of herbs. Is he going to use those 2 floating that just activated to draw? Nope, he is not. He's just going to play it a little safe.
And he does have the opportunity to get a Polaris, and should he want to, he has that Scepter of Lumina as well, right?
That is correct. That's that interaction we were talking about. It's one you don't see all that often, but it's very powerful. I would not be surprised if he does bring that out.
But yeah, Polaris sort of in a different position than it was last game. Last game, Caben was controlling the game and used Polaris as sort of a piece to interact with Joquel and say, hey, if you don't deal with this, I'm going to take over the game. This is a little bit more defensive. Caben does have a board to contend with and not great ways to deal with it. So if Joquel does find an answer for this Polaris, it could be pretty brutal for Caben.
Yeah, and like I said, I think he has that Song of Nurturing in his hand. So if Caben does decide, next turn to go aggressive into it, it could be pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, we'll see.
He's really thinking here. He wants to deal with the board. Obviously, Torrential Blast now are not online because of that Nullifying Lantern, which is what makes those kind of difficult to be. And I see at least 1. I can't tell if there's 2, but it definitely 1. And that's one of his best removal spells, and it's just shut off because of that Nullifying.
He does also have that Stratagem in his hand, and currently Joquel has not gotten any sort of spell protection in the form of Safeguard Amulet, so we could see him maybe lean towards possibly stealing a game with that Stratagem.
Sure, yeah. But it looks like those 2 floating that he might use to do that, he's going to use to draw 2 instead with this Lost in Thought.
Yeah, just really valuing the tempered approach is Caben. Knows that he can grind out this game if he's allowed to do that, and so he's going to look to maybe take a slower approach. He did find a Frostborn Paladin off of his Lost in Thoughts, and so he can use that Lost in Thoughts, deploy this Frostborn Paladin, and have a pretty sizable threat.
Yeah. I think he'll probably sit back on defense, if I would guess here, but we will see. Sometimes it's just, hey, let's go aggressive, or let's get rid of that prep counter.
Looks like there was a motion maybe to pass the turn.
Yep, there it is.
So you are right. He's going to stay back on defense with this very powerful 3/4 Interceptor. Pretty hard to get through.
Yeah, I mean, she's been around since the beginning, and she is still a staple in Water decks. Frostborn Paladin's one of my favorite cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here we go. We've got, oh, man, he's going to pop here, get 3 into hand, potentially to use this backup charger.
Yeah, I think exactly right. We're going to see that backup charger cracked. A card drawn into memory, and just so much influence here from Joquel.
Yeah, he just shot up. He went from having very little cards here on turn 2, where he took that turn off to bring out Lantern. I think he has 8 or 9.
That was a Halo Accline Scout was the draw as well, which is terrifying. Has that sort of Poison Dagger-esque effect, makes any damage dealt to a rested unit +1 from all your other allies.
So. Yeah, that is a very strong card from this new set.
Yeah, and Caben relatively shields down, aside from, of course, this Frostborn Paladin to contend with.
I think he's got a Cerulean Decree in hand, I want to say. I can't tell for sure.
He flicks those cards so fast, it's hard for us to see.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like 2 Revitalizing Cleanses.
Yeah, I see Cleanse.
I think he drew that Fractal of Rain off of the Frostborn when he ate that, and then I think he's holding a Cerulean. But
That would be huge in
Yeah.
order to stop any sort of shenanigans from Jokwell. We could see that Halo Client Scout come down and just deal with this Frostborn Paladin, which would be a pretty clean answer.
Yeah, that would be.
And he has 2 Song of Nurturings as well.
Oh gosh, yeah, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this is a lot more what you would expect to see from the Water Allies player, able to really get that board under his control this time.
Right. And we'll see how he chooses to leverage it. That's really the important thing. Once you have control over the game, which Jokwell currently does, it's tenuous, right? It can be taken from you at any time. So how do you leverage that ability to dictate the tempo of the game?
And I really like this decision here. He is going to attack first before he does anything at all. He is trying to get this Frostborn Paladin to rest itself.
Right. And we'll see if Caven falls for the bait and attack for 1 with this Snow Fairy. Caven's really thinking about it. What could he be representing here? Is this a favorable trade for me? Obviously, the Frostborn Paladin will get removed as soon as it rests itself to retaliate. Definitely very interesting.
Yeah, I think he's probably just going to sit back, boom, intercept until it dies.
Right.
He could even use one thing that is really powerful that people forget about is the 3rd mode on Cerulean Decree. It's the 2nd or the 3rd, which is the target unit's attack gets -3.
Right.
It is an incredible defensive card against an onslaught of attacks, but the one thing here is, oh, okay, yeah, he must have intercepted it. There we go. So he's going to deploy another threat. Oh, and he's got a Frostbite in hand, too.
Wow. It's all coming at
Frostbite.
Jokwell right now. Is that a pass the turn?
Whoa.
Looks like he doesn't want to trade any of his resources.
He wants to hold up that interaction. He's afraid. He's trying to get Caven to go into Polaris
I
here.
think so. The Polaris for 3 here looks so juicy. Frostborn Paladin would stay on the board. Jokwell's entire board would be wiped, and he's just trying to get him to fall for this trap, this
you know
Song of
what?
Nurturing here.
It's kind of tough because if Caven is patient and he doesn't try to just... Well, you know, he has that Cerulean Decree in hand, and
Right.
I don't think that Jokwell has a way to pay for it. So,
No,
but
I
if
think
he
he's
puts a
just 4
card
cards
down
in hand.
here, if he puts a card, please, yep, he did it. Okay, so he's gonna bring another one out.
Yep.
He's got another perfect 2 of those bad boys.
2 Spring Leafs
As
at
long
the ready.
as he, yep, perfect. So he needed to draw those cards up. That was really good sequencing. If he decides to use this Polaris, now he has interaction.
Right.
So with that Cerulean Decree in his hand, it's hard to stop the onslaught.
And I think if he goes for it here, Jokwell sort of set this spider's trap, but I think it's going to backfire. It would
Yeah.
be pretty backbreaking to get Jokwell's board wiped. He'll try to interact with maybe a Frostbind, and
Yeah, this is wild.
yeah, we'll see that Fractal of Rain imbued. Start get that rolling. Better late than never. Have that Fractal on board, showing a Polar Depths and a Torrential Blast.
So let's see here.
Definitely tricky situations. These water mirrors are so intricate, and the decision-making has to happen at just the right time, or you can sort of misstep. We saw that happen to Jokwell in the first game. Just the timing is very restrictive on when you should make all of these decisions that
Yeah,
you
I mean,
have access to.
and it is hard.
Yeah, of course.
It's hard
Very
decisions.
difficult.
Oh, Gaben's gonna pass.
Interesting. Both players just playing very respectfully.
Yeah, which that is, wow. Yeah, that was a big play. So even though we thought at first Jokwell was really setting that trap,
Right.
and then we're like, wait, Caven can play around it.
Right.
And then because they are respecting each other so much, obviously all the players in this top 8 incredibly good players. Now he's going to have access to both of those Song of Nurturings.
Yeah,
if
now
he
it's like
decides to attack
flipped
first.
over, right,
Yes.
to the Jokwell side where we thought he was maybe going to fall for his own trap, and now
Yeah.
he's reset it for
This
Caven.
is wild. This
Yeah.
game is so cool. I love Grand Archive.
Yeah, and it's also ethereal, right? It's all things that aren't happening on the board. This is like a mind game between these two players. When should I act? When is he going to be holding up the maximum amount of interaction? Super interesting.
You know, Caven does have a lot of cards in hand too, though.
And a lot of pieces of interaction that he can deploy. And so even Jokwell, sort of, in our estimation, ahead on this sort of Polaris game, still has to be terrified of all those cards in Caven's hand.
Yeah. So here we go here.
Grand Crusader's Ring is the get.
Is Caven going to respond?
Seems
Nope.
like not. Card drawn. It is a Mystic Purifier.
Well, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah. Start dealing with that Fractal of Rain just as it
Yeah,
got to the board.
It didn't even get to use itself yet, which is huge. It's a minus for Caven if that does end up happening.
Yeah. And, pretty anemic, but still an ally on the board.
Yes,
To do some damage.
but one of the things that is, obviously these guys are respecting each other so much right now that he might not want to put 4 cards down, plus it losing 5 cards from hand
5 is a lot.
to deal with. Yeah.
Especially when if he's going to put any cards down, he has this very attractive Halo Klein Scout that could start really putting some pressure on Caben. I mean, if Jokwell just wants to pass every turn, Caben's probably happy with that outcome as well, right? So Jokwell does sort of have to press the gas at some point. We do see that Mystic Purifier.
Yeah, here it comes.
And we'll likely see, provided this resolves, that on enter you may pay 2 if you do destroy target Fantasia, targeting that Fractal of Rain.
So he lets it resolve. He uses the on enter, targeting Fractal of Rain.
Caben says that resolves. And like you said, a true minus for Caben.
Yep, that is unfortunate for sure.
But he does have quite a lot of influence to work with, so
Yes.
he can maybe suffer one minus here or there.
I think this is, and he had to deploy another ally, like you said. So let's see what happens here. Is he going to go into the Polaris?
We see that again, attack for 1, trying to set the trap for Caben. Do you want to intercept? Do you want to retaliate? Looks like retaliate is the option. Or intercept is the option, rather. I doubt we'll see a retaliate here on this Mystic Purifier.
Yeah, probably not. He does let it hit.
Yep. 1 more from Snow Fairy. Same show.
He's offering the trade to one of those bigger allies at this point.
Right.
He let those little guys hit, but we'll see.
Now he thinks about it. We see a tilt of Caven's head. Really like, well, do I want to take this trade? I could probably interact, but is that worth it? Looks like it's just going to be a retaliate. Clear those off the board. 2 more coming across. Really just valuing the strength of this Polaris, and it seems like Caben must be aware, right? These are open deck lists, so he knows about those Song of Nurturings, and so maybe he's trying to hold off on that Polaris as long as he can, try to get a few more herbs with that ingredient pouch.
Yeah, he's really respecting that Song of Nurturing. I know that was something that we talked about before the match when we were really looking over the list and talking about our game plan into this one. That is something, respecting that Song of Nurturing, because if you don't, it can definitely blow you out.
Yeah, just end the game on the spot, basically, right?
Yeah.
If this Polaris resolves and does not clear the board, it's basically lights out for Caben. So.
Yeah, I think Caben has 7 cards currently, so I think what he'll probably do here, I think he's probably going to materialize Water Bobble or some draw form, and he might even just use this Revitalizing Cleanse.
Yeah, that'll leave 2 cards up, play around Frostbind, be able to basically undo all the work that Jokwell's done so far. And we do see exactly that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Revitalizing
and there
Cleanse.
It is.
And that's going to be for 7 cards, I believe.
Yeah.
Heal 7, he says. Draw a card. Play around Frostbind. And these are the sort of defensive plays that allow Caben to take a more passive approach, because he does have access to these sort of like game resetting cards in Revitalizing Cleanse. He's undone all of the work that Jokwell has worked for.
Which
and
is,
if he can now destroy this board, he's so far ahead.
It is wild, yeah. And let's see what Caben decides to do here. He's got a lot of cards in hand. Revitalizing Cleanse, one of those great cards that replaces itself, which is just unbelievable sometimes.
We see Caben draw a card and roll up the sleeves. So maybe this is the turn.
He's serious.
He's serious. Counting the graveyard. See what he can get done. So many cards in hand. Influence 10, 9. Absolutely ridiculous. We're going to see a second Fractal of Rain, 2 Polar Depths. He's going to show you these. Say, these might come for you later. But right now, just a Fractal of Rain. Hopefully not met by another top deck Mystic Purifier.
Yeah. And playing around Fracturize is crazy, because like, you want to bring in Crystalline Mirror if you are able to get enough Fantasia out to deal with, that Nullifying Lantern. But if you do, and he has the Fracturize,
you get so punished.
it's, I mean, you still get to, I guess.
If you have the Fantasias, you get to pop it.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That is true. Oh, man.
But he doesn't yet. Just going to have to work towards those. He has access to them. He has these 2 fractal polar depths that he can slowly, he doesn't want to deploy them all at once, right, and go hands down, but over the next couple of turns, he can start building up that fractal army. And see a poison dagger grab by Jokwell. Maybe signal that if you let me take one more turn, Caben, I might just pop this poison dagger and do a lot of damage.
Well, you know what's crazy is this game has gone on so long, and now it's 1-1 that even if we had one Song of Nurturing, it's not going to be able to stop this Polaris.
Right.
So let's see what happens here.
Okay, so we see start by cracking a Spring Leaf, counter on the stack. Does that again. I believe it's what's happening. Yep.
So he's finally decided to go.
And it was 4 herbs total that we
Yeah,
had
he has
access
4
to?
herbs
Yeah.
currently, yes.
Oh, yeah, we can see that silver shine just slightly off camera. He does have access to. Freyja, recover 1. 3 counters on Polaris. And Silver Shine can get him to the 4th counter, but the 4th counter doesn't play around Song of Nurturing, Terry.
No, it does not. I'm definitely interested to see what happens here.
He's going to crack the last one. He seems maybe like he's gone a bit too far, and he's upset with that, but he's going to go ahead and crack it for 4 and see, oh my god, with the full hand of these 2 Song of Nurturings.
Yeah, that's...
Maybe hopefully resolving like a complicated stack of reactions here to counter some of these songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 8 cards in hand, so representing a lot of negation. That resolves, he says. So 4 damage being offered by Polaris, but most of these allies having 5 life from that Song of Nurturing.
Okay. I guess it still does kill 2 of the allies, potentially.
It kills the smaller ones. Both the Snow Fairy and the Mystic Purifier would still fall to this. And maybe he's trying to get Jokwell to overcommit. And maybe that's the plan. He knows that at 0 damage counters, he's not really threatened here. So if we can get Jokwell to overcommit to this, he can maybe just go to his turn, have a big explosive turn, and finish the game. So many cards in hand. He must have something up his sleeve.
And this is what we were talking about, right? The interactive spells from Water, just so powerful.
Yeah.
There is just so much that can happen. Caben really mulling this one over. He has access. Like, there's 3 cards in Jokwell's hand, but and that's going to save him from a Cerulean Decree counter. But maybe the tempo play potentially making him have to pay for that. We'll see, because he would lose 2 allies here, but he might just let that happen.
I mean, that must be what Caben's planning, right? This seems so calculated, and we've talked so much about the Song of Nurturings that he had to see this coming.
Yep, he lets it resolve.
And then Polaris will resolve 4 damage to everything, which...
4 damage to everything.
And then I do have to shuffle, correct?
Yep, and this is one cool interaction that for you guys watching today. Every time you use Polaris, you do have to shuffle your deck. Even if you do not, you choose to add 0 Cosmic Bolts too.
Terry, I think you forgot to put his Cosmic Bolts in. He's supposed to put 4 of those in the
where
deck.
are they?
You didn't even bring them with him.
Wait, isn't that how he wins?
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
Oh, don't worry. There are plenty of Cosmic Bolts in his deck box. So.
Oh, perfect.
And here we go. So now that all those guys are saved, we're starting to see some damage. So that one from the Mystic Purifier came through. Lurking goes through. And now that Snow Fairy. That was a crazy turn. All of that happened, and only 4 damage came through, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, I think that must be part of Caben's plan here, right? He gets Jokwell to commit to saving his board, which of course he has to. We can't blame Jokwell for taking that option, but maybe he then leverages this card advantage, this very few cards available from Jokwell to push some advantage this turn.
Fractal Lorraine trigger on the stack. It looks like Caben's deciding if he wants to respond.
Maybe another Revitalizing Cleanse. Doesn't like to have any damage counters on his champion. He's going to get rid of those. Show you probably the same 7 cards.
Heal back to 0.
Draw a card. Draw an additional card with backup charger. Influence just out of control.
There it is. And this is all in response to that Fractal of Rain trigger. So after all of this, he will still mill 1 card.
Right.
There it is, Power Cell. We got to see the power of that with Awakened Deacon last. Let's see if he gets to use that again.
Very few people actually use the Power Cell off their backup charger, and it's great to see it leverage.
Oh,
and a floating memory grab
that was
as well.
huge.
Huge. Sequencing on point. Looks like he did bring in those Conjure Downpours, Terry. We
Yep.
see one drawn to his hand.
Yeah, and I mean, that card with this kind of board that he's looking at
Terrific,
is
right?
incredibly
Yeah.
powerful. It's basically a time walk, a whole turn back.
It's a Resolute stand that also draws you a card,
Yes.
right? Like, hard to complain about that.
Conjure Downpour is just absurd.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're seeing a lot. I mean, we've been seeing it since the beginning. That 2 power is pretty much like the staple power.
Right.
I'm sure, you see this unique Wind Allies that get some really big swings, but that's
sure.
not the norm.
Right.
Although there's a big board there on Jokel's side, I mean, Caven looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, he's healed all the way down to 0 damage counters. Doesn't have a whole lot to worry about right now, and he does have some powerful cards. He does have 2 copies of Fractal of Polar Depths. He does have that Stratagem, so if he can deal with this Nullifying Lantern, he can sort of start enacting this game plan. We see him start off with 1 copy of that Fractal of Polar Depths.
Still with, it looks like 8 or 9 cards in hand.
That's probably healthy enough to keep up for interaction.
I think he'll be all right.
I think I'll keep 9 this turn. And I think that'll do.
He just
says
passes there.
turn. Jokwell untapping with this board, though.
He does have that Poison Dagger, and if he has the Scout as well, that's a lot of damage you can push through if he does decide to level up. And
Yeah, he is going to level up, and he does have that Halo Klein Scout. And waking up with all these allies on board allows him to leverage that very powerful class bonus ability on Halo Klein Scout.
Frostborn Paladin bites the dust on that level up. Oh, but you know what? We just talked about that Conjure Downpour.
Right.
Let's see if Jokel walks right into it.
I mean, that one is so rare that even seeing it on the deck list, it might, float by Jokel's
Totally.
mind.
It's just not a card you see very often.
Right.
And I mean, a lot of Ari cards you don't see.
Right.
I mean, you see it.
Yeah, I see it very often.
Yeah. Now, this, it's crazy. It doesn't seem like that much has happened. It's 1-0 right now, but this game
It's been insane.
has been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. It looks like he's going to.
Not going to wait for any commitment. He's just going to fire off this Conjure Downpour immediately. Has that Cleric class bonus. Memory 4+. We're going to get a read from Joe.
Yes, and until end of turn, whenever a unit attacks, that attack gets -2 attack. Class bonus, Memory 4+. Draw a card into your memory.
Yeah. So something to remember about Conjure Downpour. Part of the reason why Caben is casting it when he is in the Recollection step of Jokwell. This says until end of turn, whenever a unit attacks, that attack gets -2. So you can't use this quite like a Resolute stand after they've already attacked. You don't reduce that power. So he's going to use it very smartly in Recollection before any attacks are declared and sort of, just take the turn off. Say, I'm probably not taking any damage this turn. Do whatever you want.
Exactly. And it is such a strange interaction. Like, I've played this card many times over the weekend, and most of my opponents did need to read it or have a clarification because it's a little confusing how that works, especially, like you said, making sure you cast it before things start attacking, right?
Yeah, it has a lot of intricate interactions, this Conjure Downpour, and we see Caben, of course, using it correctly, having put in that time playing this deck and knowing exactly when to deploy all of his cards.
Yeah, and he's still sitting there with a decent little chunk of cards in hand. Still has 5 cards.
So we see On Enter is fine.
Oh, yeah, from the Mystic Purifier.
Yep, we're going to pay 2, and he's going to target one of these fractals. Which one do you think it is, Terry?
It's got to be in this certain situation, it's got to be.
No, he doesn't pay that, right?
Okay, there's a little confusion here, it looks like. Caben, all about sequencing and the timing of when he's doing this. The activation was fine, and with the on-enter on the stack.
Yeah. He's going to respond. Maybe with something like a Refracting Missiles. Maybe with, I wouldn't assume a Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, if he's a strong, I would guess in this, if he can keep those Fantasias at a low number, he's never going to be able to bring out the mirror to blow up something like Nullifying.
Right.
So he's probably going for that Fractal Rain, which is giving him, yep, there it is. It's gone. Because that is going to go to the game plan. And honestly, he's kind of, defense is down again.
I think so, yeah. And we are going to see that Refracting Missiles come out. We'll see what the target is. He said you. We're trying to get a clarification.
Yeah, that's that. That's that. It does. Look, he went face with it, but I think he was going to go at an ally with it.
He sort of said "you" and pointed at a lurking assailant,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is a bit of an awkward situation. We're gonna figure out what happened. I think we are just dealing 2 damage to that lurking assailant, but that's okay. He was mostly casting it for the floating memory and, and the water card in his graveyard.
Yep, and here we go again. It's going to be hard because he needs to manually put so much floating in there. And like I said, guys, they've been playing for so long. Yesterday was a very long day.
And today, too.
And then to go straight from that into this,
Right.
it is a lot of Grand Archive. And it's easy to make some, less than stellar plays sometimes.
And especially, Terry, a matchup like this
Oh my
Water
gosh.
Mirror is the most mind-melting that
Yes.
you can play Grand Archive. All of the decisions are so deep, and like we said, the points where you have to interact are very, very specific. And we saw, Cabin being very particular about the Mystic Purifier trigger. All of the timings, the opportunities are so specific. So sometimes you can stumble on those a little bit.
100%. And that second Mystic Purifier was just so strong.
Yeah.
He blew up both Fractal Brains. The Cabins tried to get his value engine going today. He is materializing. What is he looking at? Oh, Viridian Protective Trinket.
Looks like a Viridian Protective Trinket, so that means during your turn, water element cards your opponents activate cost 2 more. So this is going to make it harder for Jokwell to interact. He should have enough cards to cast a 2 reserve cost card, but nothing more than that.
I think he should only have 2. Wait, he chose to take agility.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. I completely went by that for that first part. Yeah, agility. That's one of the cool things about Tristan versus Xander, right? If you don't really care about the prep counter in that moment, you can just take agility, which lets him.
And it's huge.
Yeah, it's huge, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, of course. Able to still interact with this Viridian on board, but the overwhelming amount of influence that Cabin has access to means that interaction will probably be not super impactful on this turn.
Yeah, but if Cabin's not careful, with a Scout plus a Poison Dagger, there's a lot of damage that could potentially be pushed through on this next turn, depending on the defensive cards that are in his hand.
Of course, yeah.
Obviously, he's got a lot, but
But I don't think any more copies of Conjure Down.
I don't think
that's
so
really
either.
what you want.
Yeah, I don't think he has that either. But
So-
I can tell you right now, Jokwell's thinking about it.
Yeah, we saw him pick up that graveyard and pause on that Conjure Downpour and say, what if he has another one of those? Now that he's seen it, we thought maybe it would have passed him over because it's such a rare card to see, but now he's seen it, and he's like, all right,
I got
that second one's not going to get me.
Yes. Man, I can't believe the amount of interaction that both these guys have had at the right opportune moments. It really is an incredible match so far.
Water at its finest, doing water things, and one more water thing Cabin's going to do is deploy this Awakened Deacon. Does now have Intercept, 2 Fantasia on board.
Yes, sir.
Not going to stem all that much bleeding. We'll eat a couple of attacks from these allies on the board of Jokwell, but sort of a roadblock. But every roadblock is another floating memory, another water card into Cabin's graveyard, and that's really his end game here. Oh, he does have another Conjure Downpour pulled to the front of his hand.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's huge.
We got to get Cabin to stop flicking his cards. So
I know,
much
man.
on
He's
coverage.
just so fast with it. He's so fast with it.
So yeah, that's a great play here. We might see him make exactly what he did last turn. Recollection, pause. I'm going to cast this Conjure Downpour. Just be real safe and set up for another turn.
And it looks like Jokwell did bring in that Blinding Orb. I see it right to the front.
Interesting, yeah.
Which Cabin has that magic number, 6 cards in his hand. A lot of these interactive spells cost 3, so he's going to put 4 cards and be able to hold up 2 for a counter. So he might be thinking about bringing that out. That if he, if Cabin wants to use some interaction, he can abuse that Frostbind in his hand.
Right.
Nope, he's going to go defensive Safeguard, and that is actually very, very powerful here because Cabin has been slowly building up those fractals to be able to deal with Nullifying Lantern. But now there is also a Safeguard Amulet on the board.
But we also have that sort of double-edged sword that for once in this match, we do have 2 Fractal of Polar Depths in play. Right, so should he be able to deal with that Nullifying Lantern, he could possibly just turn these towards Jokwell.
And I think that's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
I think he's thinking, okay, I just need to put as many water cards right now as I can.
Right.
If I hit, he already has 2 of those. If he can deal with that, maybe he hit another one even. He probably could end the game.
Right.
pretty quickly.
I mean, both players draw so many cards that their decks can't be that much. I mean, something like 45-ish probably gets the job done.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that counter down for basically just shut Jokwell's turn off.
Yeah.
He's, even if he were to try to Poison Dagger right now, nothing could even hit.
Yeah,
so
none of the allies want to come out in the rain.
No. And there, just a pass. Yep.
Like you said, he shut his turn down. What's he supposed to do? Put more allies on the board that can sit under this umbrella?
Yeah, no, seriously.
We're going to see what the materialize is from Caben.
Yeah, he's still thinking here.
Yeah, looks like he had a Terrafring pulled to the front, and he was thinking about that, and I'm not sure. Maybe the Crystalline Mirror.
Yeah, it's a little tough right now. This decision's pretty hard, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, looks like Terrafring over the Crystalline Mirror. I believe we've seen 0 copies of Fracturize, and so he could be a little bit worried about potentially forever losing that access to removal for Nullifying
Exactly.
Lantern.
You gotta play safe and make sure that when you play that card, it's going to be utilized.
Right.
Yeah. So Terrafring here, it's basically another Conjure Downpour, for lack of better words. And looks like he keeps bringing he's got that Cerulean still. He's got that Lost in Thought, which if he's able to get, I don't know how much floating he has now. Maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah, being able to continuously draw is, he drew the Fracturize.
Wow, there it is.
Safeguard.
Fracturize.
Or no, is he?
I think he's fracturizing his own power cell. He wants to turn on that Crystalline Mirror.
He's going. I
don't care about your safeguard. I'm here to mill you.
That is. We're getting to see some water mill, baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way it was made.
I just had to sit up in my seat a little bit. Getting a little excited. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see. See if he deploys anything else. Maybe he's pulled that Awakened Deacon to his the front of his hand. Maybe put another Interceptor in the way. Just feel really safe. Counting that water density. Looks like about 12 cards.
Yeah.
Which is not quite there, I think.
Nope,
so he's
not
got to
quite.
do a little bit more work in that regard. He does have an Icebound Slam. We saw him briefly look at it there. Hey, what if I Icebound Slammed here? That would put 5 more cards into my graveyard, and I'm pretty safe with this board, but we do have to worry about potential shields down into something like that Halocline Scout.
Yeah, and if Caben goes full in on a play like that and leaves only Terrafring as his defense, and let's say that Jokwell does have a Fracturize.
Yeah, it could be game.
That could just end the game on the spot. And like we've said, I don't expect a play like that because they have respected each other so much up to this point.
Yeah.
That there's just too much respect to go completely shields down against this.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I would be shocked if we didn't see Caben just say, pass, maybe deploy this Deacon.
Yeah, I think Deacon's hitting the board. Especially with those teamed up with a Terrav is amazing.
You are not getting through this board. If you say no Fracturize in my end step, I get another turn off, get to crack this Terrafring. And maybe he's trying to set a bit of a trap here for Jokwell to maybe actually attack with that Terrafring on board and put some cards down to maybe walk into a Viridian Protective Trinket or some sort of play with this Crystalline Mirror.
Yeah. All right, so here comes... yeah, man, this is such a big turn.
Yeah, he says, pass to my recollection. Ah, you're good. So no Terrafring. He says, I'm still pretty safe behind these 2 1/3 intercepts, which is true. That is a lot of life to get through. I believe these allies could clear those 2 Awakened Deacons, but just barely.
Yeah, and Gildas finally shows up to the party. A little late.
A tad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turn 1, I think, is when she should show up, not turn 16.
Yeah, that's a little rough. And honestly, I think that Jokwell does understand the situation that he's in. He knows he kind of needs to put Caben into the ground ASAP.
Right.
And at 0 damage, that is quite the task.
Yeah, I think there's always a curiosity when you're dealing with this Fractal of Polar Depths when either player starts counting deck size.
Yep. yeah, that's always it. Right there, we see the blade get swung through by the Tristan, probably trying to be like, hey, you can hit me for 1 if you want.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I'm going to million stuff.
Ooh, Inspiring Call coming down. Going to make this board a little bit more threatening. Does give all allies you control +1 power until the end of the turn. Then you draw a card in your memory. Cost 2 less because he's attacked with his champion this turn.
That
So
is-
that does make the mercenary dagger make
And
sense.
yeah, this is a lot of allies.
It's true. It's a lot of damage, but Caben had a very healthy 0 damage counters.
Yep. And now he's putting more and more floating in too, so he still has the potential. He's got that lost in thought.
Yeah, he might just be walking himself into a stratagem, but we do still have that safeguard amulet to contend with, so we would have to find another Fracture Eyes to take that route.
Oh, he's going to go ahead and pop
interesting.
that
Yeah.
and attempt to retaliate on that lurking assailant.
Such a cool utilization of the power cell, which
Yep.
we don't often see from the backup charger. Usually just Grand Crusaders ring at home, but
Yeah.
sometimes that power cell can pay dividends.
Yeah, people forget that it gives it +2 attack. It doesn't make it get +2 attack on an attack.
Right.
So you can use it defensively just like that.
And he gets a trade with that lurking assailant.
That was huge.
Yeah.
So this is that spot. Because at this point, he could go all in on the scout. He's got a poison dagger, but Caben has so many cards in hand.
But even Scout Poison Dagger is 3, 6, 9, 10, 12
Yeah,
damage.
it's
It
not-
doesn't even get the job
It doesn't
done.
even get there. So instead, he's just going to try to push through a little damage
Yeah.
and probably attempt a very big swing on the next turn.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Anytime he can get a clear board, but we do, of course, have to worry about that terraframe. So anytime that he thinks he can set up for a big swing, if Caben also thinks that, gets to pop that terraframe, shut down Jokwell's turn completely.
And there he is. He just passes. And here we go. Going back to Caben, this is a huge turn. You're going to see that mirror come out quick. Boom.
Yes, sir. There it is.
And that is going to target. I think he still has, and he has the Cerulean Decree in his hand as well. He's got the Viridian Protective Trinket. A Fracture Eyes at this point would cost 5.
Right.
He's not able to play that and pay through a Cerulean Decree,
Yeah.
even if he had it.
So we're pretty safe, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get that very telling Fractal of Polar Depths play pattern where we start seeing, how many cards are in your deck?
Yep, yep, it happens. Ooh, this is interesting.
In Recollection, looks like
Oh, there
going
it
to
is.
pay for a big Revitalizing Cleanse. Is holding up those 3 fractals, so maybe trying to bait Jokwell into playing some negation, like a Frostbind here that he can pay for. Getting a quick read of the Crystalline Mirror, as long as Caben has 3 Phantasias, he can use it to destroy a 0-cost Regalia.
And this is adding another water card to the yard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I don't think he has quite that many damage counters to remove, but we'll see the Revitalize for a large number. There we go. We're counting water cards. You said 13?
I
Looks
want to
like
say it was
count.
13. I couldn't tell for sure. Caben obviously moves a little quick,
Yeah,
but pretty close to that. But if he, yep, the cleanse, there it is.
Yep.
He's going to go hand that over, go back to 0, add another water to the yard, and draw a card.
And I think Jokwell can maybe see the writing on the wall. It's going to be pretty hard for him to interact. We just need to know if those fractals combined
That's
are
exactly
enough.
the one Caben wanted right now. He wants to be able to put a card that's useless, like a stratagem, back at the bottom of his deck and
Yeah.
draw a card that's a little better. But let's see. Ooh, okay.
Looks like Primordial Ritual was the grab.
Yes, that's what it looked like to me. I'm curious. I don't know if he has quite enough to go for the mill this turn.
Yeah, 13 would go up to 14.
Yep.
And then the next one would be for 15 if he targets his opponent, and I assume 29 is a little bit short.
Yeah, and so basically, a cool fun fact for you, all the watchers at home, the viewers, you can respond to your Polar Depths with another Polar Depths activation, which will allow both of them to hit the yard and both count.
Yeah.
So that's going to up them up. But
Sure.
let's see, he's going to put 3, 4, 5. Is he going to Icebound Slam? Nope. He's going to draw.
Lost in thoughts. Yeah, so with this safeguard on board, and seemingly it seems like Caben's taking the route to use these Fractal of Polar Depths to finish out the game. Doesn't really need to hang on to this floating memory. So
Yeah,
he's
and
just
because
going
he
to cash
can't,
it in for some cards.
Yeah, and because he can't mill him this turn,
Right.
he's just going to draw it. Because if he hits another Penguin Fractal,
he might just end it
I think
this
the game
turn.
just
Yeah.
ends, yeah. It looks like it was a bunch of refracturing missiles, but he's going to start digging.
One more look.
Yep.
Put a card on bottom. Looking for Penguins. Looks like a Cerulean Decree, not a bad card to pick up,
No, definitely not.
but not what he's looking for.
And he has Terra for the next turn. He's at 0 damage.
He has 2 Refracting Missiles. If any of these allies get out of control, if a Halo Klein Scout comes down, it just gets immediately blasted.
Yeah, those are coming in for 4 at this point.
Yeah.
He did just get rid of quite a few cards out of his yard, though.
That is true.
But he knows, he's looking for. He's on that mill plan, and having more cards, more interaction, the ability to stay alive longer is what he's looking for.
Can you count your deck for me?
There it is. Can
Yeah.
you count your deck for me? Need to know what the number is.
Yeah, it's a little late. I feel like he should have done this right out the gates, but that's okay.
So it looks like maybe 35 cards.
Yeah.
40.
Yeah, I think my guess would be 40 at this point. He hasn't drawn like a crazy amount. He hasn't milled himself or anything like that.
Didn't quite hear what the number was for that deck count.
Caben's thinking about using that crystalline mirror, it looks like.
Pop Lantern, he says.
Lantern's gone.
Lantern's gone.
That's finally off the board.
All right, that's finally off the board.
Yep.
Says Caben, a little sigh of relief. We see him sit up in his chair. Oh, cool, my card gets to work now. I can finally care about the number of water cards in my graveyard.
Oh, goodness gracious. He looks like, is that a Fracturize in the front of his hand?
So hard to tell. So
Yeah.
many Refracting Missiles. It seems like he's playing 15 copies of that card.
Yeah.
Looks like it's the only thing I can see. There is a Fracturize, third card in.
Yep. So he could use that potentially to get him to pop the Safeguard, which would then allow him to go for the Stratagem next turn,
Interesting, yeah.
which we thought wasn't going to happen.
Right.
But there's definitely potential for it.
And maybe that was part of the plan, to make his opponent think that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, and he should here. I'm sure he will. I'm guessing this is just going to be a pass. He might go for the Fracturize right now to bait it out.
And looks like that is the play, Terry. Fracturize target Poison Dagger.
Okay. So he doesn't want to see all that damage come through. He's still on the mill plan.
Right. Just trying to play defensive as long as possible, and I'm sure he's been given the world here, still at 0 damage counters. He's got a lot of time to work with.
Yep. And the match is untimed.
Yeah,
so
of
that's
course.
why we're
As
going to
much
see.
time as he wants.
Yeah, just nonstop interaction.
Yeah, can't be doing this in Swiss, Terry.
No, you definitely cannot be doing this in Swiss. And water mirrors typically do like to go to time.
Yeah, that's true. This would have been a draw an hour ago. I
Yes.
think, Terry.
Yeah. But awesome. So he did do the Fracturize. Now he
smart.
just is passing it, looks like.
Interesting, Jokwell did choose to throw the Poison Dagger at Caben instead of taking the Fractal.
Yeah, the 1 damage doesn't feel like... Oh, maybe there's a world right here where he'll use a Freezing Hail.
Oh, sure. Yes, get a little bit of extra value off that Poison Dagger. Pretty non-committal as well.
There's actually... If I remember correctly, Freezing Hail says that the unit would not wake up at its next
That is correct.
phase, correct?
Yes.
So if he uses a Scout to tap it,
sure.
it would stay tapped for another
remain,
turn.
rested.
Which
but
is kind of funny, a little interaction, but it could come
no
up.
Icebound Slams.
Yeah.
And Caben really wants to cast it.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah,
true.
that's- yeah.
But yeah, maybe,
Which honestly, he's
Hey.
probably thinking about that because of the mill plan. Just the mill.
Sure.
Like he doesn't care where it hits. He'll swing
Maybe
it.
the Icebound Slam, yeah.
Yeah. He'll swing it into whatever. Mystic Purifier if he has to.
We see a Freezing Hail be cast.
Yeah.
For that little extra damage would be 2 up 2/3, and yeah, that unit doesn't wake up during his controller's next wake up phase.
But at least we know at this point, because he put his whole... Caben's thinking right now, okay, so he doesn't have a Fracturize. He's not going to be Fracturizing that Tariff in response to his materialization. We're going to be able to use it.
So he says, sure, I'll cash in a Cerulean Decree. Maybe I don't have a whole lot of interaction up for your turn, but I don't think there's any way you're going to kill me.
Yeah. He does have Double Chilling, too, which could come up here in the next couple turns just to add, not only just add more cards, but it also is a really strong tempo play when you play multiple.
Yeah.
But here we go. We're down to not many cards in those material decks.
That is true. It's been a long one for sure, but I feel like we are sort of coming to a pivotal turn pretty soon. Both players looking to find a way to close this game out. Caben with these 2 Fractal of Polar Depths, and Jokwell knows that they're coming, so he has to find his own way to try to close out this game.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it would be pretty sweet if he was able to hit that third Mystic Purifier.
Yeah.
Maybe obviously it's tough. His influence isn't crazy, but here we go. There it is, bringing out that Blinding Orb.
Blinding Orb going to banish at random.
Let's see. He's
Oh, no, there goes that Haliqueen Scout. So
okay, that was a huge hit.
that's off the table.
So is he going to just allow that to land? Yep. So he's going to pop it, put 2 down.
Cracked immediately.
Is he going to respond? I'm guessing he's going to blow up something.
Missiles, thinking about target. Just wants to get that out of his hand. If he's going to have to put his cards down anyways, he might as well get some value out of it.
100%.
Says Snow Fairy is the target. Just removing one of those allies from the board. Again, looks like damage is not the way that Caven's looking to win this game.
And there we go. That Terra's popped.
And now Jokwell is able to get some work done, but that Terraforming is going to make that work a lot harder. And 18 life is how much has to be dealt to Caven, and that seems like a pretty tall order, Terry.
Yeah, especially through a Tariff. That just seems like a lot. And in his hand, it looks like he's been drawn. There's that third Song of Nurturing, which that's not really what you want to see at this point because there's nothing coming around the board.
We've played that game. That was 30 minutes ago.
Yep. So now, that makes perfect sense. He's just going to set up and try to hold up some interaction here. He does have access to some counter magic, and some counter magic that is actually not water, so it's not going to cost 2 extra.
Yeah, not 2 extra, and is unconditional, sort of. Incapacitated is the card we're talking about. Does negate target action card.
Yes, which is a lot, but you know what's not is if he does find that other penguin fractal.
Fractals are not action cards. This does protect him from a potential fracturize into a stratagem.
Yep.
But will not protect him from assumingly what Caven's looking for in that extra copy of Polar of Fractal Depths.
Yes. Caven's thinking, can I end this game here? Can I mill out my opponent? He's counting. And it's going to be tough. The thing is, and what's really cool is he can play all these little cards. He has a Lost in Thought in hand. Just play it for 0. He's got 2 Chilling Touches. Boom, there's 3 more cards. And any card that he can potentially put into the yard at this point, if he draws another, like I see that Primordial Ritual, if he hits the Unawakened Deacon off the top, even, something like that, that's a lot of cards that get added very quickly.
Yeah, it's sort of multiplicative, right?
Yep.
Like the 2 of them work together in tandem, and so every card equals 2 cards.
Yep.
And that does really add up.
Caven skips Materialization. He's just going to draw. Is that a Conjure Downpour?
I believe it was a Cerulean.
It was a Cerulean. I think that's the 4th one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got all of them.
All right, let's see what he's got. 3 down. What could he have? I don't think he has another Frostsworn, does he? Oh, no, he's
4.
I think it's time. I think it's happening.
5, 6.
This is going to be an Iceborne Slam. Icebound Slam.
Yeah, I think so. 7. I'll play this Icebound Slam, still keeping up 6, 7 cards in hand. Activation, he says, is the activation fine? Being very clear about where we are interacting, as there is an on-attack trigger from this Icebound Slam.
Yep.
We'll target Korhazi Trapper with the Icebound Slam, and we'll see if this on-attack resolves, which it will.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice to hit some float there, but not exactly what we're looking for.
6 cards in the yard.
Yep, 6 cards in the yard.
There's 20.
20. 39 cards in deck, says Caben. That should be enough. We're just going to cross our T's, dot our I's, but he's going to say, crack this Fractal of Polar Depths. I will hold opportunity, crack this other Fractal of Polar Depths, mill you for 22
And there it
twice.
is. And there it is. Caben is going to take down that quarterfinals match against Joe Quell 2-0. He was able to mill him out. Wow, what a match.
What a game, Terry. The first one feels like it went by so quickly,
Yeah.
but that game was really just both of these water players using everything at their disposal to try to slow down the other player. And that's really what we see in these sort of water mirrors, is all of these really sort of clashing against each other.
Yes, and that's all it was. Like I said, you got to have a lot of the right interaction at the right time on these water allies lists. And when you don't, it's a little tough. And I think that both of those games, Joquel had some really powerful cards.
Of course.
But games, Joquel had some really powerful cards.
Of course.
But they just didn't line up when he needed them.
Yeah. That is that sort of problem that we find.
Line up when he needed them.
Yeah. That is that sort of problem that we find sometimes with those Water Allies decks. If you draw too much interaction, or, we saw in Game 1, it felt like he did draw too much interaction. It was a very defensive hand.
Yes.
And then Game 2, he drew a bunch of these allies, but not even the particularly impactful ones like Snow Fairies,
Yes.
Nias, stuff like that, instead of drawing, the Frostwind Paladins, the Gildas that we saw in turn 16.
Yeah, he just never had like those really power beat sticks. He was hitting for one with all of these guys repeatedly.
Exactly.
But all that being said, that was a masterclass. Respect water mirror match. If you are a newer player or you're interested in playing Water Ari, particularly, Caben just showed you a masterclass of how to play against water allies.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. I think that was a terrific game, and hopefully one, that people can look back on, right, when they're looking to learn both of these decks, just to how to navigate these water mirrors, as I think that is one of the harder skills to learn.
100%. Yeah, no, that was an amazing match. I obviously, my teammate just took it down. A little biased, and that's okay. I got to be a little biased, but I'm so happy to see him take down the quarter, move on to the semis. I wonder how the other matches are going.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get an update from our producers before we kick it over to getting set up for that next semi. But of course, before we do, I want to say a huge congratulations to Joquel. Played so well.
Oh my gosh, an incredible player.
Yeah, incredible player, and
he beat me up pretty good. So.
And really cool to see Water Allies, which is a deck, even in this new, maybe Allies have made a resurgence since Christchurch, but Water Allies, I think, has been on a bit of a downturn.
Yes, definitely.
A lot more like Wind Sakura decks than there is Water Allies, so it's cool to see it make it this far.
Yeah, man, it is awesome and very refreshing to see a lot of these new decks.
Right.
Or, new takes on old decks.
Of course,
just come back into the meta and just dominate like they did this weekend.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Love to see it. I do see one other match that's in for sure. Oh, two matches, actually. It looks like Shanzi was able to take down Aaron 2-0, which that would have been Slimes versus Nico. And then Christian lost to Mitch, and Mitch was on Water Ari as well against Slimes. So it looks like both Water Aris are moving forward.
Yeah, both Water Aris moving forward. We'll see if we can get an update on that last game with that Wind Ari as well. But man, story of the weekend, right?
Yes, what? Arisana.
Arisana, man. That's crazy.
Are we dreaming?
Is she going to be crowned champion this weekend, you think, Terry? It's
I'm gonna
becoming
say right now,
more likely.
I'm going to say right now that I think that Ari is going to be a champ after this week.
There is the commentator's
you heard it here first.
curse. You've done it, and you've damned all the
No,
Ari
this is
players.
okay because I'm not a real commentator.
Oh, okay.
See,
okay.
I
you are
avoid
now,
the curse.
officially.
Snap.
You've officially been inducted into the commentator.
Well, honestly, it has been more than a pleasure. I have been wanting to, try my luck to come and hang out with you incredible casters and talk about this game that we all love. Obviously, an incredible match. I love watching this high skill level and talking, with other players about just kind of the different lines. Because even when we're here and we're talking and you're looking at the cards and I'm looking at the cards, we're thinking about different lines. It's, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to get to sit and move forward. You and me bickering back and forth about what we think might happen next. So it was a lot of fun.
It was an absolute pleasure, Terry. You're welcome anytime. I'm not production, but I'm going to give you the free invite, of course. We are playing these very high-stakes top 8 matches, and we just saw our bracket. We're still waiting on one more, I believe, so there is still some games happening. Lots of slow control decks in this top 8, and so it is going to take a while for us to iron out those games and see who comes out on top. So we're going to try to get set up for that semifinals, and then we will bring you all of the action. But, man, what a game. Caben moving forward. Before we, go to break, Caben moving on, we said a little bit when we were talking about the match that maybe this was going to be one of the harder matchups that he finds.
Yeah.
And so now it looks like there's another Water Ari moving on, potentially a Slime Splayer from the other side of the bracket.
I'd say right now, as a Water Ari player, like, if you put me back into Caven's body, and I'm again number one Caven. Yes, I'm back into Caven. I think that the only match that I really don't want to see is the mirror.
Yeah.
Because the mirror, obviously, Water is very skill, but it is pretty luck-based.
Sure.
Because it is one of the most draw-based, I think, mirrors that we've seen in a while.
Right.
If one person draws all of their floating and the other person draws the gas, it is what it is, right? But at that point, if they do have to play, because when I'm looking at this, let me look at this bracket. I want to see if we look here. Oh, here we go, the bracket. So it looks like it would be Sean versus Mitch, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yes.
So that would be, Water Aris wouldn't meet until the finals. We could see a Water Ari finals, or depending on what happens.
It's Hendrick playing Fire Slimes, Limbo playing Wind Ari Slimes.
Yeah. There could be another Ari battle there.
Right.
And if that's the case, then we're guaranteed an Ari in the finals.
Right, true.
Yeah. Which that is...
it's crazy. A crazy timeline.
Gosh. If you would have told me, I don't know, a month, 2 months ago, that Arisana would be the breakout deck taking down Ascent here in California, I don't think I would believe you.
It's stunning, truly, and we keep coming back to it, and we don't want to be the dead horse, but it's so great to see new things. New things break out, and a deck that, we saw even here in this top 8, some cards that had to be read by each player because they're so uncommon in competitive Grand Archive. When was the last time you saw a Conjure Downpour cast? Literally never, in fact, on coverage.
That might have been the first time.
I think on coverage, probably the first Conjure Downpour ever, right?
And I think we're going to see a lot more of those.
Yeah, maybe.
Which I'm okay.
Strong. Yeah.
It's a cool deck. I love the archetype. And now you're seeing more variants. Obviously, we saw the innovation of the Sylvie into Nico, which I love. Right? You get to see the Bovine really, really, really just come into its own and be very powerful. And now we're seeing more engines here with Ari, which is just super cool.
Of course. And speaking of Arisana, looks like we do have an interview lined up with true champion Cabin, moving on to the semifinals, and we're going to bring you down to it right now.
Hello, I am here with Team True champion Cabin, fresh off of his quarterfinals win. How are you feeling about this?
It was really cool experience. It's the first time in Grand Archive that I actually really felt like I was playing a control deck. So that game 2, even the game 1, just really felt that there was a bunch of interaction, a different type of gameplay. So that was really cool to see.
Very cool. I know you're no stranger to top 8s in a sense. How are you feeling about this one? Is this old hat? Is this something fresh?
So I actually wasn't sure if I was going to top 8 this one. The only event that I've ever gone to and was like, I'm not going to top 8 before the event even started was Chicago. I didn't even make day 2 there. And I would say I felt kind of like halfway between how I felt about Chicago and like how I feel about a normal Ascent for this event. So I wasn't sure, but I'm really glad to be here. I'm really glad that I actually played Water Arisana. I picked the deck 10 p.m. the night before, so really glad how it worked out.
Speaking of Water Arisana, like you said, you were on this new Water Arisana deck, the Polar Fractal Depths. How are you feeling about the deck? How are you feeling about Arisana doing so well in the meta?
Yeah, it was kind of a surprise. I didn't expect so many other competitive players to bring it as well. I think it's a really cool, new, fresh way to play the game, and I don't think it's necessarily like a bully of the format. I think it's going to be a balanced part of a new competitive format.
Fantastic, great to hear. What do you think about your odds into the rest of the top 8? You've taken a look at the deck lists already, I'm assuming.
I don't know who I'm playing against next. I think I heard that a Water Arisana won, so I really don't want to play the mirror. But yeah, we're just going to take it one match at a time and see how it goes.
Great. Well, thanks for chatting, Cabin. Pleasure to have you here. We're going to be following Cabin and all the rest of the competitors that are still in the top 8. Soon we're going to be going to our top 4, the semifinals, and I'll look forward to seeing you all there.
ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入
All right, and we're back with Ascent Santa Clara. Yeah, so what an epic, top 8 round here between True Champion Gaming and, of course, our Water Tristan allies. But that's in the past. We're about to move on to semifinals. However, we do also have a video about drafting.
That's super cool. I'm actually really excited. I haven't had the opportunity to draft yet. Really looking forward to it, and I've got my friends talking my ear off about the decks that they've drafted and how well they're doing.
Yeah.
One of my friends managed to draft 4 Razor Gale.
I heard that's a deck to go for. Yeah.
It certainly worked. I've heard people talking about Nascent Blast and Empower abilities. I'm very, very excited to find some minorly broken synergy.
Okay.
Because they're all minorly broken.
Did anyone believe in the horses?
Oh, regardless of whether or not they believed in horses, the horses believed in them.
Okay.
A couple of my friends got ran over by horses. Very unhappy about the whole affair. So, very excited to give it a shot. It sounds great.
So that's where Equestrian was. Yeah.
It was in draft the whole time.
Yeah, I mean.
They knew.
Yeah, they knew. I was actually back by the TO station over there, doing some behind-the-scenes work, and I was chatting with a bunch of the locals that I saw, and they were like, ecstatic about drafting. I was like, hey, do you guys like drafting? And they just started screaming at me. And I'm like, are you kidding? You love drafting this much? Like, yes. I mean, look, if there is not a clear signal to the dev team that this is a format the players would like, I don't know. There's no more clear signal than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, merely the fact that the demand for drafts drove them to make on-demand drafts instead of scheduled drafts, I think should be as much signal as they need.
Yeah, exactly.
And fingers crossed, devs.
Yeah.
Looking for more drafting.
I mean, I think it's here to stay. Again, the kind of feedback, the kind of reception. I mean, all the drafts are filling up, all the pods are filling up. I mean, there's just no space, They can only fire so many, right?
Right.
The players are super excited to try. Obviously, the debut of drafting. We haven't had it. We had the packs, but it really needed that, the limited packs that go along with it to make sure that all the champions are set up and give you a couple regalia so that you can make sure you have your, swords, shields, and army. All right, we're going to cut right to that video about drafting in just right now.
Hey guys, I'm here with Andy K from Yeti Gaming, who we saw a little bit earlier this weekend doing some silver stuff, but we wanted to sit down and talk a little bit about Mortal Ambition Draft, which is world premiering here at Ascent Santa Clara. Unfortunately, some of us in the caster desk haven't gotten a chance to draft yet, but Andy has gotten a chance to draft. Hey Andy, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm well. I wish that I was drafting out there, but I hear you've been doing a little bit of booster drafting yourself.
Yeah, I've done it a few times now, and it is probably one of the most fun formats I've ever had playing was Grand Archive. Like, it is so good. You can tell they put a lot of work into this.
Anybody who's not familiar with booster draft, which is a new thing here for Grand Archive, but not a new thing to the trading card game space, typically a player will open 3 booster packs, and you'll open each booster pack. You'll look at your 15 cards, you'll take one, you'll pass the rest of that pack to the left, and then you'll repeat that process through the entire pack, and then do that 2 more times, alternating right and then left until you build. Usually a 30-card deck, is it 30 cards in?
30 card minimum, yeah.
Yeah, so 30 card minimum. There's a little bit of a restriction on your material deck as well. That's down to 10 cards. And then you follow normal constructed rules, 4 of any normal card, 1 of any material deck card, right?
Yep.
So it comes with this draft pack that you can open and add to your pool instead of drafting it like normal?
Yeah, so these draft packs are going to help guide you through opening your Mortal Ambition pack. So you have sort of like a foundation before you open any of the regular packs. So these are going to come with, I think it's a pool of about 40 different cards, where it's going to have about 10 different material deck cards that have special effects and different things that aren't seen in any other Grand Archive product, as well as specific champions that are level 1 and contain 2 different classes. So where you could be Warrior Mage or you could be Guardian Ranger.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I guess without further ado, we're going to crack open one of these draft packs, take a look at what's inside, and then I think we're going to do like a pack 1, pick 1 for a pack of Mortal Ambition as well.
Let's open this up. Because all of these Mortal Ambitions are, the draft packs are different.
Of their champion pool is something I didn't realize. I thought that these packs were all going to be the same. So it's really cool to see that there's like a pool that you get a selection from.
I believe there's, they said 15 different nameless champion combinations. This is going to stay fresh. There's that Prismatic Spirit we kind of talked about. And then there's also 1 card in each of these that's going to help you enable advanced elements. Because obviously these level 1s, if you read, they say this champion can't level up. So you're not going to be able to get to your level 3s unless you get really lucky in your draft and get, Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3. So all of these have specific regalia that help you enable. So this one says, if you have 50 or more damage in your level 2, all your elements are enabled.
Oh, wow.
So you could even play Luxem cards, you could play Axia cards, you could do anything you want.
Any combination of those,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that's super cool. So when you have drafted thus far, I know you've done it a couple of times. Have you sort of seen anything that you've leaned towards, like things that seemed powerful in the draft format?
So drafts is a very interesting format compared to a regular format where tempo is going to be king.
Sure.
So you're going to see maybe a different strategy where 2-3 allies are probably going to be some of the best cards in your pack, and then just abilities to answer. So I always like going to more of a low of the ground strategy, but we're going to see in here there's probably a lot of things we can do.
Sure. Yeah, let's take a look.
All right. Let's open this up and see.
Maybe we'll open that CUR Kongman, just for the camera, not staged, I promise.
I got to keep it though,
yeah,
right?
you get to keep it, I promise.
All right. So let's take a look through here. Seasoned Archers, we got some allies, Cavalier Rescue, Weaponsmith, more Savage Tech. And I think you mentioned interesting earlier where these packs were designed to be drafted. So we see all the normal elements in the front, and then we move on to the advanced or the basic elements going forward. So you got Favorable Winds, Creative Shock, Flaming Foul, Razor Go Calling, that's an interesting one. Turtles, got some horses, some more horses, and then our rare. One of the things I really like about Mortal Ambition drafts, as I've noticed, is sometimes in other games, like you're going to be building bombs towards your higher rarity cards, where in this, your rare and your URs aren't as impactful.
Sure.
So even if you're not opening, crazy rare stuff, you still have the ability to build a very, very good deck. So let's take a little look through here.
Yeah.
So one of the things when I draft is I always look at the allies first, because that's going to be our foundation, because everyone's going to be playing allies. So we want to be able to answer our opponent's allies and try to be able to do things. So things that jump out to me is, it might not seem great, but Weaponsmith as a 1/3 and a 2-drop is pretty good. Because I kind of mentioned it before, a lot of allies we're playing in this are going to have 2 attack. And a lot of allies in this are going to have 3 health. So being able to have a combo of like a 1 attack ally and a 2 attack ally to be able to answer your opponent's allies are going to be great.
And there's lots of powerful weapons both in the booster pack, but also in that draft pack as well. There's some draft exclusive weapons that Weaponsmith can sort of buff up, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I think we got one over here,
Yeah.
the Training Sword. Just a 1 attack, 2
durability.
2 durability sword that costs 0. That's going to be really, really good, because that's going to be your 1 attack you need.
Right.
Yeah, looking through here, it's going to be interesting.
Do you think the sort of constructed standout stuff like Creative Shock that we see in this pack, Rippleback Terrapin, are those still good in draft, or do they sort of fall a little bit flat in a different format?
More or less. If you can draft some sort of combos in your deck, then you're going to be leaning more toward Creative Shock and trying to draw those. But I kind of mentioned before, draft is a very tempo-based game. So the ability to, dig through your deck, draw 2, discard 1, isn't necessarily great unless you're mage.
Sure.
Where Rippleback Terrapin, even if you're not a tamer, getting that class bonus, being able to be a 2/5 is very, very good, because 5 toughness is extremely hard to deal with.
Sure.
That's going to be an entire turn your opponent's going to have to commit to this ally.
Right.
So looking through this, I would probably actually be leaning towards the Terrapin as my pick 1.
Sure. Yeah, I think that seems totally reasonable. Allies are the name of the game, and we've seen that a little bit in other sealed experiences that have happened in Grand Archive previously. They did one of those for FTC, and so it makes sense that allies are the way to go.
Allies are the way to go. And that's not saying there aren't wonderful non-ally cards in here.
Sure.
Nascent Blast is a really big one. So if we look back at our draft pack, if you don't know what Nascent Blast does, Nascent Blast is a 3-cost fast action that if it's empowered, you put in your memory instead of this card. It does 3 damage to any unit. Gossamer's Staff is a non-restricted, no class bonus, empower 1. So if you get Nascent Blast, which is a common in Mortal Ambition, you all of a sudden have infinite Nascent Blasts.
Yeah, that's super powerful. I wish we could play that card in Construction.
Yeah, right? But yeah,
well,
really
awesome.
cool, really cool. And kind of mentioned before with we have spirits that enable 2 elements. We don't necessarily need to be worried about oh, I'm drafting a blue, I need to keep drafting blue. Because if we see great things in red, or we see great things in, if we see great things in fire, or we see great things in wind, we can play those as well.
Sure. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you for the tips, Andy. I'm hoping that I get to draft sooner rather than later. We did say that this is the world premiere of Mortal Ambition Draft for Grand Archive, and it's had a great reception. We've seen like lines out the door.
Oh, yeah.
They started doing on-demand drafts because there was so much desire to draft from the player base. So I hope that they bring this to other events and you get a chance to try it out yourself.
I hope so.
Hey guys, I'm here.
Okay, and we're back. Back to the semifinals for our top 8. Yes, so semifinals.
Top 4 now.
Top 4 now. Yes, sorry. Eliminations has already happened. Yes. I'm Mark from Solo Games, and joining me, of course, is my co-host for this matchup. It's going to be Jim, the internal. Yep. So we're looking at a match between Liftersil and Main Deck Mitch. Yeah.
I believe he's going by Sean. You'll see that display name once we get into the match.
Good. That's how we know him as well from the locals. Yes. Yeah. So Sean Liftersil, definitely a well-known name in the local scene.
Absolutely. Strong player.
Yeah. How strong? Runner-up? How about runner-up to Worlds?
Internationally, actually.
Yeah.
Turns out.
Yes. He's very good player. Lots of creativity. Actually has played many different card games as well. So Grand Archive is definitely not his first foray into card games. Being a very strong player. Yeah. And of course, on the other side, we have Main Deck Mitch performing supremely well in this event. Yeah, coming from the Main Deck team.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, getting to top 4 you can't be a slouch and get this far.
That's right. Yeah. In fact, here's a really fun fact for you, the viewers and audience at home. Round 1, these two players have actually faced each other. Do you know what the results were from day 1 of this event, this very event?
I don't know the results. I'm assuming a 2-1.
Yeah. So it's a 2-1 actually that went to Mitch.
Great.
Yeah. So looking forward to this grudge match rematch, right? But actually, that's really funny. So day 1, of course, Sean and Mitch have already faced each other. Sean did lose that game it was round 1 pairing.
Wow.
However, looking at longer term stats, right? These two players have faced each other, and Mitch has actually lost more than 3 times to Sean in different other events as well.
They're rivals.
They're rivals. So
Great.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup to see and settle. On main stage, what these two players can dish out and who is, more worthy for that, final matchup.
Definitely no better way to settle a grudge match than on stage in the feature match.
Yeah.
Top 4 of the biggest Ascent we've ever had.
Yeah. This reminds me, of course, of kind of coming, hang out with your friends and saying something like, hey, I'll see you at the flagpole at 3:15, right?
Right.
This is just like, hey, I'll see you on main stage for top 4. Let's go, right?
Uh-huh.
Pretty good, yeah. So it's going to be very fun. The players, of course, are already settled in. They are just kind of like looking through their decks a little bit. Yeah, I mean, pretty standard affair. You've seen these two lists fairly, common. On the Mitch side, of course, the Arasana water deck. This is the level 2 Arasana. Now, the first thing I noticed that is this list has both the Spirit of Water, but also the Fragmented Spirit of Water. So giving some options for that, first, basically what champion to actually even begin with.
Yeah, I love that versatility. From what I've heard, they tend to go with the Fragmented Spirit of Water when they're going first.
Yes.
And then Spirit of Water for when they're going second in order to high roll for that Icebound Slam.
Correct, yeah. All right, we're getting right into the matchup here. And on Sean's side, it's your standard fare of a Prismatic Slime.
And this is a, I'm not going to say bog standard slime deck, but I don't think there's going to be any surprises here.
Yeah.
We're running into 1 Scavenging Raccoon in the main, so a little bit teched in order to take out some of that floating memory from the opponent, and otherwise, just slime cards.
Yeah, that Raccoon is definitely Sean's favorite card. So if you know Sean at all, his favorite card in all of GA is the Raccoon.
Wow.
Yeah, he really likes that card. It's really great.
Well, he might get the chance to use it here. The Water Arasana deck does use the graveyard in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
And definitely relies on that floating memory. So I'm sure the Raccoon will come in handy.
Yeah, and also the Raccoon is also an animal, so it helps with the Sylvie 2. It could also get the buff counter from Sylvie 1, so there's a lot of options there as well. It looks like main deck Mitch is going to start with a Fractal of Rain. And this is the special promo that's actually given out here as Ascent and Clara as well. So it's present. And here we go, a second card here, Awakened Deacon. going to swing in there and just kind of take out that Limitless Slime right off the bat.
Good start setting up in order to get additional cards in his graveyard with that Fractal of Rain, clearing the board with the Awakened Deacon. This is exactly the kind of position that this deck wants to be in. There's no threats coming in from the opposite side, and as soon as main deck Mitch gets another turn, it's going to start that flow of cards and floating memory into his graveyard.
Yeah, and on Sean's side here, not starting, of course, with that explosive slime start that we are so used to seeing, but, instantaneously pulling in that Baby Gray as soon as he is able to level into Sylvie. Yeah, but in this specific situation here, Baby Red is a much better choice because Baby Red is able to get the buff counter and is able to swing in for that 3 damage.
Looks like opting for the clear here, Baby Red usually comes into play in order to make sure that it can handle any opposing ally.
Yeah.
Probably also looking, I wonder if he has another Limitless or an erupting Slime Eruption in his hand in order to discard to Baby Red's ability.
Yeah.
That would be pretty strong.
And it is going to be a Slime Eruption here. That's discarded. Extra value, of course. Primordial Ritual cast on main deck Mitch's side, saying, "Hey, you're not going to get that, that ally kill for free. I will kill it instead and mill too."
Absolutely. This ally is going out on my terms, not yours.
That's right, and getting some floating memory also into the graveyard. Yeah.
Baby Gray, just a great value neutral play, keeping your influence high, and in this case, staying up in order to provide that intercept. He knows that he is under threat of a possible Icebound Slam and doesn't want to let that 8 damage through.
Yeah. And of course, here's the banish for the Arasana level up here.
And getting 2 Razor Vines out of the Arasana herbs.
Awesome, yeah. Razor Vine, of course, being very useful. Also, duplicating the herbs is very useful as well. Yeah, Fractal Rain mills a Icebound Slam. Those are the kind of cards that you actually would rather see in your hand rather than in the graveyard.
That's very true. But of course, you never know what's going to come up on the top of your deck.
Yeah.
And, you're kind of rolling the dice every time.
Yeah, especially in this matchup too. Yep.
Does Mitch's deck include Arasana 2? We saw from Cabin that he forewent that second level up in favor of the ingredient pouch.
Yeah, so Mitch does include the Master Alchemist. Yeah, so instead of using the ingredient pouch to gather, using Arasana's second level up to gather for more herbs.
So this duplicated herb could potentially be a card draw once he gets to that point.
Yeah.
Thinking about his next play here. We looking for a refracting missile in order to clear the board, and this is exactly what he wants to do. He's not here to further his agenda right now. He's just here to make sure that Slimes doesn't get too much of an advantage. That Slimes doesn't get a lot of cards. That Slimes doesn't get too much of a board presence.
Yeah.
Because if he can survive to the long game, he'll have an advantage.
Yeah, and actually this level up from Sean is actually very valuable. I mean, so many times we've seen this weekend where, the oppression and aggression from the other side of things has, limited down Slime's ability to draw a card on that Sylvie level 2 level up. But in this case, because there were 2 allies on the board, Mitch, of course, got rid of the more aggressive one, which leaves that the Sylvie level up actually was able to draw a card.
And without that Polaris Twinkling Cauldron active, not a lot of good ways for Arasana to clear more than 1 unit at a time.
Yeah. Kindly Beast Caller calling in the Baby Red. And here's really nice from Sean's side, right? Sean actually has the 3 advanced slime that he likes at the end of, when he's able to go to level 3. He has his Ethereal, his Storm Slime. They're all kind of set up.
Yeah. Sean's got a great hand going into that level 3 turn. I think he would like to have maybe a little bit more influence. It's going to be expensive going to level 3, but he'll still have enough cards left over to make that good level 3 play, being able to play 1 slime for free and then follow it up with a second one.
Yeah. What was Sean's first banish for the level up into CLV1? Do you recall?
Looks like it was the Erupting Slime. Or the Slime Eruption that he had in his graveyard.
Okay.
Oh, for Sylvie 1.
For Sylvie 1. I think it was the Limitless and Eruption for Sylvie 2, but I'm actually curious for Sylvie 1 because I'm curious on the slime count in Banishment.
Yeah, I didn't see it at the time, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was a slime. That's the kind of thing that Sean is going to be paying attention to, what cards are going into his memory in order to banish for the champion, because he's definitely going to be maximizing his slime count at every opportunity.
Yeah. Fractal Rain milling a Torrential Blast into the graveyard here.
That's another card that Mitch would have much rather had in hand.
Yeah, but
But Mitch does have 4 herbs on the field with his Arsana 2, and kind of ready to figure out exactly how and when he wants to use his cauldron.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Sean has much in the way of interaction for this cauldron. He's probably just already written off those 2 allies on the board right now.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Mitch wants to go for it now or if he wants to hold on to the cauldron with those age counters.
Yeah, he's at least going to draw the card and kind of test a little bit here and see any responses from Sean.
Absolutely. And with no interaction from Sean, the way is clear, the cauldron is safe,
Yeah.
and at any point, Mitch can sacrifice those additional 2 herbs and blow up everything on Sean's side of the field.
Yeah. Now Sean's going to wake up here and kind of take a look at materialization. Yeah, Quicksilver Grail.
This is a sure sign that Sean is ready with the dungeon guide. This could easily have been the level 3 materialization. It could also have been a backup charger if he was not yet ready to go to level 3.
Yeah.
But Quicksilver Grail implies he's going to be using the dungeon guide in order to get to level 3 this turn and putting something, relatively precious on the field in order to use that once he hits level 3.
Yeah, and Mitch's immediate response to fracturize the Grail on enter, so disabling the Grail's actual on enter ability of pulling in something with it.
And this is a really strong move. The Grail very important to the slime strategy.
Yeah. Now the Grail does allow Sean to have a extra resource, basically influence for paying for costs. But yeah, unfortunately, no dungeon guides present to help kind of push this forward. So we are going to go for another Kindly Beast Caller here and just to call and see what else we can get from the top of the deck.
Committing more to the board, kind of pressuring Mitch here, right? He
Yeah.
wants Mitch to use that cauldron before he starts putting out his better advanced element slimes.
Yep.
So getting that Kind Beast Color onto the board, dealing a little bit more damage to the champion, to Arasana here.
Yeah.
And honestly, if Mitch doesn't clear the board here, Mitch is potentially in trouble. This is already a lot of damage.
In some ways, actually, it's kind of nice that Sean hasn't gone to level 3 and laid down some of the, later game slimes, because basically he's at a point where, he wants kind of the board clear to hit some of the, lower end creatures that he's not going to really need and want when he goes to the advanced elements. And then be able to kind of now cast into a clear board the other creatures that he's really looking for.
Yeah,
the other
treating
allies
this
he's
more like an ally deck
Yeah.
rather than the sort of traditional slime storm focused slime deck that we've seen in the past.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a fascinating approach and really an indicator of the evolving strategy between these 2 decks.
Yeah.
The Water Arasana deck fairly new, so really interesting to see the strategies that people are putting out. Mitch taking his time here. Looks like a Lost in Thought going to go into the graveyard. Oh, imbuing another Fractal of Rain. Okay.
Yeah. And it's such a powerful card here, of course, imbuing with a Fracturize and a Lost in Thought here.
So this is his 3rd Fractal, a relevant number for Crystalline Mirror if that comes up later on.
Yeah. And also Deacon's activated. Well, Deacon was activated before, but now Deacon has Intercept as well. And then just simply pass the turn back to Sean. Sean's looking at his hand. Obviously, he would have loved to have a Dungeon Guide last turn. That would have been great, but...
Yeah, hand almost entirely full of advanced element slimes. I see 2 Storms, a Lustrous, an Ethereal.
And a Songbird. And a Slime Shield. Yeah.
Not a lot of options to further his board, but I don't know that he necessarily wants to put out too many more things.
Yeah.
At that point, it's almost overextending. Although as long as he's playing allies that keep him influence neutral, right? The Kind Beast Caller draws him a card. The Baby Grey draws him a card. It's not like it costs him much in order to put these allies out.
Yeah. So now I think Sean's thinking he kind of needs to go to 3, but unfortunately he doesn't have the material, the memory to pay for the cost of leveling to 3. So he's thinking about whether he wants to put some cards into memory to be able to get to level 3. But of course, that Cauldron is a threat, on the board still.
Absolutely.
So have to be very careful about this. So Sean's kind of taking a little quick count on number of slimes that he has in his banishment and thinking about what could be what kind of lines he's able to navigate here.
Yeah, and I think specifically, like you said, how much he's willing to extend into that Cauldron. That Cauldron is sort of primed to blow at this point. So anything else he commits to the board is almost exclusively a sacrifice.
Yeah, I actually really like the fact that, Sean's kind of not going to level 3 here, kind of forcing that Cauldron on some of these lower value allies, and then, waiting until the Cauldron spilled before kind of going into the
later game.
Yeah, taking it slow, kind of treating this like the matchup against Merlin, you know?
Yeah.
Building up influence before going to the level 3 turn so that the level 3 turn is explosive.
Yeah, as we've seen before too with the slimes, right? If you can get a better influence going to level 3, oftentimes you'll have a better time when you actually do get to level 3, be able to deploy more than one, slime at level 3 with
Being
high
able
influence.
to play multiple songbirds or ethereals in
Yeah.
order to keep your influence up while you're level 3, it just makes for a very explosive turn.
Yeah, I mean, on the field just by itself, we're looking at 5 damage. So of
Mm-hmm.
course, this is where Mitch really has to think: is this time to spill the cauldron?
Right.
So he's looking at using it and dealing 2 damage to all allies.
Only doing it for 2, that's interesting. I would have expected him to pop the extra herbs, but maybe he has a plan for those.
Well, he wants to do it for only for 2 because if he does it for more than that, he's actually going to threaten his own deacon as well.
Oh,
so
that's
the deacon
true. I
being
forgot about the
having
deacon.
3 health. This is where basically you want to hit only Sean's allies, but not hit his own. Yeah. So really calculating how many of those H counters we actually utilize here.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, Polaris is a one-shot, so the moment you use it, Polaris is going to be banished.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
Saving
Sean's
his
gonna-
baby gray.
That's right.
I love it. So this is going to leave a 2/2 baby gray on the field with 1 damage prevention left over from the slime shield.
Correct. Yeah. So pretty strong, actually, situation here.
And in a position, because of the AoE damage from Polaris, to clear that beacon, even after the Polaris has gone off.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We'll see if he chooses to do so. That does put some floating memory into main deck Mitch's graveyard, which maybe he wants to avoid, but it also prevents the Awakened Deacon from blocking something more important later on, so it's a bit of a trade-off.
And here's the best part, right? Saving that slime also gives Sean the option to go clear the Deacon himself.
Absolutely.
Because the Deacon has also taken 2 damage directly from the Cauldron as well.
Sean now playing Blissful Calling, setting up his hand even further, sculpting the perfect hand for that level 3 turn. And I would expect to see another 2-cost play here,
Ooh, it's
just
a
to make
whiff.
sure that he has the cards. A whiff from Blissful Calling,
Yeah.
you never want to see that. That's so dangerous.
That's okay. I guess in some ways, right? It's kind of filtering down the cards that aren't going to be useful. This is kind of if I could spin it positively, this is like
The silver lining.
The silver lining is that it's very similar to when you glimpse and don't see the cosmic bolts, right? Hey, it's more likely to come up next. So yeah, again, if Sean he's really looking for that dungeon guide, but again, laying down 3 cards into memory allows him to kind of just go into level 3. But yeah, gonna discard the ethereal slime and draw a card into
And
memory.
I think he has another ethereal in his memory already.
Yeah.
Did he have 3 ethereals in his hand?
I think he had 2 storm and 1 ethereal. Yeah.
So definitely an overabundance of these powerful advanced element slimes, so much so that he'd rather trade them in for more cards.
Refracting missile coming out here and killing that baby red. Again, it's just the damage. You don't really want it to pile up so early against that Arsana because that puts you in kill range for the 2 storm slimes that are in Sean's hand.
Right, and yeah, that cannot be stressed hard enough.
Yeah.
2 storm slimes coming from Sean once he hits level 3. That is very dangerous. Mitch is definitely going to want to hold up some interaction for the turn that Sean goes to level 3, just in order to survive, let alone put himself in an okay position.
Yeah, another little fun facts here for the folks. Sean has been a strong Rye player for a very long time in this game, and there's something very poetic about him, holding up the storm slimes in hand and saving those rather than putting anything else down to memory to potentially utilize for the banishments.
And main deck Mitch sees the storm a-comin'. He's brought out that safeguard amulet in order to protect himself from any non-combat damage.
Yeah. Now, main deck Mitch does also have a water barrier in hand as well. So there's a couple layers of defense that he can deploy here. But unfortunately, on his side, he just doesn't have, the stratagem and the other finishers that he's actually looking for to kind of, do some of this damage. So it's more of a play defensive and prolong the game until he can draw his answers. Yeah.
Fortunately, that is something that the deck is very good at. If he doesn't have his finishers, he's got to have something else. And primarily, the deck is made of finishers and interaction.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to materialize and go to Sylvie level 3. and the Songbird is what's left. I believe that Songbird was drawn by the Baby Red. And of course, Storm Slime coming in.
Immediately into the Storm Slime.
Yeah.
Do we have a slime count? I think this is what Mitch is asking for.
I believe if I'm not wrong, it should be 5 or 6.
That sounds about right. I haven't been counting the whole way up.
Yeah.
It looks like 5 to me.
Okay. So the Safeguard Amulet is popped here to prevent 4 of those damage. So it looks like it might be 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
One
so
damage goes through, and then the 5/3 Storm Slime with the Sylvie buff now attacking.
yeah, it's this. A lot of times players like to materialize or likes to activate a ethereal slime, right? But oftentimes, you can't ignore the fact that the Storm Slime is also a very, very powerful choice as well. Getting a ton of damage in, both from in the form of spell damage, but as well as in the form of direct combat damage. Yeah.
Main deck Mitch now drawing a ton of cards. That Lost in Thought, eating up all of that loose floating memory and turning it into cards in hand.
How many cards did he draw? Was that 5?
4 cards.
4 cards.
Yep.
Wow, very powerful here. Yeah. Again, he's kind of, of course he wants to save some of that floating memory for stratagem, but it's better to draw something, in this case, rather than kind of like sitting back and playing defensive only.
Yeah, and this maybe looks like he's a bit on the back foot, trying to draw some defensive tricks, trying to draw something to interact.
Yeah.
This could also be him looking for a way to close out the match.
Yeah.
He might feel like he's actually fairly close and just needs a little bit of extra fuel in his hand in order to make it work.
That hand, by the way, is actually very, very strong. So inside, I believe I saw 2 stratagems of Myriad Ices already pulled in there. And look at this influence, right?
That is a lot of
instantaneously,
cards.
I think this is like 9 cards in his hand.
He's already got 1 Fractal of Polar Depths on the board, I believe.
Yep.
So a second one on top of a stratagem of Myriad Ice, even with no floating memory in his graveyard already. If he mills himself with both of those, that could be absolutely amazing. Looks like he's going for the Frostworn Paladin, so getting a little bit of board presence. Probably going to be using this to clear some of the allies that are coming his way. Or maybe just sitting back on the intercept. Nope, there he goes.
Yeah, the Storm Slime.
Knocking out that Storm Slime.
Got to get rid of it, yeah.
And
now there's
Sean not taking advantage. Sean doesn't have anything in his memory, so nothing to take advantage of. The on-death trigger for the Storm Slime would have banished 2 cards from his memory and allowed him to draw 2 cards. But with no cards in his memory, he's got nothing to banish. He can't draw any cards.
Yeah. The second Frostwar Paladin coming in and clearing the Baby Gray and clearing the board. Yeah.
No buff counter on this one, but just still just big enough to get rid of that Baby Gray.
Yep. Yeah.
And Mitch, 3 cards down, all 3 reservable fractals rested, and still just a surprising number of cards.
Yeah.
Ready to commit even more to the board if he feels like it. Could
really
also
thinking here.
hold all of this back. I mean, definitely a lot of options present themselves here.
Yeah, he's gonna try to like filter some cards here and see what are other options that he may have. Yeah, so 1 goes into the bottom of the deck and draws a card. Okay, Chilling Touch is brought in. Again, really 2 pieces of that combo, right? We want to have some floating memory as well as then end it with stratagem. Yeah. But quite a good board clear and sets up a bunch of allies that now, Sean has to kind of think about and potentially deal with.
Yeah, Sean does have a huge life buffer right now. Sean currently undamaged with 25 health off of that Sylvie Slime Sovereign level 3 champion.
Yeah, getting a little bit acceleration here with backup charger here, going into influence of 5. I saw a Baby Gray pulled in there, but he's going to be able to banish 4 different animal and beast and pull out the Gaia's Blessing.
So this sets him up with his current influence to just be able to play cards off of the top of his deck, as well as increase the slime count in the banish, just as the cost of doing business for Gaia's Blessing.
To 9, in fact.
And we already know that he's got a second Storm Slime in hand, so he's setting up for a really big hit here.
Yeah. Now, does he attempt it with that many cards in
Does he have
Mitch's hand?
5 cards in hand, I think?
Yeah.
So he'll have 2 cards left over.
Well, he can actually pay with his Fractal as well. So he does have a reservable Quicksilver Grail.
That's true. That's true. Potentially 1 more. There it is. So he has 3 cards left in hand.
Yep.
So Mitch would need 2 negate effects to really clear this out. Of course, if he doesn't clear this out, he's probably in trouble.
Mitch does have water bear.
We're seeing a title lock come out, forcing Sean to put 2 cards down into his memory in order to keep this slime. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Cerulean Decree come out now also.
Just thinking about it, I think, he does have the option of using the water berry as well for defense here. So not out of it at all. So there's actually a lot of different options for Mitch here. And Sean knows this, but of course, if you have lethal, you have to try for it.
Absolutely. You have to go for it.
Yeah.
Make them have it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So I think Mitch is just trying to figure out how to pay for this exactly. There you go. Water barrier is activated.
And Water Barrier reduces the damage to exactly 1,
Yep.
while also being more floating memory, more fuel for the eventual stratagem.
Yeah, and Sean looking at the board state here and saying, okay, I'm going to clear one of the Frostborn Paladin for now and not directly go to face. Yeah.
Absolutely understandable. He can't afford to take too much damage because with that with a Fractal of Polar Depths on the board,
Yep.
Mitch is ready to pull a lot of floating memory out of, not out of nowhere, out of the top of his deck, but
Yeah.
almost out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So if he takes too much damage, that gets him ever closer to death.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you can't ignore those 2 Fractal of Rain as well. So again, just constantly getting value to Mitch as we go into a longer game, right? Setting up the kill.
Mitch now, looking through his material options, I think he's trying to keep his influence high. Not exactly sure what his choice will be here. And there's that backup charger.
Yeah.
Spending 2 and 1 of his fractals in order to get another card into his memory.
Yeah.
Just drawing additional cards, giving himself more options, more defense, more offense, more everything.
Yeah. And this has got to look pretty scary here.
Fractal of Rain milling 2 floating memory.
Yeah, exactly. And while Sean does have the Beast Spawner boots, the reminder here is that he can't actually lose the Storm Slime, because if he loses the Storm Slime, then he can't activate the boots.
And that Frostborn Paladin is ready.
Yeah.
Frostborn Paladin looks like a Storm Slime denier to me.
True. So Chilling Touch, we're just going to lay down a couple more. We're going to lay down a couple more floating memory, of course, into the graveyard, but also decreasing the influence that Sean has currently in hand.
Making his next turn just that much weaker.
Yep, and one more.
Yet
Chilling
another
Touch.
Chilling Touch. Well, but definitely better in multiples, these cards.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the second one, Baby Gray.
That'll leave him with only 3 cards in hand after his draw phase. It's a very rough position to be in.
Yeah. Frost Paladin likely targeting. Yeah, so of course cracking the boots now because this is going to be the turn, and Storm Slime, going into the bin, unfortunately. But this is nice, right? So it's really, really good here because Mitch can kind of see the situation and say, you know what, I'm just going to continue building my board a little bit and wait for next turn to navigate the kill, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, putting all those floating memory into the graveyard, disabling 2 influence out of Sean's hand. It's actually put Mitch in a very, very commanding position here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even at that 0 damage point that he is right now, 25 damage required in order to kill Sean right now, Mitch is still threatening lethal.
Yeah.
He's got 5 visible floating memory and definitely more to come. A massive hand. He could easily dump another 1 or 2 floating memory before that stratagem goes off.
Yeah, it's just...
And he needs 9 to kill without any additional work. And the Deacon and Frostborn Paladin would reduce that to 7 floating memory. It's almost already within range.
Yeah, and these cards are not the ones that Sean really wants to see on top of his deck,
Hoping to see another Storm Slime, really. Anything to kind of knock Mitch out before Mitch gets that stratagem off.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, Mitch, again, holding a lot of influence in hand. So it just feels like, Mitch is going to have an answer for whatever Sean may want to actually dish out. So, yeah.
So Blissful Calling, this is kind of his last chance. He'll end up with 3 cards in hand, just enough to play one of these Advanced Element Slimes.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like he found the Storm Slime, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, Luxor Slime is not going to do anything here in this current situation. So it has to be the Ethereal.
And the Ethereal is a 3 damage attacker, so that's not nothing. Is going to draw him another card. Unfortunately, because he has to pay for the Ethereal Slime.
Yeah.
What a bummer.
Yeah.
Not going to have the ability to play anything else.
So on Ninja Trigger here, we're going to banish the...
Looks like the Scepter. Rethinking which one to banish.
Yeah, I think the Scepter, because it's just going to be a little too slow for the current situation, yeah.
Scepter is more of a value engine, but
Yeah.
if he only has 1 or 2 turns to go, that value
Oh,
engine
the
isn't gonna get
raccoon.
very far.
The raccoon coming, but a little bit too late.
Did he pay for that Ethereal Slime? Am I missing something? Did he banish the horn this turn?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. Okay, raccoon's going to come in.
And there's the Storm Slime 1 card too late.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so disappointing for Sean here.
Okay, of course. Title lock here. Yeah. Unfortunately, not allowing Sean's special raccoon to stay in place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are able to clear the Frostborn Paladin, though,
Yep.
so this is pretty important here.
Just making it a little bit harder for main deck Mitch to find all of the floating memory he needs.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately, as soon as this turn is passed back, I mean, Mitch at this point has seen all the cards that are drawn into Sean's hand.
Absolutely.
Has basically a good understanding of what's made available. So
And this is something that Mitch's deck excels at. Getting additional floating memory into the yard. This is what this deck is built for.
Yep.
So with only needing, I think, 2 more floating memory, maybe 3 more floating memory with that Frostborn Paladin dead, he's in a great position.
yeah, I think we're just going to try to get more floating in again with that Fracturize on this own herb.
Fracturize on the herb.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but I think he's looking for it here.
Resting for 4, 5, and 6.
Stratagem.
Stratagem, and with Stratagem on the stack, retaining priority, sacrificing that Fractal of Polar Depths in order to mill himself close to 15, I think.
It's like 17 cards?
Do you think he'll find a floating memory in 17 cards?
Nah, not likely. He's probably
No?
used all of them already,
I bet he bricks just like that Blissful Calling did.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost like a measurement of how much damage this stratagem mirror dice.
Yeah, there it goes. Found 3, and Sean immediately progresses to the scoop phase.
Yep. Yeah, so it's kind of unfortunate. Honestly, Sean was really looking for example, a dungeon guide early on. There were a couple turns that just couldn't, get there. The Quicksilver Grail as well,
right,
being fracturized immediately did not help. So a lot of different situation here that Sean could have looked to maybe potentially draw better or have a more explosive beginning like where the force cakes, right?
Yeah.
Where I guess maybe that's where the Blissful Calling saw 4 force cakes and a beast collar or something,
right?
And all the other options here too. So
yeah, a lot of Slime's advantages just got mitigated here.
Yeah,
without the dungeon guide, you don't get that really quick aggression from the advanced element Slimes. Without the Quicksilver Grail, you lose a lot of the power from that material deck.
Yeah.
And going long just plays into Mitch's favor.
Yeah, for sure.
So what do you think Mitch is going to bring in now?
I think on Mitch's side, right, effectively, there's Revitalizing Cleanse, which can, again, prolong the game, like you were saying before. There's 2 Cerulean Decrees in sideboard. So, again, those kind of cards can be helpful here as well. The things I kind of like is, for example, the Quicksilver Blinding Orb combination here to be able to, force a slime to pay actually for their material for the first beast that they get on the Sylvie 3. Yeah.
Well, on his side, Sean has another Scavenging Raccoon that I am sure is going to be coming in from the board.
Yeah.
A lot of his sideboard is actually dedicated to material cards. He's got a Nullifying Mirror, he's got a Tariff Ring, he's got a Wind Resonance Bauble. Not the right bauble for this matchup, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think maybe Sean was really teching for that the Bagua Combing Razor Gale.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're also seeing 3 Nascent Blasts, which is tech for the Water Allies match, and 2 Unbroken Mustangs, which I guess any deck that has items or weapons, those are probably pretty good. But this match, I don't think is it.
Yeah, it's really, really tricky here. And of course, like both players are kind of thinking, honestly, this matchup, it's
it's pretty interesting, right? Like, you know, who do you think is actually kind of favored in this matchup?
It's tough to say.
Yeah.
I think both decks are very good, and a lot of it is dependent on, I think, the kind of interaction that the water player draws.
Yeah.
Right? If the water player can slow the slime deck down enough, then the water player, I think, has the advantage going into the late game. But the slime deck is very powerful. The slime deck is very consistent.
Yeah.
And if the slime deck can just run its plan without too much interference,
Yeah.
then I think the slime deck comes out ahead.
Yeah, I'm really looking at the water player's influence here. Basically, where the slime player can punish here is when the water player is on low influence. You know, getting to that Arsana, you know, especially if the Arsana doesn't open with things, you know, a lot of floating memory, it could be a chance opening against the Arsana player. Yeah, so
Absolutely. And here we go into game 2. What are we going to start with? A Gather Slime. This
Gather
is not
Slimes.
the best start. Really hoping for that Forest Cake, really hoping for that Baby Gray. And instead, this is not ideal. It's not nothing, but it's not ideal. Pulling one of those Unbroken Mustangs, I guess those came in from the board.
yeah, Limitless is going to be pulled into the hand. Now, Sean did have 2 Dungeon Guide in opening hand. However, he does not have any sort of, you know, Baby Gray or Force Cakes. Still, 1 Raccoon and 2 Storm Slime.
And he actually looks like he's set up to banish one of those Dungeon Guides in order to go to level 1.
Yeah.
Both of those Dungeon Guides in his memory right now.
Yeah, and banishing a Dungeon Guide, especially, you know, on turn 1, is really giving your opponent a lot of information, right? And saying, hey, you
Absolutely.
know, I have more than one. I really don't, you know, care if I risk losing one of them.
Yeah, and not only does it telegraph your plan, it telegraphs that you don't mind telegraphing your plan.
Yeah. so the strong arm here, for sure. Yeah.
And not even going to level 1, just drawing an extra card off
Yeah.
of that backup charger. He must really not like his hand to do backup charger on turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, part of this, you know, one way to kind of think about this is if the Arsana deck is supposed to go a little bit slow, Sean actually has a little bit of time to also go a little bit slow as well, right? And find the right answers, and put put those answers into his hand before he, you know, accelerates to 3. Kind of taking his time a little bit here too. So Ethereal is not a bad option here, I think.
It depends on if he's sculpting his hand for the level 3 turn or for the level 1 and 2 turns.
Yeah.
Maybe on the back of those Dungeon Guides, he feels confident enough he doesn't have to spend a lot of time on level 1 or 2. So he's building his hand for those advanced element slimes. He does have that Raccoon in hand, so the first couple of floating memory that Mitch gets probably going to get mitigated.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mitch looks perfectly happy to take this more passively, bringing up the backup charger as his first materialize, and still no plays yet.
Yeah.
But going into the main of his second turn, we'll see what is on offer.
Yeah, kind of copying Sean's play here. There's 2 reasons why he might be able to do this. Number 1 is maybe he doesn't have quite the cards he wants in his hand. Or number 2 is just honestly because if the slime player is going to take some time off, he can vow to do that as well. I do see an Icebound Slam available as well, so
That
maybe
looks like what he's going
an
for.
Icebound Slam coming in right here. Yeah.
2 cards left in hand. That's a big slam.
Okay, we're going to be milling. Wow, this mill. Okay.
Finding 2 floating memory. Okay, not the worst mill.
Not the worst mill. But also 2 polar depths. 1 polar depth, 1 stratagem, 1 Icebound Slam were also milled there as well. Very interesting, yeah.
And
Oh,
a chilling touch.
A chilling touch. This
is so clutch.
is a very good play. It's a very good play.
So this removes the card from Sean's memory.
Yeah.
And since Sean only had the 1 card in memory that he was planning on using to level up to 1,
Yeah.
he now has to find something else to do with his material phase. This sets him back a turn, as well as revealing his plan.
Yeah.
This is such a good chilling
Yeah, the
touch.
Grail is a great option here, simply because, you know, again, you know, now Mitch's hand is all down, so the Grail can't be interacted with here. Of course, you know, Raccoon is also a really good option here too, because there are quite a bit of, floating memory in the graveyard for that Raccoon to target.
Absolutely. The floating memory here is a great target. That is exactly what the Raccoon is for.
Yeah.
So knocking out some of that floating memory, Sean will feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. So Raccoon's going to come in and scavenge.
And the rueful grin from
Yes.
Mitch. Yeah, you got me. You got me.
So swings in for 1. Yeah, but it's pretty scary here for Sean. I mean, he's taken 8 damage already. He's been forced to stay on Spirit of Slime. He definitely would have liked to go to Sylvie 1 last turn.
And he's got none of those good early game plays either,
Yeah.
right? No baby grays, no forest cakes.
Yeah.
Not even a green to his name. He's got a red floating around in his hand, but without the Tamer class bonus, red is just a vanilla 2-1.
Yeah. Arsonic's going to use that last floating memory to level up here and then be able to gather twice for the 1 and the 3 herb. Yeah.
Believe that is a Freysia and a Blight Root.
Yeah. So I don't remember all what their names are, but I just remember the top row is to gain level, the mid row is for healing, and the bottom row is to put a card on the bottom of the deck and draw a card. So
Exactly.
yeah.
So he's got 1 level up herb and 1 healing herb.
Yeah.
And maybe those will have the listed effects, or maybe they'll end up getting sacrificed for another purpose.
Okay, Cauldron's coming out. This makes sense because, again, there's not much that the Slime player can do anyways, right? And
Absolutely.
so getting that out early, giving some options in case, the herbs are used to be able to, basically put some age counters on that Cauldron. Okay, Fracture comes in for the power cell. That's just so valuable, right?
It's an extra pseudo influence as well as a floating memory off
Yeah.
the Fracture Eyes.
Oh, just so great. Looks like another, maybe a Frostborn Paladin here, and utilizing that floating memory right away. If you'll draw
You're
a
not
card.
raccooning this floating memory, says
Yeah.
Mitch. Mitch now has a 3-4 on the board while Sean is still on Spirit of Slime. What a painful position to be
Yeah, and of course, Mitch is smelling blood, so he's going directly to face.
in. Frostborn Paladin, apply directly to the forehead.
Yeah. And of course, Sean's going to level up here and banishes the DG. It's okay.
This is exactly what he wanted to banish
Yeah.
several turns in a row now. Finally getting to Sylvie level 1, turning on all of his Tamer class bonuses. And we're going to go, looks like a Kind Beast Caller is what we're setting up for here.
Well, Sean has to navigate 4 damage here to clear that Frostborn Paladin. So I think the Baby Red is a little bit better option here. Yeah.
Baby Red plus the Raccoon is enough to knock out that Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, especially with that, counter that the Baby Red is going to get, coming in here with Sylvie 1's help.
And then Baby Red discarding a Limitless Slime, setting up for the floating memory and getting an extra card to replace it.
Yeah, look at all that value.
And the Cerulean Decree, -3 power. Our poor Baby Red dealing 0 damage to that Frostborn Paladin. Frostborn Paladin will live to fight another day.
Yeah.
Terrible news.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate there. But, Sean has to pass the turn and, see what's next.
So Mitch sitting pretty. A lot of influence, a lot of health. Facing up against a only level 1 Sylvie here, who only needs 8 damage to find lethal.
Yeah.
It's a great position for main deck Mitch.
How about Icebound Slam?
That, I've heard good things about Icebound Slam. Icebound Slam would be exactly lethal.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what Sean is holding up. Sean could be holding up a Slime Shield here.
Slime
So
Shield,
that
yeah.
wouldn't be quite enough. But with the extra 3 damage from the Frostborn, that definitely would be enough.
Yeah. He's asking for cards in hand, 5. Yeah, and this is one of the challenges with the Sylvie
There
here.
it is.
Yeah, it's going to be Icebound
just
Slam.
like you called it. Oh.
And Sean says, you got it. Yeah.
Straight in there. Wow, what a commanding performance by main deck Mitch. Well done.
Yeah.
Showing a lot of control in both of those games, dictating the pace of play either with Polaris or with his chilling touch and additional spells.
Yeah.
Just really showing off how well this deck can function when it's running.
Yeah, and you can't ignore the fact that Icebound Slam did a lot of work that last game. 2 of those Icebound Slams landing for 16 damage total, with, of course, the Frost Paladin hitting for another 6.
Right?
Yeah.
And just using all of those spells in order to keep Sean at level 1, keep Sean at level 0 for a while, just making sure that he doesn't have the health to survive, making sure that he doesn't have the tools to fight back. What a match.
And it is a little bit unfortunate that Sean just had,
honestly not so great draws.
It's true.
Usually we're expecting to see these Sylvies with their very explosive starts, Forest Cake, Baby Grays, really kind of getting there. Maybe even Forest Cakes with Baby Greens, Zephyring that Forest Cake away and drawing more cards on them. That kind of start just not something that, Sean saw in this matchup here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sean had some unfortunate starts, and main deck Mitch was ready to capitalize on it.
Yeah, exactly. And main deck Mitch, originally, thinking about why would he go for the backup charger? Is he looking for answers? Honestly, just looking for more influence. And the reason you might want to do that is because you want to have enough cards in hand to be able to Icebound Slam, right? And continuously apply that pressure depending on what you mill, and then to continue to push.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting, right? I mean, he drew the third Icebound Slam. If you remember, the first Icebound Slam actually put one into the graveyard.
Right,
So
right.
that takes 2 out, but he actually drew the third one and he was able to close out the game.
And in fact, getting that extra influence left him on a turn where he could play Icebound Slam, followed by the Chilling Touch in one turn.
Yeah, that Chilling Touch, by the way, too.
Oh, my God.
What a great
I had
play.
heart palpitations looking at that. As a Slime player, I felt that in my bones.
Yeah, exactly, because it forces that, like, hey, you know what, you're not going to be leveling up. And the funny thing is, of course, with Sean showing that it's the dungeon guide, it was pretty obvious what Sean would have rather done, right? What his optimal play was there versus, what his opponents essentially force him to do. And this is really where that, control deck, it's almost like a marionette situation, right? The water players, putting strings on you, saying, go this way, go that way. And, one of the weaknesses with the slime decks are very oppressive, right? Because they can keep their influences high, keep pushing forward, and usually have other decks answer them.
Absolutely.
Now, in this case, because he doesn't have that early game, I would say, economy build, right, where he is able to get a larger influence, keep that influence, but also move forward. Part of this is Sean reacting. But the issue with the slime deck is how many reaction cards do you have?
Yeah, Slime deck not built for reactions mostly. Has got a couple of defensive tricks, Baby Green sometimes, Slime Shield sometimes, but mostly just exists to pump out the slimes.
Yeah.
And when you don't have the slimes to pump out, that leaves you in a bad position for sure.
Yeah, the slime strategy, right? Draw cards, go to 3, Storm Slime, profit. Yeah, so unfortunately, that is what it's going to be. It's kind of interesting, right? Because, this exact result, well, not exactly this result. This was a 2-0, but, these two players did face in round 1 as well. And Mitch actually also, defeated Sean there as well yesterday.
Yeah. So no change in that match over the course of the day that has passed.
Yeah.
I think not the best. I'm not going to say not the best performance from Sean. I think Sean played that as well as he could, given the tools
given
that
the
he was
hands that
given,
he was present.
but
Yeah.
definitely not the best performance from Slimes.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
His deck just didn't show up.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate because those are the type of games where, that it's really interesting, right? You think about like Slimes, and all weekend we've been seeing Slimes that can, like, if they have the explosive start, exactly what happens on the other side. The player has to react. They're on their back foot. They're putting defenses up left and right, trying to figure out what to do, right? But in this matchup, it was not that way.
That's true. Oh,
Yeah.
what a rough match. Well, that means that main deck Mitch is going to move on to the finals here.
Yes.
Do we have any word on how the other match is going?
You know what? I'm going to take a quick look at that side of things. Maybe it's faster as well and see. But this match actually concluded fairly fast, I think.
Yeah, these matches are untimed in order to allow players, the time to think through all of their plays and make sure that they're making the decisions that they need to make. But we didn't need it.
Yeah, kind of interesting too, right? On the other side of the bracket is actually a very similar match as what we just saw on stream. So of course Sean is using the Prismatic Slime. On the other side is Hanky the Goat versus Caben. And if you have been watching the stream in the prior round, you saw Caben piloting the very similar list of Arsana. Right, Water Arsana, using, again, like you said, the ingredient pouch versus going to level 2 there. So I'm actually really curious how that game is going, or how that game is. Maybe
I'd love to check
potentially
in with them. Not exactly sure what the progress is there.
Yeah.
Hanky the Goat on Fire Slimes, right? So
Yes.
a slightly different take.
Slightly different take on both ends, right? Yeah, so different Water Arsana, a different slime build, essentially. Yeah.
Maybe most importantly, a different shuffle.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting, right? So Fire Slime is interesting in the sense that it's different from the Prismatic Slime in that it can go a little faster, but it also is a little bit erratic, right?
Absolutely.
You can brick harder in this Fire Slime than in this deck, but it's kind of because you lose access to cards like Slime's Blessing or yeah,
Slime Shield, Gather Slimes,
Gather
yep.
Slime. I don't know why, in my head, right, I see Gather Slimes, I want to say Slime's Blessing. But yeah,
Because
Gather
it
Slime.
blesses you with slime.
I get more slimes, right?
Makes
yeah,
sense to me.
These kind of things. So, it makes it kind of hard in that specific situation to kind of go faster if you lose that. But on the other hand, you get cards like Cremation Ritual, you get cards like Creative Shock,
Right.
which kind of can, if you have those cards in hand, it really can actually accelerate you to level 3, maybe potentially even faster.
Right,
Yeah.
especially with how good the other allies are that you have access to,
Yeah.
right? Baby Gray is still there, Forest Cake is still there.
Correct, and
Dropping
relevant.
a Cremation Ritual on Baby Gray just feels like you're on top of the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like cremating a Library Witch.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Except you get the card earlier.
Slime's doing their best Merlin impression.
Exactly, yeah. I believe we might be moving into a player interview soon. But yeah, the matches are really exciting. We're actually going to be moving into our finals, so it looks like we're going to have a water Arsana. But what a weekend, guys!
Right.
Did anyone enter this weekend thinking Arsana is going to be the talk of the town, is going to potentially take down the Ascent? Having 2 of the same water Arsana represented in the top 4. That is very impressive.
Yeah, I have to assume that the
Yeah.
people who are on the Water Arasana deck sort of understood the secret sauce. But I wonder if even they thought that it was going to be as ubiquitous as it was.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
A lot of these teams ended up choosing Water Arasana. Cabin specifically mentioned he swapped last minute, switching over to the Water Arasana deck. So you have to wonder if maybe they were like, oh, okay, well, maybe we'll be, one of like 6 people on this Water Ara deck. And it turns out, 18% of the field was on Arasana?
Yeah, a lot of Arsana. I believe it was like 43 or something total.
43 Arsana, yeah.
It was a lot of representation. Now, of course, that one also includes the winner Arsanas.
It's true.
Which there were a few as well, right?
Very excited to dig into this data afterwards. Oh, I'm going to have a talk with my friends.
Yeah. Do you know what Cabin switched from?
Cabin has been playing Slimes all season.
Okay.
So I would expect him to have been on Slimes
Yeah.
up until then.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it was because of this matchup specifically.
Yeah.
Maybe they ended up running into this problem of Slimes into Water Ari just not being quite as powerful as they wanted. So, if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, having that really powerful board wipe with Polaris, right? Being able to kind of do a small clear for the small slimes, or honestly, sometimes even having a bigger clear for when late game happens too. So it's really puts a lot of pressure on the slimes. Having the defensive options too, with Frostborn Paladins, Awakened Deacons, right, to block the damage directly, combat damage from allies, but also having other options, like Water Barrier, Cerulean Decree, right, Tidal Lock to be able to deal with the Storm Slime activation. That is really, really powerful, right?
That's another thing that Cabin called out. He felt like this was the first time he'd gotten the chance to play a proper control deck in Grand Archive.
Wow, okay.
So, a lot of those water options, and I think that speaks to the flexibility of the deck. There's just so many tools, and all of it is available in a variety of different ways. You can use them for different purposes, and then the multiple different lines to kill, you can set it up in so many different ways. Quite a powerful deck.
Quite a powerful deck, yeah. And again, I was talking to some of the judges too about, how does the Wind Arsana play into the slime decks, right? And it's very similar, right? So if you can figure out a way to disassemble the slime's top end, right, with Storm Slime Ethereal, I mean, it's a really big deal, right? To be able to disable a 5/5 Ethereal, because you have an Astral Seal, it's kind of good.
Absolutely, yeah, very strong. Seeing Wind Arasana play out kind of the way it does, sort of shuffling the gotcha for Cosmic Bolts, it feels a lot like sort of a traditional combo deck, right?
Yeah.
You have a couple of defensive tools, but really you're just trying to get to 3, you're trying to run out those bolts, you're trying to keep yourself alive while you're doing it, but you have a game plan. You always have that one game plan. And Water Ari, just so flexible, so responsive, has potentially the ability to high roll, right? Icebound Slam is a very good card. Stratagem of Myriad Ice, a very good card. But overall is playing a more reactive game, is trying to respond to the opponent, is trying to keep the game going long in order to build up the inevitable advantage of all of that floating memory.
Yeah, I think Terry was actually talking about this on stream, right? There was one match that he was in where he said, he looked at the situation and realized he had Icebound Slam. So he went for the slam, and then, of course, Stratagem Mirrored Ice, and just ended the game because he had enough, floating memory. It was turn 2, kill.
Absolutely,
So
it's right there.
When you're able to high roll, you can actually do quite a bit in that Water Arasana deck. Yeah.
Absolutely, very threatening deck.
Yeah, it's also kind of interesting too because I was talking to some of the other players in the field, like how many percentage, Chess Club, for example. I was asking them, were they expecting Water Arsana? The answer was yes. However, it wasn't expected at this high rate, right? Or just Arsana in general, maybe around like 5-10%, but not as quite as high as this, right? And on the flip side too, the conversion rate for Arsana was a lot higher also than expected. Yeah. Again, I can't ignore the fact that maybe a lot of this conversion or high conversion rate is just due to the fact that hey, a lot of players were not expecting this deck to be present. Yeah.
I wonder if that story sort of progressed with a lot of the professional players kind of just testing slimes, testing Razor Gale, and then finding a new card to test, new deck to test, and realizing that it's powerful kind of in the last minute, right?
Yeah.
And then swapping over. A very interesting result, a very interesting take on the meta.
Yeah.
Ari deck, honestly, very powerful. So thrilled to see this happening. I mean, everybody loves to see Arisana's representation here. So I think nobody is unhappy with these results except for the people who are losing to Arisana.
Okay. All right. So I just got some updates. The other game on the other side between Henki the Goat and True Champion Gaming, True Champion Caven is still going on.
Okay.
And so we're going to go to a Path of Silver video.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Describing that event. And after that, we're going to be going on to a longer break, about 30 minutes. So we'll see you later. All right, we're at Santa Clara at the Path of Silver competition where I, Mark from Solar Games, is actually also submitting one of the top lists. Now, as you can see here within this table, this is usually where all the top submissions are gathered for Path of Silver. Now, Path of Silver is the ultimate collection competition among all the collectors out there. It really gives the player base of Grand Archive something else to challenge himself with. And as you can see, where we have laid down on this table, numerous very, very, very high quality and very rare cards have been laid down on the table. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars from each individual collection. Now, Path of Silver is not just about collecting the most rare cards. That does not actually win you the game. The other very interesting element about Path of Silver is that we are also trying to collect sets. And sets is very important for Path of Silver. Otherwise, most of Path of Silver kind of goes through this checking process where every single card is checked. At the very, very end, if there are any tie breaks, we'll go into something called tie breaks. This is also very exciting, where players will lay down cards with the max theme value, and they will continue to use them for tie breaks. Usually, these are Dawn of Ashes first edition CURs, which are worth 2,000 points each, until your opponent is unable to lay down any more CURs. And that's how we can conclude a tiebreak. And now we're getting my collection checked by Sildar. He's going to be very meticulous in this checking process because, again, like I said, the foiling, the version does matter for the cards being checked here. Making sure that they are actually the foils, making sure that they're actually first editions, and this is very important because it does change the actual overall theme score, which could be the difference between a first rank, second, or maybe not even part of the top 8. And as he's going through the cards, as you can see, a lot of cards are here. This competition especially has been very, very difficult simply because there were some very rare cards released just in the Mortal Ambition set that just released, and for the most optimal collection, we had to submit 2 copies. The card in question here is the Combing CUR, and each one of these top submissions at the table required 2 copies of this card, which is very, very difficult to get, even 1 copy, and these collections require 2. Very exciting for all the contestants here, of course. Yeah. And one of my favorite set bonuses from this set is actually the Evolution set. It's very interesting. I think for a lot of the contestants, part of Path of Silver is about guessing as well. So a lot of the set bonuses were not actually revealed until the sets were guessed. And so this set started with 2 monkeys in it. And so everyone was thinking it's got to be something focused on monkeys. And towards the very, very end of the actual contest, did we complete the set. And it's more about getting buff counters, getting stronger, and really building into that evolution theme. It's very interesting. Guessing as much part of Path of Silver as is assembling the cards and making sure you have the right collection. And Sildar's finishing his collection, and I'm concluded.
All right. Go ahead and reveal your first one. 1, 2,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. All right, can you verify that you have 24, please? All right, thank you. So you're going to be first place, you're going to be second place, you're going to be third place. All right, thank you.
All right, and that concludes Path of Silver. Honestly, I clutched it. I mean, it was down to the wire. I was not sure if our collection's good. I mean, oftentimes when we see different collections at the table, it's always tricky to see whose collection is actually the best. There could be some miscalculations everywhere, but yeah, we clutched it. We got it. I'm very relieved. Yeah, it's great. Looks like that's going to be it. Number 1. NorCal number 1. We held it in. Yeah, thank you.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れ
And welcome back to Ascent Santa Clara, and we are here for the grand finals of this main tournament.
Oh man, I'm so excited. I have shivers.
Oh man, yeah. So, I mean, who would have thought? I mean, of course, we were thinking Slimes.
Slimes.
And Slime did lock a slot into the finals, but who else is in the finals, Jim?
I have heard that everybody's favorite cleric, Arasana,
Yes.
has made it into the finals.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be the Water Arsana. Yeah, and it's going to be really, really cool matchup. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for this. I think this is going to be really good. This is very similar. It's going to be very similar to our semifinals match, the one we just watched.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be a good match.
Yeah, with a couple of variations here, right? So obviously, if you are here for the semifinals, you already know it's going to be main deck Mitch on that Water Arsana. This is the one that has both spirits, and it's also going to be going to level 2, right? However, our slime is not going to be a prismatic slime.
That's right.
Yeah.
We've got Henky the Goat, who won his way into the finals on Fire Slimes.
Yeah, and this is Henky's deck. I mean, he's been on Fire Slimes for a long, long, long time. And, you know, and this is going to be different, right? So we saw in the last matchup here between Sean and Mitch, right? And really thinking about like the kind of, you know, matchup here and what kind of dynamics they have here. Now, Henky's bringing a slime deck, but it's going to be a fire slime, right?
That's right. Yeah, a couple of key differences. So it's not going to have access to those water and wind slimes cards. So no gather slimes, no slime shield, no baby green. But instead, it gets to bring in all of those super effective fire cards that we see in every other fire deck, right? It's got the creative shocks, it's got the cremation rituals, so it's got a lot of power there too.
Yeah, so if you like that early game consistency, you want to throw more things into the bin, you know, Fire Slime does give you that option there. However, on the flip side, not having things like, you know, Gather Slimes kind of makes it so that, you know, you have less responses to something like the stratagem of Mirrored Ice.
Absolutely, yeah. You are sort of more focused on your primary game plan. You can definitely power your way into 3, kind of build up that influence, build up that floating memory a little bit easier, but you do give up some of your flexibility. You do give up some of your defenses.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of folks are actually gathered here to watch this final matchup in the room, of course. So, I mean, right behind us, as you can see, you know, normally, right, around this time, you know, a lot of the players are finished and they're still doing side events. But as you can see, this room is still jam-packed. The players excited. There's a bunch of trading going on behind me, which, you know, I love personally. So, yeah, I'm really excited about this event. And this has been a great weekend so far.
It really has. It's been a lot of fun for me. I've talked about this on stream before, but this is my first Ascent, and it's been a great experience so far. I just love seeing everybody come together.
Yeah.
I love seeing this really high-level gameplay.
Yeah.
So it's just been a fantastic experience.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so basically the lineup for how we're going to be doing this next phase here is we're going to be going into you know, quick interview with both the players, right? But of course, then after that, we're going to set up their table and their final match, talk about some of the prizing, what they're fighting for, and then be able to, you know, actually go to the final match. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds great. Man.
So what do you think? I mean, given the 2 decks and given the performance that we just saw main deck Mitch do, what are you looking forward to in this matchup?
Well, honestly, main deck Mitch put forth a commanding performance.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to see Slimes in a position to fight back a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that was just due to the Slimes deck not showing up.
Yeah.
And maybe, you know, Fire deck will have a little bit more punch, a little bit more consistency.
Yeah.
And we'll see him putting the Water player on the back foot a little bit more.
Yeah, and we'll see, because I think the other element too is Henky has been drawing pretty well this weekend. I've noticed the one matchup he had on stream. I mean, it was looking very, very good, very commanding. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, the player's luck is not to be discounted. If somebody's running hot, like that's good.
Momentum, player's luck, those kind of features. It's really interesting, right? And look, we put this Storm Slime here day 1, okay? There was a reason. And as you can see, this Storm Slime is still representing this tournament. Yeah, front and center.
Absolutely. Nothing like a festive Storm Slime.
What we should have done is put a cauldron next to it, right? And start cooking and see what happens. Yeah, and maybe get some herbs going too. But, you know,
absolutely.
You know, hindsight 2020, right? But yeah.
What do you think Storm Slime soup tastes like?
Probably very spicy.
Yeah.
Electric. You know.
Okay.
I
think it tastes like blueberries.
I think it's gonna hurt a lot too. Okay.
It's scalding.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's like, have you ever played like Diablo? Do you remember like the flame electricity? That's what I'm thinking about whenever if I ever touch a storm slime, it's like that,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just flame wall standing in
That's
the
right.
fire.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, basically, one of the things I think that in this matchup, right, for Henki, if he has the right draws, if he has the right acceleration early game, be able to get to that dungeon guide quick, right, and then getting that acceleration to level 3, kind of like settling a little bit, getting that right hand size, I think it's going to do very well.
Absolutely.
However, the Arisana side of things, right, this deck is just really commanding. It has so many options. I mean, having things like, the Cerulean Decree, but also the Title Log and multiple different options to go and, potentially turn down a Storm Slime, disabling things. And like you were saying, last game, controlling that flow, right?
Absolutely.
Sending something like, oh, you want to level up? Guess what? Send that memory into banishment. And guess what? You can't do it. These kind of things are really dynamic and really powerful in that water package there.
Absolutely.
And you cannot discount. You cannot discount the power of Iceman Slime, which, by the way, I don't understand. Viewers, I'm really curious here, okay? How does Arisana lift the Tide Holder Claymore? How does it work? I mean, shouldn't she have to pay more for this Claymore? this Iceman Slam should cost 9 for Arisana, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's just the strength of the water in her cauldron.
Oh, it's
lifting up.
propelling it. Yeah,
exactly.
Like a
There you go.
torrential blast, right? Propelling it. I got it. Yeah. There you go. So again, I love this new Arisana build, right? It's really interesting. Normally we have decks that kind of have a one direction for winning. Like, in Slime, you're looking to have the Storm Slime come down, do a bunch of damage, and then turn it sideways, and then, do damage. But this Arisana deck has 3 different ways to win the game. Yeah. But we're going to be going into the interview with our 2 finalists right now.
Hey everybody, I am down here in the feature match area with our 2 finalists of Ascent Santa Clara, the biggest Grand Archive Ascent that we have ever had. On the left, I have Henki, who's going to be playing Fire Slimes. On the right, I have Mitch, who is playing Water Arisana. The 2 decks of the weekend, I think, for sure. Henki, why did you choose to play Fire Slimes this weekend?
I don't know how to play anything else, really.
I mean, that's a good reason as ever, right?
Yeah. I mean, I had no confidence, so I just decided to wing it, and well.
And it's gone pretty well, right? Mitch, what about you? What made you decide to play Water Arisana this weekend?
I wanted something new besides slimes. Also, draws a lot of cards. I love drawing cards.
Drawing cards is good. There's nothing wrong with that. And now this is, of course, the biggest Ascent that we have ever had. 313 players, and you guys are the final 2. What does it mean for you to win Ascent Santa Clara if that happens?
Just helps to validate all the testing we put in for it. Bring it home for main deck in the store.
Sounds good, man. How about you, Henki? What would that mean?
About $5,000, I think.
I think it is literally $5,000, yeah.
No, I played TCGs for a long time, and maybe to win one, that would be amazing.
Of course. And last but not least, let's keep it PG, gentlemen, but what is your confidence level going into this final match, Henki?
This guy's getting the Henki special.
How about you, Mitch? How you feeling?
We beat 5 slimes today, so another notch in the belt.
Notch in the belt. All right, guys, we are going to throw it over to our finals and have a great match in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
All right, as you heard, Henki is looking for that $5,000 for the final prize. But along with that, you also have the prize cards, right? And the boxes and all the other things that come with it. And don't forget, guys, the bragging rights.
Absolutely.
Say, I am a Ascent winner. And, of course, your very own sub 100 Omnidex number. So many different prizes that they're battling for. Let's take a quick look here. We have, of course, Minith, the Spirit of Water. And now with water being, such top tier, I think this is going to be a prize card that a lot of players are going to be fighting all over.
Absolutely, and it looks gorgeous. Just look at how vibrant it is. Look at the way the colors pop. This is definitely a card that I would want to own given the opportunity.
Exactly, and you definitely want to have the one that says number 1 on it because it does make a difference, right? Remember that bragging rights, guys. Yeah. And again, for all of the contenders in the field too, I mean, like all of the top 8s are going to be getting prize cards. They will be ranked from 1 through 8, right? And this is, again, speaking to the pricing in Grand Archive, it's just so amazing. I've played a lot of TCGs. I've seen the pricing for a lot of TCGs, and I'll tell you, Grand Archive, hands down, has one of the most amazing prize cards in the field.
Absolutely. Just in general, the promos for Grand Archive has definitely been delivering in terms of the aesthetic and overall just the whole vibe of exclusivity, right? You know, you really feel like a winner when you're holding those prize cards in your hand.
Yeah, and also, I totally forgot, but you're also going to have your top 32 playmat that has the golden embroidering on there that says top 32, Ascent Santa Clara, you know, of course, with the background image of Minth as well. So it's going to be great, you know. And every time you roll that thing up in your locals and just lay down that spirit of water, people are going to say, oh, it was you.
It was
you.
You
know, it's one of those moments where it's like, remember the 7th of December, we fought, right, for the final. And now I've claimed the spirit of water.
Absolutely, and the competition is fierce.
It's crazy,
right? There's been a lot of competition here. So many people fighting for the right to hold those mints in their hand.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
now we're down to just 2.
Down to 2 from 313, right? And all these people bringing their different, decks and trying different things, maybe the allies, etc. And really just having different options here, going into this matchup, right? And going to this field, fighting each other, figuring out each other's decks, it's crazy, right? And I mean, so many sideboards, you can see even in this event, where a lot of decks were sideboarding for a certain direction, and then maybe that direction actually never appeared, right?
Yeah, especially with the prevalence of these Arasana decks. You know, they caught a little bit of sort of collateral damage from people expecting to see Razor Gale.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people were unprepared to fight this deck. This deck definitely sort of showed up in force in a way that maybe people weren't expecting, and definitely has taken over the field.
Yeah. Oh, look at that beautiful Nia deck box over there. On Mitch's side. Okay. And look, people have already taken their seats. Cam's making faces at the stream again. Thank you again, Cam, for your beautiful interview. But players are shuffling up, and they're kind of getting ready. And they are looking at all sorts of, options here. And look, the players are kind of, they're comfortable, right? They're going to this matchup knowing exactly what they're facing and why they're facing it that way, and exactly what they're kind of dealing with. So it's really not going to be, anything surprising, I think, to them. They're going to know basically what they're kind of dealing with and have already some ideas in their mind of how to play against this matchup. In fact, just last round, right, Kabin, with a very similar Arasana Water deck, has actually played against Henki.
Yeah, and for sure, anybody coming in with this Arasana Water deck knows about the Slimes matchup.
Yeah.
They're going to have played against Fire Slimes. They're going to have played against Norm Slimes. They're going to have tested this extensively.
Yeah.
And conversely, people coming in with a Slimes deck, they're going to have seen this deck at this point. And there's, a wealth of footage and a wealth of experience of people playing Slimes into this deck at this point.
Yeah.
So probably not a lot of surprises on either side here. It's just going to come down to play skill and a little bit of luck.
Yeah, and another thing to think about too is Henki really, really likes this deck. I mean, I believe he's been on, one of the originators of these Fire Sylvie deck, or someone who's been consistently bringing this deck to multiple different tournaments and performing really well. And like he says, he's been playing TCGs, looking to lock in a first place at this big event. So, there's a lot on the line here.
Absolutely. Yeah. We talked about the prizing. We talked about just the pride of being a winner.
Yeah.
But also coming from that background, having seen people make first over and over, having fought your way up and not quite reaching that apex, it definitely gives you a little bit of drive there.
Yeah, and just looking at Henki's statistics here, he has actually ran Sylvies 57% of the time for all his registered events. And I'll tell you right now, majority of those are Fire Slimes.
Yeah, that's some serious commitment.
Yeah, serious commitments is definitely his favorite, and has not changed that at all.
Yeah, and you got to respect
from event to event
that kind of experience here.
Yeah.
Like somebody who has played the deck at that level, somebody who's played the deck for that long is definitely going to know all of the ins and outs. They're definitely going to know all of their lines, and they're going to have a good idea as to where they want this deck to go.
Yeah, Henki's going to get us kicked off here with a Spirit of Fire.
Into a Blissful Calling. This is a pretty good start. Hopefully he'll found a Storm Slime, so definitely getting set up for...
Is that 3 storms in hand already?
Definitely getting set up for the late game.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, dropping out yet another Blissful Calling. Does not want to get robbed of the opportunity to go to level 1. I think he also saw what happened in the semis. And picking up a Limitless Slime off of that second Blissful. So 2 cards in his memory, a little bit of insurance against a Chilling Touch, and passing the turn over to main deck Mitch.
Yeah, and Mitch, of course, showing the Fragmented Spirit of Water here. Yeah, going second here, of course, with Fragmented, Spirit of Water, sorry. He's going to be materializing Spirit of Water. Going second here, of course, getting that 8 cards and immediately showing that Icebound Slam. And that smile, I think, says it all.
It really does.
Yeah.
Main deck Mitch, the winner at the Water Casino.
Yes. Oh, and he is happy to see this this mill here.
Is this 4 floating memory?
I believe it's 5.
Some of it class. Oh, really?
I believe it's 5. Yeah.
The Bovine Sylvie class bonus. I believe.
Okay, that's true. That's true. So 3, 4 actually.
4
yeah.
eventually.
That's very, very good. Yeah. Really great start here. Mitch cannot be more happy with what he just milled. And
yeah,
again,
this absolutely immediately puts Hanky on the
cannot
back
contain
foot.
the laughter there. Yeah. And Hanky's looking at the situation and saying, "Okay, well, let's probably just go ahead and start, getting a little acceleration here." here's the Sylvie Buck for the power cell here represented.
So this is interesting. Deciding that he can't go to level 1 here, needing to keep his influence up, looking for a way to defend himself in case there's another slam or in case there's a stratagem.
Yeah, it's very similar to last game, right? So LeChon opened in a very similar situation here, not having the right answers in hand to start the acceleration. But, of course, with the Baby Gray, this is the kind of things that Hanky's actually looking for here. So, yes, of course, Baby Gray's in, and now we see a Fire Slime. So this is really going to get started on this whole 2-piece combination, right? And this is where, the Fire deck is kind of powerful, right? You can start getting cards into Graveyard, and then, you can use the Fire Slime, Baby Red Slime, to start, again, drawing more cards and looking through your deck and finding the exact cards you need.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, being forced into this position by Mitch's Icebound Slam, we saw he had the Cremation Ritual in hand and not willing to use it on this Baby Gray. Needs that Baby Gray up just to keep himself alive in case there's another Icebound Slam.
Yeah. Okay, and then, so we're going to do the Arsana level up here. Okay, the 3 and 5 herb are pretty good. Yeah, so of course getting a little extra healing, but also more importantly, having the herb to be able to pitch away some of the bad cards.
And that is a stratagem.
And this is the combo that Mitch has been waiting for, and this is insanely crazy. This is the high roll that we're talking about here.
Yeah,
right?
and once again, that grin from Mitch. Look at him. He knows exactly what he's done.
9 damage. What do you got? Game 2, it looks like, is what he's got.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's the power of that Arsana deck. If you draw the right cards, going second, you can directly go from a slam to a stratagem of mirrored ice, and that's the end of the game.
Quite a good deck. Sometimes you get the high roll, and sometimes the high roll gets you.
Yeah. Sometimes, this is one of those things, right? You were talking about space casinos. This is more like a aqueous casino, maybe a pool casino type of thing. But sometimes you get it, and sometimes you get got. So
that's very true. And this time it came up boxcars. Honestly, that is what this deck does.
Yeah, and Hanky took that pretty well too, right? He's chuckling because sometimes exactly these kind of things can happen, and there's not really much you can do about it.
Yeah,
so,
you have to take these things in stride.
Yeah, and of course, going into the sideboard here, as you can see, they're ready to go. The preparedness, the understanding of exactly what they're facing. In fact, I'm sure both players have already thought about exactly what sideboard they want to utilize for game 2.
100%.
And then has already, gone that way. Yeah.
Hanky the Goat actually has 3 Mystic Purifiers that probably come in out of the board. Wanting to deal with those Fantasias, wanting to make sure that there's no incremental value from stuff like Fractal of Rain.
Yeah.
No huge self-mill from Fractal of Polar Depths.
Yeah.
We can also see 2 Scavenging Raccoons coming out of the sideboard.
Yeah.
So quite a few options here.
Yeah. And on Mitch's side, I love the Quicksilver
blinding orb combination to be able to just force the slime players to have extra cards to pay for their slimes, and really just puts them in a very, very defensive role to potentially getting their slime, cerulean decreed or tidal locked.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dragged down into the depth of the ocean, if you will. Other than that, like having more cerulean decrees is probably not bad. Having some of these revitalizing cleanse is very, very powerful because, again, it kind of maintains your board state. You can draw a card on it. You're not going to really lose anything. And if the whole deck is water cards, so you're going to be able to heal a lot of health back, especially in those very pivotal situations.
Absolutely. Powerful cards and powerful interaction tools.
Yeah.
So a lot of good ways to respond to what Henki might be doing.
Yeah, and this is the power of the Water Arasana deck here, right? Having the ability to have a very, very good early game, but also having the ability to have a very good late game as well. So as the game kind of drags on, having more options and more, options inside the hand to be able to deal with whatever Henki deploys in the field is going to be very powerful here. Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully this next game, Henki will show off the power of the fire slimes. I really want to see that kind of turbo start and see how Mitch reacts.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also very, very excited about this too. So as the players are getting shuffled up, we're going to probably proceed into game number 2 here.
I think we're almost ready, seeing those shuffles going. Players are done sideboarding and almost ready to go, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of curious too, right? Like, was there anything that Henki could have done? I guess it's kind of sometimes you just high roll, right? Yeah. Maybe how about this? What cards was Henki hoping to have? Maybe like a Baby Gray would have helped a lot, right?
Yeah, he ended up having to dig for that Baby Gray. You saw the backup charger come out, right?
Yeah.
You got the Baby Gray on turn 2, but having that Baby Gray on turn 1 would have made a big difference.
Yeah, true, yeah, exactly. And of course, the Baby Gray's out. Unfortunately, it can block the Icebound Slam, but you cannot block the Stratagem. And again,
the Stratagem of Myriad Ice there was also very, very good. Quite a lucky draw for Mitch.
And we were talking about this, right? Having multiple options, going low, going high, going through the mill option here. But that's exactly, that line of having the slam before your opponent has the gray, and then once the opponent deploys the gray, having the ability to kind of go over the top with some spell damage, utilizing, of course, what you milled with the slam. Possibly the most optimal situation he could have had.
Yeah, and I think this is part of the appeal of the deck. You know, it's got a lot of powerful tools. It's got a lot of ways to react to your opponents, and sometimes you just win.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're gonna start game 2 here.
Henki once again going first.
Yeah, Henki. Of course. Yeah, I wouldn't think that you would want to go second here. Now, having the Dungeon Guide in hand, actually 2 of them, it's pretty good, right?
Do we see a Baby Gray in his hand? He's probably going to be looking to defend himself.
No Baby Gray, but there are some sweets that he's about to deploy that some of these slimes can be eating. And
Forest Cake into Creative Shock.
I do see a Gray as well.
And
this is a pretty good start.
He definitely knows what's happening here.
This is a pretty good start. Hey,
just in case.
And Mitch is laughing because maybe it's time for Henki to get his high roll.
The audience cheers, Henki playing to the crowd.
Yes. Hey, you know what? It's not over until it's over. Let's see what Mitch draws with his Spirit here. 8 cards once more.
Yep.
But now, see, the Icebound Slam is no longer free because there is that Baby Gray now able to intercept for Henki.
Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, that's not going to stop Mitch from Icebound slamming a Baby Gray. That Baby Gray, if there's an Icebound Slam in Mitch's hands, that Gray is going down.
Yeah. Again, it's really not necessarily about the okay. There is indeed Icebound Slam, and he did have it, and of course, yeah.
Henki points to himself.
Henki's thinking, wait, hold on, and me? Of course, I will intercept. Yeah. There's a retaliation here too. Now this,
3 float, quite the good mill off of the Icebound Slam.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty good mill here off of the Icebound Slam, indeed. Yeah, and that retaliation damage from the Baby Gray, so
yeah, might make a difference.
A lot of games sometimes just comes down to that 1 damage, so it's not nothing. Yep.
Oh, Henki going for the backup charger again, looking to build up that influence. Not quite ready to activate Sylvie level 1 here. Not quite ready for those Tamer class bonus cards. Just looking to beef up the cards in his hand, give himself more options here.
Yeah. Honestly, Henki has some really great options here, right? Creative Shock is a great card to have here.
Absolutely.
And then be able to do a bunch of things. And he does have the
turbocharge,
which is honestly, it's like Creative Shock, but better. To draw another Creative Shock and a Blissful Calling, okay, some options.
This feels like a very powerful start. You know, this almost looks like a Merlin hand. He's going to go into his next turn with, what, 10, 11 influence?
Yeah.
It's very strong.
Yeah. The only challenge here is that, you know, I think Henke would rather see some slime eruptions, maybe even some limited slime, something to get him some floating memory into the graveyard. Yeah.
Yes, that's always nice to see. Of course, with this Creative Shock, he might be able to draw those options. Seeing another Baby Gray.
And another Creative Shock, the chaining here.
I'm fully expecting to see that Baby Gray hit the board and stand upright, proudly, awake, ready to block another Icebound slam.
Yeah, the other cards
President
in his
get
hands
down.
are just too valuable, and he's gonna, you know, want to use the Baby Gray for acceleration. Deploys the Gray once more. Says, "I will defend against your shenanigans with your Icebound Slam."
Henke, defender of the people here.
Yeah, defender against the sword. Can you imagine? There's like a Baby Gray standing guard at your castle door, and then, you know, you're coming over here with a giant tide holder Claymore, and the Baby Gray says, "Nope."
Just leaps in front of it,
Yeah,
right?
and it actually hits you for 1 damage. It's great, yeah. So here we go. Mitch goes for the level up here. Of course, going to get the 2 herbs on the level up here to gather twice.
Gets the 1 herb and the 6 herb Blight Root and Razor Leaf. Spring Leaf.
Spring Leaf, yes. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really got these herb names down.
I'm almost like an Arizona player.
You're almost like an Arizona player. You know what? After this weekend, I'm sure a lot of the audience, a lot of you guys watching at home are probably going to become Arizona players.
I'm definitely going to be an Arizona player.
There's going to be a lot of cauldrons spilled this weekend or this week for locals everywhere across the world, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Icebound Slam climbing on TCG Player right now.
Yeah, true. Okay, Fractal of Polar Depth will be deployed here. And, you know, Mitch is kind of thinking, okay, like, we're in a situation where, you know, of course, doesn't have, you know, we're going to kind of slow it down a little bit, right, you know, and then kind of just start going towards that, you know, mid-game here. But Henke is going to say, okay, well, let's go to level 1. If you went to level 1, I will also answer that and go to level 1.
Yeah, with all this influence, I think the way is clear for Henke to start really putting forth his own game plan. He's defended. He's got that that Baby Gray there, standing guard, ready to jump in the way of any giant swords. And now at level 1, he can play also his Baby Reds and start getting more cards into his graveyard.
Yeah, and he pulls a Slime Eruption. That is a great card to get in this situation here, right? He can leverage the Baby Red to be discarding Slime Eruption. But he's also kind of navigating that there's other options too. Now, on the Banish of the Dungeon Guide, right? You know, Mitch gave a little smile. Now, does he know or does he suspect that Henke has 2 Dungeon Guides in his hand?
I'm sure. Anytime you see a Dungeon Guide deck and that first Dungeon Guide disappears, it's like, well, they have a second one.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. So it looks like Baby Red's going to be coming in with a buffed up Baby Red for a 3/2 Baby Red.
Yep, off of the Sylvie Lawn Hunter ability.
He's asking, okay, do you...
Mitch, slowing down the game here, making sure that with the Forest Cake trigger on the stack, he's responding with that Torrential Blast.
Okay, so...
Doesn't want this Baby Red to get Mitch get Henke any incremental value.
Yeah. And the way that the cake works here, too, is that, you know, the cake kind of activates and then the counter goes right on top. So if the Torrential Blast comes on and kills the Baby Red, you know, Henke can choose not to use the cake.
And that is also because the cake exists. Mitch gets, this is a particular timing thing. Because the cake exists, Mitch gets the opportunity to blast the Baby Red slime before it attacks.
Yes.
Since that trigger goes on the stack. If the cake wasn't there, Mitch wouldn't be getting opportunity until after Henke declared his first attack.
Yeah, and Henke there, you know, speeding through that a little bit. He casted Creative Shock, discarding the Star Wars Shieldmate, and it was basically a card that he was not going to use at all, which is why he discarded it, causing a little bit of confusion there, thinking, hey, you know, what was the card that you actually discarded for your Creative Shock? Yeah, but this is great. You know, Henke has 2 floating in the yard, able to go to that level 2 with, of course, the Dungeon Guide in hand for that level 3. And yeah, this is going to look like it's going to be looking like a pretty good start here.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the turbo turn for Henke. Let's see if Mitch has any responses here. So Mitch debating on his Materialize, has 3 float to work with.
Yeah.
And has a lot of options here.
Yeah.
Kind of see him looking through the deck, thinking about his cards.
Okay.
Going to Arasana level 2. Wants to get that extra health, wants to get those extra herbs out, I think, for a potential Polaris crack.
I'm kind of curious here. So I don't see any Polaris, right? I don't see the Polaris pulled out yet. Was that maybe potentially as a defensive move? Does Henke run some sort of destruction here as a Fire Slime?
I'm not sure. I think Mitch has access to these deck lists, so he'll know if there's anything like that in the main.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing a Reduce to Ash or anything like that.
So exactly, and the Polaris is not out currently, so it's kind of interesting. Well, I think maybe
I think it's coming out right now.
Yeah.
I think Mitch heard you.
He's thinking about it, but he's. I think there's obviously going to be different options too, and he's kind of probably thinking about like what other options he has. Looking at his hand a little bit here and thumbing through the material deck. Here's the Polaris, as expected.
Love that extra art that he's got on top of it.
Yeah. Is that a custom token there?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's really great that these Proxies Vault cards are now legally able to be custom forever. So proxies are accepted for Proxies Vault forever. As long as the card is part of Proxies Vault, it'll be legal.
And it looks like he's passing the turns to get that extra draw off of Arasana.
Yep. That does also give 2 age counters to the Polaris Twinkling Cauldron.
And play is moving on. So Henke the Goat now moving into his powerful level 2 and 3 turn. We are expecting to see that dungeon guide here.
Yeah.
2 floating memory in order to go to level 2, drawing a card because there is an animal on the field here.
Yeah.
Although Mitch has the chance to respond, does not.
Yeah.
Allows that card to go through.
Yeah. Now, Henke does, look at his hand. He's already put a counter on his banishment, indicating that there is 1 slime in banishment for him.
And looks like some kind of clarification here.
I think they're trying to figure out whether Henke drew the card for the materialization of Sylvie level 2 here, which, so he did not. So he had to draw 2 cards, 1 for turn and 1 for the materialization.
Looks like they've got it figured out. 1 more floating memory going into the yard here off of that baby red.
Yeah. Now, that one isn't going to be utilized for level ups, but it will be utilized for some of the regalias that Henke won't want to use as a level 3 Sylvie.
A lot of powerful regalia out of the slime deck. A lot of really powerful Terra regalia.
Yeah.
Most of them pretty expensive, needing to spend those floating memory or burn a card out of your memory in order to bring them out.
Yeah, yeah. Who among you remember when Stone Skill Ban cost 0?
Oh, man, those were the days.
Yeah.
Everything flowed smoothly. You could draw all of the cards in your deck.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, now it does cost 1, and so does Horn of Beast Calling. Now Horn of Beast Calling, in its case, does, draw you a card when you banish it, but you do have to pay the cost to be able to materialize that.
Absolutely. And Henke is set up to pay that cost if he needs to. Bringing out a Kind Beast Caller now. Going to be looking for some more of those advanced element slimes, I think. We'll see what he can find.
Ooh, there's a raccoon here, and that raccoon is such a great find for Henke here.
There is still a floating memory to eat, and I don't think he wants to let that go to Mitch's next turn. So we'll probably see that raccoon coming down. 2 damage coming in for the Kind Beast Caller.
Okay, response coming in from Mitch.
Is this a refracting missile?
Yeah.
This is a refracting missile. Unwilling to take that 2 damage. Instead, using the refracting missile to clear the Kind Beast Caller, no extra damage.
And this is the bait. So he baited out the second floating memory by casting Raccoon. Now, of course,
that's so
in
smart.
response, the Lost in Thought will be casted for 2 to take out the floating memory first.
Did you hear the groans from the crowd? Wow.
And the crowd is thinking the exact same thing.
The crowd.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, Raccoon here coming in for 1.
And Mitch getting all of the value there.
Yeah.
I think Henke has passed the turn, so now we're going into Mitch's turn. Debating whether or not he has a response, something to do during Henke's end step. Nope, moving on to his materialization. So what is Mitch looking for here? Are we trying to find a stratagem? Are we trying to find more fractals of polar depths? What do you think he wants to see?
I think in general, right, he's looking at the situation. I think, again, you can kind of go to a later game here Having more polar depths just kind of puts you in a great situation. Or, okay, how about healing all of your damage back?
That seems like it would be a pretty powerful move here. Yeah, all of Henke's hard work
undone.
Undone.
Yeah. So refracting missile here, 2 tidal locks, 1 water barrier, cerulean decree, fractal of polar depths, and yeah, many different options
So
inside
a
Mitch's
lot of
hand.
interaction and a little bit of gas. I think that's kind of the water Ari happy place.
Yeah.
You know, you have the fractal of polar depths as something that you can use to feed your graveyard, as something you can use to fill it up with all kinds of extra water cards and extra floating memory, and then a bunch of interaction, a bunch of ways to stop your opponent from making their game plan work.
Yeah. And this is exactly the power of that revitalizing cleanse, right? So being able to kind of almost negate all of the work that, Henke did in that first couple turns with just 1 card. And guess what? That card replaces itself. So, hey, you didn't really lose anything.
Henke sees this head in his hands.
Yeah, and I think Henke is thinking, maybe he's looking at saying, hey, how many cards do I have in graveyard? What can I do here? What are some options? When is the right time to go to level 3? I think, he's probably thinking, this time, can't really wait any longer, get to level 3, because as this game goes on, as we were saying before, this hand size from Mitch's side is just going to grow larger and larger, and he's already seen multiple different interaction cards already in there, 3 different negates. It's very scary.
And is Mitch setting up for an Icebound Slam?
I believe
a lot of cards going down.
Yeah, I believe he's actually setting up for a torrential blast.
Maybe just doing the math on multiple card plays.
Yeah, multiple card plays. But there's really nothing to blast here because, part of what he can do is just kind of spill the cauldron if he really wants to clear the board here.
That's true, but I think Henke is trying to get him to spill the cauldron. I think Henke in this board position hasn't gone to 3 because he wants that Polaris to be off of the field by the time he starts playing his bigger advanced element slimes.
Yeah.
He wants the way to be clear.
Okay.
And it's Mitch, I think Mitch is it's in his best interest to kind of save that Polaris as long as he can to kind of keep the pressure low and save the Polaris for when it can clear just a bigger board.
Okay, so instead of using the Dungeon Guide here, which could be, banished. Wow, what a great banish there, too. Hitting the Dungeon Guide that he's not going to use, and then going to 3 naturally here. Yeah.
Cost him an extra card, cost him that floating memory, but maybe worth it not having to fight through all of those negates.
Yeah, exactly. And then getting banishing potentially even the wrong card if you had to put down extra cards for Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
And doing a quick recount, checking to see how many slimes are in the banish now that we've banished a bunch of slimes on the way up.
So this is one of the weaknesses of the the fire slime here. Now, while you can accelerate pretty hard because you're running fire, one of the downsides to this, of course, is that your slime counter in banishment usually is going to be a little lower because you will have less access to less slime cards in general.
Yep, filling it up with random fire cards that aren't slimes.
Yeah, exactly.
And Henke thinking about his options here. Sending in the baby red. Are we going to see a discard? Does he like the cards in his hand? Maybe he wants to cycle some of them out.
I think he's baiting some sort of response here too, because he really wants to lay down the ethereal slime here, right?
Yeah,
Getting
he's
extra
looking to
value.
get a reaction from Mitch so that the way is clear for his bigger slimes.
Yeah. Getting a really big ethereal slime here could be, very helpful. Again, not quite ready, but yeah, slaying
And
down
here
what
it
he
goes.
has.
So the ethereal slime comes in as a
Thinking about-
4/4.
Yeah, so he's on material, on activation here, asking, whether,
Mitch asking how many cards in
should
Henke's
be a
hand.
title lock. Yeah, so of course,
Thinking about his options. I think that was 6 cards left in Henke's hand. So
6 cards, yeah. And
would
we know
need to
there's
spend 4 negate cards in order to clear this ethereal.
yeah, this one is going to be impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this one's good. So comes in as a 4/4 because of Sylvie Slime Sovereign's 2 buff counters.
Yeah.
And then gets an extra buff counter, banishing that Tamer Regalia.
And banishing the cake, or
Yep.
eating the cake. So this is going to be a really gigantic slime. 6/6, very powerful. Yeah.
And now we see the response from Mitch.
I think it's going to be a torrential blast. Yeah. So
There
the
it
torrential
is.
blast is going to deal with this ethereal slime.
Dealing 7 damage.
Yeah. 7 damage is a lot.
7 damage is a lot.
Yeah.
And this is another part of this, right? So whenever you have a card like Torrential Blast here, you know, if you're running a Fire Slime option here, you don't have the option to do things like, you know, Slime Shield here to be able to both buff the slime but also prevent damage. Yeah.
And even with the Slime Shield, it would have been quite enough. Torrential Blast puts 2 cards into the graveyard as part of its effect, beefing the damage up to 9.
Yeah. Yeah, just...
pretty big hit.
Yeah. Actually, it would have been enough, right? Because there would be 1 counter put on
Oh, and the buff counter. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
so
Slime Shield would have worked.
Yeah. Well, of course, you know, if that
in
was
a different deck.
In a different deck, and I'm sure Mitch would account for that as well. Yeah. Okay, Blissful Calling here. Lustrous Slime is the chosen slime for this situation
Lustrous Slime, much bigger than Baby Gray, way better at taking an Icebound Slam.
Yeah. I think originally, right, you notice how, like, the Ethereal Slime was materialized and Horn of Beast Calling was actually banished. I wonder if that was done because he wanted to save the Scepter for a different purpose.
I think so, actually.
Yeah.
Scepter seems like it could be good against main deck Mitch. If Mitch ends up on that kind of grindier game plan, looking for long-term value, if you can draw, you know, 3-4 cards off of a Scepter across 3-4 turns, that seems really powerful.
Yeah, and especially in the case of, you know, that really gigantic Ethereal Slime. And yeah, well, you know what, we're going to get a really gigantic Luster Slime as well, which is a perfect target for both the Covenant of Thorns or the Scepter as well. Yeah.
I see 6 counters on the Lustrous Slime after that reveal, so we have a 7-11 Lustrous Slime.
And now that there's a Taunter on board, the Baby Gray can actually start swinging as well.
Baby Gray freed from guard duty,
That's
in
right.
for 1 damage.
That's right, coming in hot. What are you going to do? I think at this point, right, a very clear option is going to be the backup charger. Exactly. You know, you have 3 cards. You weren't going to use them anyways, right? Use it to backup charge, get some more influence, and then kind of move forward. Because again, this is where, you know, Mitch is looking to fill the graveyard and then get to a situation where he can deploy the stratagem of Mirrored Ice and basically end the game.
Absolutely. Mitch focused here, getting his influence up, increasing the amount of options that are available to him. He just wants to fill up his graveyard, maybe get another Fractal of Polar Depths, and set up for, like you said, a giant stratagem.
Yeah. And on the defensive side, I believe, you know, he has still 2 Tidal Locks in his hand. So many different things that he can do there. Of course, you know, Refracting Missile too. So yeah, and of course now Awakened Deacon, where you can get that, you know, intercept directly on the Deacon as well. Yeah. Now, on Mitch's, on Hanky's side, there's nothing really super scary at the moment on the board, right?
No, the Lustrous Slime is there for defense. The Lustrous Slime is never going to go in on the attack.
Yeah.
So all he has for offense right now, he has the Raccoon, he has the Baby Gray, he has the Baby Red.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of damage, right? 4 damage on the board, maybe 1 more if he gets a good discard onto the Baby Red.
Yeah.
So a lot of his offense is going to come from his hand. And unfortunately, that's where it's the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
Mitch still has a lot of defenses up, his entire hand still available. So a lot of room to drop some of those negates, those Tidal Locks, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of opportunity here to keep the board clear,
Yeah.
which is exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, and Hanky here is looking at, you know, what he could potentially lose by materializing something, whether to control that materialization better with a Quicksilver Grail, or potentially just, you know, going for the actual materialization of, you know, could be a Stone Scale Band here, it could be something else. Yeah.
And one of the truths about the Slime deck is that every single Regalia is better underneath the Grail. You know, the Horn is better underneath the Grail because you can control your Banish. The Scepter's better underneath the Grail because you can respond to removal.
Yeah.
The Stone Scale Band is better underneath the Grail because then you can respond to something like that Tidal Lock by adding extra cards to your hand.
Yeah.
So every single card better under the Grail. Unfortunately, he only has the 1 Grail, so options are limited.
Yeah. So Baby Red coming in here, you know, discarding the fire card and then hitting the Awakened Deacon who intercepted for 3 damage, clearing that side. Okay.
And the Baby Red still alive? That's a little surprising.
Yeah, so now, of course, we have the situation where he can banish the 4 slimes to be able to, you know, get the Gaia's Blessing here. Yeah.
And this is where the Slimes deck really starts to shine. Able to play cards off of the top of the deck using that Gaia's Blessing means that while you have to spend cards for the turn in order to play cards, you don't have to lower your influence to play a card. You're not taking a card out of your hand. So your influence just starts to skyrocket here. Anytime you draw a card off of an on-enter effect, anytime you play a baby gray or a baby green flickering a forest cake or an ethereal slime off of the top of your deck, your influence just skyrockets.
Yeah. And Henke here, not holding back the Storm Slimes and instead activating the Limitless Slime here, basically trying to bait out any sort of reaction because he knows there's a lot of things that Mitch does have available. So he wants to be able
with that
to,
Polaris.
Yeah, Polaris as well. But yeah, a lot of things that Mitch has available, really wanting to bait out some of those options in hand to clear the way for casting the Storm Slime. And that, Henke does have 2 of those ready to go. So looks like the Polaris is going to be tilted here.
Yep.
Spilled for 3 damage across the field. Yeah.
And I think Mitch feels safer using that Polaris now that the Gaia's Blessing is already out, knowing he's not going to fuel an earlier Gaia's Blessing.
Yeah, exactly. Some funny cuts going on here.
Henke's having a good time out there.
Yeah, everybody's having a good time. It's the finals match, right? You gotta have a little fun.
Absolutely. You're doing this for the crowd.
Yeah. So Somber is gonna come out again. All of this time to try to bait for some sort of reaction. Okay.
And immediately finding another Storm Slime.
Another Storm Slime. So this is gonna be a third.
He already has one in his hand, 2 in his hand.
2 in his hand. 2 in memory now. Yeah, he threw 2 down into memory because again to help bait out something. Yeah, we're going to flip over the top card, and it's going to be another Limitless, which Henke is going to play.
Yep, Henke happy to play that Limitless off of the top of his deck. Again, keeping himself influence neutral and getting a pretty aggressive threat onto the board.
Yeah, and even doing that without a hand because, he wants to bait out these title locks.
Absolutely. Yeah. So not costing himself any influence and hopefully costing Mitch a few of his options.
Correct, yes. Sounds like Mitch is going to do the Cerulean Decree here to kind of answer that 0 influence loss with his own 0 influence loss. Yep.
And Cerulean Decree notably not banishing the card that it negates. Tidal Lock and Frostbind both banish. Cerulean Decree takes it to the graveyard.
Yeah, and very importantly, Mitch did just draw a Icebound Slam into memory. So this is pretty key here because Henke's defensive options are down. Right, and I believe underneath the Grail, it's a Beastbond Boots. So that Icebound Slam should be free.
As long as he wants to slam a Lustrous.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah, the Lustrous has been sitting there. I've totally forgotten about it.
Yeah, I think we all forgot about Polaris, too. It's been sitting there for so long.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Lustrous still sitting there, 7-11, so convenient.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way you're getting through that. Never mind. Got to find another option.
Yeah, Icebound Slam probably going to be stranded in Mitch's hand for the time being.
Yeah, for sure.
Not actually sure what in Mitch's deck could clear the way here. I think it would take several Frostsworns and a giant refracting missile.
I think we're going to try to maybe draw more cards, right? So
I suspect Mitch's plan here is to go for the spells.
Yeah, get some Scepter action here to draw some more cards, and then go for the spell damage to go over the top. Yeah. So Scepter of Lumina, of course, not doing much here, given that Mitch has done all of the level ups that this deck is going to be doing. Yep. That resolves, drawing 2 for Mitch, pre-Recollection. Now we're going to go to this big Recollection and big draw and look at this influence that's inside.
Wow, that looks like, what, 12, 13 cards?
It's quite a grip.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course the graveyard counting has begun.
So those Fractal Polar Depth's going to come in handy. I'm not actually sure here if he's going to go for a stratagem or if he's just going to go straight for the mill strategy. The longer the game goes on, the easier it's going to be to mill out Henke.
Yeah, exactly. And Henke has been somewhat aggressive, kind of like going for, drawing cards. And this is one of the other weaknesses of the Fire deck, right? It's going to dig through the deck faster than the other Slime. So having more of those draw options too. So let's see.
Asking Henke to count his deck so Mitch knows exactly how close he is. I think we had 12 cards in the graveyard right now, including the floating memory.
Yeah.
So it would take... Well, I don't know how many cards Henke has left in his deck, but that Fractal of Polar Depths could self-mill Mitch for 12, putting him at 25 cards in his graveyard. And then another Fractal of Polar Depths could do the same to Henki.
Yeah. How many cards are in the graveyard actually for Mitch?
I think it was 12, including the floating depth, including the float. Ooh, actually firing off that Icebound Slam, ready to take 7 damage in retaliation in order to get his graveyard filled. Seeing 2 float, but 5 more cards, 6 cards, including the Icebound Slam, putting his graveyard, I think, at a total of 18.
Yeah. Now, does Mitch have a Revitalizing Cleanse here as well in hand? Or is he...
I haven't seen one, but that would be pretty effective for him. He might also be in a position right now where he can just kill.
Yeah.
So if he has 18 in his yard right now, plus these 2 Fractal of Polar Depths, putting him at 20, that is 2 mills for 20.
So you think he's going to mill out his own deck and then go for a stratagem?
I think this looks like 40 cards out of Henki's deck.
Okay, yep. That's quite a bit of cards, yeah.
And if Henki doesn't have 40 cards left in his deck, that's going to be all she wrote.
Looks like we're going for the self-mill here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see.
Wow, Mitch really going for the spectacle here.
Yeah. He really wants to end it on a big number here.
Henki taking a look at this. What are you doing?
What are you doing here? Okay, all right. Of course, milling 2, 3, 4,
7, 8, 9, 10,
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 26.
26.
There you go.
And that's the end.
That's going to be it. Yeah. Wow. See? Again, navigating all sorts of different lines of play here. This is going to be the mill out as the way to end the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, working around that giant luster slime, you know, putting up the wall and just finding another avenue to kill.
Yeah. And he needed all the water cards in the graveyard to be able to, you know, really activate that Fractal of Polar Depth to be able to mill that number of cards. Yeah.
A huge mill.
Yeah.
And look at that grin. Mitch happy to be a winner
Mitch is so
here.
happy. And there you go. This is exactly what he's looking for. And of course, taking this Water Arasana to the finals and, of course, knocking down the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations, honestly, to both of our finalists. This was an incredible performance.
Yeah. And hey, look, more prizing.
We are, in fact, rewarding our feature match players for playing the feature match.
Okay. And they also get more Sylvie Bucks, which you can redeem at the Ascent store in the back. Yes. Yeah. And again, this is the thing, you know, like speaking with multiple players too, they were thinking this Arasana deck is just really, really powerful going into the slimes, right? Again, it's one of those things where, you know, a lot of times it feels really awkward to say something like, hey, I feel like my deck is actually, you know, comfortable in slime. But, you know, chatting with True Champion Terry earlier, describing this deck to me and saying, you know, practicing this against slime, saying, you know what, actually, this feels pretty good going into slimes, yeah?
Yeah, it's a weird thing to think. Slimes has been so well positioned against the entire field. Slimes sort of being called the boogeyman of the format.
Boogeyman of the format, yeah.
And then to think that you have a deck that's like, oh yeah, I'm actually, you know, favored against slimes, like that's wild to hear.
So I can finally knock this one over, right? It's done, right?
My Storm Slime.
Yeah. Well, the Storm Slime has been defeated.
Yeah, he got dethroned.
That's right. Synced into oblivion. Okay.
Drowned in the depths.
That's right. Drowned to the depths. Yeah. So this is, and that's you know, that's basically where we're going to be at here. What a weekend, right?
What a weekend.
What a weekend. And I think there were actually multiple people prior to this event even starting, you know, giving hints to me that, hey, you know what, this deck is a thing. This deck is very powerful, and this deck could do some things that at this event that maybe a lot of people were not expecting. And indeed, this Water Arasana has taken it down. And, you know, I'm sure multiple people, all the Arasana believers out there, cannot be more happy that their champion has finally taken down an Ascent as well.
Absolutely. Arasana fans eating well tonight. They're going to have that delicious hearty soup filling their bellies, keeping them warm through our long, cold nights.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Chasing away the storms.
Yeah, chasing away the storms. And again, you know, like multiple different Arasana too, right? We've seen in the top 4 and semifinals and the finals,
were, of course, the water Arsana. But earlier too, we saw the wind Arsana. There's plenty of different flavors that you can be going into. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Arisana showing off a lot of power. We had Limbo from Singapore, I believe.
No, from Taiwan. Taiwan, yeah.
Just showing off some incredible skill and mastery with that Wind Astra Arisana deck.
Yeah.
Just a lot of really great Arisana performances today.
Yeah. And was this the result that you were expecting?
This is not the result that I was expecting. Honestly, I was still a slime believer.
Okay.
I thought Arisana was going to do well.
Yeah.
I didn't think Arisana was going to do this well.
Yeah.
I do agree. All of the rumblings were kind of pointing in this direction. A lot of the pros, a lot of the professionals kind of talking this deck up, talking about how it's favored against almost everything.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people are not going to be surprised by this result.
Yeah.
But if you're not that familiar with the meta, if you're kind of going off of old data, this is absolutely an upset.
Yeah, exactly. And I can't highlight enough of how much it mattered that game 1 was won with a very, very, very high roll, like possibly the best, best option for Mitch over there. Right?
Absolutely.
Starting with that Icebound Slam, milling just enough, into the graveyard. And then, of course, coming back up top with a strategy of Mirror Ice. And that locks in a really easy game 1. And, of course, going into game 2, right?
No, that is the perfect 1-2 punch. And that really kind of sets up the momentum as well, right? Henke coming into game 2, still on the back foot. Hunting for that baby gray, not willing to commit to an attack. Just wanting to stand there on the defense, despite trying to turbo up otherwise.
Yeah, really well played by both of our players, and congratulations to every player that's in the room. I know there's multiple tournaments, but all of the players who made it to whether it's top 32, top 8, you guys did a phenomenal job grinding through all the different rounds both yesterday and today. Again, thank you all for the players who attended. And
thank you to all the GA enthusiasts. Thank you to everybody who's watching this stream right now. Thank you to the people who showed up, not even for Path of Silver. People showed up, or Path of Steel rather. People showed up for Path of Silver. People showed up for the side events. I think people were very excited about Draft. People showed up for Girls' Night specifically.
Correct.
This was a heck of an Ascent.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we have got to say something to the viewers too. And thank you guys all for tuning in and watching this event too. And just again supporting this game as growing. As you can see, this is the biggest Ascent. As you can see, the field behind me is so large, and everyone's super excited. And there's going to be a lot of really cool events. We're going to be going to a player's interview right now for you, for the winner. Oh. Cool. And what an electric response there. Not
Absolutely.
even taking a break. He says he's going to go back and start grinding some more games and refining this deck.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Straight into the gravity chamber. He's ready to pump some iron, make Arisana even tougher than she was.
We're going to make Arisana top tier.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, here's the question. Is Arisana the new Merlin? Is it too good?
Now, is Merlin too good? Crux
no.
is fine.
Crux is fine.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
Arisana might be the new Slimes.
Yeah. And it took a while to get here, right?
Absolutely.
So, Arisana, of course, debuted in ALC, not having a lot of, great showing there. Even though, cards like, Astra Seal or Astartes, really, really powerful cards that, read really well, just, basically seems like this card is going to do a lot of work. But unfortunately, back then the Arsana didn't have the options to be able to get to 3, and really needing more kill options. A lot of times you at the end of the game, you wasn't able to finish it. And here, of course, the main deck team here congratulating Mitch. Super excited. Look at this card. Look at this beautiful card with a ribbon on top. This handshake that's never going to end. And of course,
the Jumbo Kongming.
The Jumbo Kongming. Yeah. Man, I'm sure the team is so excited here. Very, very excited to be part of this great weekend, doing amazing results. And one of the things I love about Grand Archive is that, we've had, for example, Ascent Houston, where True Champion Gaming came out with their Wind Allies and swept the board against all the Merlins, right? And then, of course, you had other events where, Chess Club really showed up with their, Luxem Xander builds and such, and really showing the field how it's done. And just kind of like consistently these different teams that's, have gone really professional in our community, right?
Absolutely.
And then working together, building really cool decks, and now it looks like main deck's turn to take one down and then put one on their shelf trophy lounge here to showcase all the hard work that the team has put in to win and knock down this event.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's definitely something to be said for having good training partners, right? People you can bounce ideas off of, people you can work with, people you can just practice games with, right?
Yeah.
And coming in and showing off the power of their deck, coming in and kind of sweeping the opposition with something unexpected, that's always a good feeling.
Yeah, and the thing is, like Slimes, knocked down, right?
Yep.
If you remember, like just maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago, we were still seeing a lot of Slimes topping events.
Absolutely.
And then kind of thinking about, I think a lot of the players were just not comfortable, right? They had some of these options already available, but again, just not enough testing, not enough maybe the guts to go and say, you know what, I'm going to run a different deck. And, among the community, right, Slime has been a little bit polarizing, of course, right?
Certainly.
Certainly, yeah. But yeah, looks like, Slimes can be beaten, right? And without any other bans. I mean, a lot of people were saying, why wasn't Baby Gray banned, right? It was put into Category 2. It kind of stayed there for a little bit, right? Everyone was expecting a big ban before this event, but nothing actually happened.
Yep.
So maybe that was justified, right?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw an organic evolution of the metagame, and Arasana came in and showed that Slimes is maybe not the top dog anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe has to share that top dog slot.
Yeah. And this is why I love TCGs. It's a lot of this dynamic back and forth, and it's like, a lot of times people think, these cards should be banned, so then there's a very clear road because we don't want these dominating decks. But, as I see in other metas too, as I see in other video games, in fact, too, right?
Absolutely.
Where, for example, a great example of this is like StarCraft, where there is no ban list because Blizzard doesn't work on the game anymore, right? They fix bugs and whatnot, but there's nothing that they're going to change the dynamics. And even that game, the meta shifts year over year because it's all about taking down who the top dog is. And at this point, so many players with so many different decks have teched against Slimes, have had experience playing against Slime, and have experience slaying Slimes. At this point, you can see the result of all the hard work of the community to get to this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And now it's time to kind of shift that perspective, right?
Yeah.
And you need to be prepared about Slimes. You need to be also prepared for Ari.
Water Arsana, yeah.
Can you imagine being in your testing house right now? Like, we need to be prepared for Ari. What are we going to do about Ari?
I cannot imagine, at any point this being the narrative. I think even Cam, right? The true Ari supporter, ever since Arsana was released, also, probably just, thinking this is like, pinching himself. Am I dreaming? Is this, really happening? Yeah, it's a really great event for Arsana this weekend.
Absolutely.
Very excited.
Like you said, Cam, obviously thrilled. I think just as obviously surprised. Even the diehard supporters are a little shocked that we made it this far. So.
Yeah. Honestly, I think he was about to jump up, but, the camera, he's so tall, they had to angle the camera, so if he jumps, he's already off the camera. So they told him, hey, don't jump, okay?
Right,
I know you're really excited, but, hold it in for now, okay? All right, you can do all the jumping later today. Yeah. So, again, really exciting events. Really exciting to see all the matches. And, again, I cannot discount. I know the finals was Water, Arsana versus Slime, yes, of course, and so was the semifinals. However, cannot discount how much deck variety was in the top 32, but also the top 8.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean,
top 8 still included a Nico. Top 8 included one of those Wind Astra Arasanas.
Yeah.
So even there, like a lot of different decks.
Fire Xander. You had Water Tristan allies. I mean, it's, again, such a good variety right
Absolutely,
now.
yeah. Very, very healthy top 32.
I think so too. And honestly, this is going into a meta that where we're going to start seeing also some cards, potentially release maybe into ALC Alter.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, we are expecting, some announcements coming up. Maybe we'll hear about some of ALC Alter. Maybe we'll hear about HVN a little bit, and get a little hint as to what's coming up in the future.
Yeah, I think a lot of players were thinking that this current meta is a little bit stale, right? Okay, more slimes. Oh, slimes, up top again. But I think now at this point you can see there is still a lot of options. And truly, here's the thing, right? If you guys are out there, you're a Merlin player, right? Don't lose hope. Keep playing Merlin. If you love Merlin, why not? Why stop today, right?
All right, it turns
Keep
out
going.
if slimes are stale, you do the same thing with them as you do with stale bread. Just put them in a soup.
Yeah. Hey, honestly, if you're a slime player, keep playing. Why not? I mean, the thing is, it's all about playing the game, right? And seeing the different matchups. And guess what? Maybe sometimes you're no longer the top dog, and you have to now think on your feet. Because what I'm really looking forward to now, right? Especially if consistently for the next couple of events, slime is taken out of the top tier. I kind of want to see the comeback story.
Absolutely.
I mean, can you imagine a case where we're rooting for slimes again? Because for whatever reason, all the other decks have learned how to deal with slime, and slime's thinking, hey, it's our time again. So there's going to be that. So I'm really excited for all the things that we can go into. Yeah.
Yeah, not only a healthy meta, I love to see an evolving meta. I love to see things change over time.
And that's what we saw this weekend. I couldn't have asked for more. Okay, we're going to go to a quick break, about 10 minutes, and then we're going to start the award ceremonies. And we are here. So that's going to do it for us today for the casting table. I'm Mark from Solar Games.
I've been Jim the Eternal.
Oh, and we are out. See you guys. Hope you enjoy this event.
Thanks for being here.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に
Alrighty. Hello, Grand Archive players and collectors. I am very lethargic right now. Thank you all for coming out to what is the largest Grand Archive event to have ever happened. Round of applause, everybody. Woo! Alrighty. I wanted to take this time to thank the staff, the volunteers, and the broadcast team for putting on an amazing show. And of course, you guys, because I've heard some of you flew 19 hours plus. You guys are crazy. Alrighty. Just a couple of reminders. If you are accepting an award today, you're going to go around the banner and on stage to accept your award. There will be volunteers to make sure you do that safely. If you are also accepting an award, it would also be helpful to be over there ready in case your name is called. But anyways, in this community, we celebrate competitive excellence. And when someone's name is called, I want you to cheer loud and proud because you may never know when you are also up here and you want your moment in the spotlight too. Presenting top 8 for cosplay, Jimmy Hung, Director of Events.
Hello. All right. First off, I'm going to announce cosplay winners. Please come up on stage. Come through where the Festive Lorraine is. In 8th place, we actually have a tie with Penguin dressed up as Merlin and Atsuya Shilo as Tricky Chimps. All right. In 7th place, we have Roxanne cosplay as Guja. Nice. Oh. All right. In 6th place, we have Red Mayhem dressed as Sword Saint Eventide. Fifth place, we have Captain Logan dressed as Polk Hawk. All right. Oh, 4th place, we have Rin dressed up as Jin Level 3. Third place, we have Andrew Penguin dressed as Manufactured Cell. Oh, third place? Yes, third place. Second place, we have Wildflower as Liu Bei. All right, and this is the cosplayer you all have voted for. First place, Iris as Kong Ming. Thank you all cosplayers, all your outfits are amazing. I hope you all will also encourage yourself to cosplay with us at our next event. I'm going to go on and pass on to our next slide here, Alan.
Hello, everybody. I'm here to announce the Path of Silver winners. So if you won a top 8 award for Grace or any of the categories, please go ahead and start making your way up. I'm going to call everybody up here, starting off with the Grace winners. So without further ado, for the top 8 Grace winners, in 8th place, Tintin. 7th, Team True Cabin. 6th place, Sky Sama. 5th place, Okage Business. 4th, Mojo Loco. Third is Vernocius, which he had to leave a little bit early, but he got his award. So second is going to be Kurano, and first place for Grace is going to be Wildflower. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Oh, exit to my left over here. Make sure you guys all take a picture in front of the nice, beautiful Christmas tree over there as well. All right, on to the next category. We have top 8 ferocity. It looks like a little bit of chaos, so I'm waiting. Okay, starting in 8th place is going to be Show. 7th, Remetic. 6th, Port Monster. 5th, Alphonsus. 4th, DDDH. 3rd place, Lee. 2nd place, The Real Alexander. 1st, Once in Love. Please give a warm round of applause for our top 8 winners. Okay. We're going to go through our grace just one more time, so sorry. I'm not good at stand-up, so we're going to chill here very awkwardly for just a few minutes. All right, one more time real quick for top 8 grace. In 8th place, Tintin. 7th place, Team True Cabin. 6th place, Sky Sama. 5th place, Okage Business. 4th, Mojo Loco. 3rd place, Vernocius. 2nd place is Kurano, and 1st is Wildflower. All right, so without further ado, top 8 Valor is going to be 8th place is going to be Jidan. 7th place, Orenjo. 6th place, Hamzor. 5th place is Noel. 4th, Robin Pugh. 3rd place, Phoenix Knight. 2nd place is Boy. And 1st place, Connie. And if everybody looks to my left, you'll see them all take their beautiful pictures. Please give a warm round of applause for those top 8 Thema Score winners. Cell boys indeed. All right. Now for our top 8 silver overall score winners, beginning in 8th place in, sorry, it's going to be The Dawn in 8th place for Path of Silver overall. In 7th place, we have Lamb Chops Yum. In 6th place, we have Danger Moose. In 5th place, we have Rat. Fourth place, Team True Quinn. In 3rd place, we have Blue Sky Candy. Looks a little different from what I remember. In 2nd place, Corax. All right, and finally, your Path of Silver 1st place winner, someone who we all know very well, Mark from Solar Games. All right. One more round of applause, please, for all of our Path of Silver participants. We appreciate you guys very much. You guys have some amazing collections out there. All right. Now presenting the Path of Steel rewards is going to be our Director of OP at Wizards of the Shore, Theo.
Hello. I want to say thank you so much to everybody for participating in Path of Steel. We once again broke the record for the largest ever attended Ascent, and that is all thanks to you guys. So thank you so much. Also, thank you to our judges and our volunteer staff. Without them, this event could not be possible. Without further ado, I'm going to announce the top 8. If you are in the top 8 of Path of Steel, please make your way over to the side so we can get through this a little smoother than the past. In 8th place, Limbo. In 7th place, Aaron Ng. In 6th place, Kyle Waple. In 5th place, Christian Tom. In 4th place, Kaben Schwarzentroober. In 3rd place, Sean Zhang. In 2nd place, Hendrik Vitsa Klautenberg. And finally, your Ascent Santa Clara winner. In 1st place, Mitchell Janowick. And now I believe I'm going to pass you off for the silent auction winners. I'm looking for confirmation, and I did not get it, so I'm not going to do that. So instead, that's going to be the end of our award ceremony. Thank you so much. If you hang around for just a minute, we're going to change up the stage a little bit and set up for the keynote and the holiday panel in just a moment. Thank you.